Wretch! You actually took your younger brother to fight with those street thugs. Slap. Accompanied by the furious voice, a middle-aged woman delivered a resounding slap across his face. Lin Can collapsed on the polished floor, his face burning with pain. The surroundings were so familiar. Wait. Am I reborn? Before he could react, a square-faced middle-aged man wielding a golf club charged over, furiously swinging it viciously at his body. Lin Can curled up, hugging his head, his leg throbbing with intense pain. It was definitely a rebirth, otherwise the pain wouldn't be this real. He remembered this day he had suffered the worst beating of his life. The man, finally tired, stood panting with one hand on his hip, veins bulging on his face. Your brother is taking the college entrance exam next year. Our Lin family finally has a promising student headed for Tsinghua or Peking University. If anything happens to him, I'll break your legs. Lin Hongda, chairman of Hongda Group, one of the top 3 enterprises in Jiangzhou City, was also his father. The one who had slapped him was his mother, Qin Huirong. She looked at her younger son Lin Hao's bandaged head with full concern. Still not appeased, she turned and shot 2 venomous glances at Lin Can. If I had known he was so incorrigible, I should have left him in the countryside to fend for himself. Humph, a wild child raised in harsh mountains. You got into a lousy college yourself. Are you jealous of your brother being in the top 10 of his grade? Trying to ruin him. What kind of malicious heart do you have? Qin Huirong seemed to realize she had said something wrong and turned to explain to a young woman standing nearby, arms crossed, watching with a cold smile. Lanlan, I didn't mean you. Mom, you're not wrong. Third sister Lin Lanlan smiled. Jiangzhou University is indeed a lousy university. I'm just teaching there as a transition. Teaching those unmotivated students is no pressure. As she spoke, she glanced at Lin Can meaningfully. Mom, don't be angry. I also share some responsibility. Lin Hao, still looking innocent and harmless, began to comfort his mother. Qin Huirong, it's my fault. I shouldn't have asked my brother to go to the bookstore with me. And when we ran into those thugs on the road, I should have grabbed him and run away immediately. The word grab was particularly poisonous. My dear Hao, how could this be your fault? Qin Huirong hugged Lin Hao with full of tenderness and affection. Seeing the true faces of his own parents, sister and brother, Lin Can felt utterly dead inside, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Why was he so foolish in his past life, allowing these beastly family members to persecute him to death? He had worked so hard, been so understanding, endured so much humiliation, only to be framed and wronged, and in the end never felt even a shred of warmth from home until the day he died. It wasn't worth it. Absolutely not worth it. In his past life, when the family went on a trip and he learned he was included, he was moved to tears. He busied himself carrying bags and felt happy despite the exhaustion. A shipwreck occurred and the whole family was stranded on a deserted island. Lin Can took on the responsibility of feeding his parents' 3 sisters and younger brother. Exhausted after more than 10 days, he still struggled on. To pick wild fruits, he accidentally fell from a tree. Even so, with tenacious willpower, he brought the food to them. The rescue team arrived and they all scrambled to get on the helicopter, leaving him behind. If not for the rescuers noticing, he would have been abandoned on the island. After being sent to the hospital, he became a vegetable. Mr. Lin, your son has a strong physique. With our hospital's careful treatment, there is a high probability he will wake up. Discharge him. But what nonsense. Our family has professional medical staff, we don't need your concern. He heard all these words clearly, even though he was a vegetable. He had thought that after returning home he would receive careful care from his parents, but what awaited him was more than 10 days of unbearable suffering. His parents ignored him, and his younger brother Lin Hao would occasionally come to prick him with needles. In the end, he was starved to death. Thinking of his tragic past life, Lin Can struggled to his feet from the ground, no longer holding any hope or illusions for this family. Since heaven allowed him to live again, he would stand tall and straight with dignity. What? Lin Hongda glared fiercely. You're not convinced? Since things had come to this, there was no point in shouldering the blame. Lin Can decided to tell the truth. Lin Hao instigated the fight. I knew nothing about it beforehand. Once it started, I only stepped in to protect him. Before he could finish, Lin Hongda erupted in fury. You wretched thing, still making excuses and flinging filth at your younger brother. He rolled up his shirt sleeves and swung the golf club again, striking Lin Can. It hurt, agonizing bone-deep pain. Yet Lin Can did not dodge, nor did he cry out. Lin Hongda, what a fine son you fathered, bad temper and all, twisting the truth as if it were his own. Qin Huirong sneered. Our Hao is so sensible, he ranks in the top 10 of his grade every exam. How could he possibly be entangled with those delinquents? Beyond redemption. Lin Lanlan shook her head, disappointment etched across her face. Lin Can, must you push our parents to their graves? You're an adult now, can't you show some sense? With both of them stoking the flames, Lin Hongda was consumed by uncontrollable rage. What kind of monster did I raise? Today I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. The golf club swung down once more. This time Lin Can not only refused to dodge but firmly gripped the club in his hand. His authority challenged. Lin Hongda's eyes blazed with fury. Rebel! You dare defy me? Lin Can raised an eyebrow, a cold sneer crossing his lips. And who gave you the right to discipline me? What? Lin Hongda's eyes widened, his expression frozen in shock. At the same moment Qin Huairong, Lin Lanlan and Lin Hao all wore looks of utter disbelief, as though his defiance were something utterly alien to them. Where were you when I was chased by feral dogs in the countryside and fell covered head to toe in blood? Where were you when I climbed the mountain hungry to forage for oranges only to vomit and suffer from food poisoning? Lin Can's eyes brimmed with tears as he pointed at his mother and you. When I was 8 years old you went back to the countryside to celebrate grandfather's birthday. When we were leaving I wanted you to hold me a little longer, but you detested me for being dirty, pushed me to the ground and scattered the fried peanuts and dried sweet potatoes I had prepared for you all over the floor. That night I cried for the entire night, and the next day I had a high fever, so grandfather carried me to get an injection. As his words fell, both of them instantly bristled with fury. Unfilial wretch! Lin Hongda's forehead veins bulged as he pointed at the villa's gate, his eyes blazing. Get out of the Lin family's door. Fine. Lin Can stared coldly at his biological father and enunciated each word. From today onward I will not only step foot into the Lin family's gate, but I will sever all ties with every one of you. At these words the people in the room were visibly taken aback. They had never imagined that Lin Can would be so resolute today. Yet such resolve unbacked by strength only seemed laughable. Truly an ungrateful and treacherous ingrate. Qin Huairong snorted coldly and moved to teach Lin Can a lesson, but Lin Hao held her back. Mom, don't hit brother again. He just spoke in a moment of impulse. He doesn't even acknowledge you and you still defend him. Qin Huairong's eyes were full of love and indulgence. Our Hao is truly kind-hearted. Lin Lanlan furrowed her brows, walked up to Lin Can and said in a commanding tone, Lin Can, are you really going to be this rebellious? Apologize to Mom and Dad and Xiao Hao immediately. Lin Can ignored her, returning to his room on his own. Before long he came out with a piece of paper in his hand. Lin Hongda, Qin Huairong, since you brought me back to the Lin family I have indeed eaten your food and drunk your drinks plus tuition and miscellaneous expenses. At most it comes to 80,000 yuan. Don't talk about the great debt of being born or anything. Over the years I've been a laborer, a human punching bag and an outlet for your emotions in this household. Consider it settled. This is an IOU for 100,000 yuan. The extra is interest. Tomorrow I will publish a notice in the newspaper severing relations with you. The money will be paid off within 2 months. The IOU was placed on the table and the fury on Lin Hongda and Qin Huairong's faces grew even more intense. Lin Hongda was about to lose his temper. Lin Hao walked over like a repentant child who had learned from his mistakes, exceedingly obedient. Father, please calm down. Don't let your anger harm your health. Brother merely acted on impulse. I apologize to you on his behalf. I beg you not to drive him out of the house. Xiao Hao is truly sensible. Lin Hongda immediately changed his demeanor, casting a deliberate sideways glance at Lin Can. If that rebellious son had even a tenth of your virtues I would have far less worry. Here, this bank card holds 50,000 yuan. Take it and buy some extra nourishment. Father, I don't want it. Lin Hao refused. Take it when you're told to. Lin Hao accepted the card with a helpless expression. Thank you, father. I'll go to my room now to study. He feared that staying any longer would cause him to burst into laughter. Go ahead. As Lin Hongda watched Lin Hao's retreating figure, his eyes were filled with gratification. This scene made Lin Can feel nauseated. If he hadn't known his younger brother's true nature he would have been deceived by that innocent-looking face. At such a young age he didn't learn any good at home. He acted more obedient than anyone, but once outside the door he became a completely different person. His ranking in the top 10 of his grade most likely involved some sort of trickery. He's always been a scourge. How can he compare to Xiao Hao? Qin Huairong walked up to Lin Hongda, her face full of anger. When I was pregnant with him our family business plummeted. After he was born and sent to the countryside things immediately turned around. We started earning a fortune daily. After your father passed away we shouldn't have been soft-hearted and brought him back. Now that he wants to leave the family, let him go. He even calculated the accounts so clearly, it's clearly premeditated. An ungrateful wretch. Since the matter had been made clear there was no need to stay and suffer further humiliation. Enduring the pain all over his body, Lin Can returned to his room without a word. The so-called room was merely a storage space that had been slightly tidied up, furnished with a bed and a desk. It had no windows and was quite cramped. Lin Can pulled out an iron box from under the table. Inside lay an ID card and a stack of banknotes. Nearly 10,000 yuan, 6,000 of which was left to him by his grandfather before his death, and the remainder was money he had earned from selling things in the countryside and saved over the past few years. After putting the ID card and money away, Lin Can looked at the quilts on the bed, his eyes slightly moist. These two quilts were made by his grandfather using fine cotton before he passed away, and they had accompanied him for many years. No matter what grievances he encountered or how tired he felt, as long as he covered himself with these quilts he would feel incomparably warm. "Grandfather, I miss you so much. When Shao Can earns money in the future, he will go back to the countryside and properly restore your grave, then erect a tombstone." Lin Can wiped away his tears and packed the two quilts into a woven bag. Just then the door was suddenly pushed open. Third sister Lin Lan appeared at the doorway with a cold expression, her tone dripping with reprimand and command. "Lin Can, are you trying to drive mom and dad to an early grave? If you walk out of this house today, you'll be branded an unfilial son and a heartless ingrate. I suggest you calm down. Right now, go apologize to mom and dad immediately and keep a respectful attitude." When Lin Can had earlier declared he wanted to publish a notice severing all relations, she hadn't known why, but instead of feeling satisfied, her heart had gone strangely hollow, as though something important had been quietly taken away. This younger brother, as much as she despised him, was at least diligent and convenient to boss around. If he truly left, she suspected she wouldn't be used to it for quite some time. "Move." Lin Can lifted his woven bag, his face impassive. Lin Lan was brushed aside by his hand. He walked straight toward the living room without so much as a backward glance, leaving her stamping her feet in fury behind him. Such poor upbringing. In the living room, Lin Can watched as Lin Hongda grabbed a golf club, clearly still intent on physical violence. Suddenly Lin Can raised his head and cast a sharp, piercing glare at him. "What are you trying to do?" Lin Hongda instinctively stepped back half a pace. "You want to lay a hand on your own father? Aren't you afraid of heavenly retribution?" Lin Can ignored him entirely and made his way toward the front door. However, the door opened first from the outside. A woman in high heels and a black business skirt stepped in. It was second sister Lin Yuechen, who currently held a minor leadership position at a television station in Jiangzhou. To be fair, her looks and figure were impressive, but she carried herself as though she looked down her nose at everyone like some proud white swan wherever she went. Upon seeing Lin Can, she instinctively stepped 2 positions aside, tilted her chin up, and her eyes were full of mockery. "Oh. Where's our esteemed young master Lin heading off to? He's making a fuss about leaving the Lin family, even claiming he wants to publish a notice cutting ties with mom and dad." Lin Lan had meanwhile walked over and eagerly picked up the thread. "Oh." Lin Yuechen narrowed her eyes and adjusted her glasses. "Is that so? Our young master Lin has grown bold, has he?" "Absolutely, he's made mistakes and refuses to show any remorse. Both wicked and stubborn." Lin Can couldn't be bothered to listen to his two sisters' venomous chatter any longer. He picked up the woven bag and prepared to leave. "Wait." Lin Yuechen suddenly spoke. Lin Can turned his head, somewhat puzzled. "You want to publish a notice in the newspaper to sever ties with your parents?" Lin Yuechen raised an eyebrow, wearing an air of a superior scrutinizing a subordinate. Lin Can's tone was resolute. "Then that's easy to arrange." Lin Yuechen smiled. "The television station I work for also publishes a newspaper, so you won't need to make another trip. Just give me the content and tomorrow you can pick up a copy of the Jiangzhou Lifestyle News." At these words Lin Lan was somewhat moved. Lin Hongda and Xin Huirong, however, were still consumed by fury and said nothing. "That works." Lin Can took out his phone, quickly composed a text message and sent it to Lin Yuechen. "How much?" "No charge. I'll cover it for you." Lin Yuechen waved his hand. "How much?" Lin Can's tone sharpened. 500. Lin Can didn't hesitate at all. He reached into his pocket, pulled out 5 banknotes and handed them to Lin Yuechen. All he wanted now was to stay far away from this home. He cared little for such trivial matters. "Oh. You've been saving quite a bit in your little treasury, haven't you?" Lin Yuechen fell back into his usual sarcastic tone. "Enough to buy many meals of steamed buns, he." Lin Can lifted the woven bag, pushed open the gate of the Lin family villa and walked out without looking back. "Mom, Dad, please calm down. A dog knows to come home when it's hungry. Maybe a little suffering outside will do him good." His voice was loud enough, as if deliberately meant for Lin Can to hear. But Lin Can no longer cared. He left resolutely. The drama in the living room continued. "Ha! What's this IOU?" Lin Yuechen spotted the piece of paper on the table and picked it up curiously. Lin Can wrote it for mom and dad. He says it's the debt he's accumulated over the years. Lin Lan explained. He also said he'll pay it all back within 2 months. 2 months. Lin Can looked as though he'd heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing heartily. Does he plan to sell his blood and kidneys? If he can scrape together tuition for college in 2 months, I'll consider his blood sold cleanly. Everyone was amused and the oppressive atmosphere in the living room eased considerably. Don't worry. I guarantee that before the semester starts, young Master Lin will be kneeling obediently at our front door. Lin Hongda snorted coldly. That rebellious son won't be setting foot in my Lin family home again unless he kneels here for a full day and night. Dinner time. The Lin family sat around the dining table enjoying a sumptuous meal together in harmony. Lin Hongda had originally worn a stern expression, but upon seeing his well-behaved younger son beside him, the gloom on his face instantly melted away. Here, little How, eat more seafood. Just then the doorbell rang. Aunt Lu, go answer the door. A middle-aged woman who worked as a servant in the Lin household walked over. She had witnessed everything that happened in the living room earlier. On a personal level, her heart ached for young Master Lin Can, but as a servant faced with wealth and power disputes, she could only obediently keep her distance. After all, one wrong move and she'd lose her job. Excuse me, is Mr. Lin Hongda and Ms. Qin Huirong at home? 2 police officers had entered. This made everyone in the Lin family freeze, exchanging bewildered glances. Despite their confusion, Lin Hongda stepped forward. It goes like this. We received a report from Mr. Lin Can alleging that you assaulted him. We're here to investigate the situation. At this sight, Lin Hao's eyes lit up. He darted forward and dropped to his knees before the officers, tears streaming down his face. Uncle Police, please don't arrest my dad or my mom. Arrest me instead. Lin Hongda and Qin Huirong were nearly moved to tears. After the statements were taken, one officer said, Gentlemen, Mr. Lin Can has been examined and found to have multiple soft tissue injuries. However, he does not intend to pursue responsibility and he is willing to cover his own medical expenses. But I must still say that intentional assault is an illegal act. I hope you will take this as a warning and avoid similar situations in the future. The 2 nodded repeatedly and respectfully saw the officers out. The moment the door closed, the expressions on Lin Hongda and Qin Huirong's faces turned extremely cold. The temperature in the entire living room seemed to drop several degrees. Xiao Hao, come inside. All right, Dad. Please do not let your anger harm your health. Lin Hao offered a comforting word before obediently retreating to his own room. In the vast living room, silence reigned so deeply that even the fall of a needle could be heard. Lin Hongda's face cycled through shades of green and white as though a raging tempest of fury were about to erupt from within his chest. Having built the Hongda group from nothing, he was a figure of considerable prominence throughout all of Zhangzhou. Yet he never could have imagined that his own flesh and blood, his biological son, would call the police and accuse him of intentional harm. Ha 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 ha. Lin Hongda suddenly burst into laughter, a sound tinged with madness. The sight frightened his wife and 2 daughters into holding their breath. After a moment the laughter subsided. Yue-chun. Yes, father. Lin Yue-chun hurried forward. Help your mother and me publish a declaration in the newspaper as well. Lin Hongda's tone was flat and cold, utterly devoid of emotion. Say that we are severing all familial ties with Lin Can and expel that unfilial son from the Lin family genealogy. Lin Yue-chun paused, then nodded. Very well, father. I will call my colleague right away. Huirong. Old Lin. Qin Huirong approached and took his hand. Let us simply pretend we never gave birth to that rebellious son. It should have been done long ago. Qin Huirong snorted coldly. Come, I will accompany you upstairs. Soon the living room was left with only Aunt Lu, who was clearing the dining table. The crack beneath the bedroom door slowly closed. Lin Hao locked his door, opened his computer, and a chilling smile curled upon his lips, his heart brimming with satisfaction. The vast Lin family empire. No one would ever threaten him again. It was July and even at night the air remained oppressively hot. Lin Can exited the hospital, medicine in hand, his body aching but slightly relieved. After pondering for a moment, he reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello. Bro Can. A booming voice came through the line. Can you come over? I'm in a team match. Give me a sec, I'll log off, put on my shoes and head down. Send me the location. Hearing the urgent tone on the other end, a warmth stirred in Lin Can's heart. 20 minutes later a taxi pulled up before Lin Can. A dark-skinned burly young man stepped out, a full 1.9 meters tall, standing nearly 8 centimeters taller than Lin Can. Han Cohen. Lin Can's closest brother from 3 years of high school. Their profound friendship began on the school basketball court. When Han Cohen had sprained both ankles, Lin Can had wordlessly hoisted him onto his back and carried him all the way to the infirmary in one breathless sprint. The towering lad was so moved he nearly dropped to his knees to swear brotherhood. Later during an arm wrestling contest, Han Kuan, who had gone unbeaten throughout the entire school, was defeated by Lin Can and bowed in utter admiration. By his academic standing alone, Han Kuan should never have gained admission to Jiangzhou University. But Lin Can patiently devoted his spare time to tutoring him, relentlessly pushing his grades upward. On the day of the college entrance exam, one suffered from food poisoning while the other performed beyond his limits. As a result, the two continued as classmates. "Damn it, bro, did you get into a fight?" Noticing the bruises on Lin Can's face and the bag of medicine in his hand, Han Kuan immediately grew indignant. "Why didn't you call me? That's seriously unbro-like." "Well, I've severed ties with the Lin family." Lin Can lifted the woven bag in his hand. Han Kuan blinked, then slapped Lin Can on the shoulder and laughed. "Good riddance. None of those people in your family are decent. You should have cut them off ages ago. Haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's go." He took the woven bag from Lin Can's hands. "Hey, wait, that taxi. Are you in a hurry to catch death?" The taxi driver, daring not to retaliate, was forced to stop. Han Kuan's home was a place Lin Can had visited once before, not far from the city center. The car pulled into the residential compound and stopped downstairs. "My mom made extra dishes. Come on, let's head up and eat." Han Kuan led the way, carrying the woven bag. Lin Can hesitated, then decided to voice his request. "Kunzi, wait a moment. What is it?" Han Kuan turned back. Could you lend me some money?" "How much?" 100,000 yuan. Han Kuan paused and started calculating. "I've saved a little over 10,000. When I got into university, I received over 20,000 in red envelope gifts. Together that's less than 40,000. No worries, I'll ask my parents for the rest right away. I'll make sure to scrape together the full 100,000. His ready promise made Lin Can feel somewhat awkward. Let me stop by and buy some fruit for your uncle and aunt." "What fruit?" "Don't bother." Han Kuan wrapped an arm around Lin Can's shoulder and roughly guided him upstairs. The moment the door opened, a middle-aged man with thinning hair about 1.6 meters tall greeted them at the entrance with a broad smile. It was Han Kuan's father, whom Lin Can had met before. "Little Can, you're here. Come in, come in." Han Kuan's mother emerged from the kitchen and joined them in the living room, a simple and sincere smile gracing her face. "Little Can, our Han Kuan only got into university thanks to you. Treat this place like your own home, please do not stand on ceremony. There are washed fruits on the coffee table, drinks in the fridge, and the dishes will be ready shortly." "Old Han, what are you just standing there for? Go fetch something for the boy." Hearing this, Lin Can was deeply touched, yet a trace of bitterness surfaced in his heart. Every home is truly different. Dinner was lavish, a full spread of 8 dishes and soup for 4. With chicken drumsticks and beef on the menu, Lin Can's bowl never went empty without him needing to reach for it himself. Just as the meal was drawing to a close, Han Kuan suddenly rose to his feet. "Mom, Dad, come with me for a moment." Both Han parents looked startled and followed their son into the room with puzzled expressions. Watching the closed door, Lin Can's heart grew uneasy. Fortunately, no sounds of argument came from within. Soon the door opened and the three returned to the dining table. "Little Can, auntie will ladle you another bowl of soup." Despite Lin Can's protests, Han Kuan's mother took the bowl and headed straight for the kitchen. Uncle Han, if I may ask, might I trouble you about what you need the money for?" The moment the words left Han Kuan's father's mouth, he was shot a warning glare by his own son and an awkward expression crossed his face. "Uncle Han." Lin Can considered for a moment and decided to be honest. "I plan to make a small investment." "What kind of investment?" Han Kuan's father showed a hint of curiosity. Han Kuan immediately grew impatient. "Dad, are you annoying or what?" All right, I won't ask anymore. Let's eat first." After dinner, Han Kuan's father led Lin Can into the room and directly pulled a bank card from his pocket. "Little Can, there is 100,000 yuan in this card. Take it and invest boldly. Even if you lose it all, there is no need to repay." Lin Can quickly assured him, "Rest assured, Uncle Han. I will definitely pay it back. Let me write you an IOU." "Little Can, let me finish." Han Kuan's father interrupted him, his expression grave. "You do not need to repay the money, but you must promise me one thing." "Uncle Han, what do you mean?" Lin Can did not take the bank card. Han's father gestured for Lin Can to sit down, took out a cigarette and lit it himself. After taking a drag, he sighed deeply. "Shao Can, you know what kind of person that rascal Han Kuan is? He's been fearless since childhood. When he was little back in our hometown, he would tie a few mineral water bottles around his waist and dare to swim across the river, then swim back. It nearly scared his mother and me out of our wits. In the years since we moved to the city for school, we've had to pay out tens of thousands in medical fees alone. We've scolded him and beaten him, but there's no helping it. Personality is something innate. Now that the kid is grown up, we can't control him anymore. Lin Can nodded, agreeing with Han's father's words. In his previous life, Han Kuan indeed got into Jiangzhou University with him, but within a few days of the semester, while treating classmates to barbecue, he got into a conflict that caused quite a commotion. As the instigator, he was naturally expelled by the school. You could say he hadn't even had time to warm his dormitory bed. That day, as it happened, his second sister Lin Yuechen had asked Lin Can to go home and fetch something to deliver to the TV station, so he was unable to prevent the conflict. Afterward, Lin Can felt indescribably guilty. But since he had been reborn, he was determined to make up for this regret. Lin Can silently pondered. Xiao Can, you two have been close for 3 years of high school, and now you've both gotten into the same university and both applied for the finance major. It's a fate that's been cultivated over 8 lifetimes. Han's father said earnestly he won't listen to anyone, but he always follows your words. So during these college years, your uncle wants to ask you to help keep this rascal in check and keep him from going astray. Whatever you plan to do, please take him alone. Your uncle believes that under your influence, Han Kuan will surely save his mother and me a lot of worry. So what do you think? Can you promise your uncle? His tone was almost pleading. Uncle Han, rest assured I will take good care of Han Kuan. In his previous life, after Han Kuan was expelled, he didn't want to take over the family's small business and often hung around with a bunch of bad friends outside. As a result, he ended up serving a few years for intentional injury. Remembering the heartbreaking scene of visiting him in prison, Lin Can silently made up his mind. Fine. Han's father was overjoyed. He stuffed the bank card into Lin Can's hand and absolutely refused to let him write any IOU. While Lin Can and Han Kuan were washing the dishes, Han's mother had already made up the guest room bed. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, the two hurried out the door and took a bus directly to the southern suburbs of Jiangzhou City. A single room with kitchen and bathroom for 350 a month. After Lin Can's bargaining, the final deal was settled. The lease was for 2 months, including utilities, for a total of 900 yuan, no refund if not staying the full period. Then the two returned to Han Kuan's home, packed their bedding and moved in. When they left, Han's mother specifically handed a large bag of fruit and a carton of milk to Han Kuan and reminded Lin Can that he was still growing and shouldn't skimp on nutrition to save money. In the living room, Han's father sat on the sofa holding a teacup in his left hand with his phone on the coffee table, watching the stock market. Old Han, do you think Xiao can make money from his investments? Han's mother brought over a plate of fruit and sat down. Han's father looked up, took a slow sip of tea, and revealed a knowing smile of profound wisdom. Needless to say, it will definitely be a loss. Ha! But don't worry. Han's father analyzed methodically. Xiao Can is smart and steady with a tenacious spirit. I reckon it will take a while for him to lose all of that 100,000. Young people, when they first step out into the world, encountering some storms and setbacks may not be a bad thing for their future growth. You also said Xiao Can is smart. What if he makes money? 2 different things. Han's father laughed. Doing business and investing rely on experience and insight. In this regard, Xiao Can is a complete novice. The probability of making money is practically zero. Take it slow. Losing a bit of money is no big deal. It's good for our kid to learn some experience. Look, honey, it's up 3 points in the first 10 minutes of trading. That's called expertise. From now on at home, please call me by my English name, Han Fight. What a show-off. Han's mother teased with a laugh. The two arrived at the rented house, bought some daily necessities, and did a simple cleaning. Then Lin Can took Han Kuan straight to the bank. After getting a bank card, he transferred the 100,000 yuan that Han's father had given into his own account. Downloading the stock trading app, facial verification for account opening, transferring money in. After the series of operations, Han Kuan understood. Can Gu, you're going to trade stocks? MHM. Lin Can nodded, already searching for the stock he wanted on the app. In his previous life, although he had studied finance, his understanding of the stock market was quite limited. Having been reborn, his memory had not improved. Several well-known stocks were also in a period of fluctuation at the time, making them hard to grasp. Therefore, making money through stock trading in the short term was not that simple. Fortunately, there was one event from his previous life that he remembered particularly vividly. In the first few days of university, a roommate named Su Xingjian was constantly startling and sighing in the dormitory, slapping his thigh so hard it was almost swollen. A stock that hit 13 consecutive daily limit ups in 1 month, quadrupling in value. How the hell did I miss it? Oh pitiless heavens, why are you so unkind to me? In his words, with 5,000 yuan in hand, he was full of ambition, ready to stir up a storm in the stock market. But alas, it was a matter of timing and fate. Soon after he got a girlfriend and the 5,000 yuan was gone in a week. His dream of being a stock god throughout the summer vacation was stillborn. Soon, Lin Can found the stock he had heard about so often that his ears were tired of it. He felt a surge of excitement inside. Su Xinjian, good roommate, I will fulfill your dream for you. Kanggu, if you're going to trade stocks you could ask my dad for advice, Han Kuan kindly reminded him. He's an experienced stock investor. No need. Lin Can shook his head then looked at Han Kuan with a serious expression. Kunzi, do you trust me or your dad? What the hell kind of question is that? Han Kuan answered without hesitation, of course I trust you. Then whatever I buy you buy. Whenever I sell you sell. Dare you? Absolutely I dare. Han Kuan suddenly slapped his thigh. We're brothers, if we lose together. Lin Can was speechless. Can you say something nice? Han Kuan scratched his head and chuckled. Then he also downloaded the same stock trading app and transferred 38,000 from his bank card into it. Stock accounts cannot trade on the same day they are opened, but that didn't matter at all. Lin Can had looked at that stock. It was currently in a sideways consolidation phase and the breakout was probably still a few days away. At noon the two ordered 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish at a small nearby restaurant. While waiting for the food, Lin Can bought a copy of today's Jiangzhou Life Daily and carefully searched through it on the table. Null. At the entrance of Jiangzhou City Library, Han Kuan's face was as gloomy as if he were at a funeral. Bro, have mercy on me. Even now in my dreams thinking about those months before the college entrance exam when you had me under your thumb, sends cold sweats pouring down my back. You survived those several months, these few days won't kill you. Lin Can dragged and pulled him, finally hauling him inside. Come on Han Kuan, give me face. I'll treat you to a proper feast at noon. I just fall asleep anyway, Han Kuan grumbled. Up to you as long as you don't snore and disturb others. Despite his protests once inside the library, Han Kuan seemed to absorb the atmosphere and found himself a web novel with the typical overpowered protagonist trope, reading it with genuine interest. Lin Can appreciated this trait in him, the apparent impulsiveness and hot-tempered nature that made him a natural trouble magnet, yet beneath it all he possessed a clear moral compass able to tell right from wrong. After browsing the shelves for a moment, Lin Can selected a finance book. Specifically one about virtual currencies. Though he had studied finance in his previous life, he had never actually engaged with this subject. Given Lin Can's steady nature, he had always felt the risks were too great, akin to gambling. But since he had been reborn and was eager to strengthen himself, the calculus changed entirely. It was 2017. Lin Can clearly recalled a finance lecture before New Year's Day where the professor spent nearly 10 minutes discussing Bitcoin, his words tinged with regret and frustration over missing what could have been wealth freedom. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was something he had to seize. Of course he would still purchase it, but gaining knowledge about the field beforehand was essential. As Lin Can opened the book, he also took out a pen and notebook to make notes. Whenever he encountered concepts that were difficult to grasp, he used his phone to search online. Unaware of the passing time, over 2 hours slipped by. Lin Can set down his pen and did a simple eye exercise while Han Kuan beside him remained lost in his novel, occasionally laughing to himself. Just as he was about to lower his head and continue, a girl sitting at a table ahead caught his attention. She wore a pale yellow floral dress with a simple ponytail, barefaced and beautiful with bright eyes and gleaming teeth. From Lin Can's angle he could even see her white socks and sneakers. Her beauty was not only stunning but also the kind that grew more appealing the longer one looked, exactly the type that captured every teenage boy's heart. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that Lin Can knew her. To be precise, in his previous life she had been the class monitor of Class 3 Finance Department, grade 2017 at Jiangzhou University. In his memory she had been a responsible class monitor, but due to her personality she was not particularly popular among her classmates. Warm-hearted. Did she enjoy lecturing others? Perhaps somewhere between the two. Neither quite fit. In his previous life he had barely interacted with her. The total number of words they exchanged throughout 4 years of university could be counted on one hand. Who would have thought that after being reborn the two of them would cross paths in the library? As if in a daze, Lu Yutong also raised her head and looked over. When their gazes met, Lin Can didn't look away, simply holding the quiet stare. After a moment he gave her a lingering glance before lowering his eyes to resume reading. Half an hour passed. Han Kuan beside him, likely worn out from reading, whispered, "Bro, I'm getting sleepy." "Then go ahead and sleep." Lin Can replied without looking up. "Aren't you coming with me?" "Get lost." After teasing him with a laugh he added, "Put the book back when you're done, don't drool on it." Though their conversation was hushed, Lu Yutong must have heard it, unable to suppress a soft laugh. Around 11:30 Lin Can woke Han Kuan. Sure enough, there was a small puddle of drool on the table. After wiping it clean with a tissue, Lin Can let him out of the library. For lunch they had weight portion fast food. Han Kuan looked somewhat disappointed. Bro, is this it? Just tell me if it's plentiful enough. Lin Can gestured toward the dozens of dishes in front of him. Han Kuan grinned broadly and called out loudly, boss, give me 3 chicken legs, 3 portions of dompa pork and 3 pig trotters as well. This made Lin Can's eyelids twitch. He should have just taken him to a cheap buffet instead. After eating they took a ride back to their rental apartment. Han Kuan lay on the bed for an afternoon nap while Lin Can prepared for his evening street stall. At 5 o'clock sharp he set up his stall at the same favorable location. Drawing on yesterday's experience, Lin Can added fried rice noodles and stir-fried wheat noodles to his offerings. By 10:30, having busied himself until then, he told Han Kuan to head back first. Get some rest early, I'll meet you at the residential compound gate tomorrow morning. Bro, you're not taking me to the library again, are you? Lin Can smiled without answering. He didn't pack up and return to the apartment until nearly midnight. Though more exhausting than the previous day, the earnings had increased to 615 yuan. Several students had purchased half portions, and though the servings hadn't been significantly reduced, he still only charged 5 yuan. The next morning the two of them returned to the library to pick up where they had left off. About 10 minutes later a familiar figure appeared ahead. Lin Can glanced up. Class monitor Lu had changed clothes today, a light blue t-shirt paired with jeans radiating youthful energy. At 11:30 that noon Lin Can woke Han Kuan on schedule and they left together. They didn't exchange much throughout the day. On the third day, barely half an hour into their time at the library, Han Kuan couldn't stay seated any longer. Bro, I'm going out for a walk. Go ahead, just don't wander too far. Not long after a girl's voice reached his ears. Excuse me, may I sit here? Lin Can looked up to see Lu Yutong gesturing toward the seat opposite him. Despite his surprise, he agreed almost instinctively. Go ahead, class Lu. Oh no, his mouth had gotten ahead of his thoughts. What did you say? Lu Yutong had clearly heard him, her delicate brows furrowing slightly with confusion. Lin Can quickly tried to recover. I said Luban. Lu Yutong. Lin Can kept his head down and continued taking notes, deciding to drop the matter entirely. After a brief silence, Lu Yutong's voice spoke up again. Student, you're interested in buying virtual currency, right? This time it was Lin Can who was bewildered. Why do you ask? Is it not obvious enough? Lu Yutong pointed to the book and notebook on the table before Lin Can, a light smile playing on her lips. Just learning about it. Lin Can said this and immediately regretted it. He didn't really need to explain himself to her. You haven't bought it yet? Lu Yutong asked again. Lin Can shook his head. Lu Yutong hesitated for a moment, her rosy-cheeked face full of earnestness. I think you'd better not buy it. Virtual currency carries significant risk and you appear to be around my age. If you were to get caught up in it. Student, would you find me too wordy? Not at all. I'll take your advice seriously. Thank you. Lin Can said these words aloud, but inwardly he couldn't help but sigh with resignation. Class monitor Lu, you truly embody the stereotypes I held about you from my past life. I'm really not lying to you. Lu Yutong, seeing that he wasn't taking her words to heart, continued to advise, I have an uncle who lost quite a bit of money speculating on something called Bitcoin. Gazing at the flawless pure face before him, Lin Can in a moment of daze recalled something she had done when she served as class monitor in her past life. Every month she used her own money to top up 500 yuan onto the meal cards of 2 classmates who hadn't qualified for financial aid. And she did it under the school's name, so those 2 students remained completely unaware. Lin Can had only learned of this incident by chance from a roommate. This classmate, barely a month senior to him, was so kind that she verged on being naively selfless. Lin Can admitted that after enduring so much grievance and malice at the Lin family estate, he was genuinely moved by Lu Yutong's sincere and well-intentioned advice. But sister, don't stop me from making money. Well, Lin Can pondered for a moment, then had an idea. I'm short on cash right now. I want to take a shot at this. Lu Yutong paused, curiosity flickering in her eyes. How much do you need? You wouldn't actually lend it to me. They were practically strangers, she didn't even know his name, yet Lin Can asked this precisely to dissuade her. How much? Lu Yutong blinked her pretty eyes. Such an innocent gesture truly left Lin Can speechless. Could someone really be this naive? While his own behavior at the Lin family in his past life had seemed rather simple-minded as well. Lin Can looked at Lu Yutong and cautiously held up a open palm. 50,000. Lu Yutong's delicate brows lifted slightly. Lin Can was startled for a moment before hastily recovering. Is that possible? Lu Yutong took out her phone and glanced at it, a hint of apology touching her features. Can I transfer it to you tomorrow? Lin Can nodded, still feeling bewildered. Shouldn't you ask my name first, miss? Hello, I'm Lu Yutong. Lin Can. Can as in brilliance. Let's add each other on social media. Come to the library tomorrow and I'll transfer the money to you. Lu Yutong opened her phone to display her QR code and Lin Can scanned it without hesitation. When he walked out of the library at noon, Lin Can still felt as though he were dreaming. He told Han Koan about the whole thing and Han Koan found it equally hard to believe. Have you two met before? Lin Can shook his head, thinking to himself that while he certainly recognized her, she certainly didn't recognize him. I get it. Han Koan's eyes lit up. Get what? She likes you. The Lin family mansion. At lunch, Lin Hongda sat with a grim expression, saying nothing but feeling restless inside. What's wrong, Lao Lin? Qin Huirong, seated beside him, asked with concern. A project we had previously finalized has fallen through. Business is never smooth sailing, she replied. Dad. Lin Hao put down his chopsticks, straightened his posture and said earnestly. When I graduate from university, I'll join our family company and share your workload. Then you won't have to work so hard. These words warmed Lin Hongda's heart. Watching his wife affectionately stroke Lin Hao's hair, he could not help but think again of that rebellious son who had called the police on him. Born of the same mother, why was the difference so vast? Wife. Lin Hongda sighed heavily, his face stern. I've been thinking these past couple of days. That rebellious son of ours has turned out this way. I bear some responsibility too. Qin Huirong frowned. To raise a child without proper discipline is the father's fault. Lin Hongda continued, after all, he carries the. This is Lin family blood. We cannot simply stand by and watch the disobedient son walk step by step into the abyss. He might even drag us down with him. Dad. Lin Lanlin, who had remained silent throughout, finally spoke up. What are you trying to say? Lin Hongda put down his chopsticks and tossed out a sentence before heading upstairs. Find that rebellious son of ours and make him kneel in the living room to reflect for 2 hours. Lanlin, you handle this matter. At the dining table, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Mom. Where am I supposed to find him? Lin Lanlan was at a loss. Qin Huirong let out a cold snort, her expression somewhat grim. She truly had no desire to deal with that disobedient son. She had labored through pregnancy and childbirth only to raise an ungrateful child. Why couldn't he be more like Xiao Hao, so considerate and sensible? But since her husband had given the order, she would have to find him regardless. After all, whatever trouble he got into on the outside would still bring trouble to the Lin family. Just send him a message. Okay. Lin Lanlan took out her phone, composed a message and sent it to Lin Can. However, a red exclamation mark appeared. What did this mean? Had that bastard actually blocked her? Did he not even consider his older sister worth responding to? Lin Lanlan was instantly consumed by anger. She had always been the one doing the blocking, never expecting that the first person to block her would be. He blocked me. Lin Lanlan's face turned cold as she ground out those words through clenched teeth. Contact his school teachers. But he already graduated from high school. Seeing her mother could offer no further suggestions, Lin Lanlan waved her hand irritably. Never mind, I'll figure it out myself. As the daughter of a top 3 enterprise chairman in Jiangzhou City, she might not command absolute authority, but the connections and influence her status brought were no small matter. After a few phone calls, she began to get leads. Lin Lanlan continued using her phone to arrange for someone to investigate Lin Can's whereabouts. By 4 in the afternoon, she finally received a clear tip and drove out. She was going to confront him face to face and demand to know what gave this rebellious younger brother the audacity to block her. A red Porsche was parked by the roadside. Lin Lanlan sat in the car and spotted that familiar figure from about 50 meters away. She was about to open the car door, march over and interrogate him first, then convey her father's instructions, but after a moment's thought she held herself back. So he's actually running a street stall selling fried rice. Is this the confidence behind writing his parents an IOU for 100,000 yuan? How impressive. Truly remarkable. If this got out, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? He truly shows no regard for the Lin family's reputation at all. Lin Lanlan sneered and began observing secretly from inside the car. But the more she watched, the more restless she became. Why does the business seem rather good? Oh right, this kid can actually cook. That's about the only merit he has. At this rate, if he earned 300 to 500 a day, he might actually manage to scrape together the tuition before the semester started. Looks like second sister had underestimated this kid. Finally, Lin Lanlan could no longer contain herself. She checked her reflection in the mirror, reapplied her makeup with a confident touch, then pushed open the car door and strode directly toward the fried rice stall. Lin Can had a towel draped around his neck, occasionally wiping the sweat from his face. Han Cohen was helping out nearby, pre-portioning rice into containers and packing orders once they were cooked. Suddenly a fragrant aroma drifted over. "Hello, what would you like to eat?" Lin Can tossed the wok without so much as looking up and said, "They're all 10 yuan per portion." "Lin, can you really have some nerve? I see you're making hundreds of yuan a day, you'll save up 100,000 pretty soon, won't you?" A familiar voice rang out. Lin Can raised his head and looked at Lin Lanlan standing before him, dressed exquisitely with a designer bag slung over her shoulder, and couldn't help but frown. He then lowered his head and continued finishing the fried rice in his hands. This gesture obviously infuriated Lin Lanlan, who raised her voice. "Lin Can, is that any way to treat me?" Sprinkling green onions, turning off the heat, stir-frying a few more times and serving it out. Lin Can packed the dish into a plastic bag and handed it to the customer, murmuring a thanks without a word to Lin Lanlan. However, Han Cohen beside him could no longer contain himself. "Who the fuck do you think you are?" Those 5 casually thrown words instantly sent Lin Lanlan into a fit of rage. She wanted to fire back but seemed intimidated by Han Cohen's burly frame and oppressive thuggish demeanor, so she redirected her anger toward Lin Can. "Lin, can you associate with this kind of person? You've truly disappointed me. You damn." Han Cohen was about to fly into a rage when Lin Can held him back. His gaze burned intensely as he stared at Lin Lanlan and spoke solemnly. "Lin Lanlan, first of all, I have nothing to do with you. Second, who I choose to be friends with is none of your business. And finally, please do not disturb my work. Have I made myself clear?" "You." Lin Lanlan pointed at Lin Can, too flustered to form coherent words. "You stubborn ingrate. You earned a few coins and think you're untouchable now. Why, you're associating with all sorts of disreputable." She didn't finish her sentence, for Han Cohen's expression had genuinely frightened her. As the daughter of the chairman of Hongda Group, there was truly no need to provoke a scum of society. "Lin Lanlan, are you sick in the head or something?" Lin Can asked coldly. "Weren't you present the day I left the Lin family? You must have nothing better to do." "You." Lin Lanlan ceased her futile verbal sparring and scoffed. "Do you think I wanted to come find you? Dad gave the order. You go home and kneel in the living room for 2 hours and he'll forgive you. If you continue to persist in your obstinacy." She glanced at Han Cohen, then quickly averted her eyes. "Sooner or later you'll regret this." At that moment a customer arrived at the stall and ordered a portion of fried rice. Lin Can lit the stove and heated the wok, cracked an egg and seized the brief pause to look up at Lin Lanlan. "All right, I've delivered your message. Please leave. Are you going to come home or not? Get lost." Lin Lanlan's face flushed red and she stormed off in indignation. Han Cohen watched her retreating figure, spat on the ground and muttered, "What an idiot." Seeing Han Cohen's behavior, Lin Can felt both annoyed and amused. "Kunzi. What's up, bro?" Han Cohen's expression was quite sour. "Just now, if you hadn't stopped me, I would have slapped her right across the face." "And then?" Lin Can asked. "And then?" "Then I'd have vented my frustration. And after that, Uncle and Auntie Han would be paying compensation. Going to the detention center to watch you sob and bawl." Lin Can patted Han Cohen on the shoulder and advised patiently, "This isn't a matter of principle or dignity. There's no need to get yourself tangled in trouble, it's not worth it. We're both adults now, we should learn to handle things like adults." "Bro, what kind of way do adults use?" Han Cohen scratched his head, confused. Lin Can thought about it for a moment, realized he couldn't figure it out either, and perfunctorily replied, "Still learning." "Damn it. Lin, can you really have some nerve? So are you coming back or not? Get lost." The recording on the phone finished playing. Inside the luxurious Lin family mansion, in the vast living room, Lin Hongda and Qin Huirong both maintained gloomy expressions throughout, their faces filled with anger. Lin Lanlan was even more furious, repeatedly cursing. "Mom, Dad, you heard it too. This ungrateful bastard has made up his mind to cut ties with our Lin family. He's as stubborn as a turtle swallowing a weight. We were only trying to help him before he drove himself into a dead end. He's also consorting with scum from society, colluding with the worst elements. Oof. It's true what they say, mountains may shift but nature never changes. He's acting all high and mighty just because he sells some cheap fried rice. You two weren't there to see his face, it made me so angry." Lin Hongda waved his hand expressionlessly. "That's enough, Lanlan. I understand. Dad, in the future, if anything like this comes up, have eldest sister or second sister handle it. I never want to see that ungrateful dog again. There won't be a next time." Lin Hongda sneered repeatedly, a trace of anger flickering across his face as he exuded the authority and presence of a successful businessman. Since this rebellious son has such a vile record, shows no remorse and is this ruthless, there's no need for us to continue indulging him. Doesn't he want to completely sever ties with our Lin family? Then let's fulfill his wish. Wife, where's that IOU your rebellious son wrote? Jin Huirong paused briefly. I've kept it safe. Ask Shuyun to come back for dinner another day and give her the IOU Lin Hongda instructed. In 2 months have her take that note to the rebellious son and demand repayment. Lin Shuyun, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, currently works at a law firm in Jiangzhou City. All right. Jin Huirong nodded and walked over to pat Lin Hongda on the back. Old Lin, I've been saying this all along, let him fend for himself. There's no need to damage our health over that rebellious son. At that moment Lin Hao suddenly spoke up. Mom, Dad, I'll go back to my room to study now. Go ahead. Make sure to balance rest and work, don't overexert yourself. Jin Huirong's face showed a doting smile. The moment the bedroom door closed, his innocent expression vanished instantly, replaced by a dark and cunning look on Lin Hao's face. Lin Hongda, you old bastard, really know how to give me difficult problems. 2 months to pay back 100,000, you expect that fool Lin Can to rob a bank? If he can't repay it by then, are you actually going to sue him? Lin Hao shook his head. Based on his understanding of his father, the father would never expose family matters in public. At that point, if Lin Can showed some weakness, wouldn't he just be able to return to the Lin family? No. That can't happen. Lin Hao gritted his teeth, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. Should he have someone beat up Lin Can? Then drive him out of Jiangzhou. But the moment the thought arose, he dismissed it. Lin Can is stubborn, if pushed too far he might escalate things and implicate himself. What should he do then? Could he ask eldest sister to cover the money for him? Still no, the selfish Lin Shuyun would never pay this out. 100,000 he could easily spare himself. But if he openly stepped up to help Lin Can repay the debt, it would easily raise suspicion about his motives. Lin Hao pondered over and over but found no good solution, growing increasingly frustrated inside. Suddenly his phone rang. A classmate had sent him a website link. Something dormant within Lin Hao seemed to awaken instantly, and he grew excited at once. He locked his door, logged onto the website, put on his headphones, and his mind pictured the alluring black-stockinged legs of his second sister Lin Yuechen. At 9:30 in the morning, Lin Can was absent-mindedly flipping through a book. Just as he thought he might be stood up, Lu Yutong appeared at the entrance of the library reading room. She was wearing the same clothes as yesterday, youthful and graceful. The only change was a slight adjustment to her hairstyle, with a red bow added atop her head. When she spotted him, her gaze did not waver, instead it carried a faint hint of a smile. Lin Can breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the 50,000 yuan was as good as secured. He had originally planned to ask for 5,000 to discourage Lu Yutong, but he hadn't expected the kindness and innocence of his former class monitor to far exceed his expectations. Her financial strength was also considerable. Lu Yutong sat down opposite him, pointed at Han Kuan beside her, and blinked as she whispered, Lin Can, is this your friend? Aren't you going to introduce us? Oh. Lin Can elbowed Han Kuan, who then lifted his head and let out a silly grin. Han Kuan, the character Kuan, is the one from the Kunlun Mountains. Lu Yutong, we only met yesterday. After a brief introduction, the three of them got to know each other. To Lin Can's surprise, Han Kuan, who was usually fearless, showed a hint of shyness. Lin Can, I already agreed to lend you the money. Lu Yutong noticed the book and notes in front of Lin Can and furrowed her delicate brows slightly. You're not still thinking of buying virtual currency, are you? No. Lin Can shook his head and quickly explained, this book has only a few pages left. I want to finish it. Then promise me you won't buy virtual currency. Lu Yutong's gaze was suspicious, her expression serious. All right. Lin Can agreed without hesitation. I promise you I won't use the money you lent me to buy virtual currency. Really? Absolutely. Fine, I'll transfer it to you. Lu Yutong took out her phone from the small bag she carried. Just before transferring, she seemed to recall something important and asked seriously, then. When will you pay me back? Lin Can calculated in his mind and replied with unwavering certainty, no later than National Day. Don't worry, I'm studying at Jiangzhou University, so I won't cheat you and run off. Jiangzhou University. Lu Yutong's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. Lin Can pointed at Han Kuan beside him. Kuan and I are both going to Jiangzhou University. We'll enroll after the summer vacation. Then he saw the expression he had expected on Lu Yutong's face. What a coincidence. Lu Yutong was quite surprised. Are you too? Lin Can asked, feigning ignorance. Lu Yutong didn't answer. Instead, she pulled up a picture from her phone album and showed it to Lin Can. It was the admission notice from Jiangzhou University. After Han Kuan saw it, his gaze shifted between the two of them and he chuckled to himself. Ding. The sound of the phone transfer notification rang out. Lin Can took out his phone and glanced at it. Sure enough, a solid 50,000 yuan. He was in a great mood and suggested softly, since we're going to be schoolmates, how about we have a meal together at the nearby mall? My treat. The moment food was mentioned, Han Kuan perked up. Bro, I want to eat crab. No problem. Lin Can nodded and turned to Lu Yutong with a questioning look. How about a seafood buffet? All right. I guess. Lu Yutong bit her lip, a hint of helplessness in her eyes, as if complaining that Lin Can hadn't given her a chance to refuse. At noon, just past 11, Lin Can led the two of them to the dining area on the 6th floor of the mall. The seafood buffet was 199 yuan per person. Although the Lin family ran one of the top 3 enterprises in Zhengzhou, Lin Can honestly had never eaten at a buffet of this price before. Inexplicably, bitter memories flooded his mind. He remembered once when he had taken a chicken leg, and because Lin Hao said he wanted to eat it too, his mother Qin Huirong had taken the chicken leg from his bowl and put it into Lin Hao's. He couldn't even complain. If he did, he would be called inconsiderate for not cherishing his younger brother. From then on, except for holidays, Lin Can rarely ate at the table. On weekends at home, he would eat at different times, going to the kitchen to make himself a simple meal. After they sat down, Lu Yutong and Han Kuan went to get their food. Lin Can took out his phone and withdrew the 50,000 yuan he had received into his bank card. Then he opened the stock trading app. Shanha Mining. The stock price was still fluctuating slightly around 8 yuan, showing no sign of becoming a speculative stock. Lin Can muttered to himself. Could it be that his rebirth had triggered some butterfly effect? He couldn't quite remember the exact day the stock would take off. Hoping everything would go smoothly. After a moment of deliberation, Lin Can decisively transferred the 50,000 yuan into his stock account. And once again he bought all of Shanha Mining. Oh, Lin Can. You borrowed money from me to speculate in stocks. Lu Yutong's voice suddenly sounded behind him, startling Lin Can into quickly putting away his phone. Lu Yutong sat down beside Lin Can, her fair and rosy face flushed with anger. I saw it all, she said huffily. I hate it when people lie to me. Lin Can's head began to ache. He gave an awkward smile. What did I lie to you about? You said you were short of money. I am short of money. My position isn't enough. I thought you promised me you wouldn't buy virtual currency. I didn't buy any either. Lu Yutong was momentarily speechless. The moment she had inadvertently seen Lin Can's stock account, she felt deceived by him. He had spare money to invest in stocks, yet he borrowed from her. And he was about the same age as her, hadn't even enrolled in university yet, and was already diving into the stock market. What was the difference between that and throwing money away? It was too unreliable. Lu Yutong felt she had to salvage her 50,000 yuan. Give me back my money. I've already bought the shares. Lin Can smiled helplessly. Let me see. All right. Lin Can unlocked his phone and opened the stock trading app. Just then Han Kuan returned with several plates of food. Bro, why are you two sitting together? What are you chatting about? Lu Yutong wants to check my stock account. Hearing this, Han Kuan also got up and leaned in. Lu Yutong stared at the numbers on the stock account and the completed transaction notification and silently groaned. Why couldn't she have appeared a few seconds earlier? This future schoolmate was far too unreliable. Who invests in stocks like that, putting all their eggs in one basket? And he had bought a stock she had never even heard of. Shanha Mining. A company with no reputation, how could it have any growth potential? See? I didn't lie to you. Don't worry, I said I'd pay you back before October, and I will. Lin Can's confident voice sounded in her ear, but Lu Yutong couldn't hear a word of it. Just as she was about to open her mouth and order Lin Can to sell the stock tomorrow and return the money, the candlestick chart of Shanha Mining suddenly changed. In almost a second, a vertical upward line appeared. Lu Yutong's beautiful eyes widened and she opened her mouth in astonishment. The scene before her unfolded with such drama that Lu Yutong couldn't help but feel a momentary illusion that her eyes were deceiving her. Her understanding of the stock market surpassed that of most of her peers. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Yutong fully grasped just how fortunate Lin Can's recent moves had been. Borrowing money to add to his position, then hitting the daily limit instantly afterward. What's wrong? Lin Can noticed the unusual expression on Lu Yutong's face and instinctively glanced back at his phone. Shanha Mining stock price 8.89 yuan. He let out a long breath of relief internally. It was finally starting to move. The only downside was that Lu Yutong had distracted him, causing him to miss that magical moment witnessing a speculative stock soar. Including the 50,000 I lent you, you've made 15,000 in just over a minute. Lu Yutong blinked, puzzled. Why don't you seem excited at all? Lin Can forced a slight smile. Well, he who harbors thunderous bolts within yet maintains a calm face as a still lake may be appointed as senior general. Lu Yutong rolled her eyes in disdain. By this time Han King sitting nearby had gradually come to his senses. Bro, did the stocks make money? Yeah, Lin Can nodded. Damn it, why didn't you say something sooner? Han King hastily fished his phone from his pocket, logged into his stock trading app and opened his portfolio. He couldn't make heads or tails of stock analysis, but he could read numbers. A principal of 38,000 had grown to 41,800, a full 10% gain. Bro, you're simply too incredible. Han King grinned widely, then glanced at Lu Yutong and forcibly swallowed the final character. Too incredible. Alright, keep it down. Let's eat first. Lin Can placed the dishes they had brought into the pot and stood up to prepare a dipping sauce. Bro, I'll go too. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yutong sat across from them. Recalling the moment the stock hit the daily limit, her emotions were a tangled mix. She may have been kind-hearted, but she was hardly naive. The reason she lent money to Lin Can was entirely because she had been moved by that glimpse of sincerity in his eyes. She wanted to prevent him from going astray. Moreover, the moment he had first laid eyes on her, the emotion in his gaze had felt as though he already knew her. This puzzled Lu Yutong considerably. Driven by curiosity, she had taken the initiative to introduce herself. But surprisingly, while he was looking at books related to virtual currencies, he had actually bought stocks. Even more astonishing was what happened next. At Lin Can's prompting glance, Han King also raised his drink and the three of them simply clinked glasses. Thank you, student Lu Yutong, for your generous sponsorship. Lu Yutong immediately pouted and retorted softly, Lin, can I lent you money, not so you could trade stocks? It doesn't matter. We're already in the market now. Lu Yutong set down her glass and looked directly at Lin Can. Sell the stocks when the market opens this afternoon and give me my money back. You can't sell stocks bought on the same day. Lin Can smiled. Don't give me that. Lu Yutong's lips curved slightly. Don't think I don't know, that 100,000 yuan principal of yours was definitely purchased before today, so you can sell it this afternoon. Well, Lin Can paused thoughtfully, then began to soothe her patiently. Student Lu Yutong is someone who understands the stock market. Couldn't you try opening your perspective a little? It's only one daily limit up so far. Before he could finish, Lu Yutong interrupted him. Only one daily limit. How many more do you want? Lin Can picked up a slice of lamb roll, dipped it into the sauce. Over a dozen, I suppose. Ha! Lu Yutong's eyes widened, her voice rising. Lin Can, have you lost your mind? Keep your voice down. Lin Can glanced around, feeling somewhat helpless. Student Lin Can, this way of thinking of yours is very dangerous. The stock market carries risks. If you fail to implement proper take-profit and stop-loss strategies, it's all too easy to lose everything you have. Lu Yutong set down her chopsticks, her expression grave. Today it hits the daily limit, tomorrow it could crash. Taking profits while you're ahead is the safest approach. Her expression was serious, her tone utterly earnest. Oh no, student Lu Yutong had activated her passive skill of loving to preach. Lin Can understood that she wasn't anxious for him to repay the money, rather she feared he would lose everything in the stock market. How about this? Lin Can finished his roll of meat, looked at Lu Yutong and replied earnestly, my cost basis for this stock is 8 yuan. If it rises, I'll let it run. But if it falls to 8 yuan, I'll sell everything. How does that sound? Lu Yutong arched her delicate eyebrows. A deal. A deal. Fine, I'll trust you this one time. Lu Yutong finally felt somewhat relieved. I'll go get something else. Lin Can set down his bowl and chopsticks and stood up. Just then 2 guests guided by a waiter arrived at the same dining area. This way please, ladies. Lin Can. The moment Lin Yuechen caught sight of him, she was quite taken aback. The recording from Lin Lanlan the previous day had been shared in their Three Sisters group chat. So she was already aware of Lin Can's current predicament. Selling fried rice to save up for tuition. Though she felt a sour pang upon hearing the news, Lin Yuechen still thought that her younger half-brother had at least some capability and ambition. An image naturally surfaced in her mind, him miserably skimping on food and drink, one hand clutching a steamed bun and the other a bottle of mineral water. But to her surprise, if she remembered correctly, this buffet was 199 yuan per person, right? She could afford 3 meals a day at this price herself and didn't even have to pay out of pocket. But what right did a rebellious son of the Lin family who wanted to sever ties with his parents have to be here? Or perhaps... Lin Yuechen cast a sidelong glance at Han King beside her and Lu Yutong seated across from her. Upon noticing that Lu Yutong was younger than herself and no less beautiful, her irritation only deepened. She had never heard of him having any close classmates or friends. Lin Yuechen quickly compared the economic status of Lu Yutong and Han Kang based on their clothing and immediately drew a conclusion. This meal was most likely paid for by the girl sitting across from him. Of course, it was also possible that Lin Can was simply trying to save face by acting the part. Either way, Lin Yuechen deeply looked down on Lin Can for this behavior. Instead of working hard to earn tuition money, he was only thinking of crooked shortcuts. Did he even deserve it? At that moment, Zhou Liangjuan, the son of the deputy director of the television station sitting nearby, pointed at Lin Can. "Yuechen, do you know him?" "Yeah." Lin Yuechen nodded expressionlessly. "Then shall we join them?" Zhou Liangjun asked with a fawning smile. However, before Lin Yuechen could even open her mouth to refuse, Lin Can had already furrowed his brow and completely ignored the two of them. "Excuse me, please make way." The remark was hardly damaging, but it carried a sharp sting of insult. Visibly angry, Lin Yuechen stepped directly into his path and scolded Lin Can in a stern tone. "Lin Can, what is this attitude of yours? After leaving the Lin family, have you lost even the most basic manners? Lin Yuechen, are you annoying or what?" Lin Can was also thoroughly frustrated. It had been a perfectly pleasant meal until this sarcastic, bitter person showed up. "You find me annoying?" Lin Can's indifference and coldness instantly set off Lin Yuechen's temper. "How dare you speak to me like that? I was actually worried about you since you ran away from home, whether you were eating and sleeping properly. Looks like Mom was right. You really have no upbringing." Lin Can gazed at the haughty Lin Yuechen before him, and memories of her past life actions stirred disgust within him. "Lin Yuechen, whether I have good manners or not has nothing to do with you. Put away that extremely hypocritical expression. Since you were there that day as well, please stay out of my life, understand?" Those lightly spoken words thoroughly infuriated Lin Yuechen. Meanwhile, Zhou Liangjun beside them had pieced together something from their exchange, and his mind raced. An older sister giving earnest advice, a rebellious younger brother. Or perhaps his future wife and brother-in-law. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to make a good impression? Zhou Liangjun stepped forward with an unmistakable seriousness. "So you're Lin Can?" "Apologize to Yuechen." But before Lin Can could respond, the tall man beside him suddenly rose from his seat, fixing him with an unfriendly glare. "Why would a family matter concern you? Mind your own business." The bulky dark-skinned man loomed over him, clearly no pushover, and his imposing presence overshadowed Lin Can entirely. With the goddess by his side, he couldn't afford to lose face. Zhou Liangjun pretended to shield Lin Yuechen behind him, squinting. "Want to throw hands? Kid, do you even know who I am? I'd advise you to think about the consequences." "I'll be thinking about your old." Just as Han Cohen was about to unleash his sharp retort, Lin Can shot him a warning glance that cut him off mid-sentence. Lin Can mercilessly exposed Zhou Liangjun's thinly veiled intentions. "You're pursuing Lin Yuechen, hoping to play the gallant protector. None of your business." Zhou Liangjun snorted in defiance. "I'll bet a month goes by and you haven't even held her hand." Lin Can smiled and pointed at Lin Yuechen, his words cutting deep. "Besides, I'd wager there are at least 3 simps like you in her phone." The moment the words left his mouth, Zhou Liangjun's face flushed with rage. "Who are you calling a simp?" Lin Yuechen meanwhile erupted like a cat with its tail stepped on. "Lin Can. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm warning you, slander and defamation carry legal consequences. See that? Got rattled, didn't we?" Lin Can turned to Han Cohen. Han Cohen chuckled. "Hit the nail on the head." Across the table, Lu Yutong struggled to keep a straight face while watching the spectacle unfold. "Lin Can, you're 10 to 100 times worse than Mom and Dad described." Lin Yuechen gritted out before storming off in a huff. Zhou Liangjun shot Lin Can a venomous glare before hurriedly following. Seizing the moment, Lin Can called out to keep pressing his advantage. "Kunzi, want to know why simps never get rewarded?" "Why?" "Because a simp isn't human, it's a dog." Lin Can amplified his voice, drawing a hateful glance from Zhou Liangjun over his shoulder. In the next instant, Lu Yutong couldn't contain herself anymore. A smile bloomed across her face like peach blossoms in full spring. Once the two of them had departed, the surroundings fell quiet. But after all that commotion, the appetite for the meal had greatly diminished. A tactical victory, albeit at considerable cost to themselves. Lin Can offered Lu Yutong an apologetic look. "Lu Yutong, I'm sorry our dinner got ruined on my account. Let me treat you properly next time." "Was that woman your sister?" Lu Yutong asked with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "She was." Lin Can replied. "Oh, so you really ran away from home?" "More precisely, I severed all ties." "What?" Lu Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment of consideration, Lin Can looked up suddenly. Do you also think my character is utterly despicable? Ah. Lu Yutong was caught off guard, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. A moment later understanding dawned on her. Seeing is believing and hearsay is unreliable. I think. A student your age who spends summer vacations reading in the library can't be all that bad. What do you mean your age? Lin Can chuckled. Aren't you about the same age? You might even be younger than me. That's impossible. Lu Yutong protested. They exchanged birthdates, finding it both coincidental and awkward. She was merely 3 days older. Call me sister. Lu Yutong declared triumphantly, lifting her fair neck with satisfaction. Lin Can silently regretted his loose tongue. Kunzi, I'm over half a month older than you, Lin Can said, shifting the target. You go first. Ha. Han Cohen glanced at Lu Yutong and his dark complexion inexplicably flushed pink. He then scrambled away. I'll go get some shrimp. I'll come too, sit down. Lu Yutong watched Lin Can with a grin. Hurry up and call me sister. It's only 3 days. Lin Can protested. A second older is still older. Sister. Lin Can mumbled so quietly it was barely audible, his head bowed. Fortunately Han Cohen wasn't around and few people were nearby. Good brother. Lu Yutong was pleased with his compliance. Remember to listen to your sister in the future, okay? I'll go get some food. Oof. On the street. Lin Yuechen marched with purpose toward the television station, still fuming. Zhou Liangjun trailed closely behind, carefully soothing her mood like an imperial eunuch attending to the Dowager Empress. Yuechen, calm down, don't lower yourself to argue with that brat. Someone with no upbringing isn't worth our attention. After walking several hundred meters, Lin Yuechen suddenly stopped and fixed Zhou Liangjun with a scrutinizing gaze. Zhou Liangjun. Yes, yes. Zhou Liangjun responded hurriedly. Do you believe that little bastard's nonsense? How could I, Yuechen? My feelings for you. Before he could finish, Lin Yuechen cut him off. She snatched her phone from her bag and thrust it at him angrily. Here, check it whenever you want. Zhou Liangjun held the phone, his expression awkward, hesitating whether to look. Suddenly a piercing glare struck him. You don't trust me after all. Zhou Liangjun, I've finally seen your true colors. Lin Yuechen snatched the phone back and strode forward. Zhou Liangjun chased after her, sweating profusely. Yuechen, let me explain, I didn't want to look. 10 minutes later. Only after Zhou Liangjun repeatedly pacified and apologized did Lin Yuechen's mood begin to ease. Go back and get the car. I'll wait 5 minutes. All right. Wait here, Yuechen, I'll be quick. With that, Zhou Liangjun sprinted toward the mall. During the wait, Lin Yuechen, her face cold, opened her phone and entered the Lin family sisters group chat. Lin Yuechen ran into that bastard at lunch. Absolutely furious. Lin Lanlin who? Lin Can. Lin Yuechen, don't mention that name. How unlucky. Lin Lanlin, he second sister, you experienced it too. Lin Yuechen, Lin Lanlin, stop gloating. Is eldest sister here? Lin Shuyun, Yuechen, what did that kid do to upset you? Tell us so, Lan Lan, and I can enjoy it. Lin Lanlin eating popcorn. Lin Yuechen, stop it, eldest sister. I heard mom and dad gave you the IOU that brat signed. Lin Shuyun, that's right, dad asked me to bring an IOU 2 months later to make him repay the money. Lin Yuechen, can you demand it from him now? Lin Shuyun, why not? Lin Yuechen, I can't stand that swaggering mouth of his after a buffet that cost a little over 100. His smugness almost drove me mad. Lin Shuyun, in 2 months he won't be able to come up with 100,000 anyway, no rush. Besides, the IOU specifies the repayment deadline. At that moment Lin Lanlan texted, sister, you won't soften your heart then, will you? Lin Shuyun, why would I soften? Lin Yuechen, what if he can't pay back the money? Lin Shuyun, dad means either kneeling at our doorway for 8 hours plus a 10,000-word remorse letter or going straight to legal action. Lin Yuechen humped, serves him right. Lin Lanlan, don't worry, second sister, there will be a time when Lin Can cries. After chatting with the 2 sisters, Lin Yuechen still felt unsatisfied and immediately called their mother, Qin Huirong. Qin Huirong, what's wrong, Yuechen? Lin Yuechen, my date with Zhou Liangjun was ruined by Lin Can. Qin Huirong who? Lin Yuechen recounted Lin Can's misdeeds, which naturally infuriated Qin Huirong a great deal. Qin Huirong, this rebellious son is really a scourge. Qin Huirong, all right Yuechen, don't get angry yet. In 2 months watch me deal with that rebel. She hung up. Most of Lin Yuechen's anger had dissipated and she involuntarily pictured Lin Can kneeling at the door of the Lin family villa crying his eyes out. At that moment Zhou Liangjun parked the car nearby. The car window rolled down. Yuechen, calm down, I will take you to a feast. Lin Yuechen snorted softly and turned her face away. Zhou Liangjun hurriedly got out, bouncing over to coax Lin Yuechen into the front passenger seat. After finishing the buffet, the three of them parted ways at the mall entrance. What mischief are you two planning to do this afternoon? Lu Yutong teased half seriously. Unknowingly, the three of them seemed to have grown quite close. We're gathering ingredients to set up a stall to sell fried rice tonight. Really? Lu Yutong raised an eyebrow in disbelief. You have this skill. Tonzi Gong. Lin Can flashed a string of receipts to Lu Yutong, 10 yuan per portion, fair to all ages. Not bad. Lu Yutong nodded in approval. I'll come try it someday too. Goodbye. Wait a moment. What happened? Lin Can turned around puzzled. Lin Can, remember what you promised me. Lu Yutong blinked with a serious look. If you break your word, I will make you repay me at any time. Don't worry. Lin Can nodded. Let's go. You must repeat it again. Lin Can forced a wry smile. If the stock price falls to 8 yuan, I will sell everything. All right, go. Lin Can led Han Kuan. After stepping out only a few steps, he suddenly felt something was off. Why does it feel like a teacher is scolding a student? She is clearly only 3 days older than me. The two of them bought some fresh ingredients, returned to the rented apartment, cleaned up, and simply took a quick shower. Han Kuan hugged his phone, lying on the bed, giggling. Bro, I earned 3800 in a day. Why do I feel uneasy? If I sell it now, can this money be withdrawn to a bank card? Lin Can smiled. Don't worry. Even if the sky falls, this money won't disappear. Then, should we sell it quickly? Lin Can was at a loss for words. So when I was talking to Lu Yutong at lunch, you didn't listen to a single word, right? I was too busy eating the meat. Han Kuan scratched his head with a goofy smile. Kunzi, since we've entered this market, we need to broaden our horizons. With memories of this stock from his past life, Lin Can remained as steady as Mount Tai. Haven't you thought about doubling your 38,000? Really, bro? Han Kuan turned over, his eyes shining with excitement. Lin Can didn't say anything, just gave him an okay gesture. Han Kuan grew even more excited. Bro, I'll follow your lead. Whatever time you say to sell, that's when I'll sell. At midnight, Lin Can packed up his stall alone and returned to his rental house. As word spread, the fried rice business improved day by day, breaking through the 700 yuan mark today. Tiring as it was, at least he felt fulfilled and free. Unlike in that mansion where he was constantly weighed down, where neither body nor soul could find a moment of relief. Lin Can made a plan, deciding to keep only 1,000 yuan in liquid funds and use the remaining few thousand to buy more tomorrow when the stock hits the limit. The next morning, Lin Can had just gotten out of bed when he received a message from Han Kuan. Bro, are you really not going to the library? Not anymore. Sleep in. You fixed my biological clock, I can't sleep. Go run 5 kilometers downstairs. I'll come find you. Not playing games. Boring. Alright then, come over. Lin Can finished washing up, steamed a full pot of rice and put it in the second-hand mini fridge to cool. When the first rays of dawn broke, he went out for a stroll. After several days of setting up his stall, he had become somewhat familiar with the nearby residents and shopkeepers. Occasionally he would ask around whether any houses in the area were for sale. He clearly remembered that in the second half of this year, in his past life, a Yida Plaza was going to be built here. If he could seize the opportunity with good luck, it would enable his wealth to achieve a leapfrog growth. A training classroom in Jiangzhou City. Lu Yutong, dressed in a flowing hanfu gown, sat upright before her desk. On the desk were all the calligraphy tools, brushing paper and inkstone, along with practice copies. Students, pay attention. Xu Sueliang's regular script possesses the characteristic of like a fish swimming in water. When you begin and end your strokes and at the turns, you should incorporate the fluidity of running script. The young calligraphy teacher guided the students in the front row while sharing his own techniques for copying models. However, Lu Yutong seemed somewhat distracted. She would occasionally take out her phone to check the time. Finally, it was time for the stock market to open. Lu Yutong set down her brush and with a fluttering heart opened the stock trading application. Lin Can's mention of a dozen limit-ups yesterday was naturally taken as a jest. But regardless, 1/3 of his 150,000 yuan principal came from her. She still hoped the stock would continue to climb. Even if it meant a loss, she wanted to minimize it. If anything went wrong, she would immediately message him and order Lin Can to sell without delay. However, the next moment, Lu Yutong's eyes widened as she stared at Shanha Mining's limit-up board, completely stunned. It really hit consecutive limit-ups. Is Lin Can's luck really this good? Lu Yutong's mood surged with excitement and she hurriedly messaged Lin Can. Quick, check your stock. Lin Can took a look. Just a limit up. Rather dull. Lu Yutong. Teacher, I need to go to the restroom. Go ahead. Lu Yutong stepped into the corridor and immediately dialed Lin Can's voice call. Lin Can sell the stocks while they're still hitting the daily limit. Ha! Didn't we agree to sell only when it drops to cost price? They're rising now, came Lin Can's triumphant voice. That was precisely what Lu Yutong feared. Making money in the financial markets at such a young age through sheer luck was no good thing, it could easily give him the illusion of being gifted. Her own father, a senior executive at an investment firm, had recounted countless such cases. Their fates were almost invariably tragic. Lin Can, you must always approach stock trading with reverence. Only when you sell does the profit truly land in your pocket. Her tone grew involuntarily stern. Listen to me, sell everything, then focus on your fried rice business. All right. After hanging up, Lu Yutong breathed a sigh of relief. Little did she know Lin Can had just transferred another 5,000 yuan into his account and bought more shares of Shanha Mining at the limit-up price. His luck held and the order went through. On the third day it was another one-word limit-up. Shanha Mining had 3 consecutive limit-ups. Seeing the red number, a pang of guilt and regret surged in Lu Yutong's heart. How could this be? Had she called too early? Lu Yutong wanted to send Lin Can an apology, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. On second thought, he had already made over 30,000 yuan, that should be enough, right? The pleasant weekend passed. When the stock market opened on Monday, Shanha Mining continued to hit the limit up. Tuesday, another limit up. 5 consecutive in total. Lu Yutong could no longer sit still. With a heavy sense of guilt, she sent Lin Can a message. Lin Can, I'm sorry. Lu Yutong, you told me to sell and I missed 3 limit ups. I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. 3 limit ups, at least a loss of 60,000. I'll take a hit, you don't have to pay back that 50,000. Ha! Lu Yutong, I've called the police. No, I was joking. I was joking too. Wednesday morning. Lin Can woke up and rushed to the area below Han Cohen's building early. During breakfast, Han Cohen was in a state of euphoria, looking at Lin Can with utter admiration. You're incredible. 5 whole limit ups. My account balance is already over 60,000, damn it. Han Cohen's loud voice drew the curious gazes of the other customers in the breakfast shop. Kunzi, keep your voice down. Lin Can discreetly elbowed Han Cohen. Han Cohen chuckled, got it, bro. Low key. I haven't even told my parents. Suddenly a plump middle-aged man walked over with a smile and asked amiably, young man, are you investing in Shanha Mining? Ha! Han Cohen looked up at the man, surprised. How did you know? I bought in at the limit up but only caught one. The man explained with a laugh. The next second Han Cohen stood up, abruptly clasped his fists and grinned, fellow stock traders, in this vast world meeting by chance we need not know each other's past. Respect. Lin Can nearly spat out the tofu pudding in his mouth. Feeling the gazes of over a dozen people around him, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Kunzi, for heaven's sake, don't claim to know me. Han Cohen's antics left the middle-aged man at a loss for words. He gave a dry laugh, returned the salute, and looked at Han Cohen with a mixture of expectation and doubt. Young man, did you really catch 5 limit ups? Would I lie? Han Cohen stared. Then. Could you let me learn from you? It was impolite to pry into someone else's privacy, but he was genuinely curious. Han Cohen immediately looked to Lin Can for approval, but Lin Can had his back turned to him. Without hesitation, he whipped out his phone, logged into the stock account, and showed it to the man. Here, take a look. The next second, the middle-aged man's breathing quickened noticeably. Good heavens, he had bought in at 8 yuan and had gone all in before the surge. My God, this kid is a future stock god. Stunned, he exclaimed sincerely, young man, truly remarkable. This is nothing. Han Cohen was floating on air. My brother bought 150000 yuan worth. Who? Han Cohen pointed at Lin Can. My brother. Lin Can turned around helplessly and smiled at the man as a greeting. A hero emerges from youth. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Can, then at Han Cohen, and marveled, truly heroes emerge from youth. Boss. Put these 2 young gentlemen's breakfast on my tab. Hey, no need. Han Cohen got up to pay, but the man firmly stopped him. Young man, it's just a meal. Don't make a scene. Stepping out of the breakfast shop, Han Cohen slung his arm around Lin Can's shoulder, feeling refreshed and immensely proud. Bro, did you hear that? That uncle just called us heroes, hee. Together we'll dominate the stock market. Lin Can smiled wryly. Come on, let's go sit in the park. What for? Sell the stocks. Ha! Han Cohen was stunned. No way, bro. This stock is on fire. Let's ride it all the way. I heard an expert say it could go up to 100 yuan. Are you crazy? Lin Can raised an eyebrow. Are you listening to me or the expert? Han Cohen scratched his head, grinned sheepishly, and obediently followed Lin Can. In the park pavilion, Lin Can transferred all the meager earnings from his fried rice sales over the past few days into his stock account, waiting for the market to open. He vaguely remembered what Su Xingjian had said while slapping his thigh in the dormitory in his past life. After 5 limit-ups there was a chance to get back in, and I fucking chickened out. That very day countless profit holders of Shanha Mining were shaken out. The stock opened at the limit-up, then broke open, turned green, and sank nearly 8 points underwater. At 9:29 Lin Can held his phone, eyes fixed on the stock account, fully alert. Kutsi, get ready. Set the sell order at the limit-up price, all of it. Got it, bro. Though Han Cohen felt a pang of regret, he was resolutely obedient to Lin Can's words. When the market opened at the limit-up, they placed the orders and the shares were sold almost instantly. Profit secured. Lin Can let out a sudden sigh of relief. Bro, should we withdraw to the bank card? Han Cohen asked. Not yet. Then let's hit the internet cafe. I'll treat you to a big lunch. Wait a bit. Lin Can remained calm, still watching Shanha Mining stock. Han Cohen had no choice but to sit idly. After a full half hour he finally couldn't hold back. Bro, regretting it. Want to buy back in? In your own words, we should think bigger. The next second Lin Can held the phone screen in front of him. Han Cohen stared at the broken limit-up, his eyes widening in shock. Holy crap. Why is it dropping? Han Cohen exclaimed. Bro, if we hadn't sold just now, would we be losing money now? That's right. Lin Can nodded, staring at the almost vertical downward line on his phone, the stone hanging in his heart finally hitting the ground. This stock's trajectory was almost identical to his past life. The combined funds of less than 200,000 from him and Han Cohen hadn't caused any butterfly effect. Damn. It's turning green. Han Cohen exclaimed, clutching his phone. Stay calm. After another half hour the stock finally fluctuated around 7% below the opening price, temporarily halting its decline. That's a total of 17 points, right? What a false alarm. Han Cohen roughly calculated that the earlier sell operation had saved them a loss of 10,000. After the excitement he looked at Lin Can with sheer awe. Bro, you're a genius. That was incredible. As he moved to hug and kiss Lin Can stopped him. Cohen, don't mess around. His eyes remained fixed on the phone screen. We need to buy this stock back. Bro, whatever you say. At around 1040 they fully invested in Shanha Mining at around 11.7 yuan per share. Let's go do 100 push-ups then eat. Sure, bro. When Lin Can and Han Cohen left the park their t-shirts were completely soaked through. Each grabbed a 600 milliliters bottle of mineral water, tilted their heads and drank it all in one go. An old man in a white vest passed by, stopping to stare at them for a while, his eyes seeming to say youth is wonderful. Having made money on the stock, Han Cohen ordered extravagantly at lunch. 4 hearty dishes plus a soup. When the food arrived they devoured it, bowl after bowl of rice. By the end the plates were spotless, as if they needed no washing. Han Cohen even picked up the soup bowl and poured the remaining broth directly into his mouth, leaving the waitress dumbfounded. Burp. Burp. Full. Almost. Want to hit the internet cafe this afternoon? Lin Can suggested. Hell. Han Cohen's eyes lit up instantly. Bro, is the sun rising from the west today? I've been tired these past few days. Time to relax. Let's take a cab. They hailed a taxi at the intersection and headed straight to the city's most luxurious internet cafe. In Han Cohen's words, making money without spending it feels terrible. In the car Lu Yutong called. Lin Can signaled Han Cohen to be quiet and pressed the answer button. Lu Yutong, what can I do for you? Did you check the stock? Yeah, I did. Lin Can smiled helplessly. When it came to Shanha Mining he didn't believe anyone knew its movements over the past month better than he did. From the daily limit up to a 7-point drop, a 17-point swing. On the other end of the line Lu Yutong tirelessly lectured Lin Can. I was right to tell you to sell, wasn't I? Well, maybe we sold a bit early, but it's certain the trend is over. Don't buy it back. Don't worry, I understand. Good, you've made tens of thousands, so you should be satisfied. Alright, I have to go now. I'm busy. Go ahead. Lin Can decisively hung up and sighed in relief. Han Cohen had listened to the whole conversation and the expression on his face was a mix of curiosity and amusement. Cohen, just say what you want. Bro. Han Cohen scratched his head and grinned. Lu Yutong is pretty and kind, but isn't she more nagging than my mom? Ah. And what? And she's a bit self-righteous. If we'd listened to her we'd be ruined. Hearing this, Lin Can chuckled. That's just her personality. What can I do? I borrowed money from her, so let's indulge her for now. What he really wanted to say was, compared to the grievances he'd suffered in the Lin family over the years, a girl like Lu Yutong was practically an angel in his eyes. He remembered a weekend when his eldest sister Lin Shuyun was working overtime at the law firm and asked him to bring her favorite steak to the company. When he delivered it, he didn't even see her, it was left at the reception. That evening she complained that he'd taken too long and the steak was cold. As for the 198 yuan meal cost, Lin Shuyun never mentioned it and Lin Can didn't dare ask for the money. 10 minutes later they arrived at the city's legendary, most luxurious internet cafe. As soon as they entered, Han Cohen couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy cow!" It wasn't the lavish decoration or top-tier computers that shocked him, but the several young beautiful waitresses dressed in sexy maid outfits carrying hot drinks, beverages and snacks as they walked through the hall. Han Cohen's eyes were glued to them. Bro, can you handle it? I'm fine, Lin Can nodded. It's up to you. Let's go. Let's get a booth. Han Cohen waved his hand grandly. The booth cost 30 yuan per hour, which was relatively high. But compared to the profits from his stock trading over the past few days, it was a drop in the bucket. Soon they were seated in the booth's leather chairs, booting up and logging into their game accounts. Bro, take me to silver today. A master's account can't duo queue with bronze. Hee, I have 2 accounts. Han Cohen wore a smug expression that said, I knew you'd say that. Lin Can had no choice but to use his account to log into the game. A bronze tier match was basically a piece of cake. The first game was an easy win. During the countdown between matches, Han Cohen got up and asked eagerly, Bro, want something to drink? I'll go check out the front counter with you. As Lin Can stood up, a familiar figure caught his eye. Dressed in brand name clothes with an arrogant expression that looked down on everyone. It was Lin Can's younger brother Lin Hao. The aura he exuded now was completely opposite to the well-behaved student image he showed at home. Lin Can pulled Han Cohen back and they sat down again. In the booth directly ahead, 3 young men about the same age crowded in. Come on, big brother, how you sit in the middle? One of them pulled out a chair for Lin Hao, his face full of flattery. What would you like to drink, big brother Hao? Do you have Alzheimer's? You don't even know what I like to drink. Sure, big brother Hao. Instead of getting angry, the companions scurried off to the front counter and bought 3 bottles of iced cola. After they sat down, their backs were to Lin Can and Han Cohen. What's wrong, bro? Han Cohen asked, confused. Lin Can pointed at Lin Hao, who was sitting in the middle. You know him. Lin Hao, Lin Can whispered. Damn. Han Cohen's anger instantly flared up. That guy framed you. Before he could finish, Lin Can signaled him to shut up. Order 2 cups of iced milk tea from the computer. A maid outfit delivered the milk tea. As the game began, Lin Can and Han Cohen stopped paying attention to Lin Hao's movements. However, after about 2 hours, Lin Hao, while gaming, cursed his 2 teammates mercilessly. Damn it. Are you dead? The enemy jungler is here and you won't come. You dumbass, you flashed away and didn't stay to block the shot for me. Are you using that to run away? The 2 teammates not only dared not get angry but kept bowing and apologizing. How ge. Left-hand teammate, suddenly speaking in a mysterious tone, said there's a new footbath place near here called Yunhuan Yangshan Huesua. When the manager handed out flyers, I quietly asked around. The place is full of female college students under 20 in the service. He. Maybe. We should go experience it. Lin Hao immediately got excited, glancing at his companion. You motherfucker, don't lie about the intel. Don't worry, How ge, I checked it clearly. Come on, lead the way. Lin Hao decisively settled the bill and logged off. Then, flanked by his 2 companions, they rushed out of the internet cafe. Han Cohen turned his head, incredulous, looking at Lin Can. Bro, is this the little brother your parents spoil like a treasure? Is there any justice left? Everyone has their own aspirations. Lin Can said lightly. The true face of Lin Hao would only be fully seen when his past life lay there as a vegetative patient. There had been many deceits before. In this second life, Lin Can found that many things were in fact reasonable. Bro, why don't you go back and expose this guy? Forget it. Lin Can shook his head, his voice hoarse. Love needs no reason, disdain needs no reason either. Anyway, I'm out now and I don't want any ties with that family anymore. Sigh. Han Cohen, though feeling for his good brother, was helpless. Suddenly an idea struck him and with a sly smile he said, "Bro, what was that place they just said called?" Yunduan Yangsheng Huesua. Why don't we time it to call the police? Before Lin Can could answer, Han coincided. Forget it, that would go against Jianghu Code of Conduct. The two played another round of games. Lin Can saw that the time was about right and asked Han Kuan to leave. 6 in the evening. Lin Hao returned home on time feeling refreshed. Dinner, except for elder sister Lin Shuyun, everyone was there warm and harmonious. How you didn't get hot being outside this afternoon, did you? Qin Huirong asked with care. Mom, no. Lin Hao shook his head and flashed an incredibly pure smile. The library has air conditioning. Around 4 o'clock I went with a classmate to play a bit of ball. Is there enough money to spend? Lin Hongda added a shrimp to Lin Hao's bowl. There's quite a lot left, Dad. Lin Hao said with a hint of complaint. Don't give me any more. You earning money isn't easy either. Hearing this, the couple exchanged a warm, moving smile. Our Hao is so sensible, not like that. Qin Huirong started to say more but was halted by Lin Hongda with a look. Eat, don't say things that cause trouble. Ah. A chopstick fell to the floor. Lin Hao quickly bent down and ducked under the dining table, catching sight of those smooth legs and slippers, and couldn't help but look a little longer. Aunt Lu, please fetch another pair of chopsticks. No need, Mom, just wipe them. After dinner, Lin Hao, before Lin Yuechen went upstairs, said, "Second sister, I wrote an essay, could you guide me a bit?" Sure. Lin Yuechen smiled and followed Lin Hao into his room. Your handwriting has improved, little Hao. This place isn't described vividly enough, but the idea is good. The details here are pretty good. The final transcendence theme is somewhat lacking. You could revise it like this. Lin Yuechen sat at the desk with a red pen, carefully guiding Lin Hao's essay. Yet Lin Hao didn't listen to a word, catching the expensive perfume on Lin Yuechen and glancing up at her alluring profile from time to time. Second sister, have you talked to a boyfriend yet? Lin Yuechen paused, then smiled. Little Hao, why do you ask? Second sister, can you not marry in the future? Why? I don't want to see you leave our home. Looking at Lin Hao's sincere gaze, Lin Yuechen's heart warmed instantly. This little brother is truly considerate, unlike that bastard out there. Silly Xiao Hao, whether I marry or not in the future, I will always be your good second sister. Then the two embraced, a warm brother-sister scene of deep affection. Nightfall under the street lamps. The sweat of street vendors teeming at this land, giving it its bustling vitality. Lin Can held an excellent position. Business was thriving. To satisfy a small group of customers in the afternoon, they salvaged 2 tables from a scrapyard. 6 yuan for a plastic stool. Lin Can bought 4. Kid 1 serving of fried rice noodles. A slightly stooped old man set down braised dishes and a small bottle of white wine and lit a cigarette. Okay, uncle, one moment. Lin Can fried up a serving of rice noodles and Han Kuan efficiently packed it for the customers. 3 minutes later, the noodles were served on the table. The flavor is pretty good. The old man tasted a bite and nodded. A moment later, his phone rang. Hello, is someone looking at the place? 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Fine, no problem, I'm at home, you can bring people over. This phone call. Lin Can's eyes lit up. He leaned in front of the old man and asked, Uncle, you have a house to sell? The old man froze for a moment, then nodded. Nearby. Yep, that short building over there. Lin Can followed the direction with his eyes and felt a surge of joy. If he remembered correctly, it was the area that in his past life was slated for redevelopment into a commercial building. What's the matter, kid, you want to buy? I have that idea. Oh. The old man smiled. Selling fried rice, is that profitable? It's all right. Lin Can gave a perfunctory reply. Seeing a customer arrive, he immediately pulled out his phone. Uncle, let's add each other as friends, we'll talk later. No problem. After adding his friends, Lin Can returned to his post. Bro, you want to buy a house? Han Kuan asked curiously. Lin Can nodded. I want a stable place to live. But with the current housing prices, isn't the money short? Aren't you into stocks? So confident. Han Kuan's eyes light up. If I lose money, I'll sleep under a bridge. Damn. After closing up for the night, Lin Can checked several platforms. Because there was steady cash flow, the borrowing limit was substantial. In total, nearly RMB 100,000. Lin Can did not hesitate and borrowed it all. The next day in pre-market trading, Lin Can put that 100,000 into it again. When the market opened within less than 10 seconds, Shanghai Kuanya rose by almost 8 points from yesterday's close and hit the daily limit. Lin Can suddenly thought of a plan, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lin Can gazed at the ever-growing numbers in his stock account and decided to teach a lesson to a classmate who was fond of pontificating, hoping to make her feel remorseful. Classmate Lu Yutong, you made me lose 20,000 and counting the 50,000 you lent me I still owe you 30,000. Lu Yutong scratched his nose. The next day Shanha Mining continued to hit the daily limit. Lin Can, still owe you 8,000. Lu Yutong awkward. On the third day another straight limit up. Lin Can, you owe me 18,000. Lu Yutong shocked annoyed. For 3 consecutive days Lu Yutong only replied with 4 emojis. Her mood at this moment was utterly complicated. She had advised Lin Can out of goodwill to take profits and stop, but little did she expect that the trend of Shanha mining stock could only be described as insane. Good intentions gone wrong. She seemed to have personally cut off Lin Can's path to wealth. How did it come to this? Lu Yutong, who had originally planned to go try Lin Can's fried rice, shelved the plan out of guilt and switched to locking herself in reflection. She didn't even dare to reply to his messages. However, the matter was far from over. In the new week Shanha Mining hit another 5 consecutive limit ups, stirring up massive waves across the entire stock market. When stock investors met they felt embarrassed if they didn't know about this anomalous stock. Lin Can, still enjoying himself, kept adding to Lu Yutong's guilt. Sis, you already owe me nearly 150,000. Lu Yutong frustrated. Lin Can, say something, don't just keep sending emojis. Lu Yutong. Lin Can, classmate Lu Yutong, you not only blocked my path to wealth but also personally shattered my dream of being a stock god. In a bedroom of a luxurious large flat, Lu Yutong, dressed in a cool home slipdress, stared blankly at the words Lin Can had sent on her phone. In her mind an image emerged of a young man harboring dreams alone in a shabby rental room, a lonely tableau. He came from a wealthy family but was cast out, using his meager savings and precise grasp of the stock market to fight for a bright future. Unfortunately, he met her. Lu Yutong's heart suddenly clenched and in a daze her eyes were already moist. Tong, come out for lunch. I made 4 dishes and a soup. A man's voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Coming, Dad. Lu Yutong wiped her tears with a handkerchief and walked out of the room. On the table 4 dishes and a soup were ready and 2 bowls of rice were already served. Tong, why are your eyes red? The man with an elegant demeanor wore a shirt and trousers, gold-rimmed glasses and an apron around his waist. Seeing his daughter's distressed expression, his face showed concern. Dad, I'm fine. Then let's eat. Your workaholic mother is missing out today. Father and daughter sat down to have lunch. Yet the atmosphere remained somewhat somber. Tong. Lu Ziqing smiled and probed, could it be? You're in love. Ha. Lu Yutong was startled, then a blush crept onto her pretty face, both embarrassed and annoyed. Dad, what are you saying? I said I won't date before graduating from college. Oh. Lu Ziqing nodded. Then what happened? Can you tell your dad? Dad. Lu Yutong bit her lip lightly and hesitated for a moment, then asked, do you know the stock Shanha Mining? I do. It's been a wild stock lately. Lu Ziqing stood up to serve his precious daughter a bowl of soup. The company meeting this morning discussed whether to enter it. The senior executives were quite divided. Tong, did you buy it with your private stash? A girl. It's a friend of mine. Lu Yutong lowered her head slightly and whispered, he bought 150,000 at 8 yuan. Oh. Lu Ziqing's eyes lit up with curiosity. How old is he? Same age as me. Really? Lu Ziqing was surprised. So young yet so bold and lucky too. He sold after only 2 limit ups. Lu Ziqing paused, then smiled. Well, that's normal. It's common for people to hesitate to chase a rising stock. Those who can perfectly ride a wild stock are 1 in 10,000. I asked him to sell. Lu Yutong's voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum. Ha! Instantly Lu Ziqing's face was full of black question marks and he was frozen in absolute stillness. A full half-minute passed. He coughed awkwardly twice to break the silent air. Well. Tong, you meant well. No need to blame yourself too much. As for that friend of yours, it's better to stop contacting him if possible. 50,000 of his 150,000 principal was borrowed from me. Lu Yutong decided to confess outright. Lu Ziqing was truly speechless. My good daughter, can you finish your story in one go? All these twists make it hard for me, your father. Tong, get the money back as soon as possible. If you delay, it'll be harder. Lu Ziqing adjusted his glasses, trying hard to hold back a laugh. Here, Dad, see for yourself. Lu Yutong handed him her phone directly. Lu Ziqing leaned in and saw that a guy named Lin Can had messaged saying his daughter owed him 150,000 and he immediately lost his composure. How can you calculate it that way? It's nonsense. So bullying. Tell him to pay back now. Lu Yutong shook her head. He promised to return the money before National Day and I agreed. Also, we're in the same university. Oh, I see. Lu Ziqing pondered for a moment and then cast a look of approval at his daughter. You did the right thing. Since you promised, you must keep your word. But I still feel guilty. Lu Yutong lowered her head. Tongtong, think about it this way, even if you hadn't told him to sell, would he have been able to hold on to that stock? Lu Ziqing picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his daughter's bowl. He's only 18, obviously not that bold. He would have sold after 3 limit-ups at most. That's true. Comforted by her father, Lu Yutong's knot was immediately untied. Hoof, good for you, Lin Can, you almost fooled me. Eat more, dear. After lunch, take a nap, wash your face and go shopping with your classmates in the afternoon. Okay, Dad. A long-lost smile bloomed on Lu Yutong's face. Little did she know, in a shabby rental room on the outskirts of town, laughter was unbridled. Ha ha ha. Bro, we've made it. Han Kuan was in a state of extreme exhilaration, gesticulating wildly. We've really made it this time. After the excitement subsided, Han Kuan opened his stock account again. Seeing the balance approaching 6 figures, he grinned foolishly. After laughing, he continued singing and dancing, even attempting a jump shot in the air. He had originally thought that using all his lucky money to trade stocks was somewhat unreliable. The best outcome would just be earning some pocket money. But he never dreamed the surprise would be this big. Bro, let's not sell fried rice tonight. Let's go sing. Cootsie, act steady. Lin Can, busy in the kitchen, turned back and smiled speechlessly. Can you show some discretion? Bro, I'm going to tell Dad. Han Kuan vented years of pent-up frustration. Let him know I'm not simple-minded. Better hold off for now. Lin Can replied casually. Why? Uncle Han also trades stocks. It might provoke him. That's exactly why I want to show off big in front of him. Han Kuan retorted resentfully. He said your borrowed investment money was petty cash. Poof. Let him look down on us. What? Lin Can put down his work and walked out of the kitchen. Did Uncle Han really say that? He said it at the dinner table. Oh. Bro, can I go slap my dad's face? No. Lin Can shook his head. Why not? Han Kuan jumped around anxiously. Because. Lin Can changed tack suddenly. I'll save this opportunity for myself. Han Kuan paused, then burst into hearty laughter. While 2 made fortunes trading stocks, a troubling incident struck Honda Group. A finance employee embezzled over 1 million yuan to tip female live streamers. The crime was exposed and police took him away. Lin Honda erupted in fury at the company, berating several managers mercilessly. For Honda Group, this financial loss was hardly crippling. The reputational damage was the real problem, something the chairman Lin Honda simply couldn't tolerate. Coming home from work, he spotted Lin Lanlan on the sofa live streaming vocals from her laptop, and his temper instantly flared. Shut down this live stream. All day you just mess around with this nonsense. Confused and intimidated, Lin Lanlan didn't dare talk back to her father. She simply packed up her laptop and obediently went upstairs. But she needed someone to confide in. She went to her second sister Lin Yuan's room. However, Lin Yuan herself was in a foul mood and had no interest in listening to complaints. What's wrong, second sister? You know that Zhou Liangyuan, right? The deputy director's son. Yeah. He tried to hold my hand while we were watching a movie this afternoon. Really? Did he succeed? Lin Lanlan blinked, all gossipy. Of course not. Lin Yuan said irritably. I shook him off immediately. But after we left the cinema, I noticed his attitude towards me grew cold. He's not as enthusiastic as before. Having once harbored a spare suitor herself, Lin Lanlan instantly empathized. That Zhou fellow is disgustingly shameless. Tell me about it. Though Lin Yuan didn't lack Zhou Liangjun as an admirer, she found it difficult to accept his attempt to break free from her control. It's all that bastard Lin Can's fault. Lin Lanlan paused, puzzled. What does Lin Can have to do with this? Didn't we run into him at that buffet last time? The mere thought of that brother made Lin Yuan grind her teeth in fury. That scoundrel actually bet Zhou Liangjun he couldn't even hold my hand within a month. Zhou Liangjun must have taken it to heart, which is why he's acting this way. Something like this actually happened. Lin Lanlan expressed her astonishment. Mother was right after all. This Lin Can truly is a nuisance. That bastard simply can't stand seeing us do well. They took turns voicing their grievances against Lin Can's offenses. Second sister, can you tolerate this? What should I do? Settle the score with Lin Can. How? Tell mom and dad. Don't. They're already bothered. We shouldn't add to their trouble. Lin shook her head, her eyes darting. I have an idea. What is it? Lin Yuan asked eagerly. He's selling fried rice at a stall, isn't he? We could call the city management. Lin sneered. Cut off his source of income directly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Lan, that's a brilliant idea. She reached for her phone to look up the city management's number, but Lin stopped her. Second sister, we need to go to the scene. Witness him fleeing in disgrace, preferably taking a nosedive. Let's go. We're leaving now. Lin Yuan impatiently began changing. Unless she got this off her chest, she feared she wouldn't sleep well tonight. 10 minutes later, Lin drove her Porsche out of the villa with Lin Yuan aboard. On the way, Lin Yuan had already found the phone number and felt a hint of excitement. The car was too conspicuous, so they parked 100 meters away. The two women stealthily approached the street where the stall was located, scanning their surroundings for the target. Second sister, there he is. Following Lan's gesture, Lin Yuan immediately spotted Lin Can and Han Koan beside him. It was peak evening hours. Customers kept coming to buy fried rice, and the two were bustling about with lively energy. Moreover, they were smiling happily. Seeing this sight, Lin Yuan felt anger well up inside her. How could a rebellious son cast out of the Lin family be so happy? Had he saved enough to repay his parents the 100,000 yuan? Was his college tuition covered? Lan, you call the city management? Lin Yuan said with a cold sneer. Ha! Lin hesitated. Second sister, shouldn't you make the call? Stop dallying. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen. Alright then. Lin pulled out her phone. After making the call, she reported Lin Can's stall address for illegal roadside business operation. Then they hid in a dimly lit corner, waiting quietly to watch the show. 20 minutes later, after what felt like an eternity, the city management officers finally arrived. The row of street vendors scattered as soon as they caught wind, immediately packing up to flee. Lin Can organized his tables and stools, then mounted his electric tricycle to leave. Han Koan followed behind, grinning foolishly. Damn it, first time I've encountered something like this. Lin Yuan and Lin felt quite disappointed at the sight. Where was the panicked flight and wretched state they had imagined? Why did these two seem quite excited? As soon as the city management left, these small vendors began trickling back one after another. Moreover, they returned to their original spots. This made Lin Yuan feel as though her well-aimed punch had struck cotton. Seems like it didn't work, Lin awkwardly remarked. After all, it was her idea. Forget it, second sister. Let's go home. Wait. In the shadow beneath the streetlight, a cold smile appeared on Lin Yuan's pretty face. I still have another plan. Second sister, do you have any good ideas? Lin gazed at the figure in the distance, a similar sense of injustice stirring within her. Let's call and report that his fried rice contains a fly. Lin Yuan said coldly. Ha! Lin paused, her expression hesitant. But recalling how poorly Lin Can had treated her last time, she felt he deserved a lesson too. The only thing she worried about was, second sister, could this get us in trouble too? Don't worry. I'll make the call this time. Nothing will happen. Lin Yuan snorted coldly, narrowing her elongated eyes with an air of confidence. Then she pulled out her phone and dialed the relevant authorities. Hello, I bought fried rice from a street vendor and there was actually a fly in it. I'm currently vomiting acid, ugh. She even went so far as to act it out. The address is at the street vendor area near Liuzhong High School. I can't remember the name, but two young men were selling it. No need to come. I haven't eaten it, I just find it disgusting. It's so unsanitary. I won't need to come over then. I'm worried about being retaliated against afterward. Yes, okay. She hung up the phone. Lin Yuan triumphantly flashed an OK sign at Lin. Second sister, you were so convincing. Lin couldn't help but praise, you really are resourceful. Oof, let's see how this bastard saves money now. Just then a young man approached, his expression tense as if summoning tremendous courage. Why, you. Hello beautiful lady, could I get your number and add you as a friend? The words were directed at Lin Yuan. This naturally fed her vanity greatly. She tilted her neck up and looked down at him through her nose, giggling. Why? Because. The young man blushed, his words stumbling. Because. I think you have a certain elegance. You're my type. Lin Yuchen laughed even more. Oh handsome, where did you learn these pickup lines? The young man was thoroughly embarrassed and fled in disgrace. The two sisters exchanged smiles. TCH's mental fortitude is too weak. Second sister, you're so charming. Lin Lanlan complimented, but a sour feeling bubbled up inside her. Whenever they went out together, Lin Yuchen received more attention from admirers with more suitors and backup options than herself. Even as biological sisters, comparisons were inevitable. After this brief interlude, roughly 10 minutes passed. Vehicles from the relevant departments drove past the two girls. Lin Yuchen and Lin Lanlan immediately grew excited. This time not only the city management officers arrived but also staff from the health department. Because they came prepared, Lin Can and Han Kuan couldn't escape. Someone reported that there's a fly in my fried rice. How is that even possible? All my ingredients and side dishes are covered with lids. Comrade, could there be a mistake? Lin Can explained to the health department officials while simultaneously trying to calm the impulsive Han Kuan, his face turning red with anxiety. Lin Yuchen and Lin Lanlan on the other hand were doubled over with laughter. Second sister, your call really worked wonders. Seeing Lin Can suffer, Lin Yuchen's mood instantly improved. That bastard caused me trouble. This is called returning the favor in kind. At this point, no matter how much Lin Can argued and tried to prove his innocence, it was futile. After all, he had no business license, was operating on the sidewalk, and a customer had filed a complaint. Some things seem insignificant until weighed; they can't be dismissed once measured. Forget it, Kunzi, let's just accept our fate. Lin Can shot a glance, stopping Han Kuan from arguing further. You can take the card away. Pay the fine at our office and we'll return your belongings. We're just following regulations. Those ingredients spoil easily. Can I keep them? Lin Can pleaded. No problem. So the two men carried several boxes of ingredients and side dishes from the cart and placed them on the ground. Witnessing this, Lin Yuchen and Lin Lanlan couldn't help but sneer. As expected from someone from a mountain village, typical poor thinking. The valuable items were taken away and he still cared about those rice and side dishes. Let's see how this bastard pays tuition now. Wait until he's kneeling at our doorstep. Remember to record it. Yay, second sister. Let's go, Lanlan. I'll treat you to a beauty treatment. Having achieved their goal, the two felt pleased and grinned as they got into the Porsche and drove away, kicking up dust. Let them take it. I'm tired of selling this lousy fried rice anyway. Han Kuan calmed down and thought about the money he'd made from stocks, feeling indifferent. Anyway, our stocks. A glance stopped him. Han Kuan immediately shut his mouth and squatted beside Lin Can, peering at his phone. Kunzi, you don't know how to manage money. The fine is at most 500 and our equipment could sell for 2,000 even at half price. Lin Can handed him the screen. Bro, you were checking this. Han Kuan scratched his head and chuckled. The street vendors gradually returned to their spots. Seeing Lin Can's tricycle taken away, some grafted pleasure from others' misfortune, some cursed, and others felt a touch of melancholy. Young man, did you offend someone? Whom? Lin Can looked up and thought for a moment. No, I didn't. He suspected his own negligence might have caused a fly to fall into the fried rice. But on second thought it seemed suspicious. His eyesight was excellent and there were no dark-colored side dishes like pickled vegetables. Even if a fly had fallen in, he would have noticed during stir-frying and plating. Could it be that damn Lin Hao? Han Kuan suddenly said. Probably not. Having lived two lives, Lin Can had already seen through many things clearly. Lin Hao only wanted to compete for favor and inheritance. He would gladly see Lin Can earn enough money to cut ties with the Lin family entirely. Why would he sabotage him secretly? Those two infuriating sisters of yours. Unlikely. Lin Can felt that even if Lin Yuchen and Lin Lanlan disliked him, they would have settled scores openly rather than waiting. Besides, having been pampered since childhood, their personalities were spoiled, but not to such despicable lengths. Forget it, Kunzi, stop guessing randomly. Lin Can picked up the two boxes of ingredients inside. I guess I can't sell fried rice anymore. Tomorrow I'll pay the fine and sell the equipment at a discount. Great. I've been sick of fried rice for a while now. Don't vomit just yet. Help digest it later. Han Kuan gazed at the several large boxes of rice and rice noodles, nearly fainting. Bro, please spare me. Back at the rental apartment, the two began bargaining. 8 bowls. Bro, are you trying to choke me? Han Kuan's eyes widened. At most 2 bowls. Give me a break, Brother Kuan. 6 bowls. The sound of Brother Kuan pleased him immensely. At most 4 bowls. Deal. The street vendor area remained bustling undiminished by Lin Can's absence. A cheerful sweet young girl with a ponytail appeared here, her gaze scanning back and forth. Little girl, want a pancake? Uncle. Lu Yutong blinked politely. Aren't there two young men selling fried rice here? Why can't I see them? Oh, you mean them? The uncle sighed. Half an hour ago law enforcement came and took away their tricycle. Ha! Lu Yutong's heart sank instantly. Why is that? Lu Yutong asked in confusion. They say someone reported that his fried rice had flies in it. The old man glanced at the small vendors, lowering his voice. I reckon he must have offended someone. Lu Yutong felt a surge of sympathy for Lin Can. After being kicked out of his home and hoping to earn some money from stock trading, he ended up tangled up in it himself. Now even selling fried rice is being reported. She didn't hesitate to pull out her phone from her pocket. Lin Can, where are you? At the place you sell fried rice. I heard your tricycle has been seized. Have you eaten? I'm here to taste your cooking. Then come over. Lin Can decisively sent Lu Yutong the location. He was worried there wouldn't be anyone to help with the ingredients. More people means more mouths to feed. The door to the ground floor rental was open. When Lu Yutong, looking like a lost traveler, appeared at the doorway, Han Kuan was genuinely surprised. Hello there, Han Kuan, classmate. We meet again. After Lu Yutong walked in, she greeted him with ease, not showing a trace of disdain for the cramped, shabby place. You. Hello. Han Kuan scratched his head, his face turning bright red. He was boisterous in front of guys, but in front of girls, especially pretty ones, he became a bit at a loss. At that moment Lin Can stepped out from the kitchen, smiling. Lu Yutong, the place is crude, thanks for bearing with us. Kunzi, pour her a glass of water. Not at all. Lu Yutong whispered. Sit for a moment, the fried rice will be ready soon. The rental space was crude yet exceptionally clean and tidy. Lu Yutong sat down, watching Lin Can busy in the kitchen. While relieved, she was also a bit puzzled. The means to make money had been seized. Why didn't he seem sad? Was he broad-minded and optimistic, or was he masking it with a smile? Soon Lin Can carried a huge basin of fried rice from the kitchen. Lu Yutong's eyes widened in an instant. Han Kuan was also stunned. Bro, are you feeding the pigs? Put. Dig in. Lin Can handed Lu Yutong a bowl with disposable utensils. Don't be polite. The fried rice looked and smelled delectable, instantly tempting. Lu Yutong took a small bite. The flavor is good. Lu Yutong, you arrived quite timely. Tomorrow I won't sell fried rice anymore. Lin Can smiled. Ha! Lu Yutong was surprised. Aren't you going to set up a stall? The cart has been seized. Lin Can sighed helplessly. TCH. Han Kuan jumped in, his tone arrogant. Selling fried rice earns only a few coins, far less than we make in a day. He didn't finish before Lin Can shot him a sharp glare. But Lu Yutong wasn't dumb. She seemed to sense something from Han Kuan's words. Lin Can, are you hiding something from me? No. Not really. Lin Can lowered his head to eat. This immediately stirred Lu Yutong's curiosity. Lift your head and look at me. Eat your meal. Lin Can, I'm your creditor, right? Lu Yutong put down her bowl and chopsticks, adopting a posture of ready to press for answers. Then I need to understand your financial situation. No need. Take out your phone and open your stock account. Han Kuan lowered his head to eat, smirking. The two stared at each other for nearly a minute, and Lin Can finally relented. I shouldn't have sent you the location. Then he pulled out his phone, unlocked it, and placed it on the table. Take a look yourself. Lu Yutong blinked, opened the stock app, and studied the numbers on the screen. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Next moment. Her lashes fluttered, pupils narrowing in shock. How could there be over 500,000? Lin Can, didn't you tell me to sell this stock? Lin Can gave a dry smile. Did you really think there would be this much if you listened to me? Then you. Lu Yutong stared at him, a mix of reproach and relief in her tone. Why did you lie to me? That wasn't lying to you. Lin Can explained. I was just brushing you off. You. Lu Yutong fumed. She had felt guilty for days, yet it turned out he had been quietly making money all along. And in just a short time the principal of 150000 had more than tripled. No, that's not right. Lu Yutong rechecked the records. Did you add to your position again? Yes. Lin Can nodded. Borrowed a bit more. You're taking too many risks. Lu Yutong had never seen a peer with such a gambler's temperament, and she was shocked. But what shocked her even more was that on the day Shanha Mining pulled back, his trades were as precise as a scalpel. It was almost unbelievable. He would take profits after at most 3 limit-up moves. Recalling her father's judgment as a professional financier, Lu Yutong's gaze toward Lin Can changed. Do you have inside information? Lin Can smiled, pointing at the shabby rental. What do you think? Then how could you? Lu Yutong still found Lin Can's stock picking outlandishly impressive. Just lucky your bet paid off. Lin Can shrugged. Liar. Believe it or not. Han Cohen was eager to boast. So what do you think? My brother's amazing, right? It's just the cart that got seized tomorrow. I'll buy 10 more for him. Kunzi, you love fried rice that much? Here, have another bowl. No, I'm kidding, bro. The meal left Lin Can and Han Cohen full, while Lu Yutong remained somewhat distracted, still in a state of shock. There was no jealousy or envy, only happiness for Lin Can. She wanted to urge him to stop now and lock in the huge profits. But given past experiences, she did not dare speak up. Instead, she changed her approach. Lin Can. Do you think this stock will rise to what price? How would I know? Lin Can replied with a calm smile. I'm not a fairy. Then when do you plan to sell? Lu Yutong asked again. Let's take it one step at a time, maybe tomorrow, maybe a month from now. Saying that was basically saying nothing. There was no useful information. You're so young yet your schemes run so deep. You're so rich now, why not go out and live a little? Not yet the time for enjoying. Lin Can answered softly, his conviction unwavering. Since severing ties with the Lin family, he had become like a rootless drifting weed. So he must seize every opportunity to accumulate enough strength so he would have the nerve to face whatever risks lay ahead. Lu Yutong's eyes brightened with approval. Han Cohen was unwilling. Don't bro, money earned is meant to be spent right. I even plan to go to KTV tonight and belt out a couple of songs. You can still howl at the square too. Put. With time growing late, Lin Can felt it wasn't appropriate for Lu Yutong to stay any longer and offered to take her home. No need, I can go home by myself. Lu Yutong waved. This isn't politeness, this is an order. Lu Yutong snorted. Do you have a car? Take the bus. Lin Can replied calmly. Cheapskate. Lu Yutong and Han Cohen exclaimed in unison. They boarded the bus. The three of them took individual seats in a row. Lin Can sat in the middle with Lu Yutong at the back. Hey Lin Can, how many more limit-ups do you predict for this wild stock? Lu Yutong couldn't contain her curiosity and whispered, borrow another 50,000 for me. Lin Can glanced back with a smile. I'll tell you if you lend it. Put. Naturally, Lu Yutong refused to believe him. Do you really think you're some stock god? You just got lucky. Then why are you asking me? Lin Can shrugged. Reborn into this new life, he had to remain vigilant about certain matters. Even his best friend Han Cohen was someone he would confide in only when absolutely necessary. Don't get cocky. If you sense the wind shifting, sell immediately, Lu Yutong warned. Worried Lin Can might get trapped in the stock market after taking that bait. Got it. Noted classmate Lu Yutong. Thank you for the reminder. Pretending to be modest. Then something occurred to her. I want screenshots of your stock account anytime. Alright, no problem. Lin Can sighed. You are my creditor after all. But you have to keep this confidential. Deal. After seeing Lu Yutong home safely, they parted ways and went separate directions. Meanwhile, across town, the group chat of the three Lin sisters erupted with activity. Lin Yueling, sister, that bastard Lin Can's fried rice business is dead. Lin Shuyun, why? Lin Lanlin, he second sister, made a phone call and reported him for having a fly in his fried rice. Lin Shuyun, haha, you two are too vicious. Lin Yueling, we can't just let him go on like this and embarrass our family. Lin Lanlin, if we don't do this, will he still be dreaming about repaying mom and dad's 100,000 yuan? Absolute nonsense. Lin Yueling, exactly. We want to crush that delusion completely, make him admit his mistakes and kneel at the front gate to reflect. Lin Lanlin's sister, you should have seen Lin Can. He was practically in tears, hee. Lin Shuyun, any video? I want to see. Lin Yueling forgot to record it. Lin Lanlin's sister, can you take me and second sister alone when you go to collect the debt? Lin Shuyun, sure. The three of us together will definitely make Lin Can mend his ways. Lin Yueling settled then. The next day, Lin Can headed early in the morning to the department that had confiscated his tricycle. I promise I won't sell fried rice anymore. After I get the vehicle back, I'll sell it to raise my tuition. I swear that's all the money I have. The original fine of 500 yuan had been reduced to 200 through his deliberate self-pity and haggling. 190 yuan in cash and 10 yuan via transfer even moved the staff to sympathy. After getting his tricycle back, Lin Can indeed sold it. Adding up everything miscellaneous, he got 2,000 yuan for it. Though sold at half price, it had at least completed its historical mission. The miracle of Hushan mining that wild stock continued to unfold. Every day upon waking it hit the limit up. Major institutions and speculative capital were entering one after another. Experts even predicted it could break through the lofty 100 yuan mark. Many retail investors who couldn't get on board were snapping their boards, drooling with envy, pounding their thighs in frustration. Bro. Every day I look at the numbers in my account and I feel a bit panicked. Han Kuan's tone had long lost its earlier excitement, replaced by unease. It feels like a dream. It's too unreal. Look at you, such a weak stomach. He. Han Kuan scratched his head with a foolish grin. Bro, when are we selling? Can you give me a hint? What's the rush? Just follow my lead. Okay, bro. Days slipped by. Their summer vacation was comfortable and fulfilling, and they even found time to visit tourist spots in a neighboring city for 2 days. Finally, when Hushan Mining's stock climbed to 32 yuan, Lin Can immediately sold off all the shares in both his and Han Kuan's accounts. In his past life, his roommate Su Xingjian had mentioned more than once that this stock had quadrupled. So he would sell at exactly 4 times the price, risking not even a sliver more. Greed was out of the question. When Han Kuan saw the nearly 170,000 yuan in his account, his mouth stretched from ear to ear. All the lucky money and pocket money he had saved since childhood, totaling 38,000 yuan. In just 1 month it had more than quadrupled. How could he not be thrilled? Bro, how much did you make? Han Kuan leaned over to peek at Lin Can's account. With just one glance his jaw dropped in astonishment. 81,000 yuan exactly, holy cow. Enough, Han Kuan. Stop making such a fuss. Lin Can immediately withdrew the funds, already planning how to maximize the returns. Han Kuan, let's go to your place for lunch today. You bet. Han Kuan's eyes lit up excitedly, jumping around. I've been waiting all day for this. Bro, you have no idea how stifled I've felt these past few weeks. Let's go, I'll buy some gifts for your parents. No need, bro. Then you're heading back alone. Actually, I'll go with you. Han Kuan pulled out his phone and made a call. Mom, brother Ken is coming over for lunch. Cook some proper dishes, nothing less than 5-star hotel standards. Lin Can was genuinely amused. Anyone would think you're ordering your subordinates around. Old habits. At 11:40 Lin Can arrived at Han Kuan's house, once again laden with bags and boxes. Han's parents were as warm and welcoming as ever. Oh child, you really shouldn't have brought all these things. The couple's complaint was sincere, not mere politeness. His mother opened her mouth to say more, but his father silenced her with a glance, signaling her to go to the kitchen and prepare the dishes. Xiao can come sit on the sofa. His father held his thermos cup, smiling. Han Kuan told me you've been selling fried rice for over a month, is that right? Yes, Uncle Han. Lin Can nodded. How's the income? Not bad. Lin Can smiled shyly. Just enough to cover university tuition. Not bad at all. His father set the cup on the coffee table and patted Lin Can's shoulder. Using your own effort to earn tuition during the holidays puts you ahead of 99% of your peers. As he spoke, his gaze casually drifted toward his own son. Han Kuan naturally fired back an unconvinced glare. Every towering building starts from the ground. His father smiled. Xiaocan, selling fried rice may seem like a small endeavor, but with the mindset and perseverance you've shown, I believe you'll achieve something great in the near future. Thank you, Lin Can replied humbly. Beside him, Han Kuan could no longer hold back. Cough. Ahem. What's wrong, son? His father looked puzzled. Throat uncomfortable. There are lozenges in the medicine box. I'll choke on you. Lin Can guessed the last 2 characters were uncle, but the kid wasn't that reckless at home, so he swallowed his reply. Just then his mother emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 dishes. Come on, Xiao Can, it's time to eat. Son, go fetch the bowls and chopsticks. Let's go, Xiao Can. His father stood up and gestured for Lin Can to take his seat. Lin Can glanced at the table. Good heavens, it truly was hotel standard, with 7 or 8 neat dishes. Throughout the meal the couple's conversation had only one theme: Lin Can was excellent and their son needed to learn from him. Han Kuan kept shooting sidelong glances at Lin Can, his facial expressions clearly revealing his restrained frustration. Lin Can pretended not to notice. Finally Han Kuan couldn't hold it in any longer. Cough. Cough. Han Mu sat beside him, patting Han Kuan on the back. Dad, Mom. Han Cohen glanced up at Lin Can then spoke in a muffled tone, I don't need you to cover my tuition or living expenses for the semester starting in a few days. I'll take care of it myself. His words hung in the air. The couple exchanged a quick glance, both reading astonishment in each other's eyes. Offering to use his own Lunar New Year money for tuition. Was this really coming from their own son's mouth? Had the sun risen from the west? Son, you're making us feel like strangers. The next moment both their gazes swept over to Lin Can. After a moment's thought it seemed they had found the answer. As the saying goes, keep company with good men and you'll become good, keep company with bad men and you'll go astray. It hadn't even been a full summer with Lin Can yet their son suddenly seemed so much more sensible. Han Fu cast a triumphant glance at Han Mu as if to say, see. Still think I'm wrong, huh? Son, using your own Lunar New Year money. No. Han Cohen shook his head, barely able to suppress his grin. I've been investing with my bro. Made a little profit. Ha. Han Fu frowned, deeply puzzled. Selling fried rice counts as investing. Son, how could you do something like that? Shao Can is short on money right now. Dad, what are you talking about? Han Cohen wasn't about to let that slide. Is fried rice some kind of investment? You're so uneducated. Haven't you heard about that hot stock everyone's been talking about? Shanha mining. Han Fu paused, taken aback. Exactly. Son, you bought it. Han Fu's eyes widened, his expression remarkably complicated. Wait, you have no idea about stocks yet? You went and bought blindly. And how come I've never heard a word about this? I've been tracking this share since it hit 18 yuan. I've tried multiple times to get in at the limit but never managed it. Now who doesn't understand? Han Cohen said, proudly laying out his case with conviction. I followed my brother's lead and it's already multiplied several times over. What? Han Fu was even more staggered. He looked from his son to Lin Can. You caught a magical stock. How much did you put in? All of my money. All of it? How much is that? 38,000. Han Cohen simply pulled out his phone, opened his stock account and handed it to Han Fu. Han Fu took the phone and gazed at the numbers on the screen, utterly dumbfounded. As a veteran trader he could read those figures in an instant. A cost basis under 8 yuan sold at 32. If the god of stocks himself had seen this trade he'd drop to his knees and call this boy his master. What's wrong, old Han? Han Mu asked, puzzled. Not a word. Han Fu's mouth hung open as he stared blankly at the phone screen, his face frozen in sheer shock. Son. You bought before it even started surging. You made over 100,000 in 1 month. This is nothing. Han Cohen tilted his head back, basking in the admiration and astonishment radiating from his parents. My brother is the real deal. Han Fu turned to look at Lin Can, his gaze filled with particular curiosity and warmth. Shao Can, how much did you make? Uncle Han, not that much. Lin Can offered a modest smile. Around 500,000, I suppose. How much? Han Fu's pupils contracted. He rose abruptly. Dad, can you keep it together? You're not a kid anymore. Han Cohen grinned ear to ear. Bro, show my dad. Lin Can sighed helplessly, pulled out his phone, opened his stock account and set it on the dining table. Han Fu bent over, his eyes practically glued to the screen. After reading the numbers clearly he drew in a sharp, stunned breath. The next instant, it felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from his body. He slumped back into his chair, staring at the two 18-year-old boys before him, and suddenly the whole world seemed unbearably unreal. How was this even possible? Two greenhorn kids had managed to surgically pick apart a magical stock with such precision. And what was a veteran leak like him supposed to feel? Dad, didn't you say earlier that Brother Can was just dabbling? Han Cohen couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. Just dabbling. He would surely lose it all right. Consider it tuition for learning about investing. Laying a solid foundation for bigger things. Han Fu recalled his own dismissive remarks and misplaced encouragement toward Lin Can, and his face burned with shame. Finished, he'd been schooled, and not just by anyone but by a teenager the same age as his own son. Ahem. I'm full. Shao Can eat more, don't be a stranger. Han Fu forced an awkward smile, rose from his seat and headed toward his room. The news was too shocking, his face far too humiliated, he needed to retreat and compose himself. Old Han. Han Mu called out. Han Fu waved his hand without turning around. Dad, what's your problem? Han Cohen chuckled under his breath. Lin Can silently collected his phone and slipped it into his pocket, but when he saw Han Fu's retreating back, something tightened in his chest. Oh no, he'd gone a bit too hard on the guy. At that moment Han Mu also snapped back to reality. She asked curiously. Shao Can, did you really make over 500,000 trading stocks?
Yes, Auntie Han. Lin Can nodded. Good heavens. Han Mu was equally stunned.
She could never have dreamed that Lin Can, who had come to borrow 100,000 from her family over a month ago, would turn around and make so much more. And on top of that, he had taken her son along and earned a pretty fortune for him too.
Shao Can, you truly are this family's benefactor. Auntie will drink to you. No, Auntie, let me toast you. After finishing their meal, Han Kuan made a beeline for his father's room without delay. Kunzi. Lin Can quickly called after him. Don't go tormenting Uncle Han any further. Relax, bro, I know what I'm doing.
A few minutes later, Han Kuan emerged from the room with a grin.
Hee, Dad's going through an existential crisis right now.
Just then the door opened.
Shao Can, come in. Uncle has something to say to you. All right, Uncle Han.
Inside the room, Han Fu had a cigarette between his lips, his gaze fixed squarely on Lin Can as if searching for some hidden truth in his face.
Shao Can, how on earth did you manage to pull this off? Just got lucky and guessed right. Lin Can gave a perfunctory reply. Han Fu let out a weary sigh.
The gap between people, just how vast can it be?
Lin Can kept silent. Shao Can, you came here today to repay the money, right? Han Fu asked suddenly. Yes, Uncle Han. I'll transfer it to you now. Lin Can reached for his phone.
But Han Fu firmly stopped him.
No need.
I told you before that 100,000 is my sponsorship to you. What you've already made for Kunzi far exceeds that amount. Besides, once he enters university, I'll still need to bother you to keep an eye on that rascal for me.
Uncle, there's an old saying, even brothers should keep their finances separate.
Lin Can hadn't finished when Han Fu cut him off.
Shao Can, that's settled then. I certainly won't be taking this money.
In the future, if you ever need Kunzi to run errands or lend a hand with anything, I'll be eternally grateful.
Enough. Let's go back out.
Han Fu stood up and stubbed out his cigarette.
Mom, Dad, we're heading out this afternoon, Han Kuan called out as a greeting.
The two had barely stepped out the door when Lin Can received a message. The message was sent by the fried rice seller who had sold him the house that evening, telling Lin Can he could come to view the property anytime. Since they had added each other as friends, they had kept in touch. Previously, when the stock hadn't risen and he lacked money, Lin Can could only silently pray that the house hadn't been sold. But times had changed. With ample funds in his card, he naturally wanted to seize this golden opportunity. Whether someone else snatched the house or the homeowner learned of the demolition news, it would be a tremendous loss.
Uncle, send me the location. I'm on my way. Lin Can replied and then hurried downstairs with Han Kuan. Let's go, Kunzi. We're going to see the house. Bro, are you really buying it?
Han Kuan felt Lin Can's decision seemed a bit impulsive.
Housing prices aren't low right now. How about we wait and see? If we wait any longer, the opportunity will be gone. Lin Can hailed a taxi and returned to the area near No.
6 high school where he had previously set up his stall. The neighborhood was old and shabby, but the location was decent with access to all directions. At the base of Building 3 they met the slightly stooped house-selling uncle.
Young man, just the two of you?
The uncle seemed disheartened, shaking his head and sighing.
Lin Can wanted to explain, but Han Kuan's temper flared. What's the matter? Look down on us. Believe we can buy the whole building. Kunzi.
Lin Can pulled him back, feeling quite speechless.
Don't drag me into your bragging. Uncle, I'm sincerely here to buy a house. If I'm satisfied, we can handle the paperwork this afternoon. First, take us to see the house. All right, follow me. The uncle led them to Apt 201 and unlocked the door with a key. It was a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room layout, about 70 square meters.
The place was fairly tidy, but it was an old house after all, and the furniture and appliances weren't complete. Young man, I won't play games with you.
The uncle was firm.
Many people have come to see this house, but the highest offer was 420,000.
My bottom line is 450,000. I won't sell for less. Oh. Lin Can nodded. How many square meters?
Exactly 73 square meters.
All right, uncle.
450,000 it is.
I won't haggle with you. Lin Can looked utterly composed. We can handle the paperwork this afternoon. The uncle's eyes lit up. He had listed the house for a while, but never expected this young man who sold fried rice to be so straightforward. Deal. No problem. Han Kuan was visibly surprised. He tugged at Lin Can's arm and whispered, bro, even if you want to buy, don't agree so fast. I think we could still negotiate the price.
It was true he had made over 500,000 from stock trading, but spending it all at once, Han Kuan felt sorry for him.
No need. Lin Can turned to the uncle. Do you have the property deed and everything?
Yes, I do.
The uncle nodded repeatedly.
Then he sighed. If it weren't for my children settling down elsewhere and my going back to my hometown to retire, I really wouldn't bear to sell this house.
I've lived here for so many years. What are you thinking of raising the price? Lin Can pulled Han Kuan aside. Uncle, don't mind him. Let's go handle the transfer. Things moved quickly, and by 3 in the afternoon the transfer procedures were complete.
Lin Can's account balance had decreased by 450000.
Han Kuan lamented the loss. Bro, we could wait until after college to buy a house. It's far from Jiang University and inconvenient. Buying a house doesn't necessarily mean living in it. What? Han Kuan was confused. You'll understand in a while.
Lin Can pocketed the brand new deed and took Han Kuan to the bank to apply for a mortgage. The 450000 house could be mortgaged for 350,000. Bro, you still have over 300,000.
Why take a loan? Han Kuan was even more bewildered. To continue investing.
Hearing this, Han Kuan's eyes lit up and he rubbed his hands excitedly.
Bro, have you found another stock to bet on? I'll follow you.
In just 1 month he had made over 100,000 faster than robbery.
In Han Kuan's eyes, Lin Can was undoubtedly an investment genius.
Since the genius was going to continue investing, how could he miss this golden opportunity? This time it's not stocks, Lin Can explained.
Then what is it? Han Kuan paused, then didn't press further. Never mind, whatever it is, I'm with you. Unconditional trust. Lin Can raised an eyebrow. Absolutely unconditional. Han Kuan declared firmly. What if I lose money? Won't you blame me? Bro, are you insulting me? Han Kuan grew anxious. Han Kuan never do anything ungrateful. Alright, Lin Can agreed.
It was 2017 and Lin Can clearly remembered that this year Bitcoin experienced a breakthrough and explosion. From a few $100s it skyrocketed to nearly 20,000. But it was already the second half of the year and the price was hovering around $4,000. This price was already high, deterring many from jumping in rashly. A few days later the bank loan came through. In an elegant coffee shop at a mall, Han Kuan, under Lin Can's guidance, downloaded a cryptocurrency trading platform. Having previously studied systematically, Lin Can was now thoroughly familiar with the knowledge and trading process of virtual currencies. They kept 300,000 and used the remaining funds to buy Bitcoin. Bro, why are there only a few coins?
Just look at the unit price. Isn't there any risk? Han Kuan was a little uneasy.
He knew a bit about stocks, but when it came to cryptocurrency he was a complete novice.
It's not too late for you to back out now. Lin Can was a bit exasperated. Bro, I was just saying. Han Kuan grinned. An arrow shot cannot be taken back. If you regret halfway, why invest at all?
Lin Can took a sip of coffee, looking at the dwindling balance on his phone, only a few thousand left, yet he felt as calm as a mountain, as if he had taken a tranquilizer. Just then Lu Yutong, who hadn't contacted him for days, suddenly sent a message. Lin, the stock god, did you sell Shanha Mining?
It's been pulling back these past 2 days. Sold, Lin Can replied. At what price? Lu Yutong asked. 32 yuan. Lin Can. You're bluffing. Believe it or not. Send me a screenshot. No.
You must have sold too early. Reverse psychology won't work on me.
Oh, Lin Can, just for the sake of me lending you money, let me see the screenshot.
Lin Can smiled faintly at her message.
You can see the screenshot, but you have to treat me to a meal.
Deal, Lu Yutong agreed readily.
Lin Can immediately sent the screenshot of the Shanha Mining sell order. At a scenic spot in Jiangzhou City, in a pavilion halfway up the mountain.
Lu Yutong stared at the screenshot Lin Can had sent to her phone, hardly able to believe her eyes.
Cost price 8 yuan, selling price 32 yuan, a profit of 400%. It must be noted that the highest point of Shanha Mining stock was 33.1 yuan. After 2 consecutive limit down days, the stock had fallen back to 26 yuan.
Many investors who had chased the peak were now trapped. According to her estimation, Lin Can would either have sold around 25 yuan or still be holding on to the stock, waiting for it to hit new highs. But she never expected. What kind of divine move was this? It was more precise than a surgeon's scalpel.
Could he really be a once-in-a-century stock trading genius? Amid her shock, Lu Yutong felt a surge of admiration for Lin Can. How could someone her age quadruple his assets during summer vacation?
while she herself was just cultivating hobbies in training classes.
Tong water.
Lu Zicheng sitting across from her handed her a bottle of mineral water. Lu Yutong took the water and asked, Dad, did your company buy Shanha Mining?
We did. Lu Zicheng sighed lightly.
We bought at a relatively high price and with the recent pullback it's barely a 3% gain.
Did you sell? Not yet. Lu Zicheng shook his head. Let's wait and see.
There's still a chance for a second rally.
Tong, why are you suddenly asking about this? Lu Yutong didn't answer but messaged Lin Can on her phone. Lin Can, are you planning to buy back in? No. Why? I'm not optimistic about the future. Any reason? No reason, just intuition. Then. Which stock do you think is promising? No comment.
TCH, you really think you're the stock god now?
After ending the chat, Lu Yutong pondered for a moment, then looked at her father. Dad, how about you sell it now? You can still lock in a 3% gain. Did your classmate tell you that? Lu Zicheng laughed. You tried to persuade him and now he's trying to persuade me. Ha!
A kid who hasn't even started college, what does he know?
He made a little money by luck and now wants to play the teacher. Dad, he didn't listen to me.
Oh. Lu Zicheng narrowed his eyes, suddenly intrigued. He didn't just take 2 limit-up days. Lu Yutong didn't answer directly but asked with a smile, Dad, do you believe someone bought Shanha Mining at 8 yuan and sold at 32?
What?
Lu Zicheng shot up, then realizing his daughter was joking calmed down and shook his head with a smile.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What if it really happened? Well, that would be 1 in 10,000. No 1 in 100,000.
Lu Yutong covered her mouth and giggled.
Then the world is really small.
As she spoke, she handed him her phone with the screenshot and chat history.
Dad, see for yourself. Lu Zicheng took the phone skeptically and scrolled up.
Soon he saw the 2 screenshots clearly and his pupils contracted sharply. The numbers on the images were unmistakable, shocking even him, a high executive of an investment company.
But Lu Zicheng didn't believe it.
Suddenly serious, he asked, did that kid who borrowed money from you, Lin Can, send this to you?
Lu Yutong nodded. This kid is dishonest.
He photoshopped online pictures to show off just to win your favor. Lu Zicheng said sternly, Tong, make sure he pays you back on time. Then stop associating with him.
Ha! Lu Yutong was stunned.
She had intended to persuade her father to sell the stock quickly, but things seemed to have gone off track.
Dad, the screenshot isn't photoshopped.
Lu Yutong explained, a while ago I saw his stock account with my own eyes, it had nearly tripled.
Lu Zicheng frowned deeper. You saw it with your own eyes? Absolutely. You went on a date. Lu Yutong's face flushed slightly and she couldn't help but protest. Dad, what are you saying? It's just a normal, ordinary classmate relationship. Oh, I see. Lu Zicheng's expression softened a bit. Dad, just listen to him. Tong, he's the same age as you. You want me to listen to him? Lu Zicheng chuckled dryly.
But he really has a talent for stock trading.
He just got lucky. Are you really not selling? Lu Zicheng shook his head. Let's wait a bit longer. If there's a second rally, we'll miss out big time. Dad, don't say I didn't warn you.
Lu Yutong stood up, snorted defiantly and continued climbing toward the mountaintop.
Tong, wait for me. This kid. Why run so fast? My little cozy jacket is leaking air. After buying over 20 bitcoins filled with boundless hope for the future, Lin Can left the cafe with Han Kuan. As luck would have it, right at the entrance his eyes met a familiar face.
It was his eldest sister, Lin Shuyun. She wore a white shirt, a black skirt and had a slightly plump figure.
Though she didn't look down on people like Lin Yuechen, she was always cold-faced and unsmiling.
Especially her 2 sharp-textured eyebrows, which gave off an intense pressure.
In the entire Lin family, in terms of aura, besides Lin Hongda, it was Lin Shuyun.
Lin Can had tried many times to get close to his eldest sister, but each time he was met with coldness and distance. It seemed in her eyes he was a dispensable person in the Lin family. When needed, he could be sent on errands. When not needed, even a glance was bothersome. Over time, Lin Can naturally grew fearful of this eldest sister.
Lin Can.
Lin Shuyun raised her sharp eyebrows, her gaze full of surprise. Lin Can took a deep breath, didn't greet her and tried to walk past her. It seems you're determined to cut ties with the Lin family.
Lin Can said nothing, but Han Kuan was displeased.
Seriously, you people take turns coming at him like you've planned it, aren't you tired of this?
Forget it, Kunzi. We just happened to run into her. Let's go. Lin Can pulled Han Cohen ready to leave. Lin can we talk alone? Just 3 minutes. Lin Shuyun's face was expressionless.
After saying this, she turned to her friend and said, "You go in first."
Okay, Sister Shuyun. The friend walked into the cafe alone. Kunzi, wait for me at the mall entrance. Got it, bro. Call me if anything. Before leaving, Han Cohen glanced at Lin Shuyun with a crooked mouth. Outside the cafe, the two found a quiet corner.
Lin Can house the fried rice business.
I stopped selling it, Lin Can said flatly.
Lin Shuyun let out an "oh," probably guessing the reason, but still asked knowingly why.
Someone reported me.
Lin Shuyun narrowed her eyes, then let out a mocking laugh. Such a small business, and yet there were jealous competitors plotting behind your back.
How did you know it was a competitor who reported me? Lin Can asked in confusion. The rich don't fight over a piece of bread, but beggars do.
If you're just here to mock me, there's no need to continue.
So tough.
A faint imperceptible smirk curled at the corner of Lin Shuyun's mouth.
Lin, can I have the IOU you wrote to Mom and Dad?
I need to remind you there are only 7 or 8 days left until the 2-month repayment deadline.
I know the timeline better than you, no need for your reminders. Lin Can's tone was cold.
Just bring the IOU when the time comes to collect the money.
Your number isn't blocked on my phone. Yet. Oh ho. So tough.
Lin Shuyun sneered, her eyes narrowing.
You've saved 100,000 yuan. Don't tell me you're running around using the Lin family's eldest young master title to swindle people.
Based on her knowledge of this younger brother, it was impossible for him to save 100,000 yuan in such a short time, no matter how hard he worked himself to death. Either he was putting on a brave front with empty boasts, or he was scrambling to borrow money from his so-called friends. That bulky guy she'd just seen looked nothing like someone trustworthy, his whole demeanor screamed trouble. They might appear carefree together now, but when it came time to repay what was owed, he'd likely vanish without a trace.
Stubborn to the last.
That's none of your concern, Lin Can replied with icy detachment, and that cold indifference from him rubbed Lin Shuyun the wrong way. Back at the Lin residence, he'd been nothing but careful and respectful, always deferential. But how long had it really been since then? Now he spoke to her with sharp edges.
Teenage rebellion compounded by years of neglect, he'd never received proper guidance. What a relief this younger brother was becoming. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave.
Lin Can turned to depart.
Lin Can, if I were you, I'd go home and apologize to our parents right away. They might soften and forgive you.
She locked eyes with his back, each word deliberate and cutting.
Without the Lin family's protection, you couldn't even sell fried rice.
This past month or so, hasn't the real world beaten you down plenty?
Lin Can turned back around.
For all that matters, I'm still your sister, bound by blood. Lin Shuyun wore an arrogant expression, though her gaze carried a hint of condescension.
I'll intercede on your behalf when you go back.
Kneel in the living room for 2 hours as a formality, and we can consider this settled.
Lin Shuyun. Can't even call me sister anymore.
She crossed her arms. Lin Can, where's your upbringing? You've got such a harsh face, and with that temper of yours, you'll struggle to find a husband someday. That wasn't a curse from Lin Can, it was simply stating what had already happened. In his previous life, Lin Shuyun hadn't married until she was well into her 30s. She dated a few men, but none could withstand her temperament. When her anger flared, she'd lecture them the same way one might scold a dog.
Any man with backbone or ambition would keep their distance.
Now Lin Can's blunt honesty shattered her composure instantly.
Lin Can. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? My marriage is none of your damn business.
Yue Chen and Lan Lan told me what a terrible person you are, and I used to doubt it, but now I finally understand. You deserve every bit of being cast out, you worthless bastard. Rather than anger, Lin Can met her relentless verbal assault with a smile.
Keep insulting Qin Huiron, I enjoy hearing it. You.
Lin Shuyun's chest heaved as fury surged through her finger trembling as she pointed at him.
Insolent child. Bastard. Get lost.
If you're short a single yuan from the 100,000, I'll make sure you don't finish university. Bystanders gathered to watch but instinctively kept their distance from Lin Shuyun. Stay away from her, she's having a manic episode. After offering that uninvited warning to a passerby, Lin Can walked away with effortless grace. Stung by the sideways glances from those around her, Lin Shuyun nearly tore off her high heels to throw at him. Once inside the cafe, Lin Shuyun immediately opened the group chat with her 2 sisters and unloaded her frustrations.
That Lin Can is a complete bastard, absolutely beyond saving.
Lin Yueting, what happened, big sister?
Curious Lin Lanan spilled the tea. So Lin Shuyun typed out a full account of their confrontation.
I was the one who wanted to help him out as the eldest sister who knew this bastard would turn out so vile.
He wasn't like this back at home. I'm absolutely furious. Lin Yueting, he's putting on an act, that bastard knows how to perform. Lin Lanan, maybe he's trying some patience strategy, but our parents saw through it early. He. Lin Shuyan Lanan's right, he's finally dropped the act and shown his true colors. Lin Yueting let him sink or swim on his own. Lin Shuyan, even if he's on his own, he still owes us money first. I've made up my mind, if he can't pay when it's due, I'm taking legal action. Poof. Lin Yueting fully on board. Happy Lin Lanan go big sister. That evening, the Lin family mansion.
The entire Lin family had gathered around the dinner table minus Lin Can.
The atmosphere carried an underlying tension.
Lin Hongda glanced at Lin Lanan and said in a seemingly casual manner, "Lanan, your school term begins soon, doesn't it?"
Yes. Lin Lanan nodded.
Qin Huairong immediately understood her husband's meaning.
Lin Can may be an ungrateful son with a rotten nature, but blood ties couldn't be severed no matter what.
It had been too long without any sign of him returning to apologize. If something happened to him out there, it would only tarnish the Lin family's reputation.
By the way,
Shuyun Yueting Lanan, do any of you still keep in touch with that rebellious son?
Qin Huairong asked coldly.
The words hung in the air and the three sisters exchanged glances.
We don't keep in touch.
Lin Shuyun said flatly, but I ran into him at the mall this afternoon.
Oh. Lin Hongda narrowed his eyes. Tell me, Shuyun. Dad, he's living quite comfortably now. Recalling Lin Can's curse earlier that afternoon still made her teeth grind with rage.
Sitting in the mall's air conditioning sipping coffee with some thug hanging around him.
What? Associating with thugs. Qin Huairong's anger flared instantly. Mom, what's strange about that?
Lin Yueting snorted coldly. Birds of a feather flock together. He even said I have such a vicious look that I'll never marry.
Lin Shuyun continued stirring the pot.
It's laughable, never marrying would be a blessing honestly. Hearing this, Lin Hongda set down his chopsticks, his brow furrowed deeply.
Shuyun, did he really say that? Absolutely. Lin Shuyun nodded.
Who speaks about their own sister like that? Qin Huairong slammed her chopsticks onto the table.
Does he have any basic upbringing at all?
Today I brought up the IOU with him and he seemed completely confident, saying just bring the paper when the time comes and he'll pay. Lin Shuyun scanned her parents' two younger sisters and one younger brother.
None of you secretly gave him money, did you? Big sister, how could that be?
Lin Yueting and Lin Lanan spoke in unison. Lin Hongda and Qin Huairong exchanged glances before both shaking their heads.
Finally everyone's gaze fell upon Lin Hao.
Lin Hao's eyes darted away, his tone carrying a hint of sympathy.
Mom, Dad, I was worried brother wasn't eating or living well out there. I thought about secretly giving him money. But when I went to that stall location third sister mentioned, I couldn't find him.
Having said that, he lowered his head in a grievous manner. Lin Hao did not seek out Lin Can, nor did he know that his fried rice business had already collapsed. Yet this did not stop him from cultivating a persona of kindness and filial piety before his parents and three elder sisters. It was merely a matter of words, demanding no real sacrifice. Even if someone pressed for the truth, he could easily fabricate a lie about having looked in the wrong place and brush it off. Lin Hao was no stranger to this tactic. It had proven effective time and again, reaping abundant rewards. As expected, when his parents and three sisters heard his words, their eyes revealed 3 parts approval, 3 parts affection, and 4 parts reproach.
Xiao Hao, why did you go looking for that reprobate? Qin Huairong's tone, even in reproach, was gentle toward Lin Hao.
You were still thinking of secretly giving him money. He hasn't fulfilled his duty as an elder brother nor set a good example for you.
Don't do this anymore. It's not worth it, understand? I understand.
Lin Hao lowered his head.
That's enough, dear.
Lin Hongda rarely showed a smile. Xiao Hao is so kind-hearted, he shouldn't be criticized.
Kindness should be reserved for the deserving.
Lin Shuyun interjected, affectionately wrapping an arm around Lin Hao's shoulders.
Xiao Hao, from now on treat that bastard brother of yours as if he doesn't exist. Ah.
Lin Hao put on a reluctant expression.
Listen to your eldest sister.
Lin Yuechen also began to coax.
Well. All right. Lin Hao nodded reluctantly.
After confirming that no one had secretly given Lin Can money, Lin Shuyun's arrogance immediately flared up.
I thought he could really come up with 100,000 yuan. Turns out it was just a bluff. Eldest sister, you're only figuring that out now. Lin Lan giggled. He's been a habitual liar for ages. Just a stubborn fool who won't admit defeat. Dad, if Lin Can can't repay this money, should we pursue legal action?
Lin Shuyun looked at her father Lin Hongda. She had said in the group chat that afternoon that she would sue Lin Can and prevent him from attending university. But that was merely a heated remark. Upon calming down she realized it was difficult to carry out. The Lin family was not of humble origin, every member held status and prestige. If such a thing were to happen, it would not only invite ridicule but also harm the company's image. When competitors seized the opportunity to publicize it, the loss would far exceed a mere 100,000 yuan. As the chairman of the corporation, Lin Hongda's thoughts on this matter were naturally mature. Seeing everyone's gaze fixed upon him, he furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then let out a soft sigh.
If he can't repay, then so be it. Our family doesn't lack that 100,000 yuan.
Besides, he's an adult now with wings spread wide. If he wants to fly solo, let him. But from now on he shall never set foot through the Lin family's door again. Even if he kneels at the gate for a day and a night, I will not relent. Lin Hongda's words carried a grave severity unmistakable to all. The vast Lin family would henceforth have no place for Lin Can.
Not even a storage room. Lin Lanlan felt a secret delight, a sense of vengeance satisfied.
Lin Shuyun and Lin Yuechen, however, remained somewhat dissatisfied, feeling that this was too lenient on Lin Can. After all, the hurt they had suffered from Lin Can was far more severe than Lin Lanlan's. Meanwhile, Lin Hao struggled to suppress his inner excitement, keeping his face taut to prevent a smile from breaking through.
Enough, the matter is settled. Let's eat. Lin Hongda made the final decision. From now on at home, let's speak little of that reprobate. Regret. A little.
Yet looking at the three outstanding daughters before him and the endearingly sensible youngest son, his heart found a new balance. One came to repay a grievance, the other to repay a kindness. Perhaps it was a double blessing. Since Lin Can bought a house and moved in, Han Kuan barely returned home anymore. The two were practically inseparable. After shopping for ingredients at the supermarket in the afternoon, they returned to happily prepare a hot pot meal. Lin Can busied himself in the kitchen while Han Kuan played games on his newly bought laptop in the living room.
Oh no, we're losing badly. Bro, help me turn the tables. Then you handle the side dishes.
Okay. So they swapped positions. Han Kuan, however, had his mind elsewhere, frequently sneaking out of the kitchen to steal glances at the screen, keeping a close eye on the battle. During this time, Han's mother called.
Son, registration is tomorrow. Do you want your father and me to send you off? No need. Then aren't you coming back to prepare bedding and other daily necessities? The school provides everything, what's not provided can be bought.
Having earned money, Han Kuan spoke arrogantly.
It's just a small expense.
Then you and Xiao can look out for each other.
I know, Mom, you're so naggy. Hanging up, Lin Can's game had ended and the word victory appeared on the laptop screen. Time to eat. The steaming hot pot was brought to the table. 7 or 8 side dishes along with 3 bottles of chilled beer and a bottle of juice. The two ate with great relish. During the meal, Han Kuan would occasionally pull out his phone and exclaim with surprise. It's up.
A full $20 increase. In just a few seconds, over 100 yuan in hand.
At this rate. TSK. This Bitcoin is seriously thrilling. Bro, I'll say it again, you're a genius.
Lin Can shook his head with a smile.
Kuan, don't make any rash moves on your own. Rest assured, bro, I'll follow your instructions completely. And don't go around boasting about it. Why? Han Kuan didn't understand holding back when he could show off was too painful. Great plans thrive in secrecy, loose lips sink ships.
Lin Can recalled his past life's experiences. In this world, those who wish you well are not as many as those who wish you ill.
All right. Han Kuan nodded, half understanding. Bro, I'll listen to you.
A glass of beer and a glass of juice clinked together. The next morning the two got up early, washed up, quickly grabbed a simple breakfast nearby and took a taxi to their destination.
20 minutes later they arrived. Lin Can retrieved 2 quilts from the trunk of the taxi and gazed at the familiar gate of Jiangzhou University as well as the many new students and their parents coming to register.
A sense of daze washed over him.
Going to university again. The 4 years of his previous life had left only unpleasant memories.
Reborn, he hoped to live a more vibrant life this time.
Bro, let me carry that. No need. Lin Can let Han Kuan, relying on his past life's memory, and easily found the registration point for freshmen.
In his previous life, his mother Qin Huirong had nagged him for a full half an hour over a few thousand yuan in tuition fees, including some unpleasant words. But now things were different. With money in his pocket, his backbone was stronger. After both paid their fees, they took the forms and headed to register for Class 1 of Financial Management in the Finance Department. Bro, do you know the way?
Should we ask someone?
Han Kuan was full of excitement and curiosity, his eyes darting around.
Just follow me.
Just then a familiar figure appeared before them.
Hi. Hello there, Lin Can. Lu Yutong wore a red bow on her head and a floral dress, looking elegant and sweet.
Beside her stood a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses exuding a refined demeanor. In his youth, well even now, he was quite handsome.
Oh, what a coincidence.
Lin Can smiled and greeted Lu Yutong, then glanced at the middle-aged man beside her.
Classmate Lu Yutong, is this your father? The two had just arrived and hadn't started queuing yet. Mm. Lu Yutong held Lu Zicheng's arm, clearly showing the close bond between father and daughter. Hello, uncle. Lin Can said politely.
Han Kuan scratched his head and grinned.
Though straightforward and free-spirited, he was somewhat lacking in social graces. Lin Can, having lived a second life, was comparatively more mature. Dad, this is the person I mentioned before.
Before Lu Yutong could finish, Lu Zicheng chuckled and took over the youthful stock market prodigy right.
Impressive young man. Not at all, uncle, you flatter me. I was just lucky. Lin Can wore a modest expression, remaining very composed. Bro, don't be so modest. Han Kuan wanted to brag but was silenced by an elbow from Lin Can, promptly shutting his mouth. Lu Zicheng noticed this subtle move and couldn't help but regard the young man with newfound respect. Not intimidated, not ostentatious, with proper manners, humble and polite.
Especially his height and appearance somewhat reminiscent of his own younger days. But could someone with such a reserved personality have the courage to go all in on a single stock with his entire savings?
Doubt crept into Lu Zicheng's mind.
Yet since the person in question was right before him, he might as well ask directly.
Lin Can, is it?
I heard from Tongtong that you bought shares in Shanha Mining and it quadrupled in value. Lu Zicheng tried to make his smile more sincere.
Would you mind satisfying my curiosity?
It's not that I don't trust you, I just want to see for myself.
Dad.
Lu Yutong shook her father's arm, rather displeased. That's his private business.
I
was indeed being presumptuous. Lu Zicheng immediately offered an apologetic smile.
Then forget I said anything. Classmate Lu Yutong, when you asked me for a screenshot the other day, you didn't think about my privacy then.
Lin Can teased, then casually pulled out his phone from his pocket, unlocked it and logged into the stock trading app.
Here, Uncle Lu, take a look yourself.
The transaction records are all there. Such a frank gesture made Lu Zicheng a bit embarrassed.
Yet curiosity got the better of him.
He took the phone and opened the transaction records.
As a finance professional, he was quite knowledgeable in this area. But the moment he saw the records, Lu Zicheng could no longer remain calm. Good heavens!
A cost of less than 8 yuan, and he sold everything at 32 yuan.
He had even added to his position once.
Even more astonishingly, on the day of the correction, he miraculously sold at the daily limit up and then precisely bought the bottom.
What kind of divine operation was this?
His earlier remark about youthful stock market prodigy had been somewhat teasing. But at this moment he was genuinely stunned. Lu Zicheng quickly calculated in his mind this stock had earned Lin Can at least 550000 yuan. A pity if he had had more capital. But where was the money in the account? Seeing the number 0 in the account, Lu Zicheng confirmed twice that this wasn't a simulation software, and doubt crept into his mind.
Could he ask? Definitely not. Prying further would truly be an invasion of privacy. But he could try to probe indirectly.
Lu Zicheng returned the phone to Lin Can, a smile at the corner of his mouth. Lin Can, with such talent in stock trading, don't you plan to re-enter the market?
Not for now.
Lin Can shook his head.
Better to quit while ahead. Can you really resist?
Lu Zicheng found it hard to believe that someone who had profited from stocks could decisively leave.
It was against human nature, wasn't it?
Once a stock trader, always a stock trader, this saying held true in the stock market.
I've made some other investments. Lin Can said calmly. What? Lu Zicheng blurted out. Lu Yutong also widened her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. However, Lin Can just smiled and said nothing. Lu Zicheng knew that asking further would be impolite. After all, he was an elder and couldn't afford to lose face. He gave an awkward laugh. Lin Can, when Tongtong mentioned it before, I didn't quite believe it. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I'm truly enlightened. Just luck. Lin Can gave the same excuse.
Lu Zicheng seized the opportunity to ask, so do you think Shanha Mining still has room to rise? It wasn't that he was being repetitive, but this question directly affected his own interests. That day when he climbed the mountain with his daughter, the stock was still up 3 points. But he hadn't heeded Lin Can's judgment, expecting a second rise, and now he was down over 10 points. Not only the company was losing money, he had also bought some shares himself. Looking at this stock alone, Lin Can's moves were absolutely at a king's level. Now that the king was right in front of him, Lu Zicheng naturally wouldn't miss this chance to learn.
Well, Uncle Lu certainly has a deeper understanding of stocks than I do. I just trade on intuition. Lin Can brushed it off. Tell us about your intuition too. Lu Yutong walked up to Lin Can and said pleadingly, please just analyze it for my dad. He's been so worried lately that he smokes in the living room every night. Cough. Cough. What are you talking about, Tongtong? Being exposed in front of the younger generation, Lu Ziqing felt embarrassed. Lu Yutong, you really are my precious daughter. Tell us about your intuition. Tell us. Lu Ziqing asked, eagerly comforting himself that asking humbly was a virtue. Don't blame me if I'm wrong. Of course not. After a moment of reflection, Lin Can carefully chose his words. I think Shanhe mining will drop to around 18 yuan in this wave and then trade sideways for quite a while. In his previous life he had heard his roommate Su Xinjian talk about it so often that he occasionally paid attention to this stock's trend. 18 yuan, huh? Lu Ziqing frowned and immediately pulled out his phone. The current price is 22.50. Dad, just sell it. Lu Yutong trusted Lin Can's authority on this matter. Lu Ziqing looked at Lin Can hesitating. Just for reference. Lin Can said these 4 words and then smiled enigmatically. Lu Ziqing squinted, struggling for a moment, and seemed to detect a hint of confidence in Lin Can's smile. It was this confidence that convinced Lu Ziqing to cut his losses. He immediately set a sell order and liquidated all his positions. Lin, can I trust you? Uncle Lu, classmate Lu Yutong, I won't disturb your queuing. We have to go register. Lin Can put his arm around Han Kuen's shoulder. Go ahead. Bye, see you later. Lu Yutong waved with a smile. Less than 3 minutes after they left, Lu Ziqing stared at his phone screen, his eyes suddenly widening. What's wrong, Dad? The stock. Lu Ziqing let out a long sigh. It hit the daily limit down. Ah. Lu Yutong quickly leaned in, and after seeing the numbers she froze. After the initial shock she felt immense relief. So close. Fortunately they had listened to Lin Can. Coming to his senses, Lu Ziqing's emotions were a tangled mess. He gazed at the fading silhouette of Lin Can in the distance and fell into deep thought. Along the way, Lin Can politely declined several well-meaning senior volunteer students and navigated to the registration point in the gymnasium with practiced ease. Brother, how come I feel like you've been here before? Han Kuen scratched his head, puzzled. Cut the nonsense, hurry up and get in line. Lin Can thought to himself, been here before. I studied here for 4 years in my past life. The vast indoor gymnasium housed registration counters for numerous departments and majors. A flood of new students had already surged in to register. Lin Can found the sign for his class and stood in line ahead of Han Kuen, holding a quilt in his left hand while scrolling through his phone with his right. Brother, do you think we'll end up in the same dorm? Probably. In his previous life the two had been assigned to the same dorm. Unfortunately, Han Kuen had been expelled just days after school started due to a fight. Brother. What now? Lin Can turned around in exasperation, only to see Han Kuen's eyes sparkling, a grin on his lips as he gestured with his eyes for Lin Can to look ahead. Lin Can glanced over instinctively. 2 slender fair legs were so captivating that it was almost impossible to look away. He hadn't noticed before, but the girl standing in front of him was dressed rather revealingly. She wore a beige t-shirt and denim shorts with long hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. In his past life, although Lin Can was the eldest son of the Lin family, he was neither favored at home. Instead, he was met with disdain and disgust. Over time his personality had become withdrawn and self-deprecating. Moreover, a painful romantic experience had completely extinguished any desire for a girlfriend throughout his entire 4 years of college. Apart from completing his studies, he earned his tuition and living expenses through part-time jobs. But then again, what adolescent boy or girl wouldn't harbor some thoughts about the opposite sex? It was an instinct etched into their genes. Suppression was never as liberating as release. Gazing at the silhouette before him and breathing in the faint scent of shampoo, Lin Can momentarily immersed himself in a reverie of beautiful romance. Classmate, are you also in finance management class 1? The girl ahead turned with a smile. In an instant Lin Can's reverie shattered. It wasn't that her appearance or figure didn't match, nor that her voice was unpleasant. Rather, this girl, Lin Can knew her. Not only did he know her, but she was also the initiator of that painful romantic experience. Su Ziying. In his previous life she was the class's art and literature representative, beautiful, well-dressed, and with a charming smile that captivated countless boys. Because of his inferiority complex, Lin Can had never entertained any thoughts about such a girl. But one day she took the initiative to add him as a friend. After a brief period of getting to know each other, their conversations grew more frequent. Gradually they started dating. At first everything went smoothly and they quickly progressed to holding hands while strolling. However, when Lin Can failed to give her the new phone she wanted for her birthday, Su Ziying's attitude turned icy cold instantly. Despite his subsequent efforts to work extra jobs and make up for it, she remained dissatisfied. During that period, Lin Can tried countless ways and spent much thought trying to salvage this first love, but it was all in vain.
Lin Can, do you really like me?
Absolutely.
Lin Can affirmed earnestly.
Then why did you lie to me?
How could I lie to you? How long were you going to hide the fact that you're the young master of the Honda Group? Well, it's true that my father is the company's chairman, but I never enjoyed any resources at home.
I've been supporting myself since the second semester of freshman year. Who do you think you're fooling? If you don't want to be sincere, just say so. You don't need to make up these lies. I, Su Ziying, am not without suitors.
And so the two parted ways in confusion.
Su Ziying even posted sarcastic comments on the school forum calling Lin Can a miser among the rich second generation who only wanted to freeload.
This dealt a heavy blow to Lin Can's reputation. It took him 3 full months to recover. He came to realize that Su Ziying had been interested in him all along only because of his identity as the young master of the Lin family. Now reborn into this life, Lin Can instinctively felt repulsed upon seeing the girl who had once led him by the nose.
Classmate. Su Ziying wore light makeup and a smile. Knowing the kind of girl she was, Lin Can initially didn't want to acknowledge her.
But then he thought that was already a thing of the past.
In the present, nothing had happened between them yet. If he acted too resistant, it would seem unreasonable. Besides, Han Kuan had already jabbed him twice from behind.
Oh.
Lin Can pretended to be distracted. What? Are you also in finance management class 1? Su Ziying asked again. Lin Can nodded, pointing to Han Kuan behind him, and said indifferently, we both are. Then we'll be classmates from now on. Hello, my name is Su Ziying. Su Ziying smiled charmingly, behaving gracefully. Lin Can. I'm Han Kuan. Han Kuan grinned. Lin Can isn't the school issuing quilts. Why did you bring your own? Su Ziying proactively sought a topic.
But Lin Can found her a bit annoying, so he looked down at his phone and said, I'm used to sleeping with this quilt.
Oh.
Seeing that one of these new classmates was simple-minded and the other was indifferent to her, Su Ziying turned around and continued waiting in line. Yet she felt a twinge of displeasure.
What right does he have?
I was the school beauty for 3 years in high school. Wherever I went, boys would eagerly fawn over me. Under normal circumstances, after just a few exchanges, these boys would be itching to add me as a friend.
But somehow.
Why did the Lin Can behind her seem so uninterested in her?
What was wrong? Su Ziying thought for a long moment before grasping the crux. Her looks and figure were certainly not the issue.
The only explanation was that this Lin Can had matured late, still not awakened.
Just a clueless little kid. The line slowly moved forward. Soon it was Su Ziying's turn.
She began to register according to the counselor's instructions. The counselor was Guoxian, a young man in his mid-20s, average in height and looks, but quite cheerful and outgoing.
In his past life, everyone affectionately called him Old Gua. After registering, Su Ziying prepared to leave.
As she left, Lin Can felt she cast a deliberate glance at him. Her eyes seemed to carry a hint of disdain.
Lin Can and Han Kuan also completed their registration one after another. They were assigned to the same dormitory. Han Kuan was naturally thrilled. Brother, we have to celebrate at lunch. Absolutely celebrate. Let's head back to the dorm and tidy up first. Lin Can first took Han Kuan to collect the quilt, then they arrived at the male dormitory building.
After completing the formalities and picking up the keys, they came to room 302. The door was open, indicating that a roommate had already arrived. As soon as Lin Can entered the room, he saw the greatest contributor to his first bucket of gold and immediately broke into a smile. Su Xingjian was from Hangzhou, of short stature but handsome, with an easygoing nature that made him get along well with both boys and girls.
At that moment, a Zuanaheman cigarette dangled from the corner of his mouth as he tidied up the dormitory.
Noticing Lin Can and Han Kuan enter the room, Su Xingjian immediately set aside his chores, smiled, and drew a cigarette from his pocket.
Looks like our dorm is finally complete. Buddy, want one? I don't smoke, thanks. Lin Can declined with a smile. It's no big deal, this is university, not high school. I really don't. Su Xingjian offered the cigarette to Han Kuan instead, grinning.
Hey man, you must be close to 190 centimeters, right? Wish I could borrow a few centimeters.
192.
Han Kuan flashed a wide grin, though his expression wavered.
I don't know how. No way, am I the only one who smokes in this dorm? Su Xingjian seemed to detect Han Kuan's hesitation, so he encouraged him. Just learn, man. This one's sweet and mild. Han Cohen stole a glance at Lin Can. Lin Can simply walked away.
He understood Han Cohen's nature, advising him once wouldn't change his mind forever, so he decided to let it go. In his past life, shortly after being expelled from school, he had fallen into all manner of vices. With a click, the lighter flared to life. Han Cohen held the cigarette to his lips and took a deep drag. Cough, cough. Take it slow, you'll get used to it. Thanks to that little incident, the two of them drew closer. Han Cohen patted Su Xingjian's shoulder in an instantaneously familiar manner. So what's your name, bro? Su Xingjian from Hangzhou. Hangzhou is a fine place rich in talent and scenic beauty. Lin Can offered a compliment, then introduced himself before explaining that he and Han Cohen had been classmates for 3 years in high school, both hailing from Jiangzhou.
What a coincidence.
Su Xingjian seemed genuinely surprised. Then you two must share some special bond.
Wait, I don't see anyone else in this dorm. What did you mean by everyone's here?
Han Cohen looked puzzled. The dormitory was a 4-person room with loft beds and desks underneath and a bathroom outside the balcony, plenty of space.
Oh, there's one more guy from the northeastern provinces named Zhang Gaoyang. He just went downstairs to buy some daily necessities.
Su Xingjian explained. I got here early and pretty much finished everything, so I was just killing time by doing some extra cleaning.
Let me finish tidying my bed first, then we'll do it together.
Lin Can carried his quilt, found his assigned bed number near the balcony directly opposite Han Cohen's.
Hold on, bro, I'll come down and help in a sec.
Han Cohen extinguished his cigarette and prepared to make his bed.
No need, I've got this. 3 minutes later, the two of them were already helping with the cleaning.
Just then the door opened. A boy who looked somewhat mature for his age, about the same height as Lin Can, walked in carrying a large bag filled with daily necessities and snacks.
What the hell?
I only stepped out to the supermarket and you three are already ganging up on me.
Yeah, we're going down to eat later and we're not even taking you.
Lin Can joined in the teasing.
Wouldn't that be terrible? No way, I absolutely have to come along. The four of them exchanged glances and laughed.
Shortly after, Zhang Gaoyang introduced himself. When he learned that Lin Can and Han Cohen already knew each other and were both locals, he continued his joke. Then Su Xingjian and I will have to rely on you two for protection from now on. Here.
Lin Can pointed at Han Cohen.
Just mention Brother Cohen's name inside or outside campus and it'll work.
Han Cohen instantly felt embarrassed, his face falling. Bro, you're making fun of me.
Zhang Gaoyang also had a cheerful disposition. Though he was only half-heartedly pretending, he still joined the cleaning crew. For a while the four of them bustled about energetically, leaving every corner of the dormitory sparkling clean.
Hey guys, you play games?
I just tested it, the dorm has Wi-Fi coverage and the speed is decent.
Su Xingjian took out his phone and checked the time. It's still an hour until dinner. How about we play around first? No problem.
Zhang Gaoyang agreed readily and sat on the table.
All right.
Han Cohen also pulled out his laptop, which he had purchased a few days earlier, from his backpack.
How do I connect to the network? Let me check. Damn, an Alienware. So Brother Cohen is actually a big spender. Su Xingjian's expression turned slightly exaggerated. My apologies, my apologies.
Zhang Gaoyang also grew interested and turned around. Not bad, Brother Cohen really has means.
Han Cohen clearly enjoyed being praised, so he waved his hand generously and declared magnanimously, guys, lunch is on me. I'll treat you to drinks.
Lin Can suddenly recalled a meme involving an esports professional player and felt secretly pleased.
Lin Can, let's get this started.
You guys play first, I'll spectate.
Got it.
Unfortunately, Su Xingjian was not in the same server as the other two. By majority rule, he had no choice but to create a new account in server 1. The normally mundane bot matches turned out quite enjoyable, since it was the first time the three of them had ever played games together. Most importantly, it helped strengthen the bond between roommates. After 2 games, Zhang Gaoyang checked the time, stood up and said with a smile, it's lunchtime now. Let's go eat first. You guys hurry up and rank up so I can carry you.
Platinum 3 truly gave him a sense of superiority.
Han Cohen glanced at Lin Can, wanting to say something, but Lin Can silenced him with a look, leaving him severely restrained.
Let's go.
The little group of 4 from Dorm 302 was officially formed. Walking out together, chatting and laughing all along the way, they grew much closer to one another. In the September weather, no scenery on campus could compete with the short skirts and long legs of young women that was the very breath of youth. When boys gathered together, this topic was inevitably brought up.
Hey guys, I just saw a girl at the supermarket, her looks and vibe were absolutely stunning, you guys should have seen her. Zhang Gaoyang perked up completely.
That girl, I bet she's heading straight for campus beauty. Would have been great if she were in our class.
Why didn't you go ask her? Su Xinjiang seemed to agree it was a pity. That would have been too forward, right? Coward.
For the first meal on a university campus, many freshmen still chose to experience the cafeteria. On the way to the cafeteria, Lin Can made an excuse to use the restroom and secretly bought a bottle of cola.
It's so hot today, let me treat you to a drink first.
Lin Can, why didn't you say so earlier? We passed the supermarket.
I already bought it. After Lin Can pulled out the cola, the three of them paused, exchanging bewildered glances. You know how to play rock paper scissors, right?
Ha!
Han Cohen was a bit confused. Bro, is this really necessary?
A 3-yuan cola, the first sip alone is worth $2.90.
Let's take turns drinking one sip each and rock paper scissors order, just don't drink from the same mouth.
Lin Can explained without missing a beat. Besides, if I treated each of you to a bottle years from now, you'd surely forget. But sharing one bottle of cola among 4 of us, that would become a beautiful memory. The words hung in the air as the 3 exchanged bewildered glances, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Han Cohen was the first to snap out of it, scratching his head before his eyes lit up.
Brother, you know what? That actually makes a lot of sense. Lin Can, be honest with me, did you get caught up in a pyramid scheme at some point? And maybe even work as an instructor there? Zhang Gaoyang asked, his gaze wary despite the suppressed laughter tugging at his lips. That's impossible. Lin Can denied. You save money and still get a memory out of it, who knows if it'll be a good one or not. Su Xinjiang gave Lin Can a thumbs up. Brilliant, man. 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm taking notes. There's more to it. Lin Can shook his head and patted Han Cohen on the shoulder. This way, when the time comes, it'll highlight Brother Cohen's generosity even more.
Actually, let me correct myself, 3 birds with 1 stone.
Damn, that's smooth.
Zhang Gaoyang and Su Xinjiang said in unison, bursting into laughter.
Then all 4 of them started playing rock paper scissors on the way. Han Cohen went first. Lin Can couldn't resist adding, take it easy, Kunzi. There are 3 of us left. With a single 500 milliliter bottle of cola shared equally among the 4 of them, everyone got their fair share. In the scorching heat, that first sip of ice-cold cola was incredibly refreshing. Su Xinjiang let out a burp.
Honestly, this tastes better than if we each had our own bottle.
Exactly.
Lin Can nodded, a sense of accomplishment welling up inside him.
That's why communal meals always taste better.
Zhang Gaoyang, however, wasn't convinced. He shot Su Xinjiang a look of utter resignation. Man, you've been completely brainwashed by Lin Can. The group made their way to the cafeteria.
After Han Cohen loaded 200 yuan onto his meal card, he immediately went full CEO mode. Guys, go ahead and swipe as much as you want.
Once they had their food, the 4 found an empty table and sat down. This first meal of college life was generously sponsored by Han Cohen, simple yet substantial, with each person's plate holding 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable sides.
Han Cohen had even added a chicken leg to his plate.
The prices were more reasonable than off-campus restaurants, and as for the taste, after a few bites they found it wasn't nearly as bad as the upperclassmen had complained about, it was just average. As for the free soup, that was a different story. Based on Lin Can's years of cooking experience, he estimated that in that full stainless steel bucket there were no more than 6 eggs. Since they arrived relatively early, they managed to get a thicker portion. Besides, in matters like this, Lin Can knew exactly what he was doing.
Watch closely.
Press the spoon to the bottom, scoop up the eggs and seaweed while keeping it close to the inner wall.
Steady hand, slow movements. This detailed tutorial left his 3 roommates utterly stunned.
Back then the meme about cunning players hadn't surfaced yet, so Su Xinjiang just stared at Lin Can blankly before blurting out 4 words, "You sneaky bastard."
That guy.
Zhang Gaoyang glanced around the cafeteria, his expression caught between amusement and exasperation. Lin Can, you really left nothing for everyone else behind you.
Immediately after saying that, he followed Lin Can's instructions and put them into practice.
Under Lin Can's guidance, the 4 of them collectively managed to scoop up roughly half the essence from that soup bucket. As they were nearly finished eating, Zhang Gaoyang suddenly exclaimed, Look. That girl over there, the one I was telling you about earlier, the most beautiful girl on campus at the prestigious university." Following his gaze, the other 3 turned to look.
"Damn, she's actually really pretty." Su Xinjiang's eyes immediately lit up. In contrast to the other 2, Lin Can and Han Kuan showed only surprise, no excitement.
They had already met her during the summer vacation, and he'd even lent her money. "I thought it was someone Han Kuan started to say, but Lin Can kicked him under the table, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words.
"You know her, Brother Cohen?" Zhang Gaoyang asked skeptically. Han Kuan stayed silent, keeping his head down and eating.
"Just go talk to her," Su Xinjiang said, patting Zhang Gaoyang on the shoulder.
I don't think that's appropriate." Zhang Gaoyang managed a weak laugh. Coward. Then you go if you're not scared. Watch this. True to his word, Su Xinjian was a man of action. Without hesitation he stood up and walked straight toward Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong wore a floral print dress, her head bowed as she took small bites of her meal, occasionally tucking her hair behind her ear, a gesture that drew plenty of attention from the young men around her. Su Xinjian approached her confidently and leaned down to say something, but she simply raised her hand in a gesture of apology with a faint smile. Though his attempt had failed, he returned as triumphant as a general coming home from battle, beaming with pride. You didn't even get her number, what's there to be proud of? Zhang Gaoyang scoffed. At least I wasn't scared to try. Su Xinjian raised an eyebrow. That takes courage, I'll give you that. That's all we have left. Forget it, brother Gaoyang. That girl's clearly on another level. Su Xinjian shook his head and sighed. Let it go. Haven't we learned our lesson from Wu Dalong? You're the one who's Wu Dalong. Zhang Gaoyang shot back with a laugh. Alright, I'm Wu Dalong. While the two traded jibes, Lin Can suddenly chimed in, a girl as beautiful as that deserves to sit at our table, it's only fitting. What? Ha! Zhang Gaoyang and Su Xinjian both froze. I said I have a way to get her to come over with her tray and sit with us, Lin Can said calmly. Their eyes widened in shock. Lin Can, are you crazy? Brother Can, kidnapping is illegal. We're young, today's the first day of school. Ignoring their objections, Lin Can pulled out his phone from his pocket and found Lu Yutong in his contacts. Having lunch at the cafeteria. Lu Yutong, who was in the middle of eating, picked up her phone from the table. How did you know? 15 meters to your front left. The next moment Lu Yutong stood up and looked in Lin Can's direction. Their eyes met and a faint smile began to form on her pale face. Come on over. We're all in the same class, might as well get to know each other. Lu Yutong put away her phone and picked up her tray, walking straight over to their table. Zhang Gaoyang and Su Xinjian's eyes shifted to Lin Can with a newfound intensity. Brother Can, you're amazing. Let me pay my respects. Su Xinjian declared, completely won over. Once Zhang Gaoyang processed what had just happened, suspicion crept in. Wait a second, how do you even have her as a contact? Could she be your sister or something? Moments later Lu Yutong approached and sat casually beside Lin Can. What a coincidence, are these your roommates? She asked, glancing at Su Xinjian and Zhang Gaoyang. Su Xinjian had been so confident when approaching her, but now sitting face to face with her he became awkward and fidgety. Zhang Gaoyang meanwhile was so nervous his expression looked strained. They're all from finance and management class 1 as well, Lin Can explained. Really? Lu Yutong blinked and turned to greet them warmly. Hi, I'm Lu Yutong. Hello, I'm Su Xinjian. Su Xinjian's face flushed as he avoided her gaze. Zhang Gaoyang. Lin Can looked at Lu Yutong and asked curiously, why aren't you with your roommates? I haven't gone to the dormitory yet. Oh, take your time eating, no rush. Lin Can, thank you for helping me with the registration earlier. Lu Yutong smiled gracefully. You're welcome. Lin Can understood she was referring to the stock matter. It was nothing. Out of the 5 people at the table, only Lin Can and Lu Yutong were really talking. After Lu Yutong finished eating, the group sat in silence, unsure of what to do next. Alright, you should head back to the dorm now. There's a class meeting at 6 tonight, you'll get your uniforms tomorrow and military training starts the day after. Okay. Lu Yutong said goodbye to everyone and got up to leave. After taking a couple steps she seemed to sense something was off, turned back with a slight frown and asked, Lin Can, are you telling me what to do? Lu Yutong naturally felt uncomfortable. She had been summoned here by a message only to be given orders in a commanding tone. Summoned at will, dismissed at will. Come on, I'm 3 days older than you. Oh, don't sweat the small stuff. Lin Can stood up and shot Lu Yutong a look. Come on, let's step outside. I need to talk to you. Lu Yutong pouted in discontent but still followed. At the cafeteria entrance, Lu Yutong snorted softly. Lin Can, this is going to give people the wrong idea. Wrong idea about what? You obviously don't care about your reputation. Lin Can ignored her jumbled thoughts and asked directly, the class meeting might elect a class monitor. Are you interested? Elect a monitor. Lu Yutong averted her gaze and replied dismissively, we'll see. Being a college class monitor is probably a thankless job. Lin Can smiled, thinking to himself that she was quite good at hiding it. He remembered clearly from his past life that when it came time to elect the monitor, Lu Yutong had been very enthusiastic, claiming she had experience as a monitor and was willing to wholeheartedly serve the class. Her attitude was utterly sincere. And of course she had indeed followed through. Lu Yutong, how about we make a deal? Let's hear it. I won't compete with you for the monitor position.
Just lend me another 100,000 yuan.
Lin Can knew this transaction seemed somewhat excessive, so his voice dropped considerably.
But there was no choice. In the next few days the Lin family would send Lin Shuyun to collect the debt. The money he had earned was all invested in Bitcoin and the market was rising every day. Selling now would mean a loss, so he had to find the money from other sources first. Lu Yutan's eyes widened when she heard this, then she looked at Lin Can with a very perplexed expression.
Finally she let out a laugh.
It turned out that when people were utterly speechless they really did laugh.
Lin Can, are you running a fever? No. Then why are you talking nonsense? A complex expression surfaced on Lu Yutan's fair face. Let's not even mention that using the monitor election as a pretext to borrow money from me is an insult to my intelligence and dignity. What do you need the money for?
What about the stock profits?
I bought a house. Lin Can told the truth. I invested the rest. Bought a house. Lu Yutan was even more exasperated.
Housing prices are so high now and you actually bought a house.
Come on, make up your mind. Are you lending me the money or not? Lin Can didn't want to waste words. No.
Pay back the 50,000 first. I'll pay it all back together when the time comes.
Lu Yutan was once again amused to the point of anger. Hey Lin Can, I never realized you were this. What? Thick-skinned. Lu Yutan decisively turned and walked toward the female dormitory.
Lin Can watched her back and sighed softly. The deal had failed. It seemed he would have to show her the harsh realities of college life. As soon as he turned around he nearly bumped into his 3 dorm mates.
Damn, Kanji is awesome.
Su Xinjian wore an expression that said spill the beans.
TCH must be a cousin or something.
Zhang Gaoyang seemed reluctant to accept the fact, his tone sour.
I can vouch for him. Kanji and Lu Yutan are not related by blood.
Han Kuan raised his hand and chuckled. Back in the cafeteria the 2 roommates had pressed him for answers, but he had refused to reveal a single word.
Then they must be neighbors.
Zhang Gaoyang said.
Sorry to disappoint you again. That's not it either.
Zhang Gaoyang racked his brains but couldn't figure out how an ordinary roommate like Lin Can could have any connection with a girl like Lu Yutan. And from the looks of it, it wasn't a shallow one.
How come?
What's the deal? They bought some daily necessities and snacks and returned to the dorm.
Su Xinjian and Zhang Gaoyang were in a whirl of emotions.
One piece of good news, one piece of bad news.
The good news was that a beauty like Lu Yutan was in their class.
The bad news was that Lin Can had too much of a head start, leaving no motivation to compete.
Come on, let's play a couple of rounds.
I'll carry you. Lin Can took out the laptop he had bought with Han Kuan and connected to the network. To save money he had bought a regular brand for about 6,000 yuan.
Big talk. What rank are you? Zhang Gaoyang was naturally unconvinced. Master. Han Kuan blurted out. Holy crap. Zhang Gaoyang jumped up from his chair. For real. Here, see for yourself.
Lin Can had already logged into the game and the rank displayed instantly deflated Zhang Gaoyang.
Whoa. Su Xinjian leaned in curiously and couldn't help but gasp. Damn.
They were all freshmen, so why was the gap so huge?
Kanji, carry me.
Su Xinjian felt that breaking through to silver was within reach.
But you're on a different server. Hang on, let me borrow an account. Kanji, we're on the same server.
After seeing Lin Can's ID, Zhang Gaoyang immediately returned to his seat and quickly sent a friend request.
I added you. Accept it.
Hey Zhang Gaoyang, you're stealing my thunder. In a male dorm game, rank directly correlated with the treatment one received.
This sense of being recognized and admired was something money often couldn't buy.
Zhang Gaoyang had been sour about Lin Can having Lu Yutan's contact earlier, but after one game he was calling him Kanji with every other word and even brought drinks to his mouth.
The news that Lin Can was a League of Legends pro quickly spread across the entire floor.
Guys from other dorms gradually came to visit room 302 to witness the master's prowess. This made the other 3 in the dorm feel proud as well.
At 5:30 the 4 of them took turns showering in the dorm.
Su Xinjian took out a hair dryer, styled his hair to his satisfaction in front of the mirror and then spritzed some cologne.
Kanji, want some? It's a class meeting, not a date. Lin Can smiled. That's where you're wrong.
Su Xinjian put on the air of a seasoned player.
First impressions are crucial when boys and girls meet.
I set a goal for myself over the summer break to find a girlfriend within a month.
Good, ambitious. Koenji, want some? Take it away, take it away. Han Kuan waved his hand repeatedly. Can't stand the smell. Why didn't you ask me? Zhang Gaoyang was unhappy. Then do you want some? No. Son of a gun.
Su Xingjian cursed with a phrase he had picked up. The first class meeting of the university and also the first meeting of the classmates. The four from room 302 entered the classroom almost exactly on time. Among the four, three were tall and one was moderately handsome. Lin Can had both qualities and walked at the front of the group. As soon as they entered, the previously noisy classroom fell silent and all eyes, both boys and girls, fixed on them.
Wow, he's pretty handsome. Which one? The one at the front. Yeah, I think so too. TCH looks like a show-off. How can you tell?
He even took a shower and washed his hair.
Ziying, didn't we shower too?
Are you crushing on him or something? The boys were also whispering among themselves.
Which one is the master? The first one. What's his name? Lin Can, I think. The four quickly found empty seats in the back row and sat down.
Lin Can observed and noticed Lu Yutong sitting in the middle of the third row. Then their counselor Guizhen walked into the classroom. He smiled shyly, seeming a bit nervous. After talking about safety issues, he mentioned military training. He told everyone to pick up their uniforms according to the notice tomorrow and prepare for the day after.
As per tradition, should everyone come up and introduce themselves first? This is my first time as a counselor, so I'm not very experienced. Guizhen's words instantly made dozens of students laugh. Seeing no objections, he vacated the podium. Start from left to right. Let's go in order.
The first to step up was a girl. She was a bit nervous, her face slightly flushed.
Hello everyone, my name is Chen Yun. I'm from Yangchang. I like painting. After a brief introduction, she quickly stepped down.
Then came the second, the third.
For freshmen in an unfamiliar environment with unfamiliar classmates, nervousness was inevitable. It was basically just name and hometown with at most a hobby thrown in.
When it was Lu Yutong's turn, the boy's eyes instantly lit up. She's really something. If it weren't for college, I'd never cross paths with a girl like her.
Don't sell yourself short.
There are plenty in KTV rooms after graduation. But the vibe is totally different. When Lu Yutong stepped onto the stage, she showed no sign of stage fright.
She spoke generously. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Yutong, a local from Jiangzhou.
Having served as class monitor for 3 years in high school, I've cultivated the good habit of uniting classmates and being willing to help. I hope we can all have a pleasant and wonderful college life together. She smiled, bowed and stepped down. The applause this time was noticeably louder and lasted longer than before. The boys were clearly excited.
Uniting classmates was good, being willing to help was good.
Maybe there was a chance for them. Lin Can also clapped a few times. Whether it was his imagination or not, he felt that Lu Yutong had glanced at him intentionally or unintentionally as she was coming off the stage. That look seemed to carry a hint of provocation, as if to say, running against me, Lu Yutong, for class monitor.
Do you have what it takes? One must admit that Lu Yutong seized the opportunity of self-introduction to assert her dominance over Lin Can.
The only substantive part of her grand speech was the line, "I served as class monitor for 3 years in high school." Stating it directly would have sounded too blunt, so she added a bit of embellishment to mask it. Whether or not it was bragging, at least all 36 other students in the class, including the counselor Guizhen, now knew she had prior experience as a monitor. This gave her a significant advantage when she later ran for class monitor. Coupled with her attractive appearance and elegant demeanor, perhaps the female students were not impressed, but at that moment every male student in the class had their eyes gleaming with interest. While the pressure on Lin Can multiplied, it also ignited a fighting spirit within him. How could someone who looked so sweet and innocent have such a strong craving for power? Was she so determined to secure the position of class monitor? Without some trump cards up his sleeve, would Lin Can have used this matter as leverage to borrow money from her? The applause faded. Lu Yutong returned to her seat. Before sitting down, she cast a rather smug glance at Lin Can, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly.
Another provocation. Fine. Did she think she had already won? Okay, bring it on. The self-introductions continued.
The male students, being visual creatures, had their appetites whetted after seeing Lu Yutong, and they showed little interest in most of the girls who went up on stage until Su Ziying appeared.
Hello everyone, my name is Su Ziying, I'm from Shuai. I like singing in my spare time and I have a fairly outgoing personality. I hope to meet my Prince Charming during college and walk the journey of life together with him.
Thank you. She was not nervous, not stage frightened, and smiled very naturally. It was clear that her personality was indeed quite cheerful. In terms of appearance, because she wore light makeup, she seemed no less attractive than Lu Yutong. Most importantly, she expressed her desire to find a romantic partner during college. This meant she signaled her availability to all 18 male students in the class. As a result, the boys got excited and animated, clapping and making wow sounds. This Su Ziying is pretty good. She fits all my imagination of a girlfriend. Exactly. Lu Yutong feels a bit like a white lotus. You can admire her from afar but not trifle with her. Su Ziying is more down to earth. What, you want to trifle with Su Ziying? Damn. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Brothers, I've decided to pursue her. A boy with a crew cut sitting in the front row of Lin Can said this in a low voice. The next second, Han Kuan suddenly stood up and said loudly, Su Ziying, he said he's going to pursue you. Holy crap. The crew cut guy whipped his head around in utter shock. The whole class burst into laughter. Even the counselor Guizhen couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Su Ziying seemed to enjoy being the center of attention in public. She gave a charming smile and said, come at me boldly then. The crew cut guy's face flushed all the way to his neck and he buried his head in his hands. Got to say, this Su Ziying really has a nice personality. Upon hearing this, Lin Can sneered inwardly. Indeed she did. In his past life she toyed with several boys on campus, leading them around like dogs with masterful skill. Among them was himself. Su Xingjian suddenly leaned over and looked over. Can Lu Yutong is yours, so this Su Ziying is mine, okay? Then he grabbed Han Kuan, who was about to stand up. Kuan, don't mess things up, please let me have this. Zhang Gaoyang seemed quite dissatisfied with Su Xingjian's arbitrary matchmaking. Damn, are you an emperor granting marriage? If you like her, go for it, don't drag me into this. Lin Can thought for a moment and warned, but I have to advise you, you're still young, you might not be able to handle her. How will I know if I don't try? Su Xingjian was very confident. The self-introductions continued. It was still mostly the same, state your name and hometown, then quickly leave the stage. When it was the crew cut guy's turn to go on stage, the blush on his face had not yet faded. What I said earlier was just hot air. Instantly a chorus of boos came from below. Hello everyone, my name is Han Kuan from Jiangzhou. His voice was loud and very brief. But he left a deep impression, a tall, straightforward guy at 1.9 meters. Lin Can, Jiangzhou, I'm high school classmates with that big dumb guy just now. Damn bro, where am I dumb? The whole class burst into laughter again. What had been a dull and boring self-introduction was enlivened by these two incidents, livening up the class atmosphere. Counselor Guizhen returned to the center of the podium. Normally I would have waited until everyone got to know each other before selecting class officers, but since we have military training starting the day after tomorrow, I need to temporarily select a class monitor to maintain order. Guizhen glanced around at the 37 freshmen below. Is there any student who is willing to volunteer and take on this responsibility? After his words fell, everyone was deferring to each other, laughing and joking, but no one stood up. In an unfamiliar environment, standing out indeed required some courage. When he asked the second time, Lu Yutong couldn't help but stand up full of confidence. Teacher Gui, I have experience as a class monitor and would like to continue to challenge myself. She said she wanted to challenge herself, not that she wanted to be monitor. It must be said that Lu Yutong had high emotional intelligence in this regard and knew the art of speaking. Not bad, I can see that Lu Yutong has a strong sense of responsibility. Counselor Guizhen nodded, a look of approval in his eyes. Are there any other students who want to challenge themselves? We'll have a fair election by a show of hands. After Lu Yutong stood up, most of the girls were quite happy. On the boys' side, the atmosphere was more delicate. Lu Yutong's good looks and figure were one thing, but being class monitor was another. If that prim and proper White Lotus type became monitor, they would definitely lose a lot of freedom and perks. Everyone could see that clearly. Yet even so, none of the boys stepped forward, they were all encouraging someone else to go. Just then Lin Can bravely stood up, calmly meeting Lu Yutong's challenging gaze. Teacher Gui, I'd also like to give it a try. The boys' side erupted instantly. Especially Han Kuan, who shouted out, bro, I support you with both hands and feet. Zhang Gaoyang and Su Xingjian were utterly stunned. Wait, are you serious? Don't you know Lu Yutong? Don't you have her on your friends list? Why would you jump in and mess things up when she's running for monitor? Don't you know how to be gentle and cherish girls? Are there any other students who want to run for class monitor? Guizhen asked twice, but no one else stood up. Alright then, Lu Yutong in. Student, what's your name again? Guizhen asked awkwardly. The students below all laughed. The corners of Lu Yutong's mouth were almost uncontrollable, as if to say, if the counselor didn't even remember your name, how can you compete with me? Lin Can. Lin Can showed no sign of embarrassment. Oh right, Lin Can. Guizhen nodded. Then let's have Lin Can and Lu Yutong participate in the election. Everyone raise your hands to vote. Whoever gets more votes becomes the monitor. Who wants to go first?
Lin Can immediately made a lady's first gesture to Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong bit her lip, gave Lin Can a covert glare and reluctantly walked up to the stage. It seemed she was well aware that whoever went first would be at a disadvantage. On the center of the podium, Lu Yutong stood with a smile, graceful and poised. "Hello teacher Guai, hello classmates. My name is Lu Yutong. During high school I served as class monitor for 3 years and was awarded outstanding class cadre every year. If I can continue to hold this position, I will use my past experience, full enthusiasm and clear mind to serve everyone wholeheartedly and create a bright future for financial management class 1. Thank you all." She bowed and stepped down. Lu Yutong's speech was not long and her tone was sincere. The students could more or less feel that. Lin Can smiled. He had to admit that Lu Yutong had a huge advantage. However, my sword is also not without its edge. Now let us welcome student Lin Can to the stage to give a speech. Counselor Guizhen led the applause. Lin Can rose and made his way toward the podium. The male students immediately erupted into excitement, some offering encouragement, others showing support, while still others jeered playfully. The trio from dormitory 302 led by Han Cohen had already begun rallying votes for Lin Can. "Master rank, I'll let you use Lin Can's account to level up sometime. Vote for my bro, got it? What are you threatening me? I'll treat everyone to late night snacks tonight." Standing on the stage, Lin Can gazed at the 36 familiar faces below him, momentarily lost in thought. In his previous life after graduation he had lost touch with most of his classmates. Having been reborn, seeing these former peers once again stirred an unavoidable joy of long-awaited reunion. Dozens of eyes focused on him, yet Lin Can remained silent. "Student Lin Can." Guizhen couldn't resist the reminder. "Oh." Lin Can finally snapped out of his reverie and subconsciously glanced at Lu Yutong. A faint sneer played on her lips as if she believed victory was already in her grasp. "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Can and I'm from Jiangzhou. I remember a line from a movie, only those who keep their brothers in their hearts can truly be leaders. The same principle applies, only someone who keeps their classmates in mind deserves to be class monitor." In just 3 sentences the classroom fell silent. Lin Can paused to recall, maintaining his smile as he continued, "I won't make empty promises. Let's go around, left to right, front to back." Just as everyone was puzzled about what Lin Can was plotting, he turned his gaze toward the girl sitting at the far left of the first row. Chan Yun from Yangqing enjoys painting. Li Peipei, originally from Sichuan Chongqing, loves hot pot. Yang Linga, hailing from Yenzhou, bears a name drawn from Lu Yang's poem Wan Hai Chao, with its imagery of flute melodies dancing in the clear skies and lotus songs floating through the night. Her passion lies in classical literature. His words fell silent. All 3 girls in the front row whom Lin Can had singled out couldn't help but part their lips in astonishment. Even the counselor and fellow students seemed to catch on to what he was attempting. Yet, this was their very first meeting. Surely he couldn't possibly remember everyone's name, hometown and interests. If he truly possessed such extraordinary memory, wouldn't he have enrolled at Tsinghua or Peking University instead? Amidst skeptical and bewildered stares, Lin Can continued to demonstrate through his actions that he genuinely cared for his classmates. Zhou from Jinggang. Lin Can moved through the room like an enumerator, calling roll, naming each person's hometown and interests as he made eye contact. In no time he had gone through the first 3 rows. 100% accuracy. Lu Yutong from Jiangzhou, passionate about calligraphy and a candidate for class monitor. The class couldn't help but exchange knowing smiles. Yet Lu Yutong found no amusement in the moment. She understood precisely how devastating Lin Can's strategy truly was. What struck her most profoundly was how he could possibly recall every classmate's self-introduction after only meeting them for the first time. Su Ziying from Shuhai loves singing and hopes to find a partner in college. Lin Can's pace quickened and amid everyone's utter astonishment he reached the final row. Su Xingzhan from Hangzhou. Zhang Gaoyang from northern Liaoning. Han Cohen, my high school classmate, stands at 1.92 m, plays basketball, has AB blood type. When he was 9 he tied 3 empty soda bottles around his waist and swam across that river near his home. At 10. Ahem, he's still wet the bed. As laughter erupted throughout the room, Lin Can bowed and stepped down from the stage. Bro. How could you expose all my embarrassing stories like that? Han Cohen grimaced, scratching his head in embarrassment. The classmates erupted into another round of laughter. It took considerable effort for Guizhen to restore order to the classroom. Alright, both candidates have finished their speeches. Those in favor of Lu Yutong as class monitor, please raise your hands. There were 37 students in total, 19 girls and 18 boys, nearly an even split. Upon hearing the counselor's words, 13 girls and 5 boys raised their hands, totaling 18 votes. Those in favor of Lin Can as class monitor, please raise your hands, Guizhen announced once more.
With a sudden rustle, every boy in the class raised their hand. Even the couple of hesitant ones complied after receiving a sharp glare from Han Kuan. Among the girls, 8 raised their hands. Lin Can secured 26 votes in total. 26 to 18, Lin Can defeated Lu Yutong by a landslide and was successfully elected class monitor. Lin Can could roughly infer the thoughts behind those raised hands. Lu Yutong was beautiful, experienced in leadership and genuine in her approach. She was the standout presence in class, having already captured all the attention. Yet those of us with ordinary looks and backgrounds aren't here merely to serve as foils. Who wouldn't want to be the protagonist for a change? Just at that moment, a handsome boy stepped forward who remembered every one of our self-introductions. That required not only an extraordinary memory but also genuine attentiveness. Lin Can had proven through his actions that he truly cared about his classmates. It was only natural to vote for him. Very well, congratulations to Lin Can on being elected class monitor of Finance and Management Class 1. As for the other class positions, we'll hold a vote after military training concludes. Wojin looked at Lin Can, his eyes filled with approval. Student Lin Can, would you like to come up and say a few words? Sure. Amid applause, Lin Can climbed back onto the stage. He glanced at the defeated Lu Yutong and noticed her head bowed slightly, looking utterly dejected as if her spirit had departed. Actually, this is my first time serving as class monitor too, and like Teacher Gua, I'm still finding my footing. Lin Can smiled before continuing, but we'll all grow through learning and learn through growing, striving to make our class better with each passing day. Setting aside distant matters for now, how about this? I'll cover all the water for every student during military training. The moment the words left his lips, both boys and girls erupted in excitement. The cost of water was negligible, but why turn down free drinks? Wojin studied Lin Can with a knowing look. He was a few years older than these students and could read the situation clearly. He hadn't attempted to bribe anyone before the election to avoid giving critics ammunition. Instead, he offered a small gesture of goodwill right after winning to strengthen the students' sense of connection to him. Brother Can is generous. Don't call me Brother Can, call me Class Monitor. Class Monitor is generous. At that moment, Zhang Gaoyang interjected without warning. Class Monitor, you're not going to do what you did at noon, buying 1 cola and sharing it among 4 people, are you? What do you mean 1 cola for 4 people? After Su Xingjian explained the situation, everyone burst into laughter, their expressions toward Lin Can shifting dramatically. Wasn't that incredibly stingy? Hadn't they been hasty in making him class monitor? If he actually intended to split a single bottle of water among 4 people, that would be embarrassingly public. Perhaps it was better not to drink it at all. Lin Can smiled helplessly. He never anticipated that merely imitating a joke would result in such immediate karmic retribution. I'll stock 5 cases of mineral water every day. If we run out, I'll go fetch more. Lin Can offered a smile and turned to the counselor. Teacher Gua, do we have a class group chat? Yes, I created one in advance. Wojin quickly responded and immediately wrote the group number on the blackboard. Everyone join this group. Lin, can you be the administrator and handle coordination within the group? All right. Lin Can nodded and walked off the stage. Over 30 students in the class took out their phones and joined the brand new class group. Bro, you've been incredibly handsome today. Save the flattery, class monitor. Lin Can instantly slipped into the role of class monitor. Really, bro? Han Kuan scratched his head and grinned broadly. You're completely different from back in high school. How so? I just feel like you've become more confident and outgoing. Your previous demeanor was, how should I put it? A bit suppressed. Lin Can knew all too well inside. Since his rebirth and cutting ties with the Lin family, he had been striving to live differently. But has the change really been that noticeable? Even Kanzi had noticed. Soon all 37 classmates had joined the group and Lin Can was designated as the administrator. Alright, that's all for today. Counselor Guizhen glanced at his watch. Everyone's had a busy day. Head back and rest early. I'll notify you in the group if anything comes up. After dispersal, the guys all congratulated Lin Can. Being a university class monitor came with a certain amount of influence, and maintaining good relations with the monitor was overwhelmingly beneficial. Monitor, let's hurry back to the dorm and let your master account carry us. I voted for you after all. Lin Can glanced at Han Kuan, who immediately offered an awkward smile. Sure, no problem. Lin Can noticed a lonely figure walking out of the classroom and furrowed his brows slightly. I have something else to do. Let me send the account credentials to Kanzi, you each get 1 ranked match. Damn, we can play ranked matches. The guys seemed genuinely delighted. Han Kuan immediately grew anxious. Bro, what if you drop a whole tier? No worries, I can always climb back up. Lin Can shrugged. The smiles on the guys' faces instantly froze. Damn it, the class monitor had just schooled them. Lu Yutong walked alone across campus, her mood at its lowest point. She had served as class monitor for 3 years in high school, united her classmates, worked diligently, dedicated herself selflessly, and carried a strong sense of responsibility. Neither her peers nor her teachers could find fault with her performance. She had grown accustomed to bearing responsibility and hoped to carry that good habit forward. With this conviction and confidence, Lu Yutong was determined to secure the position of class monitor. She had been certain she would win easily. So when Lin Can had used this very matter as leverage to borrow money from her, she found it both amusing and speechless. However, the very first day of university dealt her a crushing blow. She had lost fairly and convincingly, but why of all people Lin Can? Lu Yutong. A familiar voice came from behind, and Lu Yutong's slender frame trembled slightly. She turned around to find Lin Can standing before her, not a trace of guilt on his face. "Are you here to gloat?" Lin Can pointed to the chair beside him. "Have a seat." Lu Yutong did not move, her beautiful eyes fixed steadily on him. After a moment she raised her delicate brows, her tone cold. "Lin Can, do you know the story of the farmer and the snake?" Lin Can paused momentarily. "Really? It's not like that." He hadn't expected Lu Yutong to be so fixated on the position of class monitor. "Actually, there are many ways to grow and develop yourself. There's no need to obsess over this title." Lin Can considered for a moment. "After military training, I promise you can become vice monitor. We could cooperate closely, it'd work just as well." Lu Yutong let out a light snort, almost laughing in disbelief. "Lin Can, are you patronizing me? Besides, I hardly qualify to cooperate with you. I'm the one who paints pretty pictures, you're the one who actually gets things done." Lin Can was stunned. When had she learned to speak with such biting sarcasm, mirroring Lin Yuechen's style? "Classmate Lu Yutong, I didn't intend to compete against you." Lin Can paused thoughtfully before explaining. "With the advantages that come from being class monitor, I'll find it easier to pursue entrepreneurship and investments later. Unlike you, and unlike the other students in our class, I need to build my own foundation as quickly as possible." "Ha, so you're still treating the class monitor position as a bargaining chip?" Lu Yutong showed a hint of disdain. "Think what you will." Lin Can hesitated, then spoke up. "Classmate Lu Yutong, this is merely a small setback in your university journey. I hope you can move past it soon." Turning to leave, he heard Lu Yutong suddenly say, "Wait." Lin Can turned back, relief washing over him. It seemed his words of encouragement had already helped ease Lu Yutong's inner turmoil. Exactly, communication was the key to resolving unnecessary misunderstandings and barriers. "Pay me back." Those two words spilled from Lu Yutong's lips, and Lin Can was utterly dumbfounded. He had been too hasty. He took back his earlier thoughts. As expected, women never forgot a grudge. "Didn't we agree? Before the National Day holiday. I need it now." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Lu Yutong shifted her gaze away, her beautiful eyes looking elsewhere. "All right, I'll transfer it to you tomorrow morning." Lin Can sighed lightly and turned to leave. Under the street lamp, Lin Can's figure grew increasingly distant. Lu Yutong watched his retreating back for a long moment before making her way toward the girls' dormitory. Before he even reached the door, he could hear the voice. As Lin Can approached dorm 302, Han Kuen's booming voice reached his ears. "Damn it. Are you even any good? It's 0 to 5. You're making my bro get scolded by teammates and mocked by the enemy." Lin Can walked into the dorm and found over a dozen guys packed inside, all from his class. "Bro, you're back." Han Kuen tugged at the guy currently gaming. Move, let my bro come in and turn this around." "Forget it, Kanzi. If we lose, we lose. Just having fun is what matters." Those words instantly lifted the pressure from everyone. The class monitor truly did have the right mindset. Anyone else risking their master account and dropping a whole rank would have earned nothing but hostility, yet here it was treated as an act of deep friendship. "This place reeks of smoke. Let some air in." Lin Can pulled open the balcony door and stepped outside. Han Kuen immediately followed. "What's wrong, bro? You seem to have something weighing on your mind." "Duh. If you were forced to suffer losses, wouldn't you?" And if he had known Lu Yutong would turn on him so quickly, he never would have run for class monitor in the first place. "Kanzi, about my campaign for class monitor, did you promise anyone anything?" Lin Can looked at Han Kuen. Han Kuen grinned sheepishly. "Bro, how did you know?" "I promised the 4 guys from the next dorm that I'd treat them to late night snacks tonight. Then invite the whole class. I'll cover the bill." "No need, bro, I've got enough."
Am I the class monitor or are you? Lin Can immediately put on his class monitor authority. Honestly, spending a little money for that kind of emotional return wasn't a bad deal. Go ahead and let everyone know, we'll hold off on sleeping for now. Got it, bro. Han Cohen immediately marched back inside and bellowed at the top of his lungs, big news, big news.
To celebrate my bro, Lin Can's successful election as class monitor, he's treating all the guys in our class to late night snacks tonight.
Don't rush to sleep, everyone. The dorm instantly erupted into cheers. Bro Can is generous.
I told you so, the class monitor really has vision.
My turn, my turn.
Your gameplay is absolutely disgusting.
I definitely have Master King level skills.
Then came the sound of doors opening and closing.
Han Cohen must have gone to notify the other students. Lin Can pulled out his phone and checked the time. Just then an unfamiliar local number called him.
Lin Can frowned and pondered for a moment, then walked into the bathroom, closed the door and pressed the answer button.
Hello. Hi, may I ask if you are Mr.
Lin Can, the owner of room 201 Unit 1 Building 3 Xingfu Residential Compound. The woman's voice on the other end was quite pleasant. But Lin Can immediately became highly alert.
Who is this? I'm a real estate agent calling to inquire whether you might be considering selling your property recently.
We can help you secure a satisfactory price, the woman said politely and courteously. Lin Can held the phone, his brows furrowing deeper. I just purchased this house recently and I have no plans to sell it at the moment.
I haven't contacted any real estate agents. Oh, I see. However, Mr.
Lin, please don't hang up yet. I have a client willing to pay 500,000 yuan for this property.
Would you consider it?
As the woman's words fell, Lin Can vaguely guessed something and narrowed his eyes slightly.
I'm sorry, I'm busy right now. Without hesitation, he hung up the phone.
The next moment he closed his eyes and pondered. His information as the property owner had been leaked.
It could have been the residential compound's property management or perhaps the bank.
This property had been listed for quite some time before, unable to sell even at 450,000 yuan. After he purchased it, less than 10 days had passed and someone was already willing to pay 500,000 yuan. Doing nothing, he would profit 500,000 yuan for free. Could such a coincidental thing really happen? The only possibility was that someone had already heard rumors about the upcoming demolition and wanted to purchase his property as soon as possible.
Trying to snag a bargain from him.
Lin Can suddenly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling slightly.
It seemed a sum of money would be coming in very soon.
Beep. The text message notification sounded. Lin Can glanced at it and found it was still the same number from just now.
Hello, Mr. Lin. Sorry to disturb you. If you are considering selling your property, please feel free to contact me at any time. We can discuss the price in person and ensure your satisfaction.
This text message almost confirmed Lin Can's suspicions.
Should he sell? Lin Can thought about it. Waiting for the demolition would indeed maximize profits. But he might not receive the money in the short term and the exact timeline was unclear.
If he sold now, he could use that capital to continue buying Bitcoin. Lin Can quickly calculated in his mind and made up his mind. Right now the initiative was in his hands, so there was no need to rush. They could negotiate slowly.
Bro, are you in there? Outside the bathroom, Han Cohen's voice rang out.
Lin Can opened the door and stepped out.
What's up? The notice has gone out. What time are we meeting tonight? Lin Can thought for a moment.
8:30. Let's go early and come back early, the dorm locks at night.
Okay, I'll go notify others. Han Cohen turned and left. Lin Can was satisfied with his execution ability, though he wished Han Cohen had asked everything at once just now. Returning to the dorm, he found 3 or 4 classmates gathered around Han Cohen's desk. Monitor. Don't be so formal. Bro Can.
Lin Can smiled without saying a word.
One classmate was sitting on the desk using Han Cohen's Alienware laptop to play on his master rank gaming account.
All 3 high grounds had been pushed, no one, not even a god, could save this now. After the match ended, the classmate turned to look at Lin Can and smiled awkwardly.
Sorry, Monitor. It's fine. Go get ready. We're heading out for late night food at 8:30. Those who didn't make it can join tomorrow night. Monitor is too generous.
After everyone left, only Su Xingjian and Zhang Gaoyang remained in the dorm.
Bro Ken, are you really going all out? I've already had Kunzi send the notice. Could it be fake?
Zhang Gaoyang narrowed his eyes, skepticism clear in his gaze. Hard to believe, the person who used to share a bottle of cola among 4 would now treat half the class to late night food.
Damn, are we never going to let that go? At least throughout these 4 years of university I'll bring it up whenever I see you. Su Xinjian leaned in.
Broken, wouldn't it be just treating everyone to a bowl of fried rice?
If so, I'm not going. Lin Can immediately took offense. Do I look like the type who would do that?
Su Xinjian and Zhang Gaoyang exchanged a glance and nodded in unison.
Yes, you do. Times change.
Lin Can tried to salvage his image.
I'm the class monitor now. Doing that wouldn't fit my status. How about barbecue or hot pot? 18 people, 2 tables. Monitor is too generous.
Lin Can patted Su Xinjian on the shoulder.
Good.
From now on you're my trusted confidant. Zhang Gaoyang could only shake his head in disbelief.
Monitor, there's something blunt I'd like to say. May I? If it's blunt, then don't say it. I'd burst if I don't say it. Then speak.
Lin Can took a sudden step toward the door, quickly opened it and left the dorm.
Zhang Gaoyang sat on his bed dumbfounded. What was it? Tell me. Su Xinjian asked curiously. Did you pass it on to your esteemed monitor? I did. It was quite cutting. Never mind then. At 8:30 the 18 male students of Financial Management Class 1 assembled promptly downstairs outside the dormitory. Let's move. The group marched majestically toward the university's south gate. Lin Can and Han Kuan walked at the front, their demeanor perfectly composed.
Right at the entrance was a dining street that could satisfy tastes from all corners of the country. As soon as they stepped out, 2 familiar faces appeared.
Chen Yun and Yang Linga.
During the class meeting, Lin Can had called out their names right at the beginning. Now the 2 girls were carrying snacks and looked quite surprised to see the entire class of boys setting out.
Monitor, what are you up to? Yang Linga asked curiously. Treating everyone to late-night food.
We'll sit together, get to know each other and chat. The 2 were amused by Lin Can's frankness.
Chen Yun pouted.
How nice of you, Monitor, treating the boys but not the girls.
Discriminating, aren't we? Just come along. 2 extra pairs of chopsticks won't hurt. Never mind. I don't want to gain weight.
The 2 girls giggled and waved their hands. Then go back and rest early, Lin Can said.
Yang Linga suddenly leaned close and winked at Lin Can.
Monitor Lu Yutong shares a dorm with us.
You stole her monitor position, want me to go comfort her for you?
It was fair competition.
Nothing was stolen. Student Yang Linga, please watch your words. Statements that undermine unity should not be made. Lin Can's earnest expression, barely hiding his amusement, amused the 2 girls once more. Wow, Monitor has quite the authority. Goodbye then. After a group vote, the majority chose barbecue. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the 18 people split into 2 tables.
With the boys gathered together, the conversation naturally turned to the 2 female classmates they had just encountered.
Broken, I think Yang Linga is quite nice. Tall figure, classical beauty vibe. Su Xinjian stroked his chin, expression conflicted. But I originally wanted to pursue Su Ziyin. This complicates things.
What kind of taste is that?
Zhang Gaoyang retorted impatiently. Clearly Chen Yun is cuter and more well-behaved. Okay. Wait, have you even dated before? Oh, looking down on people.
While the 2 argued, Lin Can had already filled out the menu and summoned the waiter. Let's order according to the menu, the same for both tables. Lin Can handed the menu to the waiter, then looked at the dozen or so classmates. Feel free to add anything you want, don't be shy.
You're spending too much, class monitor.
It's okay, from tomorrow I'll have just steamed buns and pickled vegetables.
Lin Can joked. Class monitor, after this meal I won't be able to sleep tonight. My brother is just pretending to be poor. Han Kuan stood up and bellowed, this is a mere drop in the bucket for my brother. Alright Kunzi, you're shameless to boast, I'm too embarrassed to admit it.
Lin Can worried that if Han Kuan got carried away he might blurt out the fact that Lin Can had made hundreds of thousands from stock trading. Facing these freshmen who had just started college, this was not the time to show off. The barbecue restaurant served quickly and both tables immediately began eating. Some smoked, some drank, the theme was total freedom letting loose. If they were still bound by rules after entering college, then what was the point of college?
During the meal, a few classmates who were savvy about social etiquette came over to toast Lin Can.
Lin Can had no choice but to accept. However, once the others saw someone take the lead, they quickly became more active and came over to toast him one after another. Moreover, the class monitor seemed to have a poor tolerance for alcohol, so they aimed to get him drunk.
I can't go on, let me take a breather. Class monitor, it's my turn, we're roommates, shouldn't we start with 3 cups? Zhang Gaoyang decided to press his advantage. Zhang Gaoyang, what do you mean? Bring it on, I'll drink for my brother. Han Cohen waved his hand with a heroic defiant stance. Whoever heard of drinking for someone else? Are you chickening out? Who are you calling a chicken?
And so the two started a drinking contest.
Lin Can took the opportunity to eat a few bites of food.
Seeing that the class monitor had a fierce guardian, the group exchanged glances and immediately decided to take down Han Cohen first.
Cohen, go, I'll toast you too. Count me in.
After one round, Han Cohen's face was flushed red, he was dizzy and his tongue began to slur.
Anyone else? Don't touch. Don't touch my brother. Everyone was stunned. Damn, that's so dedicated. Did the class monitor save your life or something?
Lin Can was naturally deeply moved, so he took a deep breath, pulled 2 bottles of beer from the case and slowly stood up. Yen Zuz of Finance Management Class 1, thank you for electing me as your class monitor. As the saying goes, one should return a favor.
Now it's my turn to toast you.
With that, he handed one of the bottles to Su Xingjian beside him. Su Xingjian was instantly dumbfounded. Seeing this, the other classmates were also shocked.
Can Gu, what do you mean?
Su Xingjian, face red and eyes wide, asked, you don't mean to chug the whole bottle, do you?
Congratulations, you got it right.
Lin Can opened the beer, tilted his head back and put the bottle to his lips.
He chugged for nearly half a minute, downing the entire bottle in one go. Putting down the empty bottle, Lin Can wiped his mouth. I'll drink first to show respect.
At that moment, Su Xingjian's hand holding the bottle began to tremble slightly.
Everyone was stunned by the scene. Holy shit. What's going on? Didn't he just say he couldn't drink anymore? How come he's suddenly possessed by Qiao Feng?
Han Cohen, face red, chuckled foolishly, bro, I'll leave the rest to you.
Then he looked around at everyone.
In his eyes there was a hint of cunning and ill intent.
Everyone suddenly realized.
Oh no, they had been tricked by the 2 brothers.
Can Gu please spare me? Su Xingjian's face crumpled, his tone almost begging. But I've already drunk it all.
Lin Can's face was not flushed, his heart not racing, and his words were exceptionally clear. When he had learned that these guys were trying to get him drunk, he had sighed helplessly inside. Their idea and tactics were good, but unfortunately their strength seemed insufficient. When he was a child, he lived with his grandfather in the countryside. Every year his grandfather produced 4 or 5 times the amount of liquor that other families did. Lin Can would just scoop half a ladle from the wine vat when he was thirsty and drink it all in one go. As for beer, to him it was no different from water.
Class monitor, let me.
Zhang Gaoyang, face red, stood up abruptly. I can still fight.
Excellent.
Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the 2 simultaneously picked up their bottles.
Continue.
To be honest, this Zhang Gaoyang did have some skill. After chugging 2 bottles in a row, he finally began to show difficulty playing
the fool to catch the wise.
Lin Can picked up another 2 bottles of beer, determined to press his advantage.
Broken Gu, I give up. Zhang Gaoyang's tone finally softened. Alright, next one. But wait, I need to go to the restroom first. Everyone watched Lin Can's retreating figure, then glanced at Zhang Gaoyang's defeated look and shuddered. Guys, how about we run? I really can't chug anymore. If we rotate the fight. Rotate your uncle. Giving up like this is a bit shameful, isn't it? Better to lose face than to lose your life. Humph, the class monitor must be bluffing.
If we work together, we might still have a chance.
Fine, you go first. Forget it then. Han Cohen looked at everyone, a smile of triumph spreading across his face. After a moment, Lin Can returned from the restroom and sat back down. He placed 2 bottles of beer on the table.
His eyes were clear, his speech articulate. Whose turn is it?
Everyone instinctively shrank their necks.
Class monitor, please spare us.
We really can't drink anymore, there's a lot to do tomorrow.
Yeah, if we get drunk we won't be able to get back to the dorm. At this point, Han Cohen patted Lin Can on the shoulder and chuckled, bro, put away your powers for now.
Alright, fine.
Both tables continued eating some barbecue and staple food, and the late-night meal was drawing to a close.
The way everyone looked at Lin Can was completely different from before. In 4 words, heartfelt admiration.
Waiter, check please. The waiter came over with the bill. Hello, your total is 1,126.
1,100. Lin Can asked.
Alright. Lin Can took out his phone, scanned the code and paid.
Let's go back to the dorm. Under Lin Can's lead, the entire class headed back to the school in a mighty procession.
A few who had poor tolerance for alcohol needed to be supported by their roommates.
Zhangzhou University Female Dormitory Building, Room 605.
The lights were off in the dorm, but the phones on the 4 beds were all lit up. It was the first day of school, and being in a strange environment, it was naturally hard to fall asleep. And unlike the boys, the girls weren't that familiar with each other yet, so they didn't have many topics to talk about and each played on their phones.
Sister Linga, I'm hungry. In the darkness Chen Yun's voice suddenly rang out. Stumbled upon a food video. Young Linga asked. Yeah. If I knew I'd get hungry so fast I should have gone with the class monitor to get something to eat earlier. What are you thinking? Yang Linga's voice sounded. There were 18 boys and only us 2 girls. How could that be possible? Their conversation piqued the curiosity of another roommate. Did you run into Lin Can? Yes, Sister Ziying. Chen Yun said she treated all the boys in the class to a late-night snack. She's so biased. He got all the boys' votes, so of course he's biased. Su Ziying snorted lightly. Judging by his clothes he doesn't look rich. He's just pretending to be a big shot. Don't say that. Yang Linga suddenly said he also promised to treat the whole class to drinks during military training. Besides, I think the class monitor is quite handsome. Are you falling for Lin Can? Not at all. It's only the first day of school, okay? At this moment Chen Yun quietly said that big guy Han Kuan listens to the class monitor so much. If someone could become the class monitor's girlfriend it would be quite reassuring, don't you think? Love brain, get out. Listening to her 3 roommates chatting, Lu Yutong, who had been silent all along, was not at all focused on her phone. Ever since returning to the dorm she had been somewhat gloomy. Lu Yutong recalled the earlier incident on campus when she had asked Lin Can to pay her back after losing the class monitor election, and she felt a pang of regret inside. The class monitor position had been a fair competition between the 2 and Lin Can had said he needed to quickly build a future for himself. If he returned her money tomorrow morning, would it affect the investment he had mentioned? They had known each other since summer vacation, and fate was so coincidental that they ended up in the same class in college. They could have been great friends, but unexpectedly on the very first day of school. Would this friendship end here? In her mind the image of that lonely yet resolute back appeared, and her mood was extremely complicated. Lu Yutong hesitated for a moment, held her phone in both hands and began composing a message in the chat box. When the boys returned to the dormitory it was nearly 11 o'clock. Lin Can took a quick shower and prepared to sleep. Soon Su Xingjian came out of the bathroom drying his body with a towel while Han Kuan went in seamlessly. Brother Can, you won't believe it, but I missed a chance to get rich during the summer break. I believe you. Lin Can sat on the bed staring at his account on the cryptocurrency trading platform, thinking to himself, isn't it just that soaring stock Shanha mining? Having been reborn, how could I not predict you? Ha! Su Xingjian was instantly embarrassed. Brother Can, I haven't even said it yet. Even if you're humoring me, at least pretend a little. Go ahead then. Do you know anything about stocks? Asked Su Xingjian. A little. Then you must know about the soaring stock that appeared during the summer break. Shanha mining. Su Xingjian's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. A kindred spirit, Brother Can. Then his gaze dimmed, his expression filled with infinite regret. It quadrupled. I wanted to jump in several times, but I was always torn between hope and fear, lacking the courage to take the final step. If I had been decisive, the 5,000 yuan my dad gave me as seed money would have turned into 20,000 by now. Lin Can chuckled without looking up. Even if you had bought, you might not have been able to hold on. Yeah, I guess so. Su Xingjian sighed. But at least I could have earned a bit. Just thinking about it makes me regret. Lin Can shifted his body and looked at Su Xingjian standing there. Can you promise me one thing? What? Don't mention this stock in the dorm anymore. In his previous life Lin Can had heard it so many times that his ears were growing calluses, so he wanted to avoid that issue now. Why? Su Xingjian was stunned, a look of confusion in his eyes. Brother Can, you didn't buy it either, did you? Regret it. Haha, we're in the same boat. Promise me and I'll show you something good. Lin Can glanced at Zhang Gaoyan, finding him already lying motionless in bed. His alcohol tolerance still needs work. What? Promise me first. Okay. Full of curiosity, Su Xingjian said, I promise. I won't talk about stocks in the dorm. Lin Can smiled, opened his stock account, held his phone with one hand and used the other to cover part of the screen. Then he placed it in front of Su Xingjian. Su Xingjian squinted at first, then suddenly widened his eyes. Holy shit. This sudden exclamation woke Zhang Gaoyan, who grumbled groggily, damn. Aren't you guys sleeping? I'm exhausted. After saying that he went back to sleep. Keep your voice down. After Lin Can retrieved his phone he noticed that Su Xingjian's gaze had changed. It was a mix of shock and admiration with a hint of suspicion. Brother Can, let me have another look. Su Xingjian was so eager he almost reached for the phone, pressing urgently. I only saw your return rate. What was your principle? Isn't the return rate enough? Did you ride Shanha mining all the way? Sold at the peak. Su Xingjian's face was full of disbelief. Lin Can nodded.
This only made Su Xingjian feel worse. Missing out on that soaring stock was regrettable but not devastating.
Yet his roommate's tremendous success highlighted his own inadequacy.
His mind was shattered.
Bro, let me see it once more. You promised me no talking about stocks. But you've piqued my curiosity. Go to sleep. Lin Can turned over facing the wall. Just then Han Cohen came out of the bathroom muttering, "What was that sudden shout about?" "Nothing."
Su Xingjian glanced at Lin Can, who had his back to him, and climbed into bed with a complicated heart.
Brother Cohen remembered to turn off the light. In the dead of night Lin Can's phone still glowed.
He had promised Lu Yutong to repay her the next day, so he had to reluctantly sell 2 bitcoins. Fortunately, the recent price trend of Bitcoin was mild, so he wouldn't lose too much.
Lin Can calculated the days in his mind. 3 days later Lin Shuyun would probably come to him for repayment under Lin Hongdao's commission. Given the personality of the 3 Lin sisters, they would certainly remember this matter and not delay by even half a day. Then he would lose another 100,000 of his principal. He had to find a way to make up for that gap quickly. Lin Can recalled the phone call he had received before the late-night snack. Oh right, there was also a text message. After finding the message, Lin Can pondered briefly and began typing a reply. "Hello, what should I call you?" About 5 seconds later the text tone rang, indicating an instant reply. "My surname is Fong. My name is Fong Qin. You can call me Miss Fong." "Mr. Lin, are you looking to sell that house?" "Lin Can, around 10 o'clock I received a call from someone willing to pay 600,000. "Fong Qin, did you accept?" Lin Can, still considering. "Fong Qin, Mr. Lin, I'm confident I can negotiate at that price or even higher. Could we arrange a time to meet and discuss in detail?" "I'm available anytime." Lin Can, let's talk later. "I'm quite busy these days." "Fong Qin, alright, I won't disturb you for now. Please contact me soon. Good night." After ending the text exchange, Lin Can was 100% certain that the house he had just bought was being targeted. Someone wanted to seize a bargain from him before the official news of the demolition came out. But now the problem was, what price should he quote? He wasn't clear about the compensation standard for the commercial real estate development in the demolition from his previous life. If he quoted too high he would likely scare them off. But if he quoted too low it wouldn't meet his expected profit. Lin Can thought for a long time without a clue, and drowsiness gradually set in. Forget it, he would try to gradually increase the price and judge based on the situation. The next morning the counselor Guozhen announced in the class group chat that everyone should gather in the classroom at 10 o'clock. The class monitor Lin Can would collect the sizes and lead people to the designated spot to pick up the military training uniforms. Seeing that there was plenty of time, Lin Can washed up and went to the cafeteria with his roommates. On the way they met several classmates buying breakfast who greeted Lin Can. This made the 3 dorm mates feel proud as well, and they walked with a bit of a swagger. During this time Lin Can transferred 50,000 yuan directly to Lu Yutong with the note repayment. He also sent a red envelope of 200 yuan. "Thank you for your help, Lu Yutong. A few cups of milk tea are a token of my appreciation. Please accept it." The previous night Lu Yutong had hesitated for a long time and ultimately didn't send the message. Her emotions were complicated, and coupled with the unfamiliar environment she didn't fall asleep until after 2 in the morning. She slept straight until 9:40 in the morning, waking only when her roommate called her. "Yutong, we need to be in the classroom by 10. "Oh, what time is it now?" 20 minutes left. "We'll go ahead. You hurry up." As the 3 went downstairs, Su Ziying couldn't help saying, "Getting up this late on the first day and she wants to run for class monitor, huh?" Yang Linga glanced at Su Ziying, then took Chen Yun's arm. "Maybe she's in a bad mood." In the dorm Lu Yutong snapped awake and quickly began to dress. After a quick wash and tying up her hair, she glanced in the mirror, grabbed her phone and rushed downstairs. On the way she opened her phone and saw the transfer notification from Lin Can, unconsciously stopping in her tracks. A repayment of 50,000 in a red envelope of 200. Moreover, judging from the message sent, Lin Can seemed not to feel displeased with her request for him to repay the money. Would their friendship continue? Lu Yutong was hesitating whether to click to accept the payment when her father sent a message. "Tong Tong, that classmate of yours named Lin Can is simply amazing. Fortunately I listened to him yesterday and sold all my stocks, avoiding a loss of several 100,000. Thank him for me." Lu Yutong quickly searched and found that today Shanha Mining was down 9 points with the stock price hovering around 18 yuan. For a moment she stood frozen, her emotions immensely complicated. She seemed to have truly been wrong about yesterday's events. However, it appeared that Lin Can had a rather magnanimous personality, so there should be a chance to make amends.
She decided not to accept the money for now and would find an opportunity to invite him to a meal alone to bridge the gap between them. As Lu Yutong thought this, she noticed a new message in the class group. Lin Can sent a message asking everyone to post their sizes in the group for easy tallying and to wait in the classroom to receive the clothes. On the campus of Zhengzhou University, Lin Lanlan, dressed in designer fashion clothes, carrying an expensive handbag and a stack of documents, strolled leisurely toward a certain teaching building. As a music teacher at Jiangda, her job was relaxed and comfortable, not drained by trivial matters, exuding a sense of ease. She enjoyed walking on campus, receiving envious glances from the young boys and girls. Her vanity was greatly satisfied. If some reckless boy came up to strike up a conversation, she would feel smug inside but put on a stern face and give him a proper scolding. Wow! Such an aloof, rich and beautiful teacher. That was the sentence Lin Lanlan most wanted to hear from the schoolboys. Unfortunately, she had never heard it. She thought that surely someone would privately evaluate her like that. Just as Lin Can was immersed in her own fantasy, a familiar yet annoying figure suddenly appeared ahead. Lin Can and Han Kuan, each carrying bundles of military training camouflage uniforms on their shoulders, were walking toward them. That bastard brother was truly born to be a laborer, never amounting to anything in life. That big fool was even more of an idiot, actually following Lin Can's lead. Lin Lanlan sneered repeatedly, stopped and raised her chin like a proud princess. The next second their eyes met. Lin Lanlan wanted to catch a trace of cowardice and submission in Lin Can's gaze. However, Lin Can lowered his head and continued walking. After being kicked out of the house and given a harsh lesson by society, this bastard had lost even the courage to meet her eyes. At least he could recognize the gap in class between them that showed some self-awareness. Lin Lanlan thought smugly. This Lin Can was annoying, but he was good at running errands. If he would say a few nice words to her when they met, she might consider putting in a good word for him in front of their parents. However, 3 seconds later Lin Can walked past her without a word. He didn't even lift his head to cast a humble glance at her. Lin Lanlan instantly became angry. He actually dared to ignore her. Monitor, slow down, wait for us. 2 male students carrying clothes, panting, walked toward Lin Lanlan. Lin Lanlan frowned instinctively and called out to the 2 who were about to pass by, "Who are you calling?" One of the male students stopped, looking bewildered, "Calling our monitor." "Who is your monitor?" "Lin Can." The student pointed at Lin Can's back. Lin Lanlan was extremely surprised and blurted out, "Lin Can. He can be a monitor." "Why not?" The male student seemed to have no good impression of this polite but average-looking woman. After throwing a rhetorical question, he quickly caught up. "What attitude is that?" Lin Lanlan was very displeased with the student's tone. However, what made her even more uncomfortable was that Lin Can had actually become the monitor. "What the hell? Are all the freshmen in your class and the counselor blind? Out of everyone they chose this bastard as monitor. Apart from having some strength and being able to endure hardship, what qualifications did he have?" Lin Lanlan knew that being a monitor in college was different from middle school. Although it came with many worries, it also had numerous benefits and conveniences. Soon Lin Lanlan shared this unpleasant news in the 3 sisters group chat. Lin Yuechen and Lin Shuyun were also incredulous upon hearing it. "Lanlan, your school is at least a second-tier university. How could they let someone like Lin Can become monitor? Freshmen don't know each other well, so Lin must have shamelessly volunteered himself." "Big sister is right. That bastard loves to brag, so it's no surprise he fooled those freshmen. A petty man in his glory," Lin Lanlan said. "Don't worry, Lanlan. In 2 days he'll be crying. Lin Yuechen, best to choose a time when there are many people. We'll go demand repayment. If he can't pay, haha. Lin Shuyun, Yuechen's idea is good. Let's do that. Lin Lanlan, big sister, second sister, I'll gather intelligence for you. With our sisters united, let's make Lin Can lose face." "Okay, handshake." Lin Can distributed 2 sets of camouflage uniforms to the whole class according to their sizes. Some outgoing male students naturally didn't want to miss the chance to show off their physiques in front of the girls and immediately took off their t-shirts or shirts. Such an action immediately caused a stir among the girls. Some jeered, some were shy, and some pretended to be shy while sneaking glances. "Monitor, aren't you going to stop someone from acting indecent?" Lin Can smiled and told the boys to put their clothes back on and mind their image. "Su Xinjian, what are you showing off for? A skinny dog?" The meme skinny dog hadn't appeared yet at that time. But Chinese is so charming that everyone fully understood its meaning upon first hearing it. The entire class of boys and girls burst into thunderous laughter. Lu Yutong couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. With Counselor Guozhen absent, Lin Can as the monitor stepped up to speak on his behalf. "The afternoon is off. Everyone should make full preparations for tomorrow's military training.
Go to bed early tonight. I reckon the school will give us a bit of intensity on the first day. Hang in there and you'll get used to it later.
Also classmates, please be careful with safety whether on or off campus. After these 3 sentences, Lin Can took his clothes and was the first to walk out of the classroom, leaving everyone stunned.
The monitor is overthinking. What's there to prepare for military training? Exactly, we've been through it in high school. It's just a formality.
Brothers, let's hit the internet cafe this afternoon.
Yuton, you're a local from Jiangzhou. Take us to a fun place this afternoon.
Sure. Lu Yuton took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Can.
Lu Yuton, I'll accept the red packet, but you keep the money for now. What I said yesterday was out of anger. Lin Can, are you past being angry today? Lu Yuton, pretty much. Lin Can, I've already withdrawn it. Just take it. If my investment suffers a loss, I won't have enough to repay you. Lu Yuton, all right then. May I ask? What are you investing in? Lin Can, Bitcoin. Lu Yuton, huh? Lin Can, are you crazy?
I think stocks would be a more reliable choice for you.
Lin Can, I don't care what you think. I only care about my own judgment.
Lu Yuton, then be careful on your own. The virtual currency market runs very deep.
Lin Can, thanks for the reminder.
After ending the chat, Lu Yuton accepted the transfer of 50,000 yuan, which relieved one burden from Lin Can's mind. Otherwise, her constantly bringing up the repayment as leverage was headache-inducing just thinking about it. On the way back to the dorm, Lin Can's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was yet another unfamiliar local number. Lin Can narrowed his eyes and pressed the answer button.
Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Can? Who's this? Well, I heard you have an apartment in Xingfu residential community. I quite like that location and I'm willing to pay 600,000. Could you sell it to me?
The voice on the other end was a man's. Straight to the point, no nonsense. After hearing this, Lin Can felt a bit dazed. What kind of situation is this? Last night he had messaged a real estate agent named Fong Qin saying someone was willing to pay 600,000 for his apartment. But that was just something he had made up on the spur of the moment to inflate the asking price. How could someone actually call him today? And not a penny more or less, exactly 600,000. Could this be the legendary? The power of spoken words manifesting reality.
Mr. Lin Can. Oh, I'm here. Lin Can snapped back to reality and decided to continue playing along. Sorry, someone called me this morning offering 605,000.
I told them I'd consider it for a few days.
Your price, I definitely wouldn't sell at that. 700,000 firm price. If you agree, we can meet somewhere right away, complete the paperwork this afternoon and the money will be in your account. The man's tone was resolute and decisive. Lin Can didn't doubt his sincerity in the slightest. Let me have some time to consider.
Before Lin Can could finish, the other party interrupted. Young man, I hear you only paid 450,000 for that apartment when you bought it.
It hasn't even been a month and you'd be making a clean profit of 250,000. You should be content.
Lin Can hung up the call directly.
He didn't even let me finish speaking. So rude.
As he was about to reach the dorm building, his phone rang again.
Fong Qin had sent a text message wanting to arrange a meeting. Bro, why aren't you going up? Han Kuan asked curiously.
Lin Can hesitated for a moment, then patted his shoulder.
Go up first. I need to run an errand. Need me to come with you? No need. I'll be back soon.
Oh, and don't let them play ranked matches on my account anymore.
You should have told me earlier, bro. You've already dropped to diamond. Han Kuan looked thoroughly disappointed.
Lin Can walked out of the dorm while replying to Fong Qin, hello, is now a convenient time.
Fong Qin replied instantly, convenient. Where shall we meet? Lin Can, the Starbucks near the main gate of Jiangzhou University. Do you know the location? Fong Qin got it.
I'll be there in 15 minutes at the latest.
Lin Can smiled.
Judging by how quickly she replied and her obvious keenness on this matter, the demolition and relocation was indeed a done deal. So she wanted to exploit the information asymmetry and snap up a bargain from him as soon as possible.
But shouldn't you all be wondering why I bought this particular apartment in the first place? 10 minutes later. Lin Can sat outside the Starbucks with a drink placed on the table.
A few minutes passed and a woman in professional attire wearing glasses, sharp and capable looking, walked briskly toward the shop entrance.
Lin Can waved at her. Fong Qin paused, then approached with a smile. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Can? Lin Can nodded. Fong Qin. Yes. Have a seat. What would you like to drink?
The same as yours, said Fangqin. She sat down, adjusted her clothes and pushed up the glasses on her nose. Lin Can called the waiter and ordered the same drink.
Mr.
Lin, I didn't expect you to be so young and moreover so handsome.
Fangqin looked surprised and curious. May I ask presumptuously, are you a student at Zhengzhou University?
Yes.
Lin Can nodded.
Then you should call me senior sister.
Fangqin twinkled her eyes. Greetings, senior sister.
Please look after me. Such a sweet talker.
Well, senior sister is getting older.
If I were still a few years younger, I'd definitely make a move on a handsome younger guy like you.
Make what kind of move? A venomous move.
Senior sister, please show mercy.
Lin Can played dumb. The two shared a laugh.
After just a few short exchanges, Lin Can could sense that this Fangqin was quite capable. She was clearly eager to get to business but chose not to rush, instead building rapport first.
Fangqin shifted her chair and sat up straight. Lin Can knew it was time to get to the point. Junior Lin, since you arranged to meet me today, it means you're willing to sell the apartment.
Fangqin spoke smoothly with a smile on her face. As for the price, you can name your figure so I have a clear idea when negotiating with buyers.
Upon hearing this, Lin Can didn't rush to name a price.
Instead, he took out his phone from his pocket, opened his call history and showed it to Fangqin.
Senior Fawn, I'll be honest with you.
Someone just called me wanting to buy my apartment.
Their offer was 700,000.
What? A hint of tension appeared on Fangqin's face.
Did you agree? No.
Lin Can shook his head. I still want to talk with you because you're more polite.
He Junior really knows how to flatter. Fangqin smiled and tucked her hair behind her ear. Senior Fong.
Lin Can looked straight into her eyes and said seriously, let's be straightforward. You're not the only one who's contacted me these past couple of days. There are others who want to buy my apartment.
When things seem abnormal, there's usually something suspicious lurking beneath. So I've been thinking.
Lin Can's voice suddenly lowered and he leaned closer to Fangqin.
Is there going to be a demolition in Xingfu community? As soon as the words fell,
Lin Can could clearly feel a slight tremor in Fangqin's delicate frame and her expression faltered for just an instant.
About this. I'm not really sure. Fangqin's gaze darted away. Senior isn't being entirely truthful. Lin Can smiled. I was actually planning to propose a deal to you. What kind of deal? Fangqin asked curiously. Senior tells me the truth first.
Lin Can took a sip of his drink, smiling.
It probably is.
Then based on my apartment, how much compensation could I expect? This was what Lin Can cared about most.
I'm not entirely sure.
Fangqin shook her head, then added, but it should be at least 1 million. Since the junior had already guessed the demolition, there was no point in beating around the bush. It was better to be straightforward. Senior, you work in this industry, so you surely have extensive connections.
The news about my apartment being demolished is no longer a secret. I'd like to entrust you with finding a buyer for me. As long as there's profit margin for them, I'll give you a 5% commission based on the final transaction price. Of course, on the condition that I'm satisfied with the price. Lin Can looked into Fangqin's eyes. Senior Fong, what do you think?
After much deliberation, Lin Can concluded that this approach was the most reliable.
Dragging things out until the demolition compensation arrived wouldn't actually maximize his gains.
He knew that the price of Bitcoin was currently on the rise. In a few months it would hit a peak unseen in the past 2 years.
With a long-term perspective, one couldn't afford to haggle over every trifling loss. Moreover, he had just started university and had taken on the role of class monitor, leaving him with no extra energy to waste on the demolition affairs.
Finding a well-connected middleman with extensive knowledge to help him contact buyers was the most fitting solution.
Would Fangqin take a commission from the other party? That was certain. But Lin Can didn't care as long as his own interests were protected.
Upon hearing this, Fangqin pondered for a moment before voicing her doubt. Junior Lin, since you know the house is slated for demolition, why are you willing to give up some of the profit?
Senior, I'm a student and my studies come first. I don't have the time to deal with all this.
I can't be contacting clients after class or taking calls during lectures, can I?
Lin Can had already prepared his explanation. Fangqin smiled faintly. That's true. Besides, I always adhere to one principle in business: everyone should profit together. Monopolizing never lasts. I make a quick profit, you get your commission, and the buyer earns a little when the demolition compensation comes through. A win-win-win situation. Lin Can's lengthy explanation had but one purpose.
He couldn't let anyone see that he was currently in dire need of funds. Fang Qin leaned forward slightly, her bright eyes seemingly trying to discern something from his expression. Junior Lin, are you really a freshman this year?
What? Don't I look like one?
Lin Can countered with a smile.
Not at all.
Fang Qin's lips curled into a smile as she tucked her short hair behind her ear. Your way of doing things and your mindset are far too mature.
You don't seem like a student at all. Then what do I seem like? A seasoned entrepreneur.
Senior, I'll take that as a compliment.
I mean it.
They exchanged a knowing smile.
Fang Qin took out her phone and added Lin Can as a contact. Junior, I'll proceed as you suggested. I'll keep you updated on any developments. Communication collaboration, we're partners. Lin Can raised his drink and clinked it against Fang Qin's. To a smooth partnership. To a smooth partnership. Fang Qin took a small sip, her smile radiant. The next morning at 7 o'clock a sudden piercing siren blared across the campus, instantly waking everyone in the dormitory building. Damn. Han Kuan, still half asleep, glanced at the time and burst into curses. It's only 7 in the goddamn morning. Can't a man get some sleep?
Zhang Gaoyang and Su Xingjian were in similar states, grumbling and complaining. Wasn't this just a lousy military training, a mere formality?
Why all the fuss and alarm?
Despite their displeasure, they began to dress and wash up for the first day of training.
Meanwhile, Lin Can was already fully dressed, checking his appearance in the mirror.
To be fair, the camouflage uniform issued by the school was decent in cut, fabric and quality. Wearing it made one feel noticeably more spirited.
I notified the time in the group chat last night and I personally reminded you three. Who told you to stay up so late? Assembly on the playground at 7:20. Hurry up and you can still grab breakfast. Han Kuan shook his head. Screw breakfast. If Koengu isn't eating, I'm not either, said Su Xingjian. Suit yourselves.
Lin Can quickly washed up and went out to remind the other dormitory mates. As the class monitor, he had to shoulder extra responsibilities. Fortunately, among the 18 male students in the class, 4 or 5 were as conscientious about the military training as Lin Can and hadn't slept in.
Come on, follow me downstairs to carry water. With a single command from Lin Can, 5 male students followed behind. Monitor, where's Koengu?
He was hooked on gaming last night and lost his rank.
He just got up now.
They all chuckled. Upon reaching the supermarket, since Lin Can had already spoken to the owner and paid the day before, he directly arranged for 4 people to carry the water. He handed his meal card to the remaining one and asked him to buy 5 portions of breakfast from the cafeteria.
No need, monitor, I have my own card. Less talk, just use it.
I figure some people might not have time for breakfast, so buy a few extra buns. Though a small gesture, it warmed the hearts of the male students, making them feel that Lin Can was truly a thoughtful person. Thus the 5 of them each carried a case of bottled water and headed toward the playground. By 7:15 the playground was already packed with freshmen in camouflage uniforms.
Sharp whistles sounded intermittently and Lin Can and his group wolfed down their breakfasts in a few bites.
By then the students from Finance Management Class 1 were also arriving.
Monitor, there are 8 buns left. They won't go to waste, will they?
Lin Can smiled. Don't worry, Han Kuan alone can eat 6. Just as he spoke, 7 or 8 male students sprinted over, led by a particularly burly tall guy.
Hurry up. Stop dawdling. The instructor urged from the side. Once they joined the formation, Han Kuan couldn't help complaining, damn, this uniform is a bit tight. Uncomfortable to run in. None of the 8 had eaten breakfast.
When Lin Can brought out the buns, they were almost moved to tears, nearly kneeling to call him foster father.
Bro. Those are all for me, right? Han Kuan asked with a grin. Who do you think you are? They're for everyone who hasn't eaten. Ha! They wouldn't even fill a gap between my teeth. Then don't eat. The 8 each got 1 bun.
Not enough to fill them, but better than nothing. Just as they stuffed the buns into their mouths, they were ordered to line up by class. Compared to the girls, the boys' line was crooked and messy. Many freshmen hadn't even properly put on their uniforms and caps, yawning in succession. The leader, who stepped up to speak at 7:30 sharp, shook his head at the sight but uttered insincere words. Jiangzhou University is honored to welcome you, young spirited faces.
I am truly gratified.
Military training is the first lesson the school gives you, intended to nourish your spirit and strengthen your body.
As the leader spoke, the freshmen below couldn't help whispering among themselves. Lin Can stood at the back next to Yan Linga. Although Yan Linga's beauty was slightly inferior to Lu Yutong's and Su Ziying, she was tall and slender, and the well-fitted camouflage uniform made her look quite valiant.
Lin Can took a couple of appreciative glances.
Monitor, I didn't have enough breakfast either. Why didn't you save a bun for me? Yan Linga turned around and asked with a smile. Lin Can's gaze dropped briefly before quickly retracting. Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood? Not at all. Yang Linga raised an eyebrow. Are you afraid? I am. Afraid of whom? Yang Linga chuckled, glancing at the third figure ahead, and lowered her voice while covering her mouth. Classmate Lu Yutong. Don't talk nonsense. Come on, I know you have her as a friend. Lin Can was taken aback and blurted out, how do you know? So you really do. Yang Linga blinked, a hint of surprise on her face. No.
Lin Can turned his head to look at the newly promoted principal on the stage.
Come on, monitor, tell me, what's going on between you two? I don't talk to liars. Yang Linga covered her mouth and giggled.
Students, to add a meaningful element to your military training, the school has decided to begin with a hike to visit the Martyrs' Cemetery. As the words fell, the freshman formation immediately buzzed with chatter.
Most of the out-of-town students, unaware of the details, asked where the Martyrs' Cemetery was.
Upon learning it was a 10-kilometer journey, a chorus of groans erupted.
It's 10 kilometers on foot in this heat. Are you kidding me? Damn, has the school lost its mind? With so many freshmen, what if someone suffers heat stroke?
The principal quickly answered the question, assuring that throughout the activity there would be vehicles and medical staff following, and that even in case of exhaustion or heat stroke it would not be serious.
The principal's words urged the students to be braver and tougher to deliver a flawless first lesson of military training.
As soon as he finished, the crowd's response grew even louder.
The crowd reacted with disbelief at the speech, noting that medical staff had been arranged as a thoughtful gesture and offering thanks. Lao Deng even joked about why he didn't go running as well. 10 kilometers there and back in this heat, I am screwed. This is it, the university hasn't even begun and I'll die, heroic tears staining my lapel. Finance Class 1 with Zhang Gaoyang standing in front of Lin Can reacted quickly. Captain, I want to take leave. This remark drew the attention of the whole class. Yang Linga also spoke up, saying, Captain, I want to take leave too. I've not been feeling well these days and really can't walk these 20 kilometers. Go see the counselor to take leave. Lin Can smiled, I don't have the authority to approve leave. But what? Yang Linga's eyes lit up. But I think the counselor won't approve anyway. Didn't the principal tell you to be brave and resilient? Damn. Zhang Gaoyang wilted at once. Bro, for this there and back, where will we eat lunch? Han Cohen poked his head out from behind Lin Can. I didn't even have enough breakfast this morning.
At noon the school should hand out something like milk and bread, Lin Can said.
That won't fill us up. Han Cohen looked sour. Just one day, endure it, Lin Can muttered in exasperation.
At that moment the handsome principal on the stage spoke again. Students, I am 52 this year and I will walk the entire round trip with you. With those words the sea of freshmen quieted down. Those who had complained why the principal didn't run fell silent. Those who planned to ask for leave also felt awkward. After the principal stepped away, the instructors spoke on stage, saying that today's peaceful life depends on the heroic sacrifices of the martyrs, that water should be shared with those who dig wells and not to be frightened by these small difficulties. They were told to give everyone time to prepare items like water, cups and tissues to carry, to gather here precisely at 8 o'clock, and that the drill instructors would arrange departures in order.
Dismissed.
The freshmen, a sea of people, instantly dispersed, many headed in all directions.
Spread the word forward, I've got everything prepared, no need to run back and forth. Lin Can glanced at Yang Linga, then patted Zhang Gaoyang's shoulder. All 37 students of Finance Class 1 remained on the playground.
Lin Can arranged for people to hand out mineral water, 1 bottle per person.
Cohen, you take 2 classmates to store the remaining water at the supermarket and pick up some disposable towels and toilet paper. You'll be reimbursed later. No need.
The officer in charge of their class was tall and thin and seemed decent. Seeing Lin Can's orderly arrangement and evident authority, he smiled and asked, Are you the class monitor?
Yes. Lin Can nodded and handed him a bottle of water.
The instructor accepted the water, patted Lin Can on the shoulder. Not bad, very responsible.
For the students' sake. Hey, you little rascal. At 8 o'clock sharp the freshmen returned to the playground, their gear a chaotic mix.
Some carried exaggerated parasols, but unfortunately the instructors promptly confiscated them. After the instructors adjusted the formation, thousands of freshmen in camouflage marched toward the gate in an imposing grand procession.
2 medical vehicles led and tracked the convoy. Lin Can and Han Cohen walked at the rear, each holding a bag, one carrying most of a crate of mineral water. Keep your formation steady. Head out early and return early, the noonday heat will be brutal. But the instructors clearly overestimated the freshmen's endurance. Soon many were sweating profusely.
The principal fulfilled his promise and appeared at the edge of the formation. His shirt had been shed, replaced by a white undershirt. He looked like a lifelong athlete, muscles ready to explode.
Damn, the principal looked refined and gentle, yet he was a formidable strategist.
It's a shame we didn't see this coming. I was moved earlier but turns out he was prepared all along.
The 10-kilometer trek took the freshmen 2.5 hours. Around noon they reached the Martyrs' Cemetery.
After a brief tour the instructors led the team to a shaded area and ordered them to rest. Food and water were distributed, a small bag of compressed biscuits, 1 egg and a bottle of mineral water per person. The freshmen ate and drank and complained all the while.
10 minutes to return. The chief instructor shouted through a megaphone. Damn, the sun is so hot I can hardly go on. This is hell. Whoever wants to walk can walk, I'm not moving. The whistle blew.
The freshmen gradually stood up, some reluctant to rise were helped by classmates at the instructor's command. This was especially true for the girls. For the boys it wasn't as courteous, they received a kick or two.
One chance, now get up on your feet. Thousands of people moved as one under the instructor's watch returning to Zhengda University. The period from noon to 2 was the hottest of the day.
Moreover, the morning 10-kilometer run had drained nearly everyone's strength. Some freshmen not used to regular exercise and with weaker constitutions could barely endure clinging to willpower.
Go and see who needs water and hand it out. If there isn't enough, share a bottle between two.
Lin Can gave an order and Han Kuan complied immediately. Then he produced bagged towels and handed them to those sweating the most.
Hang in there a little longer, there won't be any training this afternoon.
After walking another 3 or 4 kilometers, more people started to falter.
2 medical vehicles and their staff sprang into action, rushing back and forth. Captain, I really can't go on, young Linga told Lin Can, pale and weak. Lin Can glanced at a nearby white coat and started to call for help, but before finishing Yang Linga's eyes rolled back and she collapsed.
Lin Can moved quickly, grabbing her arm as the instructors hurried over to assess the situation, asking what happened. Was it heatstroke?
Yes.
Lin Can checked her pulse and pressed a cool towel to her forehead.
After a moment Yang Linga opened her eyes weakly, calling, Captain.
Where is the medical vehicle?
Send someone to fetch her. Yet all the medical staff were busy and could not attend immediately.
The formation cannot stop.
Put her to the side and have a female student watch over her.
The instructor suggested. No, Lin Can shook his head firmly, not a single one can be left behind.
He drew a deep breath and simply lifted Yang Linga onto his back. This scene left the classmates and nearby instructors stunned. Damn, squad leader, you're too much. I can barely walk and you're carrying someone. Don't overdo it, squad leader.
Many classmates turned back, their faces filled with shock at the sight.
Could it be intentional? Su Ziying muttered under her breath, thinking that Yang Linga was quite cunning to pretend to faint and avoid the toughest part of the journey. Sharing a dorm with her would require caution from now on. Was Lin Can truly naive or just putting on a show?
If only she had known someone would offer a piggyback ride, she would have fainted first. Lu Yutong dabbed the sweat from her forehead with a small towel, casting a deep glance at Lin Can, her emotions tangled. Honestly, if she were the squad leader, she doubted she could do what he did. From the past 2 days alone, Lu Yutong had to admit that Lin Can seemed more suited for the role of squad leader. Why did seeing him carry another girl stir a faint ache in her heart?
This unfamiliar sensation startled Lu Yutong. An illusion, it must be an illusion. She was merely envious of Yang Linga for having someone to carry her. The instructor, worried Lin Can might collapse from exhaustion, walked beside him. But after nearly 100 meters he was surprised to find that Lin Can's legs weren't trembling and he wasn't even breathing heavily. Having witnessed the poor physical condition of the freshman during the 10-kilometer hike that morning, the instructor found it unusual to suddenly encounter a promising recruit like Lin Can. Lin Can, right?
The instructor knew his name after a brief chat earlier.
Yeah. Can you keep going?
The instructor pointed to the burly Han Kuan nearby.
If not, let this big guy take over. Han Kuan, holding a bag, chuckled. Don't worry, instructor. With my brother's stamina, carrying her back to school is no problem. Really?
The instructor's eyes widened. There were still several kilometers to go and the girl was tall, at least 100 Gene.
Don't listen to his boasting. Lin Can gave an awkward laugh, continuing forward with Yang Linga on his back, never falling behind. After a brief rest, Yang Linga's heatstroke symptoms had eased considerably and she could walk on her own.
But she bit her lip, hesitating for a long time, unable to bring herself to speak. Because being carried by Lin Can felt so comfortable and secure. Soon, noticing the sweat trickling down his cheeks, she gently wiped it away with her towel.
Squad leader, are you tired? Maybe. Put me down. It's fine, I can hold on a bit longer.
Lin Can shifted her weight upward with a heave. This motion instantly flushed her cheeks with embarrassment. The next second she wrapped her slender arms around his neck, a sweet warmth spreading in her heart. After walking about 300 meters, Lin Can's feet drew the gazes of more and more freshmen.
The girls envied Yang Linga while the boys admired Lin Can's remarkable stamina.
Suddenly a figure appeared beside the column. With a well-featured face and wearing a white vest, it was the president of Jiangzhou University who had spoken on stage that morning. He was accompanied by a man and a woman, presumably school administrators. "Student, which department are you from?" the president asked with a smile. Lin Can felt flattered.
"A financial management class 1. Yang Linga on his back was also stunned, unsure whether to continue being carried or get down and walk.
"Oh, what's your name?" the president inquired curiously.
"Lin Can." Lin Can smiled, showing no signs of fatigue.
"You've been carrying a classmate for so long.
Can you keep going?" the president asked with concern. "No problem." Lin Can's voice rang with determination.
"Good, very spirited." The president repeated his praise 3 times, his admiration for Lin Can evident.
"This is the spirit of our Jiang University students."
As his words fell, the man and woman beside him immediately pulled out their phones and snapped photos of Lin Can and Yang Linga on his back.
Yang Linga instinctively wanted to turn away, but after a brief thought she understood the president's intention.
She then picked up her towel again and gently wiped the sweat from Lin Can's face. Her movements were tender, her gaze touched, and a faint smile played on her lips.
"Squad leader, another person's heatstroke." A shout came from ahead. A petite girl stood at the side, supported by 2 female classmates.
With Lin Can as a role model, the boys in the class were eager to step up. "I'll carry her," Su Xingjian declared loudly, gritting his teeth as he lifted the heat-struck girl. In the eyes of his classmates, his ordinarily short stature suddenly seemed towering.
"Nice going, Su Xingjian underestimated you.
See who dares to call me a twig from now on.
Haha, squad leader, come apologize." But the glory lasted less than a minute.
Su Xingjian, carrying the petite girl, had barely taken 30 steps before his legs began to tremble. He struggled another 10 meters, then had no choice but to set her down.
"Damn, he really is a twig." "Squad leader, no need to apologize, you were absolutely right."
Lin Can chuckled and said to Han Kuan beside him, "Kuan, go help."
"On it, bro."
Han Kuan handed his bag to a classmate, strode to the front, and without a word lifted the petite girl. He wasn't one to seek the spotlight, but since Lin Can had asked, it was a different story. Was it his imagination? As Lin Can walked on, he noticed Yang Linga seemed to be clinging tighter, wiping his sweat and fanning him. His upper body felt comfortable, but his lower half was suffering.
Can you walk now?" "Squad leader, can't you carry me anymore?" Lin Can's blood pressure spiked.
Seriously, had she actually taken Han Kuan's advice and wanted him to carry her all the way back to school? Did she think his legs were made of iron, immune to fatigue?
"Get down and walk." Lin Can crouched, setting Yang Linga on the ground. "Squad leader, thank you."
Yang Linga smiled shyly, a trace of reluctance in her expression.
"How tall are you?" Lin Can asked. 169 centimeters. Yang Linga lifted her chin, proud of her height.
With shoes, 172. She expected a compliment, but instead, all that height for nothing. Lin Can mercilessly teased her.
Yang Linga pouted.
"Lin Can, since you did a good deed, can't you say something nice?"
"I'm about to faint from anger again. Then crawl back to school. I told you I didn't have enough breakfast."
She dabbed water on her towel and pressed it to her forehead.
"Lin Can, we're about to become famous."
"You mean the photos the president took?"
Lin Can asked.
"Exactly, perfect publicity material."
"Any reward? Isn't fame enough? I prefer something more tangible."
"How vulgar."
"Easy for you to say, you're not the one who's tired." Yang Linga bit back a smile and blinked. "So what reward do you want? After all that sweat, how about adding a chicken leg to dinner?"
"I'll treat you," she blurted out.
"Never mind then," Lin Can said. "I'm afraid Yuton might misunderstand."
The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. It was just a casual joke, nothing more. By the time he realized it, Yang Linga's eyes were wide.
"Oh, squad leader, so you do like."
"Stop right there." Lin Can quickly explained, "Just kidding, don't take it seriously."
"Oof." Yang Linga seemed unconvinced. True feelings are often spoken as jokes.
When the column was about 2 kilometers from the school, many freshmen were on the verge of collapsing, supporting each other. 2 figures glanced back at Lin Can, then Lu Yutong and Su Ziying almost simultaneously stepped out of the column and stopped by the roadside.
"Squad leader, I really can't walk anymore."
Su Ziying spoke first, her weak voice carrying a hint of allure.
Seeing Lin Can carry Yang Linga for so long, Su Ziying felt a tinge of jealousy and discontent.
She wasn't even as pretty as herself, yet through her act of fainting she was slowly becoming the class darling.
This was something Su Ziying could not bear.
She harbored little affection for Lin Can. Primarily his attitude toward her on the day of registration had left her feeling quite displeased. Yet precisely this kindled the competitive spirit within Su Ziying. So after waiting for Lin Can to rest sufficiently, she decided to stage a similar performance herself. If your stamina is so impressive, carry me for a stretch as well. Su Ziying was confident that based on her own merits and her observations of Lin Can over these past 2 days, he would not dare to treat her differently in front of the entire class. However, when Lin Can realized it was Su Ziying speaking, his initial inclination was to simply ignore her. But then he reconsidered. As the class monitor, he could not pretend not to hear. The situation froze awkwardly. Just then his phone rang. Lin Can was overjoyed, clapping Zhang Gaoyang on the shoulder. Go ahead and make yourself useful. TCH. Zhang Gaoyang snorted. Class monitor, I am not as eager to steal the spotlight as you are. He said it with his mouth, but his body moved obediently. After all, Lu Yutong, the one he had called the campus beauty who also could not walk properly, was right there. Such a rare opportunity, how could Zhang Gaoyang let it slip by? Without hesitation he took a deep breath and walked forward. Instructor, may I take this call? Go ahead. The instructor almost told him not to fall behind, but thinking of Lin Can's impressive physical condition, he held back. It was senior sister Fong Qin calling. Lin Can, I have laid the demolition matter out clearly. Someone is willing to offer 1,100,000. What do you think? Lin Can paused to consider before asking, senior sister Fong, based on your experience, is there room to negotiate? Yes. Fong Qin's voice carried certainty over the line. But it will take some time. Zhang Gaoyang approached Lu Yutong and offered carefully, Lu Yutong, shall I carry you? Lu Yutong glanced at Lin Can, who was still on his phone call, and waved him off. No need, thank you. Don't worry, I can manage, Zhang Gaoyang offered with a forced smile. I just need to rest for a moment. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Yutong's beautiful eyes. Seeing Lu Yutong's firm refusal, Zhang Gaoyang had no choice but to turn to Su Ziying instead. Su Ziying, would you like me to carry you? No need. Su Ziying replied coldly without even looking at him. After the brief awkwardness, Zhang Gaoyang retreated, grumbling to the group, muttering under his breath, damn it. If you don't need help, why shout for nothing? So pretentious. After finishing his call, Lin Can distributed the remaining mineral water to several classmates. At that moment, Han Kuan also set down the petite girl he had been carrying. Class monitor, you missed a chance to show off, Yang Linga teased. Who was on the phone? Such poor timing. Despite her words, she felt a quiet satisfaction inside. Who did not want to be favored? Treating everyone equally was rather dull. Do you think I was carrying you deliberately to show off? Lin Can countered. No. Yang Linga blushed and lowered her head slightly, feeling a pang of guilt. That is not what I meant. Then were you joking? Yes, just joking. Yang Linga nodded. Lin Can suddenly replied, truths are always spoken in a joking tone. Yang Linga opened her mouth but found herself momentarily speechless. This Lin Can was so annoying. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, the team finally returned to Zhengda University. The moment they arrived at the sports field, thousands of new students in camouflage uniforms collapsed into the shade in droves. Like deflated balls, their complaints rose and fell like waves. But before they had rested long, a harsh whistle pierced the air. Damn! Are we supposed to keep training? Give us a break, there is only so much you can do to people. Class monitor, didn't you say there was no training this afternoon? Lin Can considered for a moment. Probably just assembling so the instructor can go over tomorrow's schedule. As expected, once the class formed up in formation, the instructor began speaking. Almost every instructor opened with the same complaint, that these were the worst batch they had ever trained. The freshmen dared to be angry but dared not speak, enduring both physical and mental exhaustion. Assemble at 7 tomorrow morning at the same location. Those who are late will run 10 laps around the field. Dismissed. On the way back to the dormitory, the students from Finance Management Class 1 naturally fell in line around Lin Can and Han Kuan as their center. After the first day of military training, Lin Can's prestige within the class had risen sharply. I looked into it, and that Yang Linga is quite pretty, plus she is tall. You are in lucky hands, brother, Kansu Xinjian said with an envious expression. Lin Can shook his head with a smile. Even if I gave you the chance, you would not make use of it. Weakling. Someone quipped and everyone burst into laughter. Class monitor, I saw the principal talking to you and taking photos. Are you going to be on the news? It is such a small matter, unlikely. However, around 8 o'clock in the evening, the door to dormitory 302 where Lin Can stayed was suddenly pushed open by a classmate. Class monitor looked quickly.
The photo of you carrying Yang Linga is on the front page of our school's internal forum. Damn. The three people in the dormitory suddenly sat up from their beds and immediately opened their computers to check. Naturally, Lin Can was curious as well. He never expected that his casual gesture would be used by the principal as an example to promote. Gathering around the computer, they barely entered the forum before seeing the image of Lin Can silently carrying Yang Linga on his back. In the picture, Lin Can's face showed determination, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Yang Linga on his back was wiping the sweat from his face with a towel, a smile of gratitude on her face. The photo was clear and genuine, instantly moving to the heart with no trace of posing. The title quoted those exact words from the principal. Brave and resilient, united and friendly, the spirit of Jiangda's freshman. Brother Can, congratulations, you've secured priority dating rights for all 4 years of university. Su Xinjian spoke these flattering words, but bitterness lingered in his heart. You managed to grab that legendary stock, and now on the very first day of military training the principal is taking photos and giving praise. What about the rest of us ordinary freshmen? No interest. Lin Can turned away, ready to climb onto his bed. Don't be so quick to dismiss it, Brother Can. Look at the way Yang Linga glances at you, she definitely has a thing for you. Su Xinjian said you two would make such a perfect match. That way Lu Yutong and Su Ziying could be left for us. You're living in another world. Zhang Gaoyang bluntly crushed his hopes. Lu Yutong may seem approachable, but deep down she's cold and haughty. As for Su Ziying, I think she's being pretentious. You'll never have a chance with either of them. Earlier that afternoon he had tried to impress them by emulating Lin Can, but ended up snubbed by both girls. Naturally, frustration simmered within him. Needn't be so pessimistic, right? Su Xinjian felt Zhang Gaoyang's words were too hasty. How do you know unless you try? Then go ahead and embarrass yourself, Zhang Gaoyang sneered. Bro, look. Our counselor just posted a message praising you in the group chat, Han Kuan suddenly exclaimed. Everyone hurriedly pulled out their phones to check. As expected, upon hearing the news, the counselor immediately singled out Lin Can for praise in the group. Seeing it, many classmates sent thumbs-up emojis. Lin Can could only respond politely in the group, expressing his determination to keep working hard. The Lin family mansion. Aside from Lin Hao, who attended a boarding school, Lin Hongda, his wife Qin Huirong, and the 3 Lin sisters were all present. Dad, Lin Can has been showing off these past 2 days. Lin Lanlan said angrily. He became class monitor on the first day of school, and today the principal even praised him, landing him on the front page of the school forum. When I ran into him at school the other day, he pretended not to recognize me, didn't even greet me. When she saw that photo on the forum, she nearly thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. After confirming several times, she could only reluctantly accept the fact. That brat was physically fit, it was indeed something he would do. She just hadn't expected him to get lucky enough to be used as a model for the principal's propaganda. As for the girl in the photo, she was mediocre at best. Her brain must be missing. If Lin Can offered to carry her, she just let him. What shamelessness! What's all this about class monitor and being praised? Lin Hongda frowned. Qin Huirong let out a cold snort, her expression darkening. Lanlan, what kind of school is yours? That rebellious son of ours actually became class monitor. Mom, Dad, take a look yourselves. Lin Lanlan handed the laptop to her parents. Eldest sister Lin Shuyun and second sister Lin Yuechen immediately gathered around. On the screen was a photo of Lin Can dressed in camouflage carrying Yang Linga on his back. The image was striking and captivating. Their attention was instantly drawn to it. From the bottom of her heart, Qin Huirong disliked Lin Can. She immediately let out a cold snort. Is there really no one among this batch of freshmen? Why choose him for publicity? How embarrassing. Indeed, there's no one else, the boys are all as frail as sickly plants. Lin Lanlan rolled her eyes in exasperation. This jerk carried a female classmate for nearly a kilometer. So full of energy, huh? Lin Shuyun sneered. Why didn't he go to the construction site and carry cement then? He's far too eager to show off. Lin Yuechen shook her head and remarked sarcastically, girls these days really have no brains. They may appear pretty and refined, but their eyes are blind. Previously at the buffet restaurant she had encountered Lin Can dining with a rather pretty girl. And now just like that he carried another girl for Tu Li. Was Lin Can really this popular with girls? In Lin Yuechen's understanding, after leaving the Lin family, Lin Can would most likely never even afford to marry. University would just be another place for him to idle away his days. Yet events were unfolding in direct contradiction to her expectations. What was wrong with this world? Lin Yuechen felt profoundly vexed within. As the patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Hongda read through the promotional article with an unreadable expression after seeing the photo. After a moment he sighed. That rebellious
Lin Can he has truly grown impressive. He had once assumed that someone as unmanageable and ill-disposed as Lin Can would be impossible to find a single good quality in. Yet unexpectedly on the second day of school he had been praised by the president of Jian University. Regardless of whether it was sheer luck or not, spreading the word would undoubtedly bring face to the Lin family. As an entrepreneur, Lin Hongda had earned more money than he could ever spend in a lifetime, so he valued honors greatly. Previously he had banished Lin Can from home mainly because he feared that with Lin Can's temperament disaster would inevitably come to the Lin family sooner or later. But judging from what was happening now, Lin Hongda's mind was already planning how he might befriend the president of Jiangzhou University through Lin Can. In the future, after making a donation and giving a speech at the school, the renown of Hongda Group could potentially reach new heights across the entire province. Noticing a shift in their father's attitude toward Lin Can, the three Lin sisters immediately felt uneasy. "Dad, you're not thinking of letting that bastard come back, are you?" Lin Yuechen grew anxious. "My perfectly good boyfriend was completely ruined by him. You have no idea how viciously Lin Can speaks." "That's right, Dad." Lin Shuyun chimed in. "He even said I'd never get married." "Well, this." Lin Hongda's brow furrowed, then smoothed out. "A man who separates himself for 3 days deserves a fresh perspective. Perhaps in these past 2 months Lin Can has grown more sensible." Qin Huairong scoffed contemptuously. "Born with a crooked nature, it cannot be easily changed. Bringing him back would only waste food." "It's just one more pair of chopsticks, won't starve our family," Lin Hongda said, glancing at his wife. "Perhaps this youngster could win a prize at the sports meet. In the end it would bring honor to our faces." "Then let's follow your judgment, husband," Qin Huairong replied noncommittally, thinking to herself that even if that rebellious son returned she would certainly not give him a warm welcome. Full of rebellion in his bones, he would become a disaster sooner or later. This situation was something the three Lin sisters had not anticipated. They had been planning to take the IOU to school the next day and vent their frustration in front of Lin Can. But unexpectedly their father had issued his special pardon ahead of schedule. Lin Shuyun and Lin Yuechen exchanged glances and then shot reproachful looks at Lin Lanlan. "Dad," Lin Shuyun asked with reluctance, "what about the IOU?" "About that?" Lin Hongda was momentarily at a loss. He had previously stated unequivocally that even if Lin Can knelt for a full day and night at the doorstep he would never soften. But now, perhaps the prodigal son could truly return. After a moment of silence, Lin Hongda declared, "Shuyun, go to school tomorrow and find Lin Can. He certainly cannot produce 100,000 yuan. Simply return the IOU to him and tell him to come back and apologize, that is my wish." Lin Hongda understood Lin Can's temperament well enough. He was unusually stubborn. That was precisely why he had previously insisted on severing ties with the Lin family, refusing to contact his family for 2 months and deliberately pretending not to recognize his older sisters when they met. Punishing him by making him kneel at the entrance, given the boy's nature he would rather starve to death than submit. So why not simply offer him a way out? Alas, parental hearts are ever compassionate. As the chairman of a prestigious enterprise, reaching this level of concession should surely move that rebellious son to repent and feel endlessly grateful, right? "But Dad," Lin Yuechen, unwilling to let Lin Can off so easily, protested. "He even called the police to arrest you. Did I not just ask him to return and apologize?" Lin Hongda turned stern, his tone grave. "Shuyan Yuechen Lanlan, I have taught you before that one should be broad-minded in conduct and thought. Who does not do foolish things during their rebellious phase? Let bygones be bygones." Lin Yuechen wanted to argue further, but Lin Shuyun subtly signaled her to stop. "That's settled then. Rest early." Lin Hongda turned and walked toward the second floor, leaving the three sisters in the living room exchanging bewildered glances. At Jiangzhou University, in dormitory 605 of the female dormitory building. "Wow, Sister Linga, you're so lucky." Shenyun stared at the striking image on the forum, her face full of envy. "Not only did the class monitor carry you on his back, but you even became famous." Yang Linga had just finished showering, her hair still damp. Wearing a long nightgown, she leaned over Shenyun's back, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "I didn't expect the principal to come and take photos either. Tell me, how does it feel to be famous?" "There's no feeling at all." Shenyun turned around and gave an ambiguous smile. "Then what about being carried by the class monitor?" Yang Linga sneaked a glance at Lu Yutong and Su Ziying, who had barely spoken since returning to the dormitory. "Not having to walk myself, it felt pretty good, of course." "I'm asking you, did you feel a flutter in your heart?" "What are you talking about?" Yang Linga pretended to be angry and pinched Chen Yun's ear. "You've been watching too many romantic dramas. Our class monitor's profile is actually quite handsome." "You like him? Want me to ask him for you tomorrow?" "If I'm going to confess, I'll do it myself, alright." Chen Yun scrolled through the comments from Jiangzhou University students on the forum, then suddenly giggled. Sister Linga, some people are saying that with how intimate you and the class monitor looked, you're 100% a couple. Should I clear it up for you? Yang Linga's face reddened as she recalled the time spent being carried by Lin Can that afternoon, a sweet feeling swelling in her heart. Let them be. Rumors cease with the wise. Boring. Su Ziying, who happened to pass by, said coldly. Indeed, quite boring. Lu Yutong, who was sitting on the bed reading, also chimed in. Although they shared the same dormitory, the two of them had barely exchanged a few words in total, as if there was some friction between them. However, on this matter their views were surprisingly consistent. Perhaps neither of them held much goodwill toward Lin Can. But seeing him show special favor to a dorm mate made them feel a bit uncomfortable. What did that mean? That I'm not as good-looking as young Linga. In the afternoon I clearly gave you a chance to treat everyone equally, but you chose to go make a phone call instead. Is making a distinction fun? Someone's asking about our class monitor's information down there, Chen Yun suddenly said. What do they want? Needless to say, they think Lin Can gives a sense of security. Chen Yun replied to her. Ha! Really, tell her. Forget it, I'll do it. Yang Linga sat in front of the computer and frantically typed replies to several comments inquiring about Lin Can's information. She made up a name and a phone number. Chen Yun, watching from behind, giggled. Sister Linga, you're so naughty. I'm weeding out those who have ill intentions toward our class monitor, Yang Linga said. Are you sure you're not guarding your food? Chen Yun winked. Guard your head. Yang Linga playfully grabbed Chen Yun's neck and Chen Yun laughed and begged for mercy. Just a bit of strength, Su Ziying snorted lightly. I really don't see what's so great about Lin Can. Chen Yun was about to retort, but Yang Linga covered her mouth. Tomorrow we have to get up early for military training. I'll turn off the lights now. Lu Yutong got off the bed and said to the two, you should rest early too. Okay. Yang Linga nodded. Soon after, the dormitory lights went out. Lying in bed, Yang Linga couldn't help but let her mind wander. Should I send Lin Can a message? Once this thought appeared in her mind, it refused to leave. Fortunately, she wasn't the type to be shy. After only 3 seconds of hesitation, she took out her phone. There was a class group chat, so sending a private message was also convenient. Should I call him class monitor or Lin Can? Yang Linga pondered this question for 2 seconds and came up with an answer. Lin Can, thank you, smiley face. After double-checking several times, she decisively pressed send, a nervous flutter in her heart. A few minutes passed, but Lin Can didn't reply. Yang Linga began to feel anxious. Is he playing games or already asleep? In the boys' dormitory they surely wouldn't sleep this early. I'll wait a bit longer. Meanwhile, on the bed opposite her, Lu Yutong also sent a message to Lin Can. She received no reply either. After another 3 minutes, Yang Linga's phone suddenly buzzed. She immediately checked it. It was indeed a reply from Lin Can, but only 3 short words. You're welcome. Yang Linga naturally wasn't going to let it go at that. She quickly typed with both hands. I said I treat you to a chicken leg. When are you free? Lin Can, no need. Yang Linga felt a bit disappointed and also a little frustrated. Bro, are you really that bad at chatting? Was I just talking about the chicken leg? Yang Linga, I insist. However, Lin Can's reply almost made her sit up from the bed in anger. If you really want to treat me, just convert the chicken leg into money and transfer it to me. Yang Linga, knock on head, knock on head. Lin Can lay in bed, replied to Yang Linga's message, then opened another messaging app. Lu Yutong, Lin Can, congratulations on being praised by the principal. You've done a great job as class monitor and you'll be very stable. Lin Can immediately found it both funny and frustrating. Miss Lu, can you stop obsessing over the class monitor thing? Lin Can, thank you. Lu Yutong, have you seen the forum? Lin Can, yeah, I saw it. Lu Yutong, some people are saying you and Yang Linga are a couple. Lin Can, oh. Lu Yutong, aren't you going to clarify things? Lin Can, no need, it'll just make things worse. Lu Yutong, but you can't just let it stand, can you? Lin Can, the gossip will die down in a couple of days. Get some rest, don't be late tomorrow morning. Lu Yutong, oh. Just as Lin Can turned off the light and got into bed, someone in the class group sent him a private message. And it was someone he wanted nothing to do with. Su Ziying, class monitor, you don't like Yang Linga, do you? Lin Can glanced at the content and was at a loss for words. Who do you think you are? Do we even know each other that well? Can't you have some boundaries? Lu Yutong might be nosy, but at least I knew her before and I even lent her money. Su Ziying, asking that way doesn't strike you as rude? Lin Can simply ignored it, set an alarm and closed his eyes to sleep.
The next day.
In the female dormitory 605, Chen Yun was the first to wake up, and she also roused her 3 roommates. Seeing that Yang Linga clearly hadn't rested well, she asked with curiosity, "Sister Linga, how late did you play on your phone last night?"
"Not too late," Yang Linga dismissed casually.
Chen Yun leaned in, her face full of gossip. "You weren't
chatting with the class monitor, were you?"
As the words fell, Lu Yutong and Su Ziying, who were getting dressed, suddenly stopped what they were doing and looked at Yang Linga in unison.
Yang Linga sensed the delicate atmosphere. However, she didn't rush to deny it. Instead, she casually tied up her hair. "Oh, why are you asking about that? Come on, tell us, Sister Linga," Chen Yun said, more convinced of her guess.
Yang Linga hadn't intended to say anything, but when she noticed that the other 2 in the dorm were looking at her with a hint of hostility, she immediately changed her mind. "Lin Can carried me for so long, I had to thank him somehow."
"Didn't you talk about anything else?" Chen Yun pressed.
"We did talk," Yang Linga said as she put on her clothes. "Lin Can told me a lot of interesting stories from his high school days, and then I got too sleepy and fell asleep." After saying that, she immediately secretly observed Lu Yutong and Su Ziying. Sure enough, just as she expected, their expressions turned unpleasant.
"Wow, Sister Linga, you're amazing." Chen Yun's eyes immediately lit up with a smile. "You've already won over the class monitor so quickly. It's not even close to being settled, don't talk nonsense." Yang Linga's face flushed, but inwardly she felt a bit bitter.
She had already mustered great courage by actively sending Lin Can a message last night. But what she didn't expect was that Lin Can was a complete blockhead, utterly incapable of chatting with girls. Not only did he not reply, but he didn't even say goodnight, causing her to wait in vain for a long time. But in front of her 3 roommates, she certainly wouldn't tell the truth and make a fool of herself.
During the washing up, the 4 roommates didn't exchange any words. But Yang Linga could sense that Lu Yutong and Su Ziying were in low spirits.
After she and Chen Yun finished washing up first, she took the initiative to ask Yutong, "Ziying, do you want us to wait for you to go to the cafeteria together?" "No need to wait for me. No need to wait for me."
Both declined in unison. "All right then." Yang Linga, as if she had anticipated their response, immediately pulled Chen Yun and walked out of the dorm. Half a minute later, Su Ziying found an opportunity and proactively handed the towel to Lu Yutong. Lu Yutong was slightly taken aback but still took it. "Thank you, Yutong."
Su Ziying asked softly, "Do you think the class monitor really chatted with Yang Linga for so long last night?"
This was a rhetorical question, and rhetorical questions are usually traps. But Lu Yutong didn't fall into the trap. She simply replied indifferently, "How would I know?"
Though she said that she felt a bit uncomfortable inside.
"Lin Can, you rascal. You get impatient chatting with me after a few messages, yet you chatted with Yang Linga until late. We've known each other since summer break and I never heard you tell any interesting high school stories." However, the one who felt most unbalanced at this moment was Su Ziying.
Last night she thought of a topic and proactively sent a message to Lin Can. But unexpectedly it vanished like a stone dropped into the sea without even a punctuation mark in reply. This was something Su Ziying, who had always felt quite good about herself, simply couldn't accept.
So she didn't even sleep well. Oof. She must be lying.
Su Ziying fumed inwardly. It's just some bored people saw the photo and made a few jokes, and they actually think Lin Can is her boyfriend.
Lu Yutong didn't want to respond, but she couldn't help saying maybe.
Lin Can also likes her.
How could that be? Su Ziying was very unconvinced. Yang Linga is just a bit taller.
In what other aspect can she compare?
Compare to you, Yutong. Hey Yutong, what do you think of Lin Can?
He's okay, quite capable.
But I think he's just average and he puts on airs. Su Ziying was still brooding over Lin Can not replying to her message last night.
The boyfriend I find in the future will definitely be better than him.
Yutong, what kind of guy do you like?
I'm not dating anyone in college, Lu Yutong said seriously.
Su Ziying was slightly surprised.
Your skin is so fair and you're so beautiful. There will definitely be many guys pursuing you in college.
Can you resist the temptation of finding a partner? What's so tempting about being in a relationship? That's true. Su Ziying nodded in agreement.
These guys are all too immature. Let's go, Yutong, let's head to the cafeteria together. Lu Yutong wanted to refuse, but since Su Ziying had actively invited her, she didn't want to make things too awkward. After all, they were dorm mates and would be living together day in and day out.
In the cafeteria, the 4 members of dorm 302 were having breakfast. Lin Can and Han Koan were fine, but Su Xingjian and Zhang Gaoyan were complaining bitterly. Damn, the school really knows how to mess with us. I woke up and my legs are killing me. Exactly, I have blisters on both feet. Thin dog. Han Koan taunted.
The two exchanged speechless glances. Who isn't a thin dog compared to you?
Class monitor, I have to ask for leave today.
Su Xingjian suddenly said.
Hey, count me in. Go see the counselor.
Lin Can said without looking up. If he agrees, I have no objection. The two immediately deflated. They knew full well the counselor would never approve the leave.
Class monitor, the military training today won't throw any more tricks at us, will it?
Zhang Gaoyang asked with a worried face.
Probably not.
Lin Can smiled. Through yesterday's events, the school has already understood the physical fitness of our batch of freshmen.
Hee, that's good.
Just then two girls carrying trays sat down at this table.
Looking up, they turned out to be Chen Yun and Yang Linga. Hello, good morning.
Yang Linga greeted the four of them generously, but her gaze toward Lin Can carried a hint of grievance and annoyance.
Hello.
The few of them were obviously caught off guard. What were two girls doing joining the boys' dorm guys for breakfast? But they quickly figured it out. Han Kuan gently nudged Lin Can with his elbow and chuckled, "Bro, she's here for you. Lin Can, you carried me so far yesterday, I promised to treat you to a chicken leg."
Yang Linga tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, picked up a tea egg and placed it in Lin Can's plate. But there's no chicken leg at breakfast, so let's use this egg as a substitute for now. I'll make it up to you later.
As she finished speaking, Chen Yun next to her added with a grin, "Class monitor, Sister Linga specially picked a big one for you."
Before Lin Can could react, Su Xingjian and Zhang Gaoyang were already overwhelmed. The breakfast in their mouths suddenly became tasteless. Wait, what does this mean? Coming here to show off your love? Could you please consider our feelings?
It was just carrying you for a while, and you're actually planning to give yourself to him.
Well, I'm full. I'm full too. Class monitor, I'll head to the playground first.
The two picked up their trays and directly left the table.
This made Lin Can a bit embarrassed too. He picked up the tea egg from his plate and prepared to return it. But the next second,
Lin Can suddenly felt someone step on his foot. Looking up, he met Yang Linga's teasing, half-smiling gaze.
"Thank you."
With no choice, Lin Can had to peel the egg. The spot where they were sitting was quite conspicuous in the cafeteria.
This led to... As soon as Lu Yutong and Su Ziying walked into the cafeteria, they caught the scene of Yang Linga stepping on Lin Can's foot.
There were only 4 people seated at the dining table: Lin Can, Han Kuan, Chen Yun and Yang Linga.
Yang Linga sat beside Lin Can, and her act of stepping on his foot with her leg appeared unmistakably flirtatious. Lu Yutong and Su Ziying were clearly taken aback upon witnessing the scene.
Had these two arranged to have breakfast together?
No wonder Yang Linga hadn't waited for them earlier. So, the two of them really did chat late into the night last night. Seeing is believing. A wave of nameless anger surged within Su Ziying's heart.
He doesn't reply to my messages yet, he chats with someone else until midnight, and they're even having breakfast together.
Lin Can, are you playing favorites?
What a damn class monitor. Lu Yutong also felt somewhat uncomfortable in her heart.
Her understanding of Lin Can ran deeper than that of others.
Kicked out by his family, he had made several 100,000 trading stocks over the summer break, served as class monitor on the first day of school, and was publicly praised by the principal the very next day. Such a boy was indeed quite outstanding. But why would he fall for Yang Linga? Could it be that the carrying on his back yesterday afternoon sparked something between them?
But you don't even understand her.
After being teased by a few boring people, you're already preparing to develop a romantic relationship with Yang Linga.
How shallow.
Lu Yutong found Lin Can's rash behavior hard to fathom.
Shameless, Su Ziying muttered under her breath, then took the initiative to link arms with Lu Yutong. Let's go, Yutong. Let's go buy breakfast.
Oh. Meanwhile, Lin Can caught sight of Lu Yutong and Su Ziying from the corner of his eye. Seeing the two of them walking arm in arm into the cafeteria entrance, he felt quite surprised. If he remembered correctly, the two of them had quite a contentious relationship in his past life. Although they shared the same class, they had barely interacted throughout their 4 years of university. How did they become close friends all of a sudden?
Seeing Han Kuan had finished his breakfast, Lin Can immediately rose to his feet. You two take your time eating. We'll head to the playground first.
Go ahead, Yang Linga said with a smile, waving her hand. After the two of them left, Chen Yun whispered, "Sister Linga, why does it feel like the class monitor's attitude toward you?
What's wrong?
It doesn't seem like he harbors any fondness for you." Chen Yun shrank her neck slightly, voicing the doubt lingering in her heart.
He might be shy. Yang Linga felt a pang of guilt. Sister Linga, could I see what you two chatted about last night? Chen Yun's curiosity was stirred once more.
How could I possibly do that?
Just let me take a look. No way. Lin Can would definitely be upset if he found out.
After the intensity of the morning military training eased, it afforded the several thousand new students at Zhejiang University a brief respite. Yet even so, quite a few students still requested leave from the instructor, either resting on the sidelines or dawdling their way to the infirmary. They skipped duties whenever they could and evaded responsibilities whenever possible. As class monitor, Lin Can turned a blind eye while assisting the instructor in maintaining order. During this interval, Counselor Guizhenlai paid a brief visit, exchanged a few words with Lin Can, then resumed his duties. At noon, Lin Can received a phone call from senior student Fang Qin. "Junior Lin, I've managed to connect with several potential buyers. The highest offer I've received stands at 1.2 million. What are your thoughts on this price?" "I don't think the price can climb much higher. Based on what I've gathered, the relocation compensation should hover around 3 times the original value." On the phone, Fang Qin analyzed seriously. If it exceeds 1.2 million, potential buyers won't be keen to proceed. After all, the profit margin is slim and there's a considerable timeline involved. Lin Can contemplated for a moment before making his decision. "All right, let's proceed at this price. Reach out whenever you need any documentation." "Understood. I'll arrange everything as swiftly as possible." Around 3 in the afternoon, the instructor received a call and mentioned he needed to return to his quarters for something. Before departing, he asked Lin Can to maintain order and instruct the students in the military stance. The moment the instructor departed, the students of Financial Management Class 1 instantly relaxed their tense nerves. "Class monitor, I need to use the restroom." "Go ahead." "I need to go too. Only one at a time." "Come on. I can't hold it anymore." "Just handle it right there." Lin Can cracked a joke, and seizing the opportunity of the instructor's absence, he also urged everyone to at least pretend to maintain discipline, promising to do his utmost within his duties to ease their burdens. The formation stood at attention in the shade. Beside him, Su Xingjian suddenly murmured, "Brother Can, there's a beauty behind you." As he spoke, he shot Lin Can a meaningful glance, indicating he should turn around and look. "Not interested." Lin Can ignored him and continued his inspection of the formation. "Class monitor, there really are 3 beautiful girls approaching our direction," another student said with a grin directed at Lin Can. Lin Can curiously glanced over his shoulder. The very next moment, his brow furrowed. He spied the 3 sisters, Lin Shuyan, Lin Yuechen and Lin Lanlan, each dressed impeccably, striding toward him with an air of superiority. Lin Shuyan held a piece of paper in her hand, effectively fanning herself. Clearly they had come specifically for him. To demand money on behalf of Lin Hongda and Qin Huirong. But why had all 3 of them shown up? "Lin Yuechen, Lin Lanlan, are you two that idle? Or had they come specifically to witness his embarrassment?" A cold sneer curled at the corners of Lin Can's mind. "At ease for 5 minutes. With that, Lin Can strode toward the 3 sisters. The gesture instantly caused numerous boys to widen their eyes in astonishment. What the hell is the class monitor doing? Could he be trying to pick them up? That's insanely cool. Han Kuan immediately reprimanded, "Don't talk nonsense. Even if these 3 threw themselves at me, I wouldn't have them." "Brother Kuan, are your standards really that high?" "Shut up." Meanwhile, the female students also noticed Lin Can's unusual behavior and cast curious glances in his direction. Shen Yun whispered, "Sister Linga, does the class monitor know them?" "Not sure." Yang Linga shook her head. "Could one of them be his girlfriend?" "How could that be?" Yang Linga shot her a look of exasperation and immediately countered, "They're clearly older than Lin Can, you know." The 3 of Lin Shuyun's group spotted Lin Can approaching them and immediately pieced together his intentions. He was simply concerned about losing face before his classmates. But what good was it if he couldn't produce the money? Shortly thereafter, Lin Can stood before the 3 with an ice-cold expression. Well. If it isn't young Master Lin, the new class monitor." Lin Yuechen arched an eyebrow and spoke first in a mocking tone, "One command and everyone rests in place. You wield quite the authority, don't you?" Yet Lin Can's response shattered her composure in an instant. "Lin Yuechen, is your simp still simping as hard as ever? Lin Yuechen, is your simp still simping as hard as ever?" A single light remark struck Lin Yuechen's sore spot. Originally she had been quite confident in her ability to effortlessly manipulate Zhou Liangjuan, who was practically her devoted follower. She had expected to keep him without any stray thoughts for at least a year, if not 3 to 5. But unexpectedly, after just one chance encounter, a single sentence from Lin Can had completely disrupted her rhythm. After Zhou Liangjun failed to receive any substantive feedback from her, his attitude grew increasingly cold. During this time, Lin Yuechen had tried to reactivate his devoted follower traits by sending messages and initiating meals. Zhou Liangjun replied to her messages and joined her for meals, but he never took the initiative afterward. Given Lin Yuechen's temperament, a follower who had lost his value was certainly not worth stringing along. But the problem was that he had a certain identity, the son of the deputy station director. That was deeply awkward. Thinking of this, Lin Can stared at the extremely detestable face before her and gritted her teeth in anger. Lin Can, aren't you just trying to disgust me? Let me tell you, Zhou Liangjun is completely infatuated with me now. As for you, you're just a petty man who's come into power. Oof. Lin Lanlan also chimed in. Lin Can, I've looked into it. To become class monitor, you didn't hesitate to treat the boys to dinner and the whole class to drinks, just a little trick to puff yourself up beyond your means. With the money you earn selling fried rice, how much longer can you keep this up? Lin Can smiled disdainfully, not bothering to respond to them. This smile deeply irritated the eldest sister Lin Shuyun. He had no real capital or confidence, yet he strutted around as if he owned the world. But somehow with his thick skin he managed to gain something. Lin Can, whether it's becoming class monitor or being praised by the principal, these are all empty titles that won't bring any real benefit to your life. Lin Shuyun sneered, waving the promissory note in her hand. This is the note you wrote to Mom and Dad. The 2-month deadline has passed. You were so confident and resolute before. Surely you're not going to say you can't come up with 100,000 yuan now. Although Lin Hongda had changed his mind last night and didn't expect Lin Can to repay the money, she still decided to use this matter to thoroughly humiliate Lin Can. The three sisters had all suffered some losses at Lin Can's hands before. Now was the perfect time to bask in their triumph and seek revenge. Lin Can, you don't have the money to pay back, do you? Lin Yuchen deliberately raised her voice, glancing at the freshmen nearby who were straining to eavesdrop. Don't think you can be stubborn and play the rogue. Lin Lanlan raised an eyebrow, adding sarcastically, the black and white words are clear, you can't escape. But if you're willing to apologize, big sister, second sister, and I can put in a good word for you with Mom and Dad. Just make sure you're sincere. Meanwhile, the classmates who were thoroughly enjoying the gossip began whispering among themselves. These three women seem to be here with ill intentions. Did the class monitor get into some romantic debt and they've come to collect? It doesn't look like a romantic debt. I think I heard something like 100,000 and pay back the money. Ha! Money and women both. The class monitor is incredible. Han Cohen couldn't help but scold, what the hell do you know? Stop spreading rumors. Several boys gathered around Han Cohen. Brother Cohen, you must know the inside story. Spill a little. Get lost. The girls also roughly understood the situation. Someone had come with a piece of paper demanding repayment. It was clearly about the class monitor owing money. Yang Linga said angrily, who collects debts like this? Aren't they deliberately trying to embarrass him? Just a phone call would have been enough. Exactly. Did the class monitor really swindle some rich woman's money before? What nonsense are you talking? Yang Linga grew even angrier. Oh, you're defending him so quickly. I believe in the class monitor's character. Stop spreading rumors. Some people seem honest on the surface, but behind the scenes. Had ha. Stop being so sarcastic. Spit out the water Lin Can bought you. TCH, as if I care. A group of gossipy girls had already conjured up a wild story about Lin Can seducing a rich woman for money and sex, and their attitude toward him took a sharp turn. This made Yang Linga, who firmly defended him, the target of their attacks. Su Ziying, watching the four people from a distance, suddenly felt relieved that Lin Can hadn't replied to her message last night. A penniless wretch who loved to put on a show, appearing upright on the surface but utterly lacking in morals behind the scenes. If she ever got entangled with such a guy, her reputation would be ruined. She glanced at Yang Linga and sneered inwardly. Yang Linga, you're so close to the class monitor and so quick to defend him. Are you planning to pay off his debt? Yang Linga fell silent. For a moment she had indeed entertained such a thought. But she quickly calmed down. Not to mention whether the 100,000 everyone had heard was true. Judging by the three women's attire and demeanor, the amount was certainly not small. A few thousand wouldn't warrant such a big fuss. As a new college student, where would she get that kind of money? Just then Lu Yutong, who had been silent all along, spoke up. The class monitor. He has money. What? The girls were instantly curious and started questioning her. Yutong, how do you know? How much does he have? Do you two know each other from before? Lu Yutong hesitated for a moment but didn't elaborate. She simply stated firmly, anyway, he just has money. Can he even pay back 100,000? Lu Yutong nodded. Easily. The girls were stunned. They wanted to ask more, but Lu Yutong refused to say another word. But judging by the expression on her face, it seemed to be true. Everyone looked at Lin Can again, their eyes filled with curiosity. Lin Can sneered inwardly at the ugly faces of the three sisters. Making such a big fuss just to embarrass him, huh?
Sorry, but you're going to be disappointed. A faint smile appeared on Lin Can's lips as he calmly pulled out his phone.
Lin Shuyun, let me see the promissory note. Lin Shuyun was about to bring the note closer, but within a second Lin Yuechen stopped her. Big sister, be careful, this bastard might snatch the note.
Yeah, second sister is right.
Lin Lanlan nodded vigorously. Lin Shuyun withdrew the note, her face full of vigilance.
True. A thick-skinned person like him is capable of anything.
Lin Can smiled helplessly. He really hadn't expected the three sisters to do that.
Indeed, those with impure minds see everything as dirty. Forget it. I've already seen it, it's the one I wrote. Wait 2 minutes, I'll transfer the money. Lin Shuyun, give me the note. Saying this, Lin Can operated his phone, logging into his cryptocurrency trading account.
The three sisters tried to get a closer look. Lin Can immediately withdrew his phone, sneering, so fond of prying into others' privacy.
TCH.
Lin Shuyun snorted coldly. Lin Can, I know exactly what you're worth.
If you really had money on your phone, would you be so nervous? Exactly. Lin Yuechen joined in the mockery. Enough, Lin Can. Stop putting on airs. The longer you delay, the more embarrassed you'll be. Step back.
Lin Can placed his phone against his chest, his tone unfriendly. Lin Yuechen was about to retort angrily, but Lin Shuyun stopped her.
Yuechen, don't waste words with this bastard. Let's see what trick he's going to pull.
The three sisters stepped back reluctantly, their eyes filled with a mix of vigilance, mockery and contempt.
Lin Can picked up his phone, ready to continue the operation. Just then a figure appeared in the corner of his eye. 3 seconds later the phone rang.
Helpless Lin Can had no choice but to answer the call. The three Lin sisters naturally sneered in contempt.
Hello Junior Lin, I'm at the playground. Where are you? I see you. Come over. Lin Can waved at Feng Qin, who was dressed in professional attire and talking on the phone not far away.
As soon as Feng Qin spotted Lin Can, she immediately hung up and quickened her pace.
Moments later she arrived before the four of them and greeted Lin Can.
Then she looked at the three Lin sisters, a trace of surprise flickering across her face.
Junior Lin, are you busy with something? Should I step aside for a moment?
The three sisters, upon seeing Feng Qin, furrowed their brows in confusion. No need, Lin Can waved his hand.
Just a transfer of funds, it'll be quick.
Your presence here can serve as a witness just in case someone tries to renege.
Lin Can, what nonsense are you spouting?
Lin Shuyun immediately grew displeased. I, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Lin family, would stoop to playing tricks over a paltry 100,000 yuan. Are you deliberately trying to humiliate us in front of an outsider? Feng Qin quickly pieced together the situation from the IOU in Lin Shuyun's hand and their exchange, offering an awkward smile. It seemed they were involved in a debt relationship and the tension was palpable. But upon reflection she understood, coming to someone's school to demand money was hardly appropriate. Young men of this age valued their pride above all. How could Lin Can ever show his face at school again? Feng Qin observed the three women's attire and accessories, noting their apparent expense, and felt a flicker of concern.
Junior, how much are you transferring? 100,000. Lin Can continued operating his phone without looking up. Feng Qin let out a relieved sigh.
Given the women's demeanor, she had expected a far larger sum. She knew that Lin Can would receive a payment of 1,200,000 that very afternoon. Yet the next moment a shocking sight unfolded before her. Lin Can stood beside her, and as he operated his phone he made no effort to conceal the screen. Thus, out of the corner of her eye, Feng Qin caught a glimpse of the numbers on his cryptocurrency account.
Good heavens, Bitcoin! And over 20 of them.
She was well aware of the current Bitcoin market, and a quick mental calculation revealed that Lin Can's account held several 100,000 yuan.
Wait, a freshman like you.
Feng Qin had originally assumed that Lin Can had mortgaged everything and racked up debts to buy that house. Thus she thought he was planning to sell it before the demolition to recover funds and fill the gaps. But she never imagined he had also invested in over 20 bitcoins. When I was in college I could barely scrape by with part-time jobs. Are college students nowadays really this formidable?
Feng Qin felt a tremor of awe. Who are you to Lin Can?
Lin Shuyun demanded, her tone accusatory. Instantly the three women's gazes fixed on her. This made Feng Qin deeply uncomfortable. She immediately turned to Lin Can. Junior, no need for all this trouble.
I'll lend you the 100,000 for now. I've already arranged a meeting and they're waiting.
With that she swiftly pulled out her phone and raised an eyebrow at Lin Shuyun.
Open your payment QR code.
The three sisters were taken aback.
What was happening?
Out of nowhere a woman had appeared offering to repay Lin Can's debt. The turn of events far exceeded their expectations.
What had Lin Can done over the course of a single summer break? How did he seem to be hiding so much? Do you know Lin Can?
Lin Can lifted her chin, her tone also accusatory.
What's your relationship with him? Fong Qin ignored the question, frowning. Are you here to collect a debt? Please hurry up, will you? Lin Can and I have things to do.
What kind of attitude is that? Lin Shuyan's brows arched sharply, exuding an imposing air.
Lin Shuyun, are you out of your mind? Lin Can flared up.
I told you to open your QR code, can't you understand?
It's just 100,000 yuan and you want to make a spectacle of me. Dream on. I'll count to 3. If you keep dawdling, I'm walking away.
Among the 3 Lin sisters, only Lin Lan had ever seen Lin Can lose his temper. Lin Shuyun and Lin Yuchen had not. At most they would exchange a few cutting remarks when they crossed paths. But today, they had to accept an undeniable fact: the Lin Can before them was no longer the meek, easily bullied younger brother who could be summoned and dismissed at will.
1. 2.
Lin Shuyun gritted her teeth, shot Lin Can a furious glare, and reluctantly opened her payment QR code.
Fong Qin quickly scanned it and entered the password.
10,000 yuan received.
Hand over the IOU.
Just as Lin Shuyun picked up the IOU, Lin Can snatched it from her. Fong Qin pocketed her phone and asked with a smile, "Junior, can you leave now?"
Give me 30 seconds. All right. Fong Qin nodded.
Lin Can shoved the IOU into his pocket and strode briskly toward his classroom. Facing a crowd of classmates whose eyes burned with gossip, he offered no explanation.
Kunzi sent a message to the counselor saying I need to take the afternoon off. Keep things orderly. Got it, bro. Han Kuan readily agreed. Lin Can turned and returned to Fong Qin's side.
The two of them, ignoring the 3 Lin sisters, entirely hurried toward the school gate. A long while passed before the 3 Lin sisters snapped out of their daze, exchanging glances of disbelief. They had imagined that when Lin Can couldn't repay the money, he would be stubborn, feign ignorance, or even break down emotionally in public, making a fool of himself. Then at his most desperate and helpless, they would force him to apologize and take him home to confess to their parents. That way they would have avenged the slight and fulfilled their father's orders, a perfect win-win. But reality. Where on earth did this woman come from? What was her relationship with Lin Can? Big sister, did he really transfer 100,000? Lin Lan still couldn't believe it. Lin Shuyun placed her phone screen before them, her face grim as she nodded.
That bastard Lin Can.
Lin Yuchen's delicate brows knitted, her beautiful eyes narrowing.
Could he be being kept by that woman? No way, right?
Lin Lan's eyes widened.
That woman doesn't look like a rich mistress.
The watch she wore was only worth a few thousand. Wait, she just said she had already arranged a meeting and was waiting. Lin Shuyun suddenly recalled.
Yes, I heard that too.
Lin Lan nodded repeatedly. Lin Yuchen narrowed her eyes in thought, then suddenly asked, "What do you think is the most valuable thing about that bastard Lin Can from head to toe?" Both shook their heads. His youthful body, Lin Yuchen sneered. And that brute strength of his. That woman probably introduced Lin Can to some wealthy mistress, which is why she felt safe lending him the 100,000. Hearing this, Lin Shuyun and Lin Lan gaped in astonishment. Lin Yuchen's analysis, though shocking, seemed logical and likely hit the truth.
Big sister, what should we do now?
Lin Shuyun's face remained cold as she gazed at the transfer notification of 100,000 yuan on her phone, feeling neither joy nor relief.
Regardless of the means employed, Lin Can had indeed repaid the money.
This meant his determination to sever ties with the Lin family was resolute and unwavering.
Moreover, he was now an adult with the ability to support himself.
From this day forward would Lin Can have no further connection with the Lin family. Lin Shuyun's emotions were complicated. When Lin Can was at home, she could barely stand the sight of him. Yet now that he had left, she found herself unwilling to see him free from the Lin family's constraints, living unencumbered at university. Wings grown hard, now wanting to fly alone.
On what grounds?
No such easy deal exists in this world.
Lin Shuyun took a deep breath. What else can we do? Just carry on with your lives.
Go home tonight and tell mom and dad about this. Thus the 3 sisters left campus with sullen expressions. Meanwhile, the 36 students of Finance Class 1 split into several groups, whispering amongst themselves. The subject of their gossip was naturally Lin Can. First, 3 beautiful women had come looking for money from him, only for another woman to unexpectedly appear and settle his debt. Afterwards, Lin Can had left with that sharply dressed businesswoman. On the surface it seemed like a trivial matter, yet the room for speculation was considerable. Who would have guessed our class monitor has such wild connections? Brothers, I've made my decision, I'm going to befriend our class monitor. You also want to skip the hard years. Young and ignorant, you never appreciated a wealthy woman, mistaking girls for treasures instead.
Wait, are you serious?
100,000 yuan, and she paid it without a second thought.
Plus she's not ugly at all, I'd be more than happy.
Seeing the rumors about Lin Can growing increasingly absurd, Han Kuan could no longer contain himself. He suddenly rose to his feet, his gaze across the classmates resting on the ground.
Cut the damn slander. My brother is absolutely not that kind of person. Silence fell immediately.
But Han Kuan knew they were only quiet out of intimidation. They would still harbor malicious suspicions about Lin Can. It's just 100,000 yuan, I have that much, let alone my brother. Why would he need to cling to a rich woman? Let me tell you the truth, my brother made hundreds of thousands trading stocks over the summer. Han Kuan had promised Lin Can he would not spread word about the stock trading and cryptocurrency purchases.
But he could not simply watch Lin Can be defamed by his classmates.
His words stunned everyone except Lu Yutong, who, knowing the truth, remained remarkably composed.
What?
Lin Can made hundreds of thousands trading stocks over the summer.
That has to be an exaggeration, right?
How could a freshman have such capital?
Brother Cohen, is this true? Don't tell me you're exaggerating. Han Cohen snorted coldly, pulling out his phone directly from his pocket.
I know you don't believe me, but the stock trading records are still there. My principal was tiny, not even 1/6 of my brother's.
Here, look for yourselves. Han Cohen located the trading records and thrust his phone toward the classmates' faces.
Those who could clearly read the figures all stared with mouths agape, expressions of utter disbelief.
Brother Cohen, how come I never knew about this? Zhang Gaoyang widened his eyes. My brother asked me not to spread it around, Han Cohen explained, then showed the records to other classmates. Brother Cohen, this is your account.
It doesn't prove our class monitor made money from stocks, does it?
Someone raised a doubt. Common sense. Look at me, do I resemble someone who understands stocks?
I was following my brother's leads.
Han Kuan's self-deprecating remark brought laughter from the group.
After the boys finished viewing, just as they prepared to show the girl, Su Ziying was the first to dash forward, her eyes gleaming.
Let me see. Let me see. Han Kuan didn't think much of it and simply showed her. At that moment, Yang Linga, having recovered from her initial astonishment, noticed that Lu Yutong showed no curiosity about the matter. Recalling her earlier words, she couldn't help but ask, Yutong, you already knew about this, didn't you?
Lu Yutong hesitated briefly, then nodded.
Yes, I knew Lin Can traded stocks. Did you two know each other before? Yang Linga asked. Lu Yutong's beautiful eyes flickered and she paused as if debating whether to speak. Yang Linga immediately understood and dropped the matter.
Earlier, when Lin Can had been falsely accused of attaching himself to a wealthy woman, she had wanted to defend him immediately. Yet she had worried the classmates' suspicions might be true. After all, after the woman settled his debt, Lin Can had left with her right away, hardly circumstances that invited innocent interpretations. But now the truth was clear. She felt an indescribable joy welling up inside her.
How must our class monitor feel knowing you've been slandering him like this?
From now on, don't jump to malicious conclusions before the facts are clear.
Yang Linga's words brought traces of guilt to many classmates' faces. Exactly. Su Ziying glanced at Yang Linga, her heart stirring.
I always knew our class monitor was too capable to need a sugar mommy. Before Han Kuan had stepped up to clear his name, Su Ziying could never have imagined that Lin Can had earned hundreds of thousands through stock trading. Outwardly unremarkable, yet he hid his depth so well. She finally understood why Lin Can had brushed her off so many times. A capable man harboring a touch of arrogance was only natural.
Unlike those simping fools who acted as though they'd never seen a woman before.
The more Su Ziying thought about it, the more excellent Lin Can seemed, and an unexpected longing stirred within her.
If only this accident hadn't occurred. No. She must act decisively and keep Lin Can firmly in her grasp. Su Ziying resolved, silently dreaming of the day Lin Can would bow at her feet.
After leaving the school gate with Fang Qin, Lin Can proceeded directly to their arranged meeting place. The buyer was a man around 40 with a cropped haircut, looking every bit the businessman.
Thanks to Fang Qin's intermediation, many troubles were avoided.
After a brief exchange, the deal was finalized.
The next step was processing the paperwork.
Since Lin Can's apartment carried a mortgage, they had to make several trips. Wary of last-minute complications, the buyer transferred funds promptly and everything proceeded smoothly.
Pleasure doing business.
The three shook hands and the house sale was settled.
Fang Qin sat in the driver's seat, switched on the air conditioning, and looked at Lin Can with a warm smile. Junior, let me treat you to dinner tonight to celebrate. Next time. Lin Can smiled and shook his head. School just started and as class monitor I have quite a few responsibilities.
Just drop me back at campus, please.
Oh. Junior Lin is the class monitor. Fong Qin's eyes twinkled. Doesn't look like it. Such a waste of talent. If I were the president, I'd make you student union chairman immediately. You flatter me. Slightly embarrassed by the praise, Lin Can took out his phone and double-checked his bank balance. After deducting the 350,000 yuan loan, a neat 850,000 yuan remained. The 100,000 yuan loan and the 60,000 yuan commission come to 16,000 total. Without looking up, Lin Can operated his phone and said, "Senior, I've transferred it to you. 16,000 yuan received." As the notification chimed, Fong Qin's face lit up with a broad smile. "Junior, with such a large sum of money, what do you intend to do?" Fong Qin casually asked as she started the car and drove toward Jiangzhou University. "Just keep it in the bank and live off the interest. A few dozen yuan a day is fine." Lin Can smiled. "Junior, you're not being honest, are you?" Fong Qin turned to glance at him, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "What do you mean?" Fong Qin hesitated for a moment, then said, "First let me clarify, I wasn't trying to peek at your account earlier on the playground, I just happened to catch a glimpse." "You're not mad, are you?" "What did you see?" "You bought Bitcoin, didn't you?" Lin Can didn't deny it, he nodded. "I bought a bit." "Are you bullish on it?" Fong Qin's tone was full of curiosity. "Who can predict that? It's just gambling. Come on." Fong Qin seemed skeptical. "You bought a house and made over 700,000 in less than a month, you must be an investment genius." "Come on, senior, if you keep flattering me I'll forget my own name." Lin Can smiled awkwardly. "It's really just luck, I happened to stumble into it." "With all this extra cash on hand, aren't you planning to add more to your Bitcoin position?" "How could I?" Sitting calmly in the passenger seat, Lin Can said, "You can't put all your eggs in one basket, the risk is too high. Besides, the price of virtual currency is already so high, it could crash at any moment." Fong Qin nodded in agreement. "That's true." 20 minutes later, the car pulled up at the gate of Jiangzhou University. "Junior, you have my phone number and we're friends on social media, feel free to reach out anytime." Fong Qin's bright eyes fixed on Lin Can. "Even if there's nothing urgent, you can invite me for coffee or a meal. I'm at your service." "Okay." Lin Can readily agreed, then opened the car door and stepped out, waving at Fong Qin. Walking along the campus path, he suddenly felt an immense sense of relief. He had repaid the 100,000 yuan he owed to Lin Hongda and his wife, severing all ties with the Lin family. Without hesitation, he deleted the phone numbers and social media contacts of every member of the Lin family. The 350,000 yuan mortgage loan from the bank was also settled. Now he had 690,000 in cash. Lin Can narrowed his eyes, found a place to sit down and began operating on his phone. He kept only 90,000 in cash for emergencies and transferred the rest, 600,000, into his cryptocurrency trading account. He went all in on Bitcoin again. By now his account held a total of 40 coins. Lin Can made a rough calculation, he had already earned his first million yuan in this life. He was fairly satisfied with the pace. Keep pushing forward. When Lin Can arrived at the sports field, he noticed both the counselor and the drill instructor were there, and he felt a bit guilty. The counselor didn't ask many questions. After a few brief instructions, she left. "Your class monitor slipped away on your own." The drill instructor shook his head with a wry smile. "I almost got chewed out." "Sorry, instructor, I had an urgent matter to attend to." Lin Can apologized. "You sure know how to time it, the training is almost over." "All right, fall back in." Lin Can immediately returned to the formation. After the entire class marched in goose step, the instructor dismissed them. Yet no one seemed eager to leave. Gradually Lin Can noticed the change in his classmates' gazes, some were envious, some jealous, others flirtatious or admiring. Lin Can was utterly bewildered. Just then Han Kuan walked over, head bowed, looking apologetic like a child who had done wrong and was waiting to be scolded. "Bro, I'm sorry." "What's up?" Lin Can asked, puzzled. "Did you get chewed out by the instructor for not keeping order?" "No." Han Kuan shook his head. "Bro, I told everyone about you making money from stock trading." Lin Can swept his gaze across the crowd and let out a helpless sigh. "They were spreading rumors that you were being kept by a rich woman, so I had to come clean to set the record straight." Han Kuan scratched his head, full of remorse. Seeing this, Lin Can walked over and put an arm around his shoulder. "It's no big deal, you said it, and it's not like I'm losing a piece of my flesh." "Damn, I wish some rich woman would take a fancy to me." The light-hearted remark instantly made everyone laugh. At the Lin family mansion. After listening to his three daughters recount the story of Lin Can being kept, Lin Hongda trembled with rage and slammed the table. "That ungrateful wretch.
How could he do something so disgraceful? Lin Hongda never imagined that a woman would show up to help Lin Can repay the debt. What kind of people has that brat been associating with? How does he know such wild characters? Jin Huirong patted Lin Hongda's back soothingly. Calm down, old Lin. Don't upset yourself over this, it's not worth it. I've said it before, that boy has a rotten nature and no moral bottom line. Nothing he does surprises me. As angry as he was, Lin Hongda wasn't a fool. After cooling down a bit, he felt something was off. Even if Lin Can were being kept, why would the woman transfer the money directly to Shu Yun? And this whole thing. Something didn't add up. Lin Hongda looked at his 3 daughters and frowned. You said Lin Can left with that woman during military training. Lin Shu Yun nodded. It seemed pretty urgent. Did they do anything intimate? No. Lin Hongda was speechless. Who started the rumor about him being kept? Well. The 3 sisters exchanged glances and dared not speak. From now on, don't make baseless guesses about things you have no proof of. Lin Hongda gave a cold snort. But Dad. Lin Shu Yun couldn't suppress her curiosity. Why would anyone pay off Lin Can's debt of 100,000 for no reason? That is indeed a question. Lin Hongda frowned deeply, staring at the 100,000 yuan transferred by his eldest daughter on his phone, his mood sour. He had originally thought that if Lin Can couldn't repay the debt, he would bow his head and come home to admit his mistake. Then he would give him a good scolding and let the matter pass. But things seemed to have slipped out of his control. Was that ungrateful wretch really so determined to cut ties? Lan, go to the school tomorrow and investigate thoroughly. Lin Hongda's face was cold as he said in a low voice, I want to see just how hard that brat's wings have grown. In dormitory 302 of the male students building, a space that was originally not spacious was now crowded with over a dozen boys, all from the same class as Lin Can. Keep a low profile, really keeping a low profile. Class monitor, if Brother Cohen hadn't spilled the beans, how long were you going to keep it from us? Brother Can, let us have a look. Brother Can, I've got a semester's living expenses in my phone, what stock should I buy? Lin Can, with his investment acumen, had earned several 100,000 yuan in less than 2 months, naturally inviting curiosity and envy from those around him. Surrounded by the crowd, Lin Can felt his head spinning, but he couldn't just send them away. It's really just a blind squirrel finding a nut. He had repeated that phrase no less than 10 times, but no one was listening. Believe it or not, I'm not helping anyone trade stocks. Lin Can simply turned on his computer, intending to play a few games and climb the ranks. Come on, class monitor. Share some tips. Share your grandma. Han Kuan shot back. Can't you let people sleep? So the crowd settled for second best, wanting to see Lin Can's stock account. If you see it, will you go back to sleep? Lin Can looked up. Deal, no problem. The others readily agreed. Lin Can gave a wry smile, reluctantly opened his stock account and let the dozen classmates see it clearly. During the viewing, exclamations of awe and envy never ceased. When they left, they still seemed reluctant. Class monitor, since you're loaded, can you treat us to Red Bull tomorrow? Get lost. Han Kuan barked, locking the door directly. The dormitory quieted down considerably. Then Su Xinjian came cheerfully behind Lin Can. Brother Can, any plans to trade stocks soon? No, Lin Can said without turning his head. Su Xinjian was instantly embarrassed, but still tried to persist. Come on, Brother Can, since you have a talent for stock trading, you should make full use of it. Make money and run, or wait to get trapped. This light remark left Su Xinjian speechless. It took him a long time to squeeze out 2 words: awesome. Zhang Gaoyang came down from his bed and casually asked class monitor, who was that girl who took you out today? A senior, said Lin Can. The moment the words fell, the 3 roommates, including Han Kuan, suddenly fell silent, all staring wide-eyed at Lin Can. Damn. Brother Can, your game is too wild. You've already hooked up with a senior right after school started. You like older women. Seeing the conversation getting more absurd, Lin Can couldn't help but turn back to explain. What are you thinking? It's just a business matter. What business? No comment. The 2 were shut down and stopped pressing, one going to the balcony for a smoke, the other grabbing a towel and heading to the bathroom. Lin Can maneuvered his champion, catching an opponent's mistake at level 2 and securing first blood. How can they be so bad? What rank have I dropped to? After checking, he was instantly speechless. Good grief, he was a platinum gatekeeper. Suddenly a big head poked over his shoulder. Han Kuan grinned slyly and whispered, Bro, what business did you handle? Lin Can glanced at the balcony, found no movement, then spoke confidently. You know the apartment I bought? Yeah, I know. Lin Can nodded. Sold it. Sold it. Han Kuan was stunned. Why would you sell it? You just bought it not long ago.
Sold for 1.2 million. Han Kuan let out an "oh," and when it sank in he leaped to his feet. How much? The balcony door slid open. Zhang Gaoyang frowned. What's with the jumpiness?
Nothing, Han Kuan grinned and waved his hand.
Such odd behavior naturally piqued Zhang Gaoyang's curiosity. If you've got something to say it openly. Sneaking around like a thief.
Having learned his lesson from the afternoon, Han Kuan had grown wiser. Even though the news shocked him and piqued his curiosity, he chose not to pursue it further.
Nothing, Yangzi, give me a cigarette. Call me brother Yang, Zhang Gaoyang retorted. Would you dare answer if I called you that? Han Kuan dragged Zhang Gaoyang to the balcony.
After the game ended, Lin Can sat at the desk, closed his eyes and carefully recalled. In his past life at this very point in time, self-media was just emerging. The short video app Douyin had only been online for a year and was not yet widely known. With the few coins he currently had, starting a business or investing was unrealistic. But there was one advantage others didn't possess. As a reborn person, Lin Can knew what would become popular in the future. With this thought combined with the present situation, his ideas grew clearer and he seemed to find a viable path. He opened a document on his computer and tried to recall the short video bloggers from his past life who had gained massive followings by filming skits in their dormitories. His fingers danced across the keyboard. His roommates were all getting ready for bed, but he remained immersed. Bro, should I turn off the lights? I'll turn them off later. Around 10 o'clock, Lin Can had already written a dozen or so interesting skits. He let out a long breath, closed the laptop and got up to take a shower. Han Kuan leaned half his body out of bed. Bro, your phone has been ringing. Aren't you going to check? I'll check after my shower. What if it's something urgent? Han Kuan blinked. Lin Can immediately understood the implication of his words and couldn't help smiling. If it's urgent, they'll call. With that, he tossed his phone onto the bed and went to the bathroom. Su Xinjian was lying in bed reading a novel on his phone. Suddenly a friend request popped up. He looked closely and saw it was Su Ziying from the class group. Su Xinjian jolted, almost sitting up in bed. Damn, can you do your shady stuff more quietly? Zhang Gaoyang complained irritably. Normally Su Xinjian would have argued and explained, but now he had no time for a verbal spat. Su Ziying's looks and figure ranked among the top 3 in the class. Her suddenly adding him as a friend, could it be that she had a crush on him? With excitement, Su Xinjian immediately accepted Su Ziying's friend request. 3 seconds later, Su Ziying sent a message. Hello, Su Xinjian. Su Xinjian's eyes lit up and he was thrilled. Well, she's quite proactive. Proactive is good. Proactive girls are the most appealing. Without a second's delay, Su Xinjian edited a reply. Hello, Su Ziying. The seemingly ordinary reply actually contained great wisdom. It was the strategy of, if the enemy does not move, I do not move. Respond to changing circumstances with constancy and remain invincible. He was 90% sure he could guess her next response. Why are you copying me? Haha, everything was under control. Su Xinjian was brimming with confidence and the image of Su Ziying's charming face naturally came to mind. However, reality deviated slightly. Su Ziying, is the class monitor really making money from stock trading? Su's smile stiffened on his face and he suddenly felt as if the world had deceived him. It's true. Su Ziying, did you see it with your own eyes? Su Xinjian, I showed it to many classmates just now, it's undeniable. Su Ziying, I messaged him, why hasn't he replied? Another gut punch. Such a feeling of hope only to be struck down at once. Su Xinjian felt utterly hopeless, so lazy to type anything. Su Ziying, I have a cousin who also trades stocks, I want to ask the class monitor for advice. Su Xinjian, oh I see. But the class monitor said he won't mentor anyone in stock trading. Su Ziying, then what is he doing now? Su Xinjian, he's taking a shower. Su Ziying, did he not check his phone just now? Probably. By the time Su Xinjian spoke, he had little interest in continuing the chat. One thought his romantic luck had arrived, but it turned out to be this kind of situation. It's so painful. And Su Ziying is really a bit vulgar and shallow. We are students of the new era, how can wealth determine one's worth? Su Ziying, actually I think the class monitor is quite aloof. Your personality is quite good. This message instantly rekindled the embers in Su Xinjian's heart. Yeah, I was too impulsive. I should let things ride for a bit. Anyway, he's quite busy. Su Ziying, what do you think of me? Su Xinjian, somewhat excited, very good. Su Ziying, in what way? Su Xinjian, 360 degrees. Su Ziying, you're quite good at making girls happy. To be honest, just telling the truth, smile. Su Ziying, alright, I should sleep now. Bye.
Su Xingjian, good night.
After finishing the chat, Su Xingjian reread their conversation several times, analyzing them in his mind for minutes. The conclusion was he has a chance, and not a small one. Overwhelmed with excitement, Su Xingjian set the phone aside and did 30 sit-ups in one go.
The movement naturally woke Han Kuan and Zhang Gaoyang.
They both spoke in unison. Crazy.
Something's wrong with you.
Lin Can, coming out of the bathroom, dried his hair with a towel and casually turned off the dorm lights. Getting into bed and checking his phone, Lin Can found several people sending messages to him, plus some friend requests, mostly from classmates. What surprised Lin Can was that the counselor Guizhen had also sent a message. I heard you made quite a lot of money from stock trading over the summer. Lin Can thought for a moment and replied, sorry teacher Gua, I was busy just now. Indeed, he did make some money, but not as exaggerated as Han Kuan claimed. Guizhen, nice, I may come to you for guidance later. Lin Can, teacher Gua, please spare me anxious. Guizhen, haha, go to bed earlier, we have military training tomorrow.
Lin Can, bye.
Lin Can was about to continue checking when suddenly from the bed opposite there were 2 coughs without warning.
That's obviously deliberate.
Lin Can gave a wry smile and opened the message Han Kuan sent. Bro, come on, tell me, I'm dying to know.
Didn't I tell you already? The house sold for 1.2 million. Why so much?
I heard that place is set for demolition.
No way. Really?
Lin Can, it must be true, otherwise people wouldn't pay so much to buy it.
Bro, you're so lucky, maybe tomorrow go buy some lottery tickets. Kunzi, don't go spreading this around, okay? Don't worry, I'm tight-lipped.
Are you sure?
Han Kuan, the afternoon affair was an accident, won't happen again.
Go to sleep early.
I'm too excited to sleep.
Lin Can didn't reply further, continuing to open unread messages. Lu Yutong, Lin Can, my dad mentioned you on the phone tonight.
What did you say about me?
Lu Yutong, I want to ask if you're still trading stocks and if you have any stock recommendations.
Lin Can, not trading for now.
Are you short on funds?
I can lend you some more.
Lin Can, no, I invested in something else.
Lu Yutong, mind telling me? Lin Can, not convenient. Lu Yutong, huh? You're not being tactful. Lin Can, busy.
Lu Yutong, replying to others. Lin Can wanted to reply, Lu Yutong, you're overstepping.
But thinking better, he let it go. I'm sleepy, going to sleep. Bye. Then Yang Linga.
Compared to Lu Yutong, her messages seem even more boundary crossing. Lin Can, the sister you were with this afternoon, who is she to you?
Lin Can, my wife. Yang Linga, ugh, be serious, okay? Lin Can, told you, you still don't believe me. Yang Linga, then what about the 3 before?
Lin Can, 3 lunatics.
Yang Linga, eh? Alright, seems like not exactly good people.
By the way, did you really make a lot of money trading stocks?
Lin Can, borrowing money. Forget it. Yang Linga, I won't lend you. Lin Can, get some rest. Yang Linga, okay, you too.
Lin Can continued to check messages.
Su Ziying sent to Lin Can, when you went out this afternoon, many classmates said you were being kept by a rich woman. I defended you, saying you definitely wouldn't.
Are you busy?
Remember to reply when you see this cute.
Lin Can, having been hurt by Su Ziying in a past life, really doesn't want to reply to her messages. But after careful thought, he can't appear too deliberate. After all, from Su Ziying's perspective, the two hadn't known each other before. He has no reason to treat her that way.
Lin Can, thanks. Soon Su Ziying replied only 2 words. Class monitor, you're so aloof.
Lin Can replied perfunctorily, wanting to end the chat as soon as possible.
You're quite humorous. Lin Can didn't reply, choosing to end it. Yet after a few minutes Su Ziying sent another message. Lin Can, may I ask you a question? Do you think I look pretty?
Lin Can, go ask the magic mirror.
Su Ziying, haha, Lin Can, you really have a humorous talent. Lin Can, I'm sleepy, bye. Su Ziying, good night.
Lin Can breathed a sigh of relief and continued replying to the next friend.
Fongqin Jr. Bitcoin has been rising recently. How much have you earned? Lin Can, that's rather intrusive. But seriously, do you think it'll keep climbing?
Lin Can, it will, and it could double.
Buy some and hold now. Fongqin, what if I lose money?
Lin Can, you made the bet, you take the loss.
What else is there to do? Fongqin, never mind then. I'll just stick to my job.
Then came friend requests from more than a dozen classmates, all of which Lin Can accepted.
When someone messaged, he'd chat for a bit. On another social platform, an unfamiliar account also sent a friend request. The verification note simply said classmate. That seemed odd to Lin Can. If they were truly classmates, why not just add him through the class group chat? Why bother with another platform? Could it be a high school classmate?
Despite his doubts, Lin Can still approved the request.
The profile had a cartoon avatar and ID consisting of only a few dots and an empty moments feed. Lin Can.
Lin Can, why did you leave with that beautiful girl during afternoon military training?
Seeing this message, Lin Can frowned and replied, and who are you? Guess. Guess. I guess my grandfather. Playing mysterious games, are we? Piss off. Lin Can didn't waste another word.
He decisively blocked and deleted the contact, then prepared for bed. Inside the luxurious Lin family mansion on the second floor in a bedroom, Lin sat on her bed in pajamas, her face dark with anger.
You daring Lin Can. I added you as a friend out of respect and you dare to block me.
Lin threw her phone onto the bed, grinding her teeth in fury. Your wings have grown hard, haven't they?
Just then, chat messages began chiming continuously.
Lin, barely restraining her fury, picked her phone back up.
There were 7 or 8 colleagues in the group, all teachers at Jiangzhou University with whom she usually got along well.
Sisters, I heard that among this year's freshmen there's a boy who made several $100,000 from stock trading over the summer.
What? Is that true? Which department is he from? I think his surname is Lin, majoring in financial management. Their class advisor told me, and it's absolutely true. No way, that's impressive. Is he handsome? What are you implying? If he's handsome, I'm open to an older woman, younger man relationship. Even a student-teacher romance. I could just resign.
Get that lovesick brain out of here. Lin read the messages in the group and froze completely. Surname Lin, financial management major. Lin immediately thought of Lin Can. But the thought barely surfaced before she quickly dismissed it.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
That country bumpkin Lin Can, who looked completely out of touch with the times, how could he possibly trade stocks? Besides, he had no capital to start with. It was most likely some wealthy freshman who used his lucky money to trade stocks and got lucky with a doubling.
Nothing more. Nevertheless, this piqued Lin's curiosity.
She quickly d the female teacher who had posted the message.
What's his name? Lin, you fancy younger boys too? Lin, what are you talking about? He's just a kid. I'm only slightly curious.
Someone immediately chimed in, exactly.
With Lin's family background, several $100,000 is pocket change. Why would she be interested? Hold on, let me ask around. A moment later, the female teacher messaged, got the details. This freshman's name is Lin Can from Financial Management Class 1 and he's the class monitor.
Oh, and 2 days ago during the freshman visit to the Martyrs Cemetery, he carried a female classmate on his back and was commended by the principal with photos. Lin's eyes widened in shock, doubting her own vision.
What? It really is Lin Can. This. How is this possible?
Lin remembered clearly that 2 months ago when Lin Can was driven out of the house, he only had a few thousand yuan in savings. Afterward, he bought a set of cooking tools and started selling fried rice from a street stall, which must have cost at least 3 or 4,000. Where did he get money to trade stocks? Moreover, even if he had scraped together 20,000, it would have been impossible to earn several $100,000 in such a short time.
Money didn't just blow in from the wind.
Lin wanted to send these doubts into the group chat for clarification, but she didn't want her female colleagues to know about her relationship with Lin Can. So she private messaged the teacher instead. There's no way he could have earned several $100,000, right?
Well, that's what people are saying. Is there any concrete evidence? I think a friend of his showed the stock account to some classmates. What's his friend's name? What does he look like?
Lin immediately thought of that tall, burly, extremely ill-mannered guy.
Lin, you're so concerned. Do you actually have feelings for him? Oh, stop kidding. Could you help me ask, please? I'll treat you to a SPA sometime. Okay. Driven by curiosity, the female teacher quickly got the answer. Lin, I asked around.
His friend's name is Han Cohen, very tall with dark skin, and he's in the same class as Lin Can. This Han Cohen followed Lin Can's trades and made over 100,000.
After a long silence, Lin finally responded, I see.
It took a while before Lin fully processed the information. Things were clear now. But she couldn't sleep that night. Running a fried rice stall and being a class monitor had already turned him into an arrogant little man. Lin could imagine how smug Lin Can must be feeling right now, what an annoying face he'd be wearing.
Why? Why did things turn out this way?
She clenched her teeth and gripped her fists, feeling worse than if she'd swallowed a fly. No wonder that woman paid off his 100,000 yuan debt so readily this afternoon. She probably already knew about his stock profits.
Besides the discomfort, Lin Lanlan also felt a pang of loss.
Given Lin Can's temperament, now that he had earned enough money for college, would he ever return to the Lin family?
Probably not.
So from now on would the household lose a free laborer and errand boy? At this thought, Lin Lanlan suddenly resented her father Lin Hongda. As a father, how could you be so cruel as to beat Lin Can that badly, using a golf club no less?
Weren't a few hours of kneeling punishment enough? Now look at the mess. Here you are trying to figure how to bring him back. Lin Lanlan felt utterly vexed. The next day during the family breakfast,
Lin Lanlan descended the stairs with a profoundly complicated heart.
Dad, I found out about Lin Can. Lin Hongda immediately put down his chopsticks, his brow furrowing. Tell me what's going on.
The money was likely earned from stock trading. Lin Lanlan spoke truthfully. Upon hearing this, not only were Lin Hongda and his wife stunned, but their eldest daughter Lin Shuyun and second daughter Lin Yuechen also found it hard to believe. Earned from stocks? You expect me to believe that rebellious son?
Qin Huirong sneered. Lanlan, don't joke at breakfast. Lin Shuyun glared at her younger sister. Exactly. Lin Yuechen scoffed. Does that bastard Lin Can even know what stocks are? Lin Hongda's brows furrowed even deeper.
His face turned stern.
Lanlan, where did you get this information? So Lin Lanlan showed them the chat records from the group the previous night.
Although there was no direct evidence, all signs pointed to Lin Can having indeed made considerable money through stock trading.
Otherwise, why would the news be spreading among teachers at Zhengzhou University? In an instant,
several people at the dining table set down their bowls and chopsticks, their expressions turning extremely grim.
This bastard has such incredible luck.
Lin Yuechen's voice trembled, clearly unable to accept this reality.
This is just unjust.
Lin Shuyun added bitterly. Suddenly Qin Huirong rose from her seat, her face cold, as she commanded Lanlan call his class advisor.
Find out exactly what's going on. Mom, I don't have his number.
Lin Lanlan said with a bitter smile.
Then go ask.
Qin Huirong was determined to get to the bottom of this.
Enough. Lin Hongda glared at his wife, finished his meal and stood up. Lanlan, I'll go to your school myself and ask Lin Can. Lin Hongda's words hung in the air.
Qin Huirong, Lin Shuyun and Lin Yuechen froze, exchanging bewildered glances.
What did he mean?
Was he really going to personally go to the school to find that bastard Lin Can? Although Lin Hongda had not said it outright, the three seemed to have guessed his intention. He wanted to bring Lin Can back. The matter of the public notice declaring a severance of relations was to be swept under the rug.
Dad, Lanlan and I can handle it. Lin Yuechen hoped to intervene. I promise I'll get to the bottom of this.
Yes, Dad, our company is already so busy. Lin Shuyun also spoke up to dissuade him. How could we waste precious time on Lin Can? Besides, with his terrible temper, he certainly won't appreciate our goodwill. Old Lin, perhaps you should reconsider. Qin Huirong's expression darkened. She genuinely had no desire to lay eyes on Lin Can again.
So what if he'd gotten lucky and made some money?
It was but a drop in the ocean for the Lin family.
Besides, money earned by luck would sooner or later be lost by one's own inadequacy. Fortune is sought through peril and lost through peril as well.
Yet Lin Hongda merely waved his hand to silence their objections.
Enough, stop talking. I've already made up my mind. Lanlan, take my car to the school.
A few minutes later, father and daughter emerged from the villa. The driver was already waiting at the gate. Seeing them appear, he immediately stepped out to open the car door.
Head to Zhengzhou University, Lin Hongda instructed.
Yes, Mr.
Lin. The driver nodded and started the engine.
Along the way, Lin Hongda closed his eyes to rest, yet his mind was already whirring with calculations. Upon learning that Lin Can had made money trading stocks, he had indeed been surprised, even shaken. But then again, this might not be such a bad thing after all. At the very least, it proved that Lin Can possessed a certain talent for stock trading. And that talent was precisely what he needed.
If he understood stocks, he understood finance.
Once he graduated, Lin Hongda planned to place him in his own company to get acquainted with the business so that he could better assist Xiao Hao in the future. As for severing the father-son relationship, it all depended on whether Lin Can was useful. If he proved useless, then so be it, the severance would stand. But if he displayed certain capabilities in some areas, that would be a different matter entirely. Lin Hongda was a businessman and entrepreneur. Naturally, everything revolved around profit. He was not at all worried about potential conflicts with Lin Can at the school. After all, the world was vast, but a father came first. Moreover, as the chairman of a major corporation, personally visiting the school to see his son was only natural and would even grant Lin Can some face. There was no way he would pull any reckless antics. Suddenly his phone rang, shattering Lin Hongda's thoughts.
Hello, am I speaking with Mr.
Lin Hongda, father of Lin Hao? The voice on the other end was unfamiliar. Lin Hongda's brow furrowed instinctively.
This is he. May I ask who is calling?
I am Lin Hao's homeroom teacher from his senior year.
My surname is Zhou.
Oh, hello, Teacher Zhou.
Lin Hongda smiled.
May I ask if something happened to Lin Hao at school? The Lin family was wealthy and had enrolled him in an expensive private boarding school.
The tuition was steep, but the faculty was outstanding.
That was precisely what the Lin couple had valued.
It's like this, Mr. Lin.
On the other end, Teacher Zhou spoke in a calm, measured tone.
Lin Hao.
He got into a fight with a classmate at school.
Would it be convenient for you to come to the school now? What? Lin Hongda could hardly believe his ears.
Xiao Hao was such a well-behaved, sensible boy, how could he possibly get into a fight?
After a moment he took a deep breath and asked Teacher Zhou, could there be some misunderstanding? Well, Mr.
Lin, I have already investigated the circumstances thoroughly.
Teacher Zhou's tone suddenly grew serious. Let us discuss this in person when you arrive at the school. Very well, I'll be there shortly.
Lin Hongda hung up the phone, fell silent for a few seconds, then instructed the driver, turn around, head to Huixing Middle School.
Yes, Mr. Lin. The driver did not ask questions and simply made a U-turn at the next intersection. Lin Lanlan curiously asked, Dad, what's wrong with Xiao Hao? Nothing serious. Lanlin, you take a taxi to school on your own, I have something to attend to.
Seeing her father's grim expression, Lin Lanlan did not press further.
All right then. 10 minutes later the car pulled into Huixing Middle School. Lin Hongda went alone to find Teacher Zhou's office on the senior floor.
Inside the office, apart from the tall, lean homeroom teacher Zhou, only Lin Hao was present.
Standing there with his head bowed, tears trickling down his cheeks.
Paired with his innocent, tender face, it was hard not to feel pity. Lin Hongda immediately felt a surge of anger. What exactly had happened to make his beloved son cry so bitterly?
The door was open, yet Lin Hongda still knocked. Instantly both people in the office looked up. Dad!
Lin Hao wiped his tears and called out timidly.
Teacher Zhou immediately rose to his feet. Hello, you must be Lin Hao's father, correct? Lin Hongda nodded. Yes, I am.
Teacher Zhou glanced at Lin Hao and explained methodically, Mr. Lin, last night Lin Hao brought 3 of his roommates and beat up a senior student from the neighboring dormitory. The victim reported the incident to his homeroom teacher in the morning and has since been sent to the hospital.
Upon hearing this, Lin Hongda's eye twitched, his brows knitting tightly. Sent to the hospital. Is the injury severe? It is unclear at this point.
As soon as Teacher Zhou finished speaking, his phone buzzed in his pocket.
After answering and exchanging a few brief words, he hung up. Mr.
Lin, I just received word from a colleague, the examination results for the injured student are out.
Teacher Zhou's expression was grave.
Mild concussion and multiple soft tissue contusions across his body.
What?
Lin Hongda stiffened, instantly wanting to reprimand his son. But seeing Lin Hao's teary-eyed, pitiful appearance, he found he could not bring himself to do it.
Instead he let out a long sigh. Mr.
Lin, these are written statements from Lin Hao's 3 roommates detailing what happened. Teacher Zhou handed over a few sheets of paper.
Have a look.
Lin Hongda took them and scanned through them quickly, then glanced at Lin Hao, suddenly feeling as though he had been deceived.
Could this truly be the behavior of his well-behaved, sensible, darling son? Was this really something his sweet little boy would do?
These were the actions of his obedient and sensible treasure of a son. Had he been deceived this whole time? Was this truly the behavior of his sweet, well-behaved little boy?
The accounts written by the 3 roommates all pointed the finger at Lin Hao. There was no way Lin Hongda could disbelieve them.
Yet no matter how he tried, he could not fathom that Lin Hao, the beloved, obedient and well-behaved child of the family, would have done such a thing. After all, his youngest son ranked among the top 10 in his grade with a chance to enter Qingbei, the whole family had placed great hopes on him. If he were expelled from school over this incident, Lin Hongda would lose all face. Perhaps
there was a reason behind it.
Lin Hongda could not help but make excuses for Lin Hao in his mind. Young and impetuous mistakes were inevitable. As long as he learned his lesson and corrected himself promptly, it was no big deal.
Mr.
Lin, since you're here today, I might as well speak plainly. Teacher Zhou glanced at Lin Hao and sighed softly.
I heard from Lin Hao's previous homeroom teacher that he had a history of bullying classmates.
It just didn't lead to any serious consequences, so they only gave him a few verbal warnings.
What?
Lin Hongda was shocked again.
There had been similar incidents before. Why had the teacher never mentioned it? Xiao Hao you.
Lin Hongda's voice was hoarse and he was about to speak when Lin Hao's sobs interrupted him.
Dad, Teacher Zhou, I know I was wrong.
Lin Hao wept bitterly, looking every bit the repentant good student. This made Lin Hongda unable to bear scolding him further. He turned to Teacher Zhou and said earnestly, Teacher Zhou, you see the child knows his mistake.
Please give him another chance.
I will contact the injured student's parents right now and actively communicate with them to seek their understanding. With those words he finished.
Teacher Zhou nodded, but his brow remained furrowed. Mr. Lin, to be honest, this incident is quite serious.
The school has considered expelling Lin Hao. However, since you said so, please handle it as soon as possible. If the other party's parents can forgive him, the school will likely give Lin Hao a demerit. When Lin Hongda heard the word expulsion, his heart sank, feeling as if the sky were falling.
The family's precious hope, the Qingbei candidate, if he were expelled, how could that be? Alright, I'll take care of it right away.
Lin Hongda nodded hurriedly.
Thank you, Teacher Zhou, and thank you for the school's leniency. He then obtained the contact information of the injured student's parents and homeroom teacher from Teacher Zhou.
Xiao Hao, you stay here and reflect on your actions. With that, he prepared to go to the hospital to visit the injured student. But Teacher Zhou called him back.
Mr. Lin, wait a moment.
Lin Hongda immediately stopped and asked cautiously, is there something you need to tell me, Teacher Zhou?
Mr. Lin Hao is currently in the rocket class.
Teacher Zhou hesitated for a moment, then frowned.
However, the school will arrange a placement test next week. Those who do not meet the standards will be removed from the rocket class. Removed from the rocket class. Lin Hongda's heart tightened.
But after a moment of realization, he breathed a sigh of relief. Only those who failed to meet the standards would be kicked out. Lin Hao's top 10 ranking would never be in danger. Xiao Hao's grades are still good, right? Lin Hongda forced a smile, his tone quite proud.
I remember he ranked 9th in the whole grade in the last final exam.
Indeed, 9th in the grade. Teacher Zhou nodded, then suddenly changed the subject. But in the first few days of senior year, several subject teachers reported that his homework completion was not ideal.
Lin Hongda was stunned and looked at Lin Hao in disbelief. Mr. Lin, don't worry too much.
Maybe Lin Hao was slacking off during the summer break and hasn't adapted to the new term yet.
That can't be.
Lin Hongda shook his head, frowning.
Xiao Hao studies at least 2 hours every day in his room during the holiday. Teacher Zhou looked puzzled. That's strange. Well, let's not talk about this now. Mr.
Lin, please go and handle the matter with the injured student.
Okay.
Lin Hongda nodded, feeling deeply troubled.
He walked over to Lin Hao.
Seeing him crying so bitterly with his head down, the scolding words he had intended turned into a sigh.
Xiao Hao, I'll pick you up for dinner tonight. Lin Hongda left Huixing Middle School with a dark face.
President Lin, the driver said as he opened the car door.
To the hospital.
Lin Hongda sat in the car, stone-faced and silent. During the ride, the company called several times and he berated them harshly, clearly in a foul mood.
The driver dared not even breathe loudly, afraid of incurring his boss's wrath.
After the car pulled into the hospital parking lot, Lin Hongda did not rush to get out. Instead, he rolled down the window and silently lit a cigarette. After only a few puffs, he stubbed it out.
Lin Hongda took a deep breath, then turned to the driver.
Xiaolu, I'll transfer 500,000 yuan to you.
Go visit the student for me. Give the money to the parents and have them sign a letter of understanding. Can you get this done?
Xiaolu hesitated, then quickly guessed the situation. President Lin, how badly is the student injured?
Mild concussion.
Lin Hongda said coldly.
Got it.
Xiaolu readily agreed.
President Lin, I'll take care of it. Go ahead, buy some gifts to take up.
Lin Hongda nodded, transferred 500,000 yuan to Xiaolu and sent him the relevant information. After Xiaolu left, Lin Hongda immediately took out his phone and called Qin Huirong.
Hello, old Lin. What's up? I'm asking you, did you know about Xiao Hao bullying a classmate at school? What? Qin Huirong's voice was surprised. Xiao Hao bullying a classmate? How is that possible?
Old Lin, who told you that?
His homeroom teacher.
Lin Hongda suppressed his anger.
Teacher Zhou had been polite and hadn't said everything outright.
But after years of navigating the business world, how could Lin Hongda miss the underlying implications? It was called a fight, but it was actually bullying.
Moreover, the school's intention to expel Lin Hao was no empty threat from Teacher Zhou. Lin Hongda could sense that the homeroom teacher disliked Lin Hao and wanted him out of the class.
So he had given a warning in advance. Could Lin Hao meet the grade in next week's exam? In the past Lin Hongda would never have worried about that. But now, since the homeroom teacher had brought it up, it meant it was a possibility. Otherwise, why would he mention it? Could it be that Lin Hao's top 10 ranking was inflated? Lin Hongda suddenly felt that he didn't fully understand his youngest son. Oh, it's normal for kids to have some conflicts. Qin Huirong seemed unconcerned. Such a small thing and they go tell the teacher. What a petty person. Let's just tell Xiao Hao not to play with him anymore. Lin Hongda said coldly. Xiao Hao injured someone. Ah. Qin Huirong's tone changed instantly. Is Xiao Hao okay? Old Lin, are you at school now? Xiao Hao is fine. Oh, that's good. Qin Huirong breathed a sigh of relief. If you're at school, just pay them a few thousand yuan. It's no big deal, don't make a fuss. With that she hung up. Lin Hongda let out a long sigh, feeling utterly drained. About 10 minutes later, driver Xiaolu walked out of the hospital looking dejected, still carrying the gifts he had bought. Lin Hongda's heart sank and he quickly opened the car door and walked over. How is it? The driver Xiaolu with a mournful face shook his head inside. Mr. Lin, I did as you instructed. But the other party was very tough saying you. Saying what about me? Lin Hongda frowned. Saying you lack sincerity, Xiaolu replied truthfully. 50,000 and still not sincere. Lin Hongda suppressed his anger. How much compensation do they want? No, Mr. Lin. Xiaolu shook his head, explaining what they meant by insincere is that you didn't go in person. Is there a difference? Lin Hongda snorted. In any case, it's all about paying compensation. Who goes makes no difference. Xiaolu lowered his head and said nothing. Logically, Lin Hongda should have gone to visit in person. But as the chairman of a large conglomerate, he really couldn't bring himself to humbly beg for forgiveness over something where he was not in the right. Money can be paid, but losing face is not acceptable. How about this? You go up again later, withdraw 50,000 in cash and put it directly in front of them. Lin Hongda frowned with a look of anger. I just don't believe it. However, the driver Xiaolu did not agree but instead said, Mr. Lin, they just said they are going to call the police and let the authorities handle it. What? Lin Hongda instantly became unsettled. If the other party really called the police, even if Xiao Hao was not yet 18, he would inevitably face punishment. At that time, the school, for the sake of its reputation, might indeed expel Xiao Hao. That's what they said. After Xiaolu explained, seeming to notice signs of Lin Hongda's impending anger, he continued, but if you go in person, Mr. Lin, I think there will be room for compromise. I am of little importance, they certainly won't give me that face. The next moment, Lin Hongda's tightly furrowed brow slightly relaxed. Xiaolu silently praised himself for being clever. All right then. Lin Hongda sighed and decided to go himself. Mr. Lin, I'll accompany you. No need. Then what about these gifts? Leave them in the car. Wait for me in the car. Okay, Mr. Lin. So Xiaolu started playing with his phone in the car. 20 minutes later, seeing Lin Hongda come out of the gate, he quickly got out of the car to help open the door. Damn it. Lin Hongda cursed directly as he got into the car. Xiaolu was immediately struck silent, but upon seeing the paper in his hand, he quickly asked in a low voice, Mr. Lin, did you reach a settlement? See for yourself. Lin Hongda tossed the paper over, cursing to himself, I thought they were so noble, but they're still blinded by money. Xiaolu glanced at it and instantly widened his eyes. Good heavens, they paid 200,000. At that moment, Xiaolu really wanted to say, Mr. Lin, when will your young master beat me up too? I can take a beating. Mr. Lin, go to the company. Lin Hongda nodded. The car started. However, less than 3 minutes later, the phone rang. Lin Hongda answered the phone and after listening for a moment flew into a rage. What? The project department manager was caught in a prostitution scandal. Bail him out. I'll bail him out my ass. Let him rot in there. Where's the vice president? Have him assign someone to push the project. After hanging up, he directly slammed the phone onto the windshield with a bang, startling Xiaolu. Lin Hongda considered himself to have a relatively good temper. Especially as the company grew larger and his wealth increased, he rarely lost his temper. The last time he was furious was because of that rebellious Lin Can. Now that he thinks about it, perhaps Lin Can was not as bad as he imagined. Lin Hongda frowned deeply, suddenly realizing something. It seemed that since Lin Can was driven out of the house, troublesome things had been happening incessantly. Today, several major ones had come all at once. On the other side, Lin Can had made hundreds of thousands from stock trading, his luck so good that many envied him.
Could it be some kind of sign?
Lin Hongda, who had always been superstitious, thought about it more and felt it was possible. It seemed he needed to find time to communicate with Lin Can soon, preferably bring him back home.
Between father and son, what deep enmity could there be?
I only hit him a few times, surely he won't hold a grudge against me for life. Lin Hongda believed that as long as he gave Lin Can a way out, the father and son would surely reconcile. When he went to the company, it was almost time for lunch.
After handling a few matters, Lin Hongda fell asleep directly in the office.
After work, he went to school to pick up Lin Hao and return home. After Lin Hao got into the car, he noticed that his father did not affectionately pat his head as usual, and his heart sank. He had long been accustomed to being pampered in the Lin family. But if one day this favor suddenly disappeared, the huge sense of loss was something Lin Hao could not accept. So he put on a pitiful expression, forcing out a few tears.
Dad, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Mm.
Lin Hongda then smiled.
Alright Xiao Hao, it's all in the past.
As long as you study hard at school from now on, your mother and I will be relieved. That said, Lin Hao could feel that Lin Hongda's affection for him had diminished.
Dad, can you not tell Mom about this?
Lin Hao said in a pleading tone.
Why? Lin Hongda asked.
I'm afraid Mom will get angry and it will harm her health. Lin Hao said obediently. Dad, don't be angry either. I promise I will change and won't let you and Mom down. If it were in the past, hearing his younger son say this would have deeply moved Lin Hongda, and he would casually reward him with a lot of pocket money.
But now,
he seemed to have sensed something. Imagine a child who was so well behaved at home that it makes one's heart ache. How could he possibly bully classmates at school?
Two-faced. Flattering words are indeed pleasant to hear.
But hearing too much of them can become tiresome. If he deliberately puts on a facade of being well behaved just to please his parents. Lin Hongda narrowed his eyes and remained silent. Lin Hao's 3 roommates had all written down their accounts of the incident, and he had read through them all. The sequence of events described in each was nearly identical.
Lin Hao had gotten into an argument with students from another class over the basketball court. That evening, upon returning to the dormitory, he led his 3 roommates to assault them.
Such behavior was nothing short of hooliganism, bearing no resemblance to a top student at a prestigious school. At home he played the obedient child, but at school he ran rampant with arrogance. Even though Lin Hongda loved his youngest son dearly, at this moment he felt a trace of disappointment toward him. In contrast, although Lin Can had been driven out of his home, his conduct over the past 2 months, aside from being somewhat curt toward his 3 daughters, seemed to have been relatively unremarkable. He had even turned a profit, trading stocks, risen to the position of class monitor, and received verbal commendation from the president of Jiangda University. Lin Hongda closed his eyes and pondered, his mind unconsciously drawing comparisons between his 2 sons. Could it be that he had truly been mistaken all these years? Had Lin Can chosen to sever ties with him because of grievances suffered under his own roof? The thought surfaced so suddenly that it gave Lin Hongda a start. In the next moment he quickly dismissed it with a firm negative. He might not have struck a perfect balance in his treatment of them, but he had by no means neglected Lin Can. He had grown up in a villa, dined on meals prepared by the housekeeper, borne the title of eldest young master of the Lin family, and undoubtedly enjoyed every manner of privilege and envious glance at school. It was his own reclusive nature, combined with a lack of sound upbringing from childhood, that had rendered him unloved within the household. The pitiful man is after all not without his odious qualities. Still, Lin Can had performed adequately since entering university. He should have emerged from his rebellious phase. Perhaps he could have a word with him, bring him home and set him on a better path. His return, Lin Hongda reasoned, might one day prove advantageous to the family business. The prospect of Lin Can's astonished, grateful expression upon seeing him at school brought a measure of solace to the restlessness that had plagued him all day. "Father, I don't want to go to school anymore," Lin Hao sobbed suddenly. "What did you say?" Lin Hongda stiffened his brows, knitting instantly. Lin Hao hesitated for a second, then wailed even louder. Realizing he had frightened his son, Lin Hongda immediately shifted his expression. "Xiao Hao, stop crying first. Tell father what's wrong." After some effort he managed to calm Lin Hao's emotions. "Xiao Hao, why do you not wish to attend school?" Lin Hongda rested his hand on the back of his son's neck. "Do not worry, I have already settled today's matter. And I promise you I will not tell mother or your 3 sisters. But what is it?" Lin Hao's face was etched with grievance as he sniffled. "But the teachers and students will ostracize me and isolate me." "That will not happen." Lin Hongda shook his head reassuringly. "I will speak with Teacher Zhou about this. Xiao Hao, if you devote yourself entirely to your studies and gain admission to a key university next year, I will reward you with a sports car." "Father, I do not want a sports car," Lin Hao said, wiping his tears. "Then what do you want?" "I want nothing." Lin Hao snuffled and looked up at his father with earnest gravity.
I study for myself. Indeed, well said, Xiao Hao.
Lin Hongda nodded approval, gleaming in his eyes. Yet despite the praise, Lin Hao felt no joy within himself. Had this occurred in days past, he would have received no less than 30,000 yuan as pocket money. But now, Lin Hao regretted everything to his core. In the past he had bullied his schoolmates with impunity, relying on his family's wealth and influence. Those who suffered at his hands had generally endured in silence. He never imagined this time would end in such a fiasco. The vehicle cruised smoothly along the road and they were but minutes from arriving home. Lin Hongda spoke suddenly.
Shall Lu pull over ahead and help me buy a pack of cigarettes?
Yes, Mr.
Lin.
The car came to a halt and Xiao Lu took the 100 yuan note with practiced efficiency before stepping out.
A tobacco and liquor shop stood nearby.
Yet after purchasing the cigarettes he made no rush to return. Instead he lit up a cigarette at the shop entrance. Xiao Lu understood all too well, the errand was merely a pretense. Mr. Lin simply wished to be rid of him. In truth, Lin Hongda required only a moment of quiet stability. Seated in the rear of the luxury automobile he gazed at his youngest son with sober earnestness.
Xiao Hao.
What is it, father?
Lin Hao asked in confusion.
I intend to visit the school and speak with your elder brother and bring him home. Lin Hao paused, then forced a smile across his face.
That's wonderful. Brother hasn't come home in so long, I miss him too. He led you into that trouble and got you injured. Do you not harbor resentment toward him? Lin Hongda inquired.
What trouble?
I forgot about that long ago.
Good. Lin Hongda nodded and sent a message to the driver. Xiao Lu then sat upright and closed his eyes to rest. The questions were but a test, the specific words mattered little. What truly counted was the response. Though Lin Hao masked his reaction swiftly, the fleeting tension and worry in his eyes had escaped neither Lin Hongda's notice nor his discernment.
Even had Lin Hao still harbored bitterness toward Lin Can, displaying anger or displeasure, Lin Hongda could have understood. But why tension and concern?
It seemed his undue indulgence toward his youngest son had clouded his judgment, applying a filter of affection where none deserved it. In reality, the boy was neither as innocent nor as virtuous as he had assumed. Lin Hongda sighed inwardly, his resolve to bring Lin Can home only strengthening. Upon their arrival, Qin Huirong, who had not seen her son in several days, bloomed with delight, attending to him with affectionate solicitude, her eyes overflowing with maternal adoration. Xiao Hao, I heard you were coming home for dinner this evening. I went out this afternoon and specially purchased 2 pairs of sneakers for you, your favorite brand.
Try them on in your room after we eat.
I also had Cook Lu prepare several of your favorite dishes.
Come here, Xiao Hao, let mother see you. Oh dear, you seem thinner. Is the school food really so poor?
I shall go complain about it someday. This tender scene stirred a measure of jealousy within each of the 3 Lin sisters.
Mother, could you buy me a set of cosmetics? Lin Yueting seized the opportunity to ask. Away with you. Qin Huirong gave her second daughter an exasperated look. You are already working. Have you no shame?
Mother, you are far too partial. Lin Shuyun pursed her lips.
Say more. Qin Huirong's eyes flared immediately.
Say another word and I shall arrange a blind date for you.
You are well past the age of marriage and show no urgency whatsoever. Tell me, will you one day allow that good-for-nothing to laugh at your fate? That's going too far. Lin Hongda could not remain silent. Father, I simply cannot eat in peace. Lin Shuyun rolled her eyes in exasperation. I need to go make a social call. Shall I fetch a bottle of wine from your room on the way? Go along then.
Lin Hongda waved his hand dismissively. Minutes later, Lin Shuyun, carrying 2 bottles of fine liquor, headed toward the front door.
Mother, father, I am taking my leave. No sooner had she exited than Qin Huirong could not resist a sneer.
Once she marries, whose side will she take? I suspect it will be her husband's and not ours.
Poof.
Come, Xiao Hao, let mother measure whether you have grown taller.
Watching Lin Hao bask in such favoritism, Lin Lanlan felt a sourness rise within her.
Earlier that morning, while seated in the car, she had overheard a phone call from Lin Hao's homeroom teacher regarding a fight at school. Just as she was about to inquire further with her father, Lin Hongda had stayed her with a single look. During the evening meal, Lin Hongda spoke suddenly, making an announcement.
Everyone is here except Shu Yun.
I have decided to visit Jiangzhou University and bring Lin Can home. The words had barely left his lips when those at the table fell silent, their stares converging upon the family patriarch.
Qin Huirong's expression suddenly changed, her brows slightly furrowed. Didn't you go to school this morning?
I had something to take care of in the morning, so it was delayed. Lin Hongda shook his head, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Hao. Lin Hao kept his head down, a flicker of guilt passing through his eyes. Jin Huirong pursed her lips, clearly displeased.
Let him earn his money. Do we really need his paltry earnings? Bringing him back just to infuriate me. Exactly.
Lin Yuechen nodded hastily.
Dad, I object.
With that she shot a meaningful glance at Lin Lanlan. Lin Lanlan could probably guess her father's intentions and felt that bringing Lin Can back home might be acceptable. It would mean having an extra hand to run errands, why not? But her second sister was watching her now, so she pretended to think for a moment before saying, why don't you go to the school first and see how Lin Can feels?
What if he doesn't want to come back? How dare he?
Lin Hongda's eyes widened, carrying a certain authority.
Would he defy me?
I am the chairman of a major corporation personally going to the school to pick him up, he'll probably be overjoyed. Jin Huirong cast a sidelong glance and asked, make him kneel in the living room for 2 hours when he returns.
Yes, Mom is right. Lin Yuechen snorted. At least 2 hours, otherwise that bastard won't realize his mistake. Who would be watching? It's not like the family would mock him. Let bygones be bygones. Lin Hongda waved his hand. Lin Can has been doing well lately, let's skip the physical punishment. Dad.
Lin Yuechen still held a grudge against Lin Can.
We can't let him off so easily, can we? Enough, stop talking.
Lin Hongda frowned and said sternly, I am informing you, not discussing.
After dinner Lanlan will come with me to the school. That's final. Ha!
Jin Huirong and Lin Yuechen exchanged glances, wanting to speak but holding back. Lin Hao meanwhile kept his head down, his right hand gripping the chopsticks tightly, a sense of crisis washing over him. Hatred surged in his heart. He had been driven out of the house for over 2 months now. The whole family was about to forget this person, so why suddenly think of bringing him back?
Was it just because he had gotten into a fight at school?
Such a trivial matter, just pay some compensation and move on. Why make such a big deal?
Last time he had already gambled everything.
He had lied to everyone, but he couldn't fool Lin Can. If Lin Can returned to this house, not only would it be difficult to secretly pull any tricks, but he might also face retaliation. Lin Hao was seething with resentment, wishing he could rush to the school and beat up that idiot who had been hit again.
After dinner,
Lin Hongda changed his clothes and took Lin Lanlan to the garage. Several cars were parked inside. Lin Lanlan wanted to drive her red Porsche, but Lin Hongda stopped her.
Don't be so flashy. This isn't something to be proud of. So Lin Lanlan drove the Audi, carrying Lin Hongda toward Jiangzhou University. Dormitory 302, male students building.
Su Xinjian had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, sitting on a stool with his legs crossed. He seemed to be asking but was actually quite smug.
Guys, what do you think of Su Ziying? I don't like her. Han Kuan said in a deep voice.
Ha, brother Kuan, you sure have high standards.
Su Xinjian curled his lips at Han Kuan.
She'd have to take a liking to you first.
So she's taken a liking to you.
Zhang Gaoyang smiled, a teasing expression on his face.
80%. Su Xinjian tossed his hair. I'm not entirely sure. What makes you think so?
Zhang Gaoyang narrowed his eyes. She added me on her own and sent me messages, does that count?
Su Xinjian exhaled smoke. When? Just now. Why aren't you chatting now?
She went to take a shower. Su Xinjian exhaled smoke, looking like a seasoned player in romance.
Let me impart some wisdom to you.
In conversations you need to gauge the pace.
A balance of tension and relaxation is the key. Sometimes cooling off a bit makes the next interaction warmer. Don't you agree, brother Can? Makes sense. Lin Can responded absent-mindedly, and his phone pinged with a message notification.
He opened it, unsurprisingly another message from Su Ziying. Since the military training ended, she had already sent 5 messages.
Things like, Lin Can, I think you're pretty handsome, and what did you have for dinner? Although Lin Can hadn't replied, he was growing weary of it.
Lin Can, did you like the dance I performed this afternoon? Upon seeing the message, Lin Can suddenly felt the urge to block her directly. During the afternoon military training, Su Ziying performed a talent show dancing a short piece.
Lin Can glanced at it twice, then looked away.
To be honest, she had some dance foundation. But her expressions and movements seemed a bit exaggerated, as if she were trying too hard to show off her figure and charm. Lin Can thought for a moment and replied with a message.
I didn't notice. Su Ziying, hey, you're the class monitor, aren't you supposed to care about your classmates? Watch out, I might rally everyone to impeach you, threatening. Lin Can was speechless again. You didn't even vote for me when we elected the class monitor. Su Ziying, oh, so that's why you've been holding a grudge against me. Lin Can, I'm sorry, okay. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. Lin Can, I'm not eating tomorrow. Su Ziying, oh stop being so petty, knocking on head. Lin Can was taken aback. Seriously Su Ziying, do you think you're cute? Just then someone knocked on the door. Come in. An unfamiliar freshman pushed the door open, scanning the room. Does Lin Can live here? That's me.
Lin Can stood up, puzzled.
What's up? Someone's looking for you downstairs, the boy said. Who? Lin Can asked. A middle-aged man and a woman in her 20s.
Lin Can thought for a moment and frowned.
All right, I got it. Thanks. With that, Lin Can sat back down.
Zhang Gaoyang asked curiously, class monitor, why aren't you going down?
Yeah.
Su Xinjian was also puzzled.
Han Kuan curled his lips, glaring at the two. Mind your own business. After about 10 minutes someone pushed the door open again. Monitor, someone's looking for you downstairs.
It was a male classmate who entered this time.
Who?
A middle-aged man, quite imposing presence. The boy seemed to remember something. Oh right, there's also a girl, one of the three beauties who came to find you on the playground that afternoon. Lin Can frowned, feeling a wave of aversion in his heart. They had already published a notice in the newspaper severing ties and he had returned the money. What more did they want from him? As the chairman of a prestigious corporation, didn't he have any sense of contractual spirit? Judging by this persistence, they were quite determined.
Lin Can sneered inwardly. Fine then, wait and see. Monitor.
The boy reminded him, noticing Lin Can remained unmoved. At that moment Han Kuan also guessed who had come to find Lin Can. He turned to the boy and teased, what's your taste like?
Can you even call those beauties? The boy smiled awkwardly. Monitor, I've delivered the message. With that he exited the dorm and quietly closed the door behind him. Brother Kuan, I don't like the sound of that.
Zhang Gaoyang stroked his chin as if recalling the scene from the previous afternoon. Among the three women who came to find the monitor, one had a decent face and figure.
Han Kuan knew he was referring to Lin Yuan, so he scoffed. She's got brain damage. Put. Lin Can couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Xinjian leaned over. Brother Can, really not going down to take a look? Go if you want. TCH, what does this have to do with me? Lights out, sleeping.
Lin Can walked over and switched off the dorm light.
Damn it, turning off the lights so early. I still need to study. Study my ass. Outside the boys' dormitory.
Lin Hongda tossed the cigarette but from his hand and glanced at his watch, his expression growing increasingly gloomy. Over 20 minutes had passed and not a trace of Lin Can could be seen. Across all of Jiangzhou City, the number of people who could make him wait this long could be counted on one hand. Frustration churned inside Lin Hongda, and with no outlet to vent it, he could only grit his teeth and endure. He had already deigned to come to the school to find you, and yet you still act rebellious toward me.
Wait until we get home and I'll deal with you.
Lin Hongda couldn't help but recall an old saying, a child disciplined with rods becomes filial.
This Lin Can was simply too wild and stubborn, lacking proper guidance. Slap. Why are there so many mosquitoes at this damn school?
Beside him Lin Lanlan had nearly run out of patience. How can Lin Can be so ungrateful?
Does he think he's Zhuge Liang, requiring us to invite him 3 times? Dad, let's just go back.
Forget about that bastard. However, after waiting this long, how could Lin Hongda possibly give up?
I refuse to believe this. Lin Hongda's face cold, the words ground out between his teeth. Lanlan, call his academic advisor. Ha! Lin Lanlan paused. I don't have their advisor's number. Then get it. Reluctantly Lin Lanlan took out her phone.
After some questioning she successfully obtained the number and placed the call.
Seeing the call connect, Lin Hongda took the phone.
After a brief exchange, the advisor, though puzzled, decided to check on Lin Can's situation. Meanwhile, Lin Can was lounging on his bed playing with his phone when he suddenly received a message from Guizhen.
Lin Can, your dad called me. He says he's waiting downstairs at the dorm. Instantly Lin Can felt a splitting headache. What the hell is Lin Hongda doing? Are you still a man or not?
I said from now on I would never step foot in the Lin family again, and so far I've kept that promise.
And you? You insist on disrupting my life.
Sending someone to relay a message wasn't enough, you even called the advisor.
Do you have any shame? Despite his annoyance, Lin Can reluctantly got dressed. Han Kuan noticed and immediately sat up. Bro, you're going down. I'll come with you. No need.
After quickly throwing on his clothes and shoes, Lin Can headed out the door. Inside the dorm, Su Xinjian perked up immediately.
Bro Kuan, what's going on? Spill it. Yeah, come on. Zhang Gaoyang joined in, curiosity getting the better of him.
Monitor's schedule is ridiculously busy, someone comes looking for him every other day.
Mind your own business, kid. Han Kuan snapped irritably. Damn it. Outside the boys' dormitory.
When Lin Hongda saw Lin Can emerging from the building, he felt both angry and triumphant. Angry that this disobedient son had made him wait over half an hour, utterly trampling on his dignity. Yet triumphant because no matter how much the Monkey King squirmed, he could never escape the palm of the Buddha. No matter how stubborn and untamed your temper, one phone call and you'd come downstairs obediently.
This first round he had won, though the process had been somewhat arduous.
Lin Can approached the pair with a frown, his expression unreadable.
Just as Lin Hongda was about to open his mouth to reprimand him, Lin Can spoke first. I've already returned the money. What else do you want?
His cold expression and impatient tone instantly irritated Lin Lanlan.
Lin Can, is that how you speak to your father?
Don't you have any respect? Before she could finish, Lin Hongda raised his hand to stop her.
He took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the fury welling within.
It's been over 2 months since we last met, and the first words out of your mouth are accusations. Lin Can, it seems your wings have indeed grown strong.
There's no longer a father in your eyes.
Lin Hongda smiled, a smile tinged with self-mockery and coldness.
Lin Can smiled as well. 2 months ago everything was made perfectly clear. It seems Mr. Lin has developed a bit of memory loss. But forgetfulness is fine.
I still have that newspaper clipping at home with black and white words stating the facts clearly. Lin Can's cutting sarcasm instantly sent Lin Hongda's blood pressure soaring.
He of course remembered the newspaper notice severing ties.
But that had been said in the heat of anger. Who would have imagined that after leaving the Lin family this rebellious son would thrive, making profits from stocks and serving as class monitor? Meanwhile Lin Hao, upon whom such high expectations had been placed, had only brought trouble upon himself. The ways of the world are fickle, fate loves to play its tricks.
Lin Hongda wanted to explode with rage.
But on one hand he feared exposing family shame in public. On the other he was well aware that Lin Can's wings had grown strong, continuing to resort to beatings and scolding would only worsen their relationship.
Worse still, after merely 2 words of scolding Lin Can might simply turn and walk away.
Lin Hongda had deliberated for a long time and mustered great resolve before making this trip. Naturally he refused to return empty-handed. He could only transform his anger into a long heavy sigh. Lin Can, regarding what happened 2 months ago, your mother and I may have wronged you.
So I came today to ask you one more time.
I hope you will tell the truth. That day when you took Lin Hao out, what exactly caused the fight with those people?
This question
Lin Hongda had considered asking Lin Hao while in the car that afternoon. But after some thought he decided it was unnecessary. Because regardless of whether Lin Hao told the truth or lied, he would have no way of discerning which.
Lin Hongda was no fool.
When he personally overheard at school about Lin Hao bullying students, suspicion immediately arose in his mind. On the very day Lin Can had been driven out of the house, who among the brothers had been lying? The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it all seemed. Throughout these years that Lin Can had lived back at home, he had never once gotten into any trouble, let alone a fight. He had been worry-free beyond measure.
In contrast, Lin Hao was one person at home and another at school.
Even at such a young age he was quite calculating. This was something Lin Hongda had only just discovered today. If not for his utter disappointment in Lin Hao, how would he ever have come to the school in the dead of night to find Lin Can?
Thus Lin Hongda had to ask.
He wanted to know the truth while also giving Lin Can a way out. He believed that given Lin Can's nature he would certainly seize this opportunity to clear his name. Then he could offer a few words of comfort and the father and son would reconcile. Beside them Lin Lanlan was stunned. She never expected that after hearing Lin Can's sarcastic remarks her father would not only refrain from losing his temper but even speak in a tone so gentle it bordered on humble.
Moreover, why bring up the incident from 2 months ago all of a sudden?
Lin Lanlan suddenly thought of a possibility and instinctively whitened her eyes.
Could it be?
Xiao Hao was so well-behaved and sensible, how could he turn around and falsely accuse Lin Can?
The moment this thought surfaced she couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh.
It seemed that Lin Hao's behavior at school had disappointed their father. Otherwise, with his deep affection for Lin Hao, even if he found the incident from 2 months ago suspicious, he wouldn't have come to the school to ask Lin Can about it. Was he really going to bring Lin Can back home and share the love he had for Lin Hao with him? Lin Lanlan's heart suddenly tightened at the thought. Was it still too late to start being nicer to her brother Lin Can from now on?
Lin Can, there's no outsider here. Just tell the truth. Lin Lanlan's tone instantly softened.
If you were truly wronged, I'll stand by your side. The attitude of the father and daughter tonight was completely opposite to the day they drove Lin Can out of the house 2 months ago.
They expected Lin Can to be flattered and take the opportunity to back down. But to their utter surprise Lin Can suddenly let out a sneer. Ms.
Lin Lanlin, let me correct you, to me the two of you are outsiders. At these words Lin Lanlin's face instantly changed and she became speechless with anger. Lin Hongda's brows furrowed deeply under the streetlight, his square face turned almost purple and his lips twitched continuously. Clearly the two were furious and on the verge of exploding. "Ha, you sure can take it." Lin Can laughed, shrugging indifferently. "In the past wouldn't a slap have come flying? What's the matter? Found out that your little account Lin Hao is a bit of a failure, so you want to restart the big account me?" These light words seemed to strike Lin Hongda's most vulnerable spot. His gaze wavered and he snapped irritably, "Lin Can, what nonsense are you talking about? Big account, small account, do you really think the Lin family can't do without you? Yes, you got lucky and made some money in the stock market. But that amount is nothing to the Lin family. Maybe my way of teaching you was a bit extreme in the past. Are you going to hold a grudge against us for life because of that? Do you really want to be an ungrateful son and a thankless wretch?" By the end Lin Hongda's eyes were bloodshot and his voice turned hoarse. Lin Can gave a light snort. "Looks like I guessed right, huh?" At this point Lin Lanlan couldn't stand it anymore. "Dad, you don't need to say any more to him. He's dead set on cutting ties with us." "Lin Lanlan, you finally said something true." Lin Can raised an eyebrow. "You two take care and don't come back. You." Lin Lanlan pointed a finger at Lin Can, then lowered it and huffily pulled Lin Hongda to leave. "Dad, let's go." Lin Can crossed his arms, sneering coldly. But even so Lin Hongda's legs felt as heavy as lead. He didn't move an inch. He took a deep breath. "Lin Can, don't you really want to explain yourself?" As he spoke he hoped Lin Can would clarify the matter and voice his grievances. But in the end he was disappointed. "No need." Lin Can shook his head, his expression cold. "I've been scolded, I've been hit, the relationship is broken and I've repaid the money. What's done is done, it means nothing to me now. Lin Hongda, Lin Lanlan, if you two were like Jin Huirom I might think a bit more of you. Please don't bother me anymore. I have a good temper and rarely curse. But that brother of mine is different, he's loose-tongued and I'd hate for him to upset you." With that Lin Can turned to leave. Lin Hongda's blood surged, anger and anxiety seized him and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. When he had come he was full of confidence, absolutely certain he could bring Lin Can home. To save face for Lin Can he had even prepared a way out. He expected at least gratitude, if not flattery, and perhaps even tears of emotion. But he never imagined Lin Can would be so resolute. How many years had it been since anyone had spoken to him like this? Why wouldn't he just speak out his grievances? He wouldn't even acknowledge his father, the chairman of a large group. What good did it do him to be so determined to sever ties? Lin Hongda simply couldn't understand. Wasn't it just a few times of corporal punishment? Wasn't it natural for a father to discipline his son? "Dad, let's go back." Seeing her father trembling, Lin Lanlan shot a hateful glare at Lin Can. Just then Lin Can's phone rang. He answered as he walked toward the dormitory gate. "Brother. What's the situation? Did they bully you? Say the word and I'll bring 10 brothers down." "No need, I'll be up soon." Even though Lin Can hadn't put the call on speaker, Han Koan's words reached the two of them. Lin Lanlan's frame trembled slightly. Ever since Han Koan had scolded her last time she had been a bit afraid of that big simple-minded fellow. Lin Can with his stable temper would at most say a few nasty things. But that guy, big, burly and reckless, really dared to throw a punch. Lin Lanlan was fully aware of that. "Lin Can, wait." Lin Hongda's heavy voice suddenly came from behind as if he had mustered great courage. Lin Can sighed and turned around helplessly, saying coldly, "You two say whatever you need to say once and for all so you don't keep bothering me every other day." "Dad, after all this, is there still any point in talking?" Lin Lanlan snorted. "Lanlan, don't interrupt." Lin Hongda fixed his gaze on Lin Can, speaking word by word. "Lin Can, what exactly will it take for you to come home with me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Can paused briefly, then sneered, "First slap yourself 10 times. This demand was utterly unreasonable and excessive and Lin Hongda would never agree to it. That was precisely why Lin Can had said it intentionally, to dissuade him. To kick someone out of the family whenever they pleased and then take them back just as easily. There was no such bargain in the world. Having been reborn, he would never forgive these people. So what if it was one of the top 3 enterprises in Jiangzhou? He couldn't care less. And sure enough, upon hearing Lin Can's words, Lin Hongda's face darkened beyond recognition, his eyes wide as if he couldn't tell whether Lin Can was joking or serious. "Lin Can, have you lost your mind?" Lin Lanlan exclaimed as she snapped out of her shock. The expression on her face made it clear that she was also stunned by Lin Can's demand. "Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for saying something like that?" Hearing this, Lin Can laughed instead of getting angry. It's the wicked who deserve to be struck by lightning. Lin Hongda's eyes were bloodshot and his voice was hoarse.
Lin Can, are you calling me wicked? Can't tell right from wrong, isn't that wicked? Lin Can retorted.
Lin Hongda trembled all over as if struggling to contain his fury. Lin Can, come home with me and confront Lin Hao face to face. I will also use every resource at my disposal to investigate the matter thoroughly.
If it turns out I wronged you, I will apologize.
As he finished speaking,
Lin Lanlan was utterly shocked.
She had never dreamed that Lin Hongda would compromise to such an extent, even to the point of being humble.
Yet even so, Lin Can showed no sign of relenting.
What was wrong with the world? Lin Lanlan regretted coming along tonight. She should have known better.
Enough, stop pretending. Lin Can ruthlessly exposed Lin Hongda's ulterior motives.
A frozen river is not built in a day. Since I managed to repay the 100,000 within 2 months, it proves my determination to sever ties with you. Lin Hao probably did something outrageous that you found out about, so now you remember me. In times of national crisis one thinks of loyal generals, in times of family poverty one thinks of a virtuous wife.
Lin Can sighed lightly, a mocking glint in his eyes.
But unfortunately there is no regret medicine in this world. And I will never return to live under the same roof with a few species that merely resemble humans. The words were venomous and satisfying. Lin Hongda and his daughter were stunned.
Species that resemble humans. That was no longer personal attack but outright abuse. Bastard! Lin Hongda could no longer hold back.
His eyes blazing with fury, he roared and pointed at Lin Can, his finger trembling violently. Lin Lanlan was so furious she wanted to hit him but was deterred by a sharp glare from Lin Can.
Lin Can. You are truly incorrigible. Consumed by rage, Lin Hongda ultimately did not recklessly lay hands on Lin Can as he had before. The faint remnants of reason told him that if he did, Lin Can would surely retaliate. A father and son brawling on a university campus, he as the president of a large conglomerate simply could not afford such humiliation. Oh yes. I am incorrigible, I am stuck in the past.
Seeing more and more male students gathering to watch, Lin Can grew tired of arguing with them.
So please stop bothering me. With that he turned resolutely and strode quickly into the dormitory building.
Lin Hongda trembled with fury, unable to utter a single word.
Lin Lanlan quickly patted his back. Dad, if we knew Lin Can would be like this, we shouldn't have come tonight.
Who does he think he is? He earned a little money and acts so arrogant, unbelievably cocky.
He'll get his comeuppance soon enough. After a long silence, Lin Hongda sighed deeply. Let's go.
On the way home he sat in the passenger seat chain-smoking. Lin Lanlan drove with one hand and fanned away the smoke with the other.
Suddenly Lin Hongda asked Lanlan, am I really unable to tell right from wrong?
Lin Lanlan was taken aback and quickly consoled him, Dad, don't listen to that bastard's nonsense.
But I just thought about it, Lin Hongda sighed gloomily. Over the years I've given Lin Hao plenty of pocket money but never once to Lin Can. How is that the same?
Lin Lanlan rolled her eyes. It's Lin Can's own fault. If he were as sensible as Xiao Hao, he wouldn't be hated by the whole family.
Is Xiao Hao sensible?
Lin Hongda turned his head, squinting.
Lin Lanlan gave a dry laugh.
He's still young, making mistakes is normal as long as he corrects them in time. Lin Hongda pondered for a long time before finally speaking.
Is there really no chance to bring Lin Can back home? Dad. Lin Lanlan's face showed exasperation.
He already said those things, do you think it's possible? When your mother and I grow old and sick, won't he even come to see us?
Lin Hongda still couldn't let go.
It wasn't because he knew he was wrong and wanted to make amends, but because he realized that although Lin Hao had a sweet tongue and could please people, he was two-faced and unreliable.
Lin Can, on the other hand, gave a very steady impression. Dad, why are you still hung up on this?
Lin Lanlan shook her head with a bitter smile.
Don't you have eldest sister, second sister in me? From now on just pretend you never had a son like Lin Can.
He's making money now, so he's tough-talking. When he loses everything in stock trading, he'll come begging to you. Then whether to acknowledge him or not will be your call.
Lin Hongda shook his head with a grave expression. He won't. With his personality, even if he starves to death, he wouldn't beg any of us.
Then let him starve, Lin Lanlan snorted.
Lanlan, do you know what Lin Hao did at school? Lin Hongda suddenly asked.
Got into a fight with classmates. He took 3 roommates and beat up students from another dorm.
Lin
Lanlan was somewhat surprised. I went to the hospital this morning and paid the other parents 200,000 in compensation.
What? Dad, you were scammed.
I was scammed, Lin Hongda said coldly, his voice low. But there was no choice, they insisted on calling the police.
Tell Shu Yun and Yue Chen about this.
Ha! Lin Lanlan was puzzled.
Dad, why? So the three of you will know where to draw the line.
Lin Hongda sighed. Stop spoiling Xiaohao so much. Lin Lanlan pouted a bit defiant. Tisk, even if eldest sister, second sister and I combined we couldn't spoil him as much as mom does.
I'm not taking the blame for this.
I'll talk to her.
Sure enough, when he went to bed that night, Lin Hongda told Qin Huirong about Lin Hao's incident in the bedroom.
It was a decision he had made after careful deliberation. Since Lin Can was determined to cut ties, he would have to focus on raising Lin Hao properly to take over the family business and guard their vast fortune. Qin Huirong was naturally incredulous. Old Lin, how is that possible? Our Xiaohao. Before she could finish, Lin Hongda showed her the transfer record on his phone.
200,000. Qin Huirong's eyes widened.
Even if he killed someone, you wouldn't have to pay that much.
Is this a matter of having more or less money?
Lin Hongda shot an exasperated glare at Qin Huirong. From now on you need to discipline Lin Hao properly. If you keep spoiling him like this, we'll be the ones suffering later. Old Lin, I spoil him. Qin Huirong immediately bristled, rolling her eyes.
You give Xiaohao more pocket money than I do. I admit I didn't think it through before. Lin Hongda nodded, his face expressionless.
But from now on, aside from school expenses, he only gets 200 yuan a week as allowance.
200 yuan.
Qin Huirong's eyes widened again, staring at her husband as if seeing a stranger. Lin Hongda, did our family go bankrupt? He's a student with food and clothing taken care of.
200 is already too much.
The frustration Lin Hongda had endured at Lin Can's place that evening seemed to find an outlet. Qin Huirong stopped being sarcastic.
Lin, what do you mean? Qin Huirong's temper flared, her brows knitting tightly. What's gotten into you going off like that for no reason?
Poof.
I'm the one going off.
Lin Hongda laughed bitterly. The son you spoiled caused trouble, shouldn't he be properly disciplined? Caused trouble. Qin Huirong, inherently strong-willed, naturally chose to retort sharply. Lin Hongda, you call getting into a fight with a classmate causing trouble?
It's a trivial matter, why blow it out of proportion?
When you were Xiaohao's age you were even worse.
Lin Hongda took a deep breath.
I'll say it again, 200 yuan a week for allowance.
Also confiscate all the money Lin Hao currently has. I want both things done within a day. Lin Hongda, have you lost your mind?
Qin Huirong's brows shot up, her eyes wide.
You're the one who's lost it.
Lin Hongda's voice suddenly rose.
If Lin Hao doesn't do well on next week's school exam, he'll be kicked out of the accelerated class.
What? Qin Huirong seemed not to follow. Isn't Xiaohao ranked in the top 10 of his grade?
Go ask his homeroom teacher yourself.
Lin Hongda snorted. Who knows how he got those grades? I'll say it again, do as I told you. Though Qin Huirong secretly agreed with her husband's approach, she would never concede verbally. You go yourself.
I don't want to be the bad guy. Fine. I'll do it. Lin Hongda yanked the blanket over himself. Don't you come whining and meddling later.
Who's whining and meddling? The anger Qin Huirong had just suppressed surged back. Lin Hongda, did you take the wrong pills tonight?
What? Taking out your frustration with that rebellious son on me and Xiaohao.
What did that rebellious son say to you? Lin Hongda's head throbbed. Qin Huirong, I'll give you 10 seconds to shut up and sleep.
Lin Hongda, don't you dare order me around.
Qin Huirong threw off the blanket and stood up, towering over him. If I hadn't endured the hardships of starting the business with you, would you be where you are today?
Don't get so full of yourself. If you're not sleeping, get out.
This is utterly ridiculous.
Lin, who the hell are you cursing at? Get out. This is my bed, you get out. Fine, I'll go.
Lin Hongda laughed in fury, kicked the blanket to the floor and started dressing. 3 minutes later, fully clothed, he stormed toward the door. Qin Huirong watched, a pang of regret stirring within her. But her ingrained nature wouldn't allow her to utter a soft word now.
Lin, don't die out there in the middle of the night. Lin Hongda yanked the bedroom door open, turned back to her with a cold sneer. Hoping I die so you can inherit the company. Dream on. Lin Hongda, you bastard. Qin Huirong grabbed a pillow and hurled it. But Lin Hongda had already slammed the door shut. The commotion between the couple woke Lin Yuechen and Lin Lanlan, who lived on the second floor.
The two sisters stood at their doorway, coming face to face with Lin Hongda as he stormed out.
Dad, where are you going so late? Lin Yuechen couldn't help asking.
Mind your own business, go back to bed. Lin Hongda coldly tossed the words over his shoulder before hurrying downstairs and out of the villa.
Lin Yuechen turned to her sister. Lanlin, what did Dad and that bastard say when you went to see him tonight? Come to my room, I'll tell you.
So Lin Lanlan led Lin Yuechen to her room and recounted the entire meeting with Lin Can from beginning to end.
This time she didn't downplay or exaggerate.
In Lin Lanlan's eyes, Lin Can's words were truly rebellious and blasphemous, no need to embellish.
After hearing it, Lin Yuechen was naturally shocked.
That bastard sure has a venomous tongue. And a ruthless heart.
So Dad should have given up on that bastard Lin Can. Why is he fighting with Mom again? Lin Yuechen's exquisite face was full of confusion.
I didn't catch it clearly either. Lin Lanlan shook her head and pursed her lips.
But it must be related to Lin Can. What a troublemaker. Lin Yuechen couldn't help sighing.
Meanwhile, Lin Hongda drove out of the garage and onto the street, having no particular destination in mind. Several events had occurred that day, each one infuriating and exhausting him. 10 minutes later he pulled over, took out his phone and called a business partner. The other party had invited him several times, but he'd always declined.
Now, however, he wanted someone to drink with. President Chang, are you free? For President Lin, I'm free 24 hours. What orders do you have? A drink or two. President Lin, I'll pick you up. No need, I drove. I'll send you my location. Alright, fine. 20 minutes later.
Lin Hongda parked his car in the parking lot of an upscale restaurant. A middle-aged man with a protruding beer belly beamed as he approached, proactively opening the car door and offering a cigarette. I knew it, I had a wonderful dream last night and today I'm honored to meet a distinguished guest.
President Lin, this way please. President Chung, you flatter me.
After exchanging pleasantries, the two successful middle-aged men entered the private room.
President Chang, what time does this place close? Lin Hongda casually asked.
I've made arrangements, President Chang replied with a smile.
It's at your service, President Lin, 24 hours a day. Is this your establishment? You flatter me, President Lin.
Soon the restaurant manager came in to greet them. President Chang gave a subtle nod, signaling for the dishes to be served. President Lin, though this restaurant may not be large, the chef I hired is a disciple of a national banquet master brought all the way from the land of Qilu. Since you're here today, please indulge and offer your valuable critique. President Chang was naturally gregarious and well-versed in social graces. Although they had business dealings, they had never met privately before.
But now that the opportunity presented itself, he cherished it immensely.
With a few words he drew them closer. Lin Hongda felt a warm breeze dispelling the gloom of earlier and chuckled.
You've gone to great trouble, President Chang.
President Chang waved his hand, lighting a cigarette for Lin Hongda.
I'm honored that you'd grace me with your presence. Moments later a knock came at the door. Enter.
The door opened and a woman in a classical long gown, her face veiled, stood gracefully at the entrance. Her figure was soft and her voice was like a warbler's song.
Greetings, President Lin, President Chang.
Lin Hongda was taken aback, utterly confused.
President Chang, what is this?
President Chang smiled, gesturing toward the guzheng placed in the corner of the room. Lin Hongda suddenly understood, his expression tinged with awkwardness.
President Chang, you have refined taste, but I don't understand this. Neither do I. President Chung laughed heartily. People say I'm trying to be cultured. So be it, I'm just after the ambience, ha.
He then signaled the woman to begin playing. The soothing melodious sound of the guzheng filled the room, playing the famous piece Han Palace Autumn Moon. Unconsciously Lin Hongda became immersed in the music, his spirits lifting. A few minutes later dishes began to be served. President Chang opened a bottle of premium liquor and personally filled Lin Hongda's glass. During the meal he did not bring up business matters, instead he frequently served Lin Hongda dishes and introduced them, speaking with sincerity while keeping a humble demeanor. After a few cups of wine they became quite familiar. President Chung, you truly know how to live, Lin Hongda remarked.
You flatter me, President Lin. President Chung laughed.
Life is short, why not enjoy it to the fullest?
Savoring fine food, listening to music and sharing a few drinks with a close friend, even the immortals couldn't ask for more.
But you, President Lin, with your vast business empire, have no time to enjoy life.
Since you've honored me with your presence, I'll have to keep reminding you to take it easy, ha. Hearing this, Lin Hongda couldn't help but give a bitter smile, his brow slightly furrowed.
Every family has its own troubles.
Oh.
President Chang immediately adopted a listening posture.
What's troubling you, President Lin?
Lin Hongda glanced discreetly at the woman playing the guzheng, then raised his glass.
Ah, forget it. President Chang, let's have another. Thank you, thank you.
President Chung quickly raised his glass, clinked it gently and downed it in one gulp. Having spent years in the business world, he was a master of tact and naturally understood Lin Hongda's intent.
He immediately gave the woman a subtle signal. Enjoy your meal, gentlemen.
The woman rose elegantly, bowed to them and left the private room. A few more cups of wine followed. Lin Hongda's face had begun to redden. Seeing this, President Chang stopped pressing.
President Chang, I recall you have a son and a daughter, right? Lin Hongda suddenly asked.
President Chang paused, and within 3 seconds he had roughly analyzed the intent behind the question, then nodded.
Yes, that's right. Do they give you much trouble? Lin Hongda continued. If he had only guessed earlier, now President Chang was almost certain that Lin Hongda's troubles were related to his children.
At this point he knew he must not boast.
Instead he must downplay and even belittle.
President Chang shook his head, sighed, and waved his hand.
Ah, don't even mention it. My son is idle and keeps causing trouble. My daughter is full of bad habits.
Sometimes I wonder if they were swapped at birth. He sighed helplessly. Upon hearing this, Lin Hongda's brow relaxed and his expression softened.
Ah, President Chang, we're in the same boat.
Oh.
President Chang frowned.
I recall your family is prosperous and your children are all outstanding. Lin Hongda raised a small glass and drained it in one gulp. My 3 daughters are fine, but my 2 sons.
What about them?
President Chang leaned slightly closer to Lin Hongda.
My eldest son is as stubborn as a mule, single-minded and impervious to reason.
Lin Hongda began to pour out his grievances.
My youngest son is spoiled by his mother.
Whenever I try to discipline him, she flares up at me, threatening to tear the house apart.
Ah.
President Chang frowned, immediately aligning with Lin Hongda.
It seems your wife is a bit overindulgent. Exactly. Lin Hongda nodded vigorously.
He beat up a classmate at school and I had to pay 200,000 in compensation.
When I said I'd cut his allowance, she called me overreacting and started a fight. Brother, if that's the case, then your wife is indeed being unreasonable.
President Chang subtly moved his stool closer to Lin Hongda. But my wife is much the same. Whenever I try to discipline the kids, she interferes and it drives me crazy.
Oh.
Now it was Lin Hongda's turn to be curious.
What did you do? What could I do? I just let them be.
President Chang spread his hands in a helpless grimace.
Just ignore them. Yes, ignore them.
President Chang shook his head, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He lowered his voice. Since that home makes me uncomfortable, I simply decided to build another one.
Build another home?
Lin Hongda was visibly startled. Out of curiosity he wanted to ask more, but felt it inappropriate to pry into someone's private affairs.
Fortunately, President Chang was understanding. He spoke frankly. Brother Lin, to be honest, I have another son outside. He's 3 years old now. Whenever I have time, I go to hold him.
Holding him makes me feel like I'm 20 again, the mood, the energy, better than any miracle pill.
Really?
Lin Hongda was astonished again.
Absolutely true. President Chang smiled. Brother Lin, you'll understand once you have a grandchild. No. Lin Hongda waved his hand. I mean, did you really father a son outside? Oh, what's so surprising about that?
President Chang immediately flattered him.
Brother, with your current vitality and condition, you could father 10 more without issue. The next moment,
a peculiar gleam flickered in Lin Hongda's eyes.
And the child's mother. 15 years younger than me, virtuous and considerate. A blissful smile spread across President Chang's face. Every time I visit, she takes care of me so well, he. Ah. Lin Hongda let out a dry chuckle. Though he tried to conceal it, a trace of envy flickered across his face.
Blushing, he said, Brother Chang, you're truly fortunate. Upon hearing this, General Manager Chang leaned in closer. Brother Lin, let me speak from the heart.
Why do we work so hard to earn money?
Isn't it just to live a life of ease and pleasure?
We only have this one life to live.
Instead of toiling like a beast of burden, why not make ourselves happy? If your wife causes you trouble, find another. If your children are disobedient, have more. As long as we hold the money in our hands, any trouble can be resolved. Having navigated the world for so many years, he was a master of tact, knowing exactly what to say to whom. Since the man of fortune before him sought comfort, he would readily provide it.
Sure enough, after a few words, Lin Hongda seemed to have his knot untied, his expression transformed. It was a far cry from the gloomy look he wore when he first arrived.
Lin Hongda pondered for a moment, a flicker of worry in his eyes.
But what if your wife finds out?
General Manager Chang chuckled.
Let her find out.
The children are grown, so I don't need to worry much. But if she's smart, even if she finds out, she'll turn a blind eye.
Aren't you afraid she'll make a scene? Lin Hongda still felt uneasy.
If she dares to make a scene, we'll divorce.
General Manager Chang's tone was quite arrogant. At worst I'll give her some money. With the money she'll worry about living beyond her means, her quality of life will surely decline and she might even be cheated. Then the children will naturally grow closer to me. Lin Hongda was dumbfounded. Though he was a big businessman, he was quite traditional at heart, believing that a wife who shared hardship should not be abandoned. But the 2 heavy blows he had suffered tonight began to shake his resolve. If your wife gives you trouble, find another. If your son is disobedient, have another. How come? It sounded quite reasonable. Looking at General Manager Chang's state over the years, he indeed seemed carefree and at ease. Then he thought of his own troubles both at home and in the company. And none of them were easy to handle. Lin Hongda clenched his fist, his heart stirring with temptation. The next moment, General Manager Chang raised his glass with one hand and patted his shoulder with the other. Brother Lin, didn't the great poet Li Bai say, enjoy life while you can? At our age, in the prime of life, we should make the most of it while we still have the energy and passion. Don't you agree? Lin Hongda nodded. Yes, that makes sense. Brother, you really know how to live. You flatter me. Their glasses clinked and they drank in one go. General Manager Chang cast an ambiguous glance. Brother Lin, if you trust me, let me arrange tonight's activities, all right? Lin Hongda hesitated for a few seconds, but then the resolute expression of Lin Can and the shrewish face of his wife Qin Huirong when she scolded him flashed through his mind. He slammed the table and vented his pent-up frustration. All right, I'll follow your arrangements tonight. The Lin family mansion. The master bedroom on the 2nd floor was brightly lit. Qin Huirong sat on the bed with a gloomy expression, glancing at her phone from time to time. Then she would toss it aside in disappointment. From the moment Lin Hongda stepped out of the door, she had regretted it. But her inherently strong-willed nature in the face of their earlier confrontation would not allow her to make any compromise or show weakness. The more satisfying her scolding had been, the more anxious she felt now. The main issue was that the family's financial power was not in her hands. If Lin Hongda really did something outrageous, her position in his heart would be precarious. Yet she thought again, convincing herself that her husband wasn't that kind of man. If he had any wandering eyes, she would have found out over the years. He was probably just going out for a spin. He'd come back once his anger cooled. But as time passed, Qin Huirong's confidence in this thought waned. She began to worry about whether Lin Hongda might get into a car accident or face some other accident. She wanted to call him, but after much hesitation she couldn't swallow her pride. If she gave in this time, wouldn't she have to listen to everything Lin Hongda said from now on? What insanity had possessed him to decide to give Xiao Hao only 200 yuan in pocket money per week? When had the Lin family fallen to such a state? If this got out, people would laugh to death. Seeing that it was past midnight, Qin Huirong finally couldn't hold back. She got up, left the bedroom and came to Lin Lanlan's door. Knock knock. Who is it? From the voice, Lin Lanlan wasn't asleep. It's me. Open the door, Qin Huirong said. Oh, coming, Mom. A moment later the door opened. Lin Lanlan and Lin Yuechen stood at the door in their pajamas. Without asking further, Qin Huirong said in a commanding tone, Lanlan, call your father. Ha! Lin Lanlan seemed reluctant. It's so late, Dad must be asleep. Where would he sleep? Qin Huirong glared. He'd book a hotel room. Lin Yuechen came over and took Qin Huirong's arm. Don't worry, Mom. Dad just went out to cool down. He'll be back tomorrow to apologize. Upon hearing this, Qin Huirong felt much better. But in front of her daughters she had to maintain her posture and not show weakness. Otherwise from now on she would lose all authority in this household. Let him have the nerve to never come back. Qin Huirong sneered. Lanlan, call your father. Tell him if he doesn't come back tonight, he doesn't need to come back tomorrow. Fine. Under Qin Huirong's tyranny, Lin Lanlan had no choice but to dial her father's number. It rang for a full 20 seconds before the call connected. Hello, Lanlan. You're still awake. On the other end, Lin Hongda's voice was slurred as if heavy with alcohol. Dad, where are you? Lin Lanlan glanced at her mother's grim face and put the call on speaker. What is it? Dad, are you coming home tonight? We'll see. Qin Huirong got angry just hearing his voice. She spoke directly into the phone. Lin Hongda, if you don't come home tonight, don't bother coming back tomorrow. There was silence on the other end. Just as she thought her threat had worked, Lin Hongda spoke. Fine. Then I won't come back tomorrow either. The call ended. Lin Yuechen and Lin Lanlan exchanged a glance. Huirong's composure collapsed at once, tears welling in her eyes. She drew a deep breath as if striving to mask her grievance. In the next moment she wiped away her tears and turned toward the bedroom. Seeing this, the two sisters immediately followed. Mom, words spoken in anger can't count. Exactly. Dad is so responsible, he'll be home soon. Then you two can help each other out and let this matter go.
After about half an hour of comforting, Qin Huirong's emotions finally steadied.
Exiting the bedroom, the sisters breathed a sigh of relief. It's all that bastard Lin Can's fault. Lin Yuechen clenched her teeth. He's clearly intent on keeping our family from doing well.
Lin Lanlan murmured, then softly asked Lanlan, you think Dad?
He won't be fooling around outside, will he? How could that be?
Lin Lanlan immediately denied. Dad is famous for being a model husband, he would never do anything to betray Mom.
Well, that might be true.
Lin Yuechen nodded in agreement. In a luxurious Shanghai private box, Lin Hongda sat with a pair of hostesses on either side. Dressed provocatively with a shapely figure, the face already pretty, she wore exquisitely applied makeup that heightened her charm and seduction. Lin Hongda initially remained a little awkward, but after stealing a glance at Mr. Cheng, he gradually grew comfortable. He tested the waters step by step. The two hostesses' skill at toying with men was evidently very practiced. In barely 10 minutes, amid the lilting calls of Mr. Lin boss Lin and good brother, he lost his center and followed the path guided by Mr.
Cheng to indulge. Mr.
Cheng boomed, let me tell you, whoever tonight can keep my brother Lin happy will receive an extra reward.
Wow, Mr.
Cheng is generous, the two women cried out, their eyes full of longing, quickly throwing themselves at Lin Hongda with all their tricks. Around 2 in the morning, 2 red-faced, drunken, middle-aged men staggered out of the Shanghai. Brother Lin, rate the service here.
Cheng smiled flirtatiously.
Lin Hongda's face reddened and he smiled but said nothing.
Chung, younger brother, I'll order a designated driver.
As soon as his phone was about to come out, Chung pressed it down and waved him off, no need. I've already arranged the driver and the hotel. Lin Hongda's breath carried a whiff of alcohol. He chuckled, Chung, you go to so much trouble.
Not at all.
The two had just reached the parking lot when a neatly dressed, respectable-looking woman stepped forward to greet them. The woman appeared to be between 30 and 40, not stunning at first glance, but the more one looked, the more she possessed a certain charm. Her every movement was poised and natural. She immediately supported Mr.
Cheng and called him brother. Mr. Cheng hurriedly introduced Lin Hongda, she is my distant cousin.
She had been dating a boyfriend, but her parents disapproved and broke them up. Now in her 30s, not highly educated and finding little suitable work, I've given her a post in my company. Just now in the private box, he had hinted to Lin Hongda that he could take her away tonight. Lin Hongda refused.
Mr.
Cheng, after years in the field, was adept at reading people. He immediately understood that Lin Hongda was not indecisive, but simply not easily drawn to women of such places. Playing along with the scene was tolerable, but going further would be resisted. So while he went to the bathroom, he dialed his distant cousin's number.
Quick call, brother Lin, Cheng said. The woman smiled shyly and looked at Lin Hongda. Lin Gu, hello.
Lin Hongda, whether due to wine or some other motive, stared at the woman a moment longer and then paused. You.
Hello. Xiao Ru, I've booked the hotel.
Cheng, though drunk, spoke with unusual seriousness. You must get brother Lin there safely. It's fine to go slowly on the way, understood?
Don't worry, brother.
The woman named Xiao Ru nodded firmly.
Now go and help brother Lin. Cheng commanded.
For a moment a glint flashed in Lin Hongda's eyes, but he reddened and shook his head, refusing. No trouble, I'll just order a designated driver.
This move won't escape Mr. Cheng's keen eye.
He hiccuped, feigning displeasure. Brother Lin, you don't consider me a friend.
No, no. Lin Hongda waved his hands. Then I'll follow your arrangement. Cheng gave the woman a look and said go.
Lin Hongda no longer refused. Aided by Xiao Ru, he walked to the car.
Mr.
Cheng took the keys, opened the front passenger door himself and extended a hand to shield him.
Brother Lin, let's meet again another night. Lin Hongda nodded, blushing. Another time. After a moment,
Xiao Ru took the keys, sat in the driver's seat and immediately leaned over to fasten Lin Hongda's seatbelt.
Brother, goodbye. Drive safely. 20 minutes later they stepped into the lobby of a 5-star hotel.
Having arranged everything in advance, she checked in briefly at the front desk, then held the room key and helped Lin Hongda into the elevator. During this, Lin Hongda said he could go upstairs alone, but Xiao Ru refused. Brother Lin, if I don't see you there safely, my brother will surely scold me.
Mr. Cheng's temperament is pretty good. Lin Hongda smiled.
Xiao Ru nodded. He is indeed a careful man and he teaches me to see things through from start to finish.
Yes, Mr.
Cheng is a meticulous man.
They entered the room. Xiao Ru helped Lin Hongda onto the bed, then quickly boiled some water and brewed tea.
Lin Gu, have some tea to sober up. I'll adjust the water temperature.
What temperature do you want?
45 degrees, please.
Okay, just a moment.
A moment later the temperature was set. Lin Hongda thought she might leave and a trace of reluctance stirred in his heart. Yet Xiaoru smiled. Lin Go, there's a laundry basket in the bathroom. Later you hand me your clothes and I'll have the hotel wash and press them and deliver them tomorrow morning. At that moment Lin Hongda was mostly sober and thought that two people sharing a room might be improper, so he waved a hand. No need for such trouble, you should go back first.
Ah. Xiaoru giggled. Lin Go, are you shy? Don't worry, I won't eat you.
Her manner was open and natural and there was never any flirtatious hint or improper act.
This both reassured Lin Hongda and left him feeling that something was missing, not quite right.
After he went to the bathroom he soon handed over the laundry basket full of clothes. Xiaoru left the room with the clothes. Lin Hongda finished his bath, heard little movement outside and wrapped himself in a towel as he walked out. The room dimmed with only the bedside lamp lit. He took a deep breath in, her anticipation stirring. Yet another voice warned that if something happened he would be ensnared by Mr.
Chang's plot. A gentle trap perhaps.
Lin Hongda dried his hair and walked over slowly. The bed was bare except for the quilt. On the nightstand lay a breakfast voucher and a note with writing on it. A few lines of writing on a sticky note, the characters elegant and graceful.
Brother Lin, I had the hotel staff send over clothes tomorrow at 8 a.m. The buffet is on the second floor, remember to have breakfast. I'll head back first. Rest early, have sweet dreams, Xiaoru.
Lin Hongda read the words and a wave of guilt washed over him. Just moments ago his petty mind had suspected this was some meticulously arranged trap set by President Chang.
Little did he know she was simply being thorough and considerate.
Lin Hongda lay in bed, let out a quiet sigh, and before long Xiaoru's image drifted into his thoughts unbidden. Gentle, attentive, caring, everything she did was meticulous. She lacked the youthful sex appeal and striking beauty of a young girl, yet there radiated from her an entire aura of mature feminine charm. In their brief time together, at some unexpected moment, a faint stir of affection had taken root. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in many years. Restless and heart-tossing and turning, sleep would not come.
He sat up and dialed President Chang's number. Still awake, Brother Lin. Brother Chang, thank you for tonight's hospitality. Ah, you did me a favor. I finally have something to brag about.
Lin Hongda was silent for a moment, then spoke.
Could you come to my office tomorrow morning? Let's sign next year's contract.
As if he'd expected this, President Chang's voice carried no surprise, only a warm laugh.
Of course. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Brother Lin. Don't be so formal.
By the way, how's my cousin doing? Like you, Brother Chang, thorough and careful.
Haha, I'll let her know. No raise for her.
Of course there'll be a raise. I'll bring her tomorrow when we sign the contract, she can thank you in person.
You flatter me, Brother Chang. After a few more pleasantries they hung up. The next morning dawned. It was still barely light when Lin Can dressed and went downstairs. On campus in September, a faint fragrance of osmanthus hung in the air.
Lin Can's mood was entirely untouched by the events of the night before, instead a subtle satisfaction warmed him. With Lin Hao's spoiled, arrogant nature, getting into trouble was only a matter of time. But he hadn't expected Lin Hao to make father so disappointed on the very first day of school, so desperate to bring him back. Thinking of the past life when he'd slowly starved to death in bed, helpless and alone, Lin Can's heart filled with hatred for them. Forgiveness was impossible, it would never happen in this life. He opened his cryptocurrency trading platform and saw Bitcoin holding steady, gently climbing toward the 20000 peak he envisioned for this year.
Su Ziying messaged again last night. Lin Can frowned and opened the chat.
Instantly a photo of her in a nightgown, bare legs gleaming, filled the screen.
Lin Can, do you think my new nightgown looks nice? It was nice certainly, but Lin Can felt a wave of nausea. In his past life he'd poured every ounce of emotion into Su Ziying only to end up looking like a fool. This life, barely a week into school, and the moment she learned he'd made money trading stocks, she was already sending provocative photos. Testing whether a class monitor could resist. Who could resist such a test? If she wanted to go further, go ahead, I'll post it on the campus forum and be done with it. With memories of 2 lifetimes, Lin Can knew exactly what Su Ziying was made of. He'd almost deleted the photo for peace of mind, but then reconsidered. The wounds she'd inflicted in his past life, he intended to collect on them. Might as well keep it around for some amusement. Classmate Su Ziying, please conduct yourself with dignity.
He sent the message straight-faced, certain she'd curse him for playing hard to get.
But the next second Su Ziying replied. Lin Can glanced at the timestamp and froze. What time was this?
She hadn't slept all night waiting on her phone for his reply. If that was the case, he actually felt a bit guilty.
Ha ha. Ha. Do you think I'm heavy? I weigh less than 100 Gene, okay? Lin Can sneered. Truth be told, Su Ziying did have her methods, twisting his words to diffuse the awkwardness. No wonder she'd bewitched him completely in his past life. Lin Can, your legs are thick. Definitely over 100 gene. Su Ziying, how are they thick? Lin Can, you're so mean, angry. Lin Can smiled. If mean meant stopping the conversation, so be it. He put away his phone and headed to the track, warming up briefly before starting a slow jog. At 18, blood ran hot. Right after eating, hunger returned and energy surged through every muscle. Even so, Lin Can resolved to train diligently. After 3 laps, 1200 meters, his body finally began to sweat, so he picked up the pace. Girls' dorms 605. Su Ziying had waited half an hour the night before with no reply. She'd even set a special notification tone for him specifically. Though unwilling, she'd finally drifted off. But just after dawn, Lin Can had replied, jolting her fully awake, all sleepiness gone. She'd hoped to exchange messages, build some romantic tension, draw closer to him. And then, silence again. It frustrated her deeply. Thanks to her looks and figure, boys had been pursuing her since middle school, sending meals, gifts, love letters. She was long accustomed to it, frankly bored by it. But this Lin Can, he showed absolutely no interest. Reply when he felt like it, ignore when he didn't. When had she ever been this passive? Anyone else would have been deleted and blocked long ago. But Lin Can was different, a freshman who'd made hundreds of thousands trading stocks over summer break. Handsome, tall, fit. An absolute stock with potential, wasn't he? And the optimal strategy for a potential stock. Secure it early. Su Ziying made a silent resolution. Lin, can you wait? Just then she heard movement. Chen Yun was already up, preparing to wash her face and brush her teeth. Su Ziying asked casually, up so early? I slept early. Chen Yun smiled. Unlike you two playing on your phones till late. She walked toward the balcony. But within 10 seconds she returned to the dorm like a thief, climbed onto Yang Linga's bed and gently shook her. Yang Linga blinked, awake. Ha! Are we late? The alarm didn't go off. Chen Yun leaned close and whispered something in her ear. Yang Linga shot upright in bed. Her sleepy eyes flashed bright in barely a second. The next moment she was dressed quickly and rushing to the sink. Seeing Yang Linga's bizarre behavior, Su Ziying frowned half-jokingly. Going on a date already? Yang Linga looked back and smiled. Yes, and he's handsome. Her smile carried a challenge in her eyes. Who's going on a date? Lu Yutong was awake now, too, bare-faced, skin fair and clear, long black hair cascading over her shoulders. They say one fair complexion covers 100 flaws. But Lu Yutong wasn't just fair-skinned, her beauty was exceptional. Even Su Ziying couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Su Ziying pointed at Yang Linga here. Lu Ai instantly recalled the scene from 2 days ago when she and Lin Can shared the canteen and couldn't help asking, could it be Lin Can? Lu Yutong, you're so clever, Yang Linga said, tying back her hair and revealing a slender neck with a smile. It's Lin Can. I promised to treat him to a meal, we already made plans last night. Did you chat with Lin Can last night? Lu Yutong asked curiously. Yang Linga nodded, yes, we talked until past midnight. Su Ziying frowned, calculating the time, and inwardly sneered, all talk and no plan. Believe it or not. Yang Linga smiled but did not explain. Su Ziying's mind began to harbor doubts. If Yang Linga had really arranged something with Lin Can, how could Yang Linga be woken by Chen Yun? But seeing the look of longing on her face at that moment, she did not seem to be bluffing. For a moment Su Ziying could not tell how much of Yang Linga's words were true. However, after she finished washing up and standing before the mirror carefully applying cream, she immediately quickened her pace to get out of bed. We're leaving now, bye-bye. Yang Linga with Chen Yun hurriedly left the dorm. Lu Yutong and Su Ziying exchanged looks in unison. Lu Yutong, Yang Linga. Could she really like Lin Can? Su Ziying asked, feigning innocence. It's obvious enough. Lu Yutong nodded, her expression unreadable. It's just wishful thinking. Su Ziying scoffed. Yet she quickly flattered Lu Yutong, I think you and the class monitor would make a good match, talents on both sides. Lu Yutong upon hearing this reddened slightly, I told you I wouldn't date in college. Ah, then Yang Linga will have to seize this opportunity. Su Ziying's tone was regretful, but inwardly she was secretly delighted. Since Lu Yutong had spoken thus, it meant she had one less formidable rival. She grew more confident that she could win Lin Can in a short time. Lin Can isn't exactly a hot commodity. Lu Yutong snorted with a rather tsundere tone, a gambler who only happened to make a bit of money by luck. During summer break she happened to meet Lin Can by chance. Out of kindness she lent him 50,000 yuan. Little did she expect that it would truly cause him to latch onto a hot stock.
As for his abilities, not much to speak of. He could fry rice quite well with the level of a street vendor.
Su Ziying smiled, thinking you say it too easily.
We are all first-year freshmen, how come you haven't luck enough to earn tens of thousands?
Besides, luck is a part of strength. Lu Yutong, let's hurry to the canteen to see if young Linga is dating Lin Can.
Not interested. Lu Yutong said, but her hands moved no slower.
I bet Yang Linga is bragging.
Facing the mirror, Su Ziying dabbed some lipstick. Her red lips looked even more luscious. If she really sits down to eat breakfast with Lin Can, the breakfast is on me.
Sure.
Lu Yutong agreed readily, otherwise I'll treat.
Yang Linga pulled Chen Yun downstairs, asking eagerly, did you see clearly just now? Don't worry, Sister Linga.
Chen Yun nodded. I won't be mistaken, Lin Can is certainly on the track running. From that distance, can you see clearly?
Yang Linga was a touch uneasy.
From the girls' dorm one could indeed see the track, but the distance seemed far. Could you really tell who was who? Chen Yun had a look of confidence and pride. Of course. I've had sharp eyesight since I was little. The class monitors' walk and posture, you can't mistake them. They reached the trackside and soon found Lin Can's figure.
Yang Linga seemed to sense a secret and grew visibly excited.
Chen Yun, shall we also go down to run, then pretend to run into Lin Can by chance?
Ha! Chen Yun asked. The plan is good, but I don't want to run.
Then you go to the canteen to eat first.
Yang Linga blinked. Chen Yun laughed. Isn't that a question? Smart.
You really are a beauty-blind girl. Come on, we're good sisters. We can't let Su Ziying, that scheming girl, ruin our simple class monitor, can we?
Yang Linga handed the meal card to Chen Yun. Swipe it anywhere, I'm treating.
Great. Chen Yun's face lit up as she took the card and headed for the canteen. Yang Linga cast a glance at Lin Can's position, then stepped off the track to jog slowly. In her heart she calculated that in about 2 minutes Lin Can would catch up with her. When that moment came, she would pretend to be surprised to greet him and then naturally invite him to breakfast together. It would be best if some classmates who knew them happened to see them. Although Lin Can had not shown any goodwill toward her yet, she could still see certain advantages in public opinion by some means. With these thoughts, a smile unconsciously curved at the corner of Yang Linga's lips.
But in the next moment, Lin Can unexpectedly left the track without warning and walked toward the canteen. Yang Linga stood dumbfounded, a jolt of awkwardness in her heart.
Everything had already been planned, so why did things not go according to her plan from the very start? Lin Can washed his face at the outdoor sink, then headed toward the canteen. A more painful moment for Yang Linga occurred. Su Ziying and Lu Yutong happened to meet Lin Can at the canteen entrance.
The two of them greeted Lin Can proactively.
They spoke in a way that was hard to discern from afar.
But Yang Linga could feel that Su Ziying appeared quite enthusiastic upon seeing Lin Can.
That coquettish pose was nothing short of shameless.
Lin Can, Su Ziying is a bad woman, don't be fooled by her outward appearance.
She thought you had earned money through stock trading, so she could not wait to pounce on you.
After only a few days together, Yang Linga had a rough sense of Su Ziying's nature and couldn't help but worry for Lin Can.
After finishing his run and washing his face, Lin Can headed straight to the cafeteria.
As it happened, he ran into Lu Yutong and Su Ziying at the entrance.
The two girls walking together naturally drew the attention of many male students coming and going.
Some even turned back for a second glance.
Lin Can, however, pretended not to see them and walked straight inside.
Lin Can. Su Ziying called out. Lin Can stopped reluctantly and looked at them. Oh, what a coincidence. You weren't deliberately pretending not to see us, were you? Su Ziying raised an eyebrow and shot Lin Can a resentful glare. Lu Yutong, with a calm expression, snorted lightly.
He must have done it on purpose.
Yep, you guessed right. Lin Can nodded, deciding to drop the act. I was afraid you'd ask me to treat you to a meal.
Lu Yutong gasped, her lips slightly parted as if to say, is he really this honest?
Lin Can, you're so stingy. Su Ziying pouted half-jokingly.
Many people would love to treat Yutong and me to a meal, but we don't even accept.
Right, Yutong. Lu Yutong smiled but said nothing. Then you should ask someone else to treat you.
Lin Can shrugged and prepared to leave, showing no indulgence. Unexpectedly, Su Ziying walked over and draped an arm over Lin Can's shoulder, a mischievous smile on her face.
Trying to run. No way, you have to treat Yutong and me today since you made so much money. Well. All right.
Lin Can nonchalantly removed her hand from his shoulder.
Who did she think she was?
As he reached into his pocket, his face suddenly flushed with embarrassment.
Oh no, I left my meal card in the dorm this morning. Wait a moment, I'll go back to get it.
With that, he turned to leave. Just wait there, he thought, inwardly smug about his quick wit and acting skills. But Su Ziying grabbed his arm and with considerable force. Forget it, I'll treat you. You've been buying water for the whole class these days, which must have cost you.
No need, I'll go back to the dorm. Lin Can quickly refused. He didn't want to start any rumors with Su Ziying in public.
Oh come on, stop being such a bashful guy.
Su Ziying was very enthusiastic and her grip was tight, giving Lin Can no chance to escape.
At that moment many students in the cafeteria turned to look, their faces full of gossip.
Lin Can smiled bitterly and had no choice but to agree. Lin Can, are you shy? Su Ziying held his arm and laughed openly.
I'm not afraid, so why should you be?
Let's go, Yutong. Lu Yutong frowned slightly at Su Ziying's hand on Lin Can's arm.
Just as she was about to remind her to let go, Lin Can pulled away on his own.
At that moment Yang Linga arrived at the cafeteria entrance. She caught the exact scene of Su Ziying pulling Lin Can's arm. Yang Linga froze, surprised by the sight. Lin Can clearly wasn't happy about it. Su Ziying dragging him around in public, have you no shame? Yang Linga was both angry and a little hurt inside.
She could have staged a chance encounter, but that scheming Su Ziying had seized the opportunity instead.
Lin Can, the meat buns at this window are good, grab a couple. Don't you want an egg? For protein. Lin Can, what do you like to drink? I'll buy it for you. Su Ziying followed beside Lin Can, meal card in hand, chattering away. Yang Linga could hardly bear to watch. Was this how you pursued a guy? Didn't she know any restraint?
She had probably dated quite a few boys in high school.
No. She couldn't let Su Ziying continue her rampage. Yang Linga snorted softly and walked straight toward the trio. Enough, enough. Lin Can was holding buns, eggs and a cup of soy milk. Su Ziying, thank you for treating me. I'll return the favor someday. Su Ziying patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Don't be so formal with me. I'll eat on the playground, the air is better out there.
This time Lin Can was smart. He made a 0-second start and quickly walked toward the cafeteria entrance, not giving Su Ziying a chance to grab his arm. Instantly Su Ziying and Lu Yutong were dumbfounded, both frozen in place. Their expressions seemed to say, is he really doing that? Su Ziying gritted her teeth, her eyes resentful, and stomped her foot in frustration.
Yang Linga almost burst out laughing.
Her gloomy mood from earlier immediately turned cheerful, and she even forgot to greet Lin Can as he walked past.
Su Ziying and Lu Yutong naturally noticed Yang Linga. But Su Ziying pretended not to see her and immediately pulled Lu Yutong to find a seat.
As soon as they sat down, a male student appeared opposite them, his voice slightly nervous.
Hello, is this seat taken? Yes. Su Ziying didn't even look up and replied curtly.
The boy left with a disappointed expression. While eating breakfast, Lu Yutong couldn't help but ask curiously, Ziying, do you really like Lin Can?
Su Ziying blushed and said softly, pretty much, I have a good impression of him. What do you like about him? Handsome, tall and capable. Su Ziying put down her breakfast and thought seriously. And I think Lin Can is quite mature, not as childish as other boys. Oh. Lu Yutong nodded. Hearing Su Ziying's words, she found them somewhat reasonable.
Which freshman would dare to borrow money to speculate in stocks and invest 150,000 yuan of principal? And in the matter of running for class monitor, Lin Can's careful deliberation clearly put him in a different league from her.
Then,
Lu Yutong hesitated, biting her lip. If Lin Can hadn't made money from stock trading, would you still like him? She knew such a question was inappropriate, but she asked it anyway.
Subconsciously, Lu Yutong already regarded Lin Can as a friend. For his sake, she wanted to confirm whether Su Ziying was after his money.
Su Ziying was clearly taken aback, her beautiful eyes flickering.
What are you saying, Yutong? Don't taint sacred love with money, okay? I'm not that kind of gold-digging girl. I just find Lin Can pleasing to the eye.
Oh. Seeing that Su Ziying didn't seem to be lying, Lu Yutong nodded.
Then good luck.
Yutong, do you have any feelings for Lin Can?
Su Ziying had just finished asking when she immediately laughed. Oh, I forgot you're not dating in college.
With that, she proactively handed the peeled egg to Lu Yutong.
Yutong, you got to know Lin Can early. You'll help me pursue him, right? Su Ziying blinked, her face full of anticipation. This question really stumped Lu Yutong. She hesitated. Feelings are a matter between two people. How can others help? Just help set us up. Su Ziying smiled. Tell Lin Can good things about me and bad things about others. Lu Yutong knew that others referred to Yang Linga, who shared the same dormitory.
After all, girls are delicate, especially in matters of the heart, and more sensitive than boys.
Yang Linga's various actions made it clear that she also had feelings for Lin Can. But speaking ill of someone behind their back.
Lu Yutong's upbringing had taught her that this was wrong. So she casually brushed it off.
Well, I'll see.
Meanwhile, Lin Can sat on the steps beside the track holding breakfast in his left hand and his phone in his right. He was intently watching the Bitcoin price chart. Suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Lin Can was startled and quickly put away his phone. Turning around, he found Yang Linga watching him with a bright smile, leaving him momentarily speechless. What's the deal with everyone loving to pat others on the shoulder? Did they all attend the same dorm and receive special training? What are you reading so intently? Yang Linga, holding her breakfast, casually sat down beside Lin Can and turned her head with a smile. Am I disturbing you? You tell me, Lin Can replied, looking straight into her eyes. Should I leave then? Yang Linga said this, yet her body inched a little closer. Never mind, sit. Lin Can sighed as if suddenly remembering something. Oh right, I remember, there's some spit on the seat you're about to take. What? Yang Linga immediately jumped up and hurriedly looked behind her. After realizing she'd been tricked, she was both embarrassed and angry. She playfully slapped his shoulder and chided Lin Can, how could you be so mean? You almost made me sick. Speak properly, don't resort to physical violence. Lin Can was exasperated, feeling he ought to wear protective armor when dealing with her. You've ruined my appetite now. Yang Linga gave a light sniffle, hoping to hear some comfort from Lin Can. Then give me yours, I haven't had enough to eat. Lin Can held out his hand, but Yang Linga smacked it away. You're such an obtuse guy. Seeing Lin Can didn't respond, she initiated another topic. What were you looking at on your phone just now? You seemed so tense. Checking my entire net worth. Lin Can answered honestly. Yang Linga immediately became curious and fired off 3 questions in rapid succession. Lin Can, are you trading stocks again? Did they go up? Any stocks you'd recommend so I can earn some living expenses? No, Lin Can replied uniformly. TCH stingy. Yang Linga let out a soft hum and shifted to another topic. By the way, I saw you and Su Ziying being all buddy-buddy in the cafeteria earlier. What were you two up to? Lin Can nearly choked on his egg and quickly downed some soy milk. Watch your language, what do you mean by buddy-buddy? Nothing happened between us. I forgot my meal card and she insisted on treating me to lunch. She wouldn't take no for an answer. I didn't want things to get awkward, so I reluctantly accepted. Actually, do I really need to explain this to you? Yang Linga smiled and pressed her lips together. After a brief hesitation, she asked, Su Ziying is quite pretty and she can dance too. Why wouldn't you be interested? What does her beauty or dancing ability have to do with me? Lin Can said. Hearing this, Yang Linga felt a wave of secret delight, but she pressed on to gather more information. Understanding both yourself and your rival is the key to victory. Do you have absolutely no interest in her? The moment the words left her mouth, Yang Linga felt a hint of nervousness stir inside her. None whatsoever. Lin Can answered bluntly. Yang Linga grew even happier and continued, then what kind of girl do you like? Finally, Lin Can set aside his breakfast and turned to face her. Instantly, Yang Linga became tense. She felt warmth rising to her cheeks and subtly avoided his direct gaze. Could he possibly be declaring his feelings to her right now in this very spot? It was happening too suddenly. She wasn't ready yet. Yang Linga's heart raced between anxiety and anticipation, tinged with a faint shyness. Why are you so concerned about my romantic life? Lin Can asked with a serious expression. Planning to become a matchmaker someday. Yang Linga was momentarily speechless. As expected, there was no point harboring any hopes with such an obtuse guy. At that moment, a female classmate walked past and seemed to sense something, glancing back at the two of them. Her expression shifted from confusion to surprise to a knowing look, as if she understood everything, before covering her mouth and laughing as she walked away. He fawned with expressions that vivid, you should seriously consider acting. Lin Can called out to the girl's retreating figure. Yang Linga hadn't anticipated Lin Can would do something like that and burst into laughter, playfully swatting his shoulder once more. Lin Can, you actually remember every classmate's name. You tell me. Lin Can glanced at her exasperatedly. Don't tell me you think I cheated during the class monitor election. No. Yang Linga quickly shook her head. At this point, Lin Can had finished his breakfast and was preparing to throw away the trash. Seeing this, Yang Linga quickly stood up and followed. After disposing of the garbage, Lin Can looked at Yang Linga, who trailed behind him like a little shadow, and suddenly remembered something. Got some free time? What is it? Yang Linga asked curiously. I need you to do me a small favor. Sure. Yang Linga agreed readily. Come with me. Lin Can led her to a quiet spot on the playground. Within a 20-meter radius, no one passed by. Yang Linga was both puzzled and curious. What could Lin Can possibly need her help with by bringing her here?
could he be about to confess his feelings to her? There were so many people coming and going earlier and Lin Can must have felt too embarrassed to bring it up. That's why he needed such an excuse. Yes, it must be exactly like that. Yang Linga found herself drifting into fantasies once again. Record something for me. Lin Can pulled out his phone from his pocket. Whom? Yang Linga seemed unsure. Lin Can explained, I'm planning to shoot a short video and I need a girl's voice in it. Okay, no problem. Yang Linga smiled confidently. You've come to the right person. Many people say I have a nice voice. However, after she adjusted her breathing and finished speaking into the phone, Lin Can frowned and shook his head. No good, something's off and your pacing is a bit too fast. Let me try again. Yang Linga showed no signs of frustration. She had been longing for a reason to spend time alone with Lin Can. This was the perfect opportunity, she couldn't afford to mess it up. If she impressed him this time, Lin Can would certainly think of her first whenever he needed help again. Ah. Maybe a bit sweeter, a bit more cute. Yang Linga recorded a total of 7 times before Lin Can finally broke into a smile. Yes, he's chatting with me right now. Yang Linga's voice didn't belong to the cute type, nor did she deliberately put on a sweet tone, but it was still quite pleasant and had a strong sense of distinctiveness. Lin Can listened 3 times, confirmed there was nothing wrong, and then put away his phone with satisfaction. Thanks, I'll treat you to a meal later. Lin Can had only said it as a casual politeness, but Yang Linga immediately beamed with joy, her face full of anticipation. I'm taking you seriously, you know. Lin Can was taken aback and quickly started to backtrack. I mean, I'll send you a red envelope you can order takeout yourself. What's that supposed to mean? Yang Linga was displeased. You have no sincerity at all. Then what counts as sincerity? At least we should eat together, right? Then the cafeteria. Fine. Yang Linga smiled, then suddenly changed the subject, asking curiously, Lin Can, what kind of video are you planning to shoot? As a participant you can give me a hint, can't you? You'll find out tonight. Lin Can was being mysterious. Then which platform are you going to post it on? Yang Linga asked again. Lin Can took out his phone and opened the already downloaded short video platform. Here, have you heard of it? Huangyin. The name sounds weird. Yang Linga looked at it seriously, then shook her head. No. Lin Can wasn't surprised. This short video platform was a household name in his past life. But now it was 2017 in its infancy, so it was normal that it wasn't widely known. Then download it. Lin Can said. All right. Yang Linga nodded and immediately took her phone out of her pocket to start downloading. With such a small number of downloads, will anyone even watch your videos if you post them there? I think there will be. Lin Can smiled. The short videos he planned to make were all ones that had been market tested in his past life and left a deep impression, so they should gain users' recognition. Moreover, the production cost was low and easy to operate. Lin Can predicted that within about a month or 2 he could build up the account and gain hundreds of thousands of followers. By then doing anything else would be much easier. A few minutes later, Yang Linga finished downloading, registered a new ID with her phone number and filled in her profile information under Lin Can's guidance. I'll follow you, so when you post the video tonight I'll be able to see it. Okay. Why are you using your real name? It's convenient. Then I'll use my real name too when you follow me. And so the two became friends on the Huangyin platform. Yang Linga felt a warm glow in her heart. After all, this was a little secret between them. She was confident that given time she would definitely win over Lin Can, that stubbornly straightforward man. It's almost time to assemble, let's go. By now it was almost time for the military training assembly, and the freshmen were gradually arriving at the sports field. After leaving the cafeteria, Su Ziying and Lu Yutong initially saw 2 freshmen standing in a corner of the sports field. But they were too far away to see clearly and assumed they were just flirting, so they didn't pay much attention. But as Lin Can and Yang Linga got closer and closer, Su Ziying's expression turned increasingly grim. Didn't Lin Can say he was going to the sports field to eat? How did he end up with Yang Linga? Lu Yutong was also a bit surprised. Maybe they ran into each other by chance. Then why did they go so far away? Su Ziying was so angry she wanted to rush over and make Lin Can throw up the breakfast. You said you didn't have your meal card and I kindly treated you to breakfast, and then you go off to rendezvous with Yang Linga in the early morning. Laughing and chatting, looking just like a couple. What do you take me Su Ziying for? And that Yang Linga acting all sneaky in the dormitory, she definitely had no good intentions. Trying to steal the show from me, huh? In her anger, Su Ziying suddenly felt like a fool. When had she ever spent money on a guy, and when had she ever suffered such humiliation? How despicable. Su Ziying furrowed her delicate brows and gritted her teeth. Ziying. Lu Yutong was silent for a moment then suddenly spoke. Maybe. You should stop chasing Lin Can. From the looks of it he might like Yang Linga more. She might as well have kept quiet. That remark immediately stirred Su Ziying's competitive spirit. Horror. She's like a beanpole. Besides being tall, what else does she have? Lin Can must be blind to like her. She's definitely shameless forcing herself on him. Humph. Lu Yutong thought to herself, weren't you being quite forward yourself in the cafeteria just now? Yutong, I heard she wants to run against you for the vice-class monitor position. Su Ziying stared at Yang Linga sneering. Don't worry, I'll secretly help you get votes. There's no way she'll win. Lu Yutong was taken aback, a bit confused. It seemed that ever since she lost the class monitor election to Lin Can, she had lost her enthusiasm for the position. Thinking about it, it made sense. She had always been the top dog before, and now she could only be the deputy, so naturally there was no sense of achievement or honor. Ziying, it doesn't matter whether I run or not. You have to run. Absolutely must. Su Ziying linked arms with Lu Yutong, her tone unwavering. If she really becomes vice-class monitor, she'll have even more opportunities to throw herself at Lin Can. We absolutely cannot let her scheme succeed. Lu Yutong said nothing, thinking that was probably the real reason. She suddenly found it a bit ridiculous. This Lin Can really was a troublemaker. He had snatched the class monitor position from her and made two roommates jealous of each other. Aside from being a bit lucky, he didn't seem to have any other merits. With the high-intensity intimidation on the first day, the freshman found it much easier to adapt to the military training in the following days. As class monitor, Lin Can still diligently fulfilled his duties as before. What annoyed him was that the boys always took advantage of break time to gossip about what happened last night, asking about his relationship with Lin Hongda. They even said Lin Lanlan looked like a little rich girl and asked if he could introduce them so they could take a shortcut in life. Lin Can completely ignored them. And also, Lin Can felt like Su Ziying was deliberately rolling her eyes at him, and after rolling them she would bite her lip and cast a resentful gaze. It made him extremely uncomfortable, and he thought to himself that he should never accept free food from her again. She was too petty and would probably dredge up old grudges someday. Lin Hao was feeling very annoyed and panicked. Last night his parents had a big quarrel on the second floor, and he knew that his father had left the house in the middle of the night and hadn't come back all night. But what exactly they were quarreling about? He guessed it might be related to Lin Can. Could it be that Lin Hongda went to Jiangzhou University yesterday, hit a wall with Lin Can, and came back to take it out on his mother? Lin Can's stubbornness and his desire to completely sever ties with the Lin family were undoubtedly a good thing for Lin Hao. But this morning when his mother drove him to school, she actually said that from now on he would only get 500 yuan in living expenses per week. This made Lin Hao feel worse than eating a fly. 500. That's barely enough for pocket change. So sitting in the car, Lin Hao remained silent and managed to squeeze out a few tears. Qin Huirong saw this and immediately softened. Xiaohao, 500 is a bit low, but it's your father's decision. Just be thrifty for now. Wait until your next exam results are good and he'll definitely increase it, okay? Besides the money your father gave you before, it was at least a few 100,000, right? You can secretly use it without him knowing. Hearing his mother's words, Lin Hao felt both wronged and furious, wishing that Lin Hongda would just die soon so he could inherit the family business. Mom, I have no money. Lin Hao said grievously. Qin Huirong's eyes widened instantly upon hearing this. Xiao, you spent all that money. What did you do with it? In an instant Lin Hao had already prepared his excuse. The school organized a donation drive before and I donated quite a lot. How much did you donate? Qin Huirong asked in disbelief. 50,000. What? Qin Huirong looked at Lin Hao in astonishment, unable to suppress her complaint. You're still a student, not even an adult yet. Why donate so much? There was a teacher who fell seriously ill and needed a lot of money. Lin Hao hesitated, then immediately put on a pitiful expression. He was my teacher, so. Hearing this, Qin Huirong's expression softened somewhat, though she still felt it was excessive. But there was no need to donate that much. You should have discussed this with your father and me. Sigh. Mom, I understand. It won't happen again. As he spoke, Lin Hao wiped away a tear. Seeing this, Qin Huirong didn't press further. After getting out of the car, Qin Huirong comforted him softly. Xiao, behave yourself at school for now. Once your father's anger subsides, he'll give you money again. Save what you have for now. If you really run short, call me and Mom will secretly transfer some to you. Okay. Lin Hao nodded seriously. I know, Mom. Go on then. In reality, Lin Hao still had about 30,000 yuan in his possession.
This was the money he had saved up to handle the upcoming exam, so he had been too afraid to spend it recklessly. However, during the break exercise, a classmate and long-term partner brought him some bad news. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao felt as if the sky were collapsing. "Brother Hao, there's truly nothing I can do this time." The classmate looked utterly helpless. "The exam is for senior year 3. My dad is the grade director for senior year 2, I have no way to get involved." "What the hell do you mean? You've made enough money and now you want to abandon me, right?" Lin Hao erupted on the spot. The classmate remained silent. Lin Hao sneered. "You think it's because there isn't enough money? I'll add another 5,000, okay? Brother Hao." The classmate tried to explain. "It's really not about the money. Who would turn down free money? I told you my dad has no opportunity to access the exam papers for this test." "Nonsense." Lin Hao blared at him. "Couldn't you ask your dad to find someone in charge of the senior year 3 grade?" The classmate looked awkward. "How about you go try asking yourself?" "Fuck off." Lin Hao cursed directly. The classmate was instantly enraged. But in front of Lin Hao he dared not retaliate, so he turned to leave. However, Lin Hao blocked his path. "Tell your dad this is the last time. Let him figure something out." The classmate shrugged, his tone blunt. "There's no way." Then his tone softened considerably. "Maybe you should figure something out on your own. How about pulling an all-nighter these next couple of days to cram? You can't rely on this every time, can you? The college entrance exam won't be affected. Cram your—" Lin Hao wanted to curse but held it back. He stared intently at the classmate, his voice cold. "If you don't help me this once, believe it or not, I'll expose this. By then your dad won't just lose his position as grade director, he won't even be able to keep teaching." "What?" The classmate's eyes widened. He clearly hadn't expected Lin Hao to resort to such a scorched-earth threat. But after a moment he snorted coldly. "Where's the evidence? I was the one who gave you the answer-filled exam papers. After you memorized the answers, I burned them myself. I always collected cash in person, and I never discussed this with you via phone or messages. You're making baseless accusations trying to frame me." As soon as those words fell, Lin Hao was overcome with fury. He wanted to beat the classmate right there on the spot. "Are you fucking trying to die? Come on then." The boy dropped any pretense. "If you've got the guts, come kill me. You bastard, you'll regret this." After delivering that vicious remark, Lin Hao turned and stormed off. Meanwhile, Qin Huairong was dealing with her own troubling matter, one that made her nearly burst into the company to confront Lin Hongda. After dropping Lin Hao at school that morning, she had taken the initiative to call her husband. Although Lin Hongda hadn't returned home the entire night, he was after all the chairman of Hongda Group, holding the family's financial reins. If things were pushed too far, it wouldn't benefit her either. So despite her reluctance, Qin Huairong decided to make the first move and soften her stance. However, no one answered the call. She sent a text message instead. "Husband, I was wrong about my attitude last night. I apologize. Will you be coming home for lunch?" A full hour passed before Lin Hongda finally replied. Just 2 simple characters, no. Qin Huairong had intended to get angry but then reconsidered. Perhaps this was actually a positive sign. At least it proved Lin Hongda was still willing to communicate. So she invited a close friend and went shopping at the mall. 3 sets of high-end lingerie and a pair of designer shoes totaling around 50,000 yuan. Qin Huairong was accustomed to such expenditures. But as she was about to swipe her card, an embarrassing situation arose. "I'm sorry, madam. Your card has been suspended." "What?" In front of her close friend, Qin Huairong didn't have time to process the confusion before hastily switching to another card. This card is also suspended." Qin Huairong felt thoroughly humiliated. Enraged, she was about to call and demand answers from Lin Hongda when her close friend stopped her. "Forget it, Sister Qin. Just charge it on my card." Fuming with anger, Qin Huairong left the mall and without even returning home drove straight to Hongda Group. But the secretary informed her that the chairman was out having lunch with clients. She called Lin Hongda instead. But before she could even begin to question him, he casually said, "We'll talk about this when I get home tomorrow." He hung up immediately after saying that. Qin Huairong stood there, phone in hand, completely stunned. "Tomorrow? Lin Hongda, what do you mean by that? I was just speaking in anger last night. Do you understand what I mean by that?" For a moment Qin Huairong felt so wronged that she wanted to cry. A dark premonition stirred within her heart. Phone calls went unanswered. I went to the company and found no one there. Even the secondary card bound to my account had been suspended.
This had never happened before.
Marital quarrels are normal, but this time the husband's attitude was clearly tougher. Even though she softened first, it still didn't achieve the expected result. With Lin Hongda's wealth and status, if he harbored any other intentions, Jin Huirong did not dare to dwell on that and could only plan for tomorrow when her husband returned, figuring out how to present herself properly to win back marital harmony.
Yet what happened at the mall this morning left a sour memory. Perhaps that close friend was secretly laughing at her.
Jin Huirong pondered for a moment and texted her eldest daughter Lin Shuyun to transfer over 100,000 first.
Mom, don't you have several cards with no spending limit?
Stop the chatter, transfer it when I tell you to. When will you repay it, Mom? Lin Shuyun, you've gotten bold, huh? Are you this blunt with your own mother?
It's not like that, Mom, I'm tight lately.
If you have it, just return it. The 100,000 arrived quickly, but Jin Huirong felt uneasy inside. Her own daughter raised by her asking for money and peppering questions, and in the 2 years since she started working she had still been mooching off the family from time to time. In the future, when she grows old, she would definitely not be able to rely on them. Jin Huirong returned 50,000 to her close friend, keeping 50,000 for herself as spending money for now.
Zhangzhou University Boys Dormitory 302.
After returning to the dorm, Lin Can announced that he wanted to shoot a short video and asked his roommates to help pad the cast.
Bro, filming a video sounds great. Han Kuan's eyes lit up with enthusiasm, fully on board.
Su Xingjian and Zhang Gaiyang, judging by their expressions, seemed willing to participate, though their feelings about Lin Can's idea of padding the cast were mixed.
If I'm not the lead, I won't act. Zhang Gaoyan lifted his chin. Damn, Han Kuan couldn't help but mutter, that bitch is just being pretentious. Don't worry, bro, with one word I can summon 20 extras. That much is true.
Han Kuan was outgoing and bold in these early days of school. He had befriended many guys and his words carried weight. Su Xingjian, upon hearing this, seemed a bit anxious and immediately settled for less. Can we have lines, Can Gu?
Lin Can thought for a moment. There are no lines, but there is a bottle of Red Bull. Before the words finished, Zhang Gaoyan leaped off the bed and the dorm floor emitted a dull thud. Count me in. The three of them instantly exchanged glances.
Indeed, the law of true fragrance never goes out of date.
Kunzi, go call 2 more. Lin Can instructed. Sure thing, bro. 10 seconds later, Han Kuan returned with 2 more guys.
The short video Lin Can wanted to shoot was simple. It ends with an unexpected twist. The main focus was on atmosphere and the lead actor's performance. Lin Can had pondered over it for a long time. The shot is simple. It will switch between the lead's close-up and a wide shot twice. The people on screen must have exaggerated expressions and movements to heighten the mood.
Understood.
The invited male actors were eager to try their faces glowing with excitement.
Don't worry, Can Gu.
For the sake of Red Bull, we won't let it slip.
What Red Bull? This is art, not vulgar. Thus, under Lin Can's guidance, they completed the first shoot. Lin Can shook his head after watching it.
The result was far from what he imagined.
What looked like a simple task proved not to be so easy.
Not to mention the supporting actors. As for the lead, his expressions and movements could not compare with those of professional actors. There was no choice but to grit their teeth and push on, growing through practice.
Let's try again. After the second take there was progress, but it still didn't meet expectations. Keep going.
After 6 takes in total, they finally reached about 80%.
Lin Can declared the work a success. The others exhaled their sense of achievement full. I've got Red Bull covered. Han Kuan said boldly. Also tonight I'll treat everyone to a barbecue. Hearing that, everyone got excited, praising Kuan for his generosity. Stop dawdling, let's go now.
Then the group moved as if they heard a whistle, their actions quick and efficient. Walking along campus paths, Han Kuan leaned close to Lin Can and whispered with a bright smile, "Bro, the Bitcoin we bought has risen by a few hundred. It's hot. If we don't go out and spend, I'll feel restless." Lin Can smiled. "How did you save up those New Year's money before?"
That's not the same thing, is it? Han Kuan argued. Spend a bit of that allowance, it's all free money, spending it doesn't hurt.
Lin Can nodded, inwardly somewhat speechless.
Soon the 6 of them arrived at the food street near the school gate.
Let's go to the barbecue place where there are the most people. Yes, this place does have a good flavor. But just as they were about to reach the doorway, Lin Can suddenly remembered something and stopped instinctively. He pulled out his phone, checked the date, and grew more certain. In the last life Han Kuan had come here for barbecue. During the meal he clashed with people at the neighboring table, which quickly spiraled into a brawl.
The result was that Han Kuan was expelled from the school. Lin Can felt deeply guilty.
But in this new life he could foresee the event and avert it in advance.
Kunzi. What's up, bro?
Let's change to another place.
Lin Can said seriously. Why, bro?
Han Kuen's face flashed with confusion, then he smiled. We came here, let's just eat here anyway. Yes, this place has good flavor. Zhang Gaoyang also thought there was no need to change. Can when you eat you should go to restaurants with good business, it'll be fine later. 5-1 logically the minority should yield to the majority and Lin Can had no strong reason. But this meal was paid for by Han Kuen and Han Kuen listened to Lin Can. Therefore Lin Can did not press further but stood silently at the doorway watching Han Kuen. 3 seconds later. Han Kuen walked over, wrapped his arm around Lin Can's shoulders and waved his hand. Let's go. Follow my lead. The others smiled helplessly and followed behind the two. Soon the group entered another barbecue restaurant on the same street not more than 10 meters away. Compared to the previous place, business was much worse. After seating and ordering the stone and Lin Can's heart still hadn't fallen. While waiting for the dishes, Han Kuen went out to buy Red Bull and Lin Can followed. Bro, I feel like you've got something on your mind. Han Kuen asked with curiosity, grinning. Nothing. Lin Can shook his head. You're overthinking. Moments later the two returned to the barbecue shop and paid the 4 classmates their rewards for filming the short video. Lin Can also uploaded the finished video to Huang Yin during this gap. He left a comment at once. The barbecues arrived one after another, and once they started eating the atmosphere grew harmonious. Kengu, if you have any filming plans in the future, I'm all in. I can play a corpse without any problem. Zheng Gaoyang said with a smile. Damn. Han Kuen shot him a sharp look. Earlier you said you wanted to be the lead. It's because my horizon is too small. The group was eating skewers when suddenly there came a clamor and curses from outside. Yes, this place has good flavor. Lin Can set down the skewer and sprang to his feet, bolting toward the exit. Han Kuen and the others paused in surprise before scrambling after him, prompting the barbecue shop owner to grow visibly anxious as if they were making a run for it without paying, and he hurriedly gave chase. Bro, I remember you're not one for watching drama, Han Kuen said, pulling cigarettes from his pocket and handing them around before lighting one himself. He draped an arm over Lin Can's shoulder. Why the enthusiasm today? The clamor and curses had not yet subsided. More and more people gathered to savor the spectacle. And the source of the commotion was the very barbecue shop they had intended to enter. Then shriller screams and the sound of things being smashed erupted from within. Numerous diners fled the shop like startled rabbits, panic-stricken, their flight punctuated by echoing shrieks. As Lin Can stepped closer and took in the chaos inside, casting a glance at Han Kuen beside him, the stone that had been weighing on his heart finally settled. What had transpired in his past life was unfolding again all over once more. The sole difference was that thanks to his meddling, Han Kuen was spared from becoming a central figure in the incident. It seemed that in his previous existence Han Kuen had been far from blameworthy. He had simply been unfortunate enough to find himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. The crowd of onlookers continued to swell while the brawl inside the shop was drawing to a close. Someone had already pulled out a phone to call the police. Just then Lin Can suddenly tugged at Han Kuen's arm. Let's go, head back and eat. Bro, let's watch a bit longer. Han Kuen protested, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. The meat skewers are getting cold, Lin Can replied without hesitation, yanking Han Kuen along and away. Before leaving he called back to Zhang Gaoyang and the other three, if you're not coming back we'll finish your portions. Damn it. Broken, you were the first one to charge out and watch the drama, why are you running so fast now? Leave some for us. After finishing their barbecue, Lin Can, keen to avoid any unnecessary complications, led everyone back to their dormitory. Broken, where did you post the video? Quick check if anyone's clicking on it, Su Xingjian asked eagerly. Lin Can pulled out his phone, logged into Huang Yin and played the short video. Lin Can into the phone, do you have someone you like? Everyone excitedly, It's responding. Yang Linga's voice, yes. He's chatting with me right now. Everyone jumping with excitement, will she reply? Lin Can nodded full of confidence, you two keep chatting, I'll be right after. Everyone disappointed, no way. The content was simple, just a small twist that made it quite amusing. And the production cost was so low that if Lin Can chose not to spend a dime he could technically make it for free. As for the results, after barely more than half an hour since publishing, the view count had already reached 2,000 with over 100 likes and a dozen comments. Lin Can was reasonably satisfied. After all, this was his first time posting content. The platform's algorithms were not yet stable enough to warrant a traffic boost. He just needed to keep at it and things would naturally improve. Yang Linga seems to have liked it, is that her? For sure that's her voice in the video. During the earlier filming, Su Xingjian had noticed that the female voice Lin Can had recorded sounded somewhat familiar. Lin Can didn't hide it and simply told everyone that he had asked Yang Linga to do the voiceover. Afterward, the way the others looked at Lin Can grew noticeably loaded with meaning. Su Xingjian went so far as to declare that Yang Linga now belonged to Lin Can while Su Ziying belonged to him.
Lin Can tapped open the comments section.
Beneath his own 3-character comment, clever no.
Yang Linga had left a reply single by choice covering mouth laugh covering mouth laugh covering mouth laugh.
Zhang Gaoyang chuckled.
You two are having fun, aren't you?
Su Xingjian patted Lin Can on the shoulder, adopting the tone of a seasoned veteran. Bro can need my help to sweep her off her feet.
Lin Can smiled. Really not necessary. Alright then. Su Xingjian didn't press further. Figure it out on your own, but if you get stuck, come ask me. Honestly, I think Yang Linga is pretty great.
Zhang Gaoyang opened his mouth as if to offer a rebuttal but held his tongue, seemingly mindful of Lin Can's feelings. I still think Lu Yutong is more beautiful, she's the undisputed campus belle. But this works out for us too, leaving the opportunity in our hands. Such selflessness from our class monitor.
Han Cohen had heard enough. You could win Lu Yutong.
I'll eat shit upside down if you do. The girls' dormitory.
Shortly after Lin Can published the video, Yang Linga received a notification and immediately opened it. After watching, she couldn't help but smile.
What made her even happier was the knowledge that she had played a part in the video's creation. Though she hadn't directly participated in the filming, she had painstakingly recorded her voice multiple times.
Yang Linga was genuinely excited, and her mind naturally wandered to other implications.
For instance, why had Lin Can asked her to record the voice instead of Lu Yutong or Su Ziying? Did this mean his fondness for her was considerably greater than what he felt toward the other two? And then from another perspective, didn't that mean she had somehow become the first? A delighted warmth spread through Yang Linga's heart as she immediately shared the video with her close friend Chen Yun.
After watching, Chen Yun could barely stop grinning.
Who knew our class monitor had such talent?
Right. I thought it was impressive for a first try at making a video.
Sis Linga, the girl's voice in the video sounds just like yours.
That's my voice. Lin Can specifically asked me to record it, Yang Linga said, casually casting a sidelong glance at her two roommates. Their reaction naturally sparked the curiosity of both Lu Yutong and Su Ziying. Especially Su Ziying. For her, any topic involving Lin Can was worth every word.
Yet at that moment, Yang Linga, the openly declared rival, was someone she truly had no desire to approach first.
Playing the video loud was practically an act of showing off.
What was there to be smug about? Su Ziying glanced at Lu Yutong, who was now hunched over her phone typing something, and a realization struck her. Right, she was Lin Can's friend on the platform. She could simply ask him directly. Su Ziying had just taken out her phone when she received a message from Su Xingjian.
Classmate Ziying, what are you up to? Su Ziying rolled her eyes, not even feeling like responding.
She had reluctantly added Su Xingjian as a friend in order to figure out why Lin Can wasn't replying to her messages. But now she was beginning to regret it. Given Su Ziying's personality, the somewhat handsome Su Xingjian was perfectly qualified to be kept around as a backup option, a source of entertainment for bored moments. But Lin Can's appearance had temporarily dashed that thought. She considered herself attractive and talented, capable of singing and dancing. If she dated anyone, it would be the best. I just witnessed something quite interesting in the dorm room, Su Xingjian sent again.
Su Ziying raised an eyebrow, slightly intrigued, and replied with a question mark. Su Xingjian responded almost instantly.
The class monitor filmed a short video and I'm playing the male lead. Was this the same thing Yang Linga had mentioned? Didn't that mean she could learn about Lin Can without asking him directly? Su Ziying hurriedly typed, send me the video. The class monitor posted it on Huanying. What's Lin Can's account name?
It's just his real name. Alright, I'll download Huanying and check it out.
Su Ziying immediately found the short video platform in the App Store and began downloading. A few minutes later she found Lin Can's account. The ID was his full name and the profile picture was a dashing side profile of him. She opened his homepage and found his profile was simple with only one video. Su Ziying stole a glance at Lu Yutong's, satisfaction rippling through her heart. Without drawing attention, she put on her earphones and tapped to play the video.
After watching the dozen-second clip, she couldn't help but smile warmly. Lin Can's performance in the video could be summed up in two words: delightful.
It held a slight contrast with how he appeared in reality.
This gave Su Ziying another reason to like Lin Can. The only thing that bothered her was that the female voice in the video was unmistakably Yang Linga's.
Why? Why her? Her voice was far more pleasant than Yang Linga's. Why hadn't Lin Can asked her to record?
Su Ziying glanced up at Yang Linga, who was still basking in her own self-satisfaction, and felt a wave of resentment surge through her. In their first encounter, she never expected to lose to Yang Linga.
Lin Can, has your taste really gone off course? Just then Su Xingjian messaged again.
Have you watched it yet? How was my acting? Su Ziying paused. Were you even in the video?
Determined to keep gathering intelligence on Lin Can from Su Xinjian, she rewatched the video. After watching it, she burst out laughing. A background extra who merely made noise throughout without a single proper line of dialogue, and he had the audacity to call himself the male lead. You wouldn't even notice him if you weren't looking closely. Who gave him such confidence? After silently rolling her eyes, Su Ziying replied without mercy, I don't like guys who talk big. Su Xinjian didn't reply instantly, this time clearly flustered. After a moment, just joking, I don't usually talk big either. Su Ziying had anticipated this response. A cold smile curled at the corners of her lips. She knew these boys who pursued her all too well. Whether true or not, once you pointed out their flaws, they would desperately explain or deny like clowns being played for fools. It always worked. Su Ziying delayed her reply. Growing anxious, Su Xinjian sent another message, I think Lin Can is the one who talks big. Su Ziying. Su Xinjian, he just claimed he wants to reach 1 million followers on Huanying. Su Ziying narrowed her eyes, suddenly interested. Really? Su Xinjian, absolutely true. He said it right here in the dorm just now. Su Ziying, that shows he has confidence. Su Xinjian, there aren't even that many users on this platform. 1 million followers is completely impossible, right? Su Ziying, that's what we call having goals and ambition. Su Xinjian. Su Ziying thought for a moment, deciding to extract more information from him first. Let me ask you something. At your service. The voice in the video. Was it young Linka? Yes, exactly. Why did Lin Can ask her to record? Maybe they've already started dating. Su Ziying's breath caught at this message. Her fingers trembled slightly as she typed, are you sure? Su Xinjian, just guessing, haha. Damn it. Su Ziying barely restrained her urge to curse. She took a deep breath. Su Xinjian, do you think you're funny? Su Xinjian, Su Ziying, I also don't like unreliable guys. Su Xinjian didn't reply instantly again. Su Ziying understood Su Xinjian's nature and silently gave him a minute in her mind. As expected, his message arrived before a minute had passed. I asked 3 times. Lin Can said no each time. He doesn't seem to be lying. Seeing this message, Su Ziying felt a surge of satisfaction. Unfortunately, Su Xinjian had more to add. But I think they'd make a great couple. They'll definitely be dating within a month. What do you think, Ziying? Idiot. Su Ziying silently cursed and decided to cut off further replies. Watching Yang Lingke's smug expression, occasionally sneaking glances at her with provocation in her eyes, Su Ziying felt irritated. Su Ziying had intended to send Lin Can a message, maybe offer some compliments. But after a moment of hesitation, she abandoned the idea. Previously, when dealing with Lin Can, she had been too forward, dropping her aloof demeanor and making herself too available. And what had that earned her? Maybe she needed to adjust her strategy. Should she treat Lin Can the same way she treated Su Xinjian? Yes, that was it. Since Lin Can refused to appreciate her efforts, there was no need to be polite anymore. Su Ziying snorted softly and immediately sent a message to Lin Can. Lin Can, I think you're very biased. Right, first stick a negative label on him and see his reaction. Su Ziying predicted that even if Lin Can didn't defend himself like Su Xinjian, he would at least ask curiously why. Then she would point out that he carried Yang Linka during military training and chose her to record videos. Wasn't that biased enough? To avoid gossip, Lin Can would surely explain himself. At that moment, she could take the opportunity to make her request. Next time he filmed a video, she wanted to participate as well. Even if Lin Can was reluctant inwardly, he would agree. A perfect counterattack. Su Ziying predicted the general flow of their upcoming exchange and felt eager anticipation. However, after waiting with full confidence for a long time, what came instead was a picture sent by Su Xinjian. The picture showed 2 watches, both with price tags clearly displayed. One was priced at 3800 and the other at 3900. Su Xinjian asked, Ziying, which watch do you think matches my style? Wear one on each hand. Su Xinjian chuckled. Hee hee, Ziying, you're quite humorous. But my budget is only 5,000. Su Ziying replied flatly, I'm sleepy. Going to sleep. Alright, I won't disturb your rest. Good night. After exiting the chat with Su Xinjian, Su Ziying patiently waited for Lin Can's reply. But the longer she waited, the more disappointed she grew. By now the boys in the dorm should have finished washing up and be scrolling through their phones in bed. There was no reason they wouldn't have seen the message. Lin Can had not replied, and that could only mean one thing: he simply did not want to. How could this be? It was unlike anything she had imagined, and Su Ziying suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Bristling with resentment, she sent another message to Lin Can. Lin Can, you're so impolite, not even replying to my messages. But the moment she sent it she regretted it and quickly hit recall. For she suddenly remembered something. During military training she had overheard the boys in class say that Lin Can was quite skilled at League of Legends. Could he be gaming and simply not seeing her messages? Yes, it must be that. Su Ziying had played League occasionally during the summer vacation, with each match lasting roughly half an hour. Then she would just wait a little longer. Just then Lu Yutong suddenly spoke up and shifted closer. Their beds were pressed tightly together, and at night when they slept their heads were merely a foot apart. Ziying, I found the short video Lin Can filmed. Really? Let me see. Su Ziying leaned in and noticed that Lu Yutong had also downloaded Quyin and had already liked Lin Can's video. But she had to feign ignorance and watch it again as if for the first time. What do you think of it? Lu Yutong asked, blinking her eyes. Pretty interesting, Su Ziying said. Yeah, the equipment and setting are quite basic, but it's already quite good for something like this. Lu Yutong nodded, then suddenly changed the subject. But I think there's still plenty of room for improvement, so I gave Lin Can a few suggestions earlier. Su Ziying paused, puzzled. Were you chatting with Lin Can just now? No, just for a few minutes. Lu Yutong had spoken carelessly, but her words carried weight to those who listened. And she was not the only one who had taken note. Yang Linga also cast a subtle glance her way. Su Ziying bit her lip and asked, "Can I take a look?" "Here, go ahead." Lu Yutong showed no hesitation and directly displayed her chat with Lin Can, just discussing how to make short videos with him. Su Ziying glanced at the messages exchanged between them on the phone, her heart so heavy with grievance that tears threatened to spill. "Lin Can, what exactly do you mean? You're clearly chatting with someone else, yet you won't reply to me. Treating me differently. What did I do wrong? Or do you think I fall short compared to Lu Yutong and Yang Linga in some way?" Lin Can said he'll try to post a short video every day. Lu Yutong's luminous eyes flickered. "I've known him since the summer vacation and I hadn't realized he had such talent. I'm quite looking forward to it." Su Ziying gazed at Lu Yutong's fair face so close she could almost touch it, and suddenly realized that this sister with whom she had gotten along so smoothly was not as naive and simple as she had imagined. "You knew I was pursuing Lin Can, yet you chatted with him for so long before showing me the video. What are you really up to?" She always pretended to be innocent and pure, but her cunning ran so deep. "I'm going to take a shower," Su Ziying blurted out and walked straight toward the bathroom. Yang Linga and Lu Yutong exchanged glances, both catching a hint of puzzlement in each other's eyes. Hadn't she already showered? Why shower again? Did she have some kind of germ phobia? That didn't seem likely. The Lin family mansion. Qin Huairong sat alone against the headboard of the bedroom, her heart swelling with frustration. Tonight Lin Hongda had not come home. Nor had he called or sent a single message. Though Lin Hongda had said he would return tomorrow, Qin Huairong still felt deeply uncomfortable. The bitterness of spending the night alone was truly unbearable. But given the current situation, she simply did not dare, nor did she feel confident enough to hurl more sharp words at Lin Hongda. She could only fume silently to herself. "Lin Hongda, oh Lin Hongda, after all these years of marriage, how utterly ruthless you are. Cutting off my bank card on a whim, refusing to come home. Do you really take me for clay to be bullied however you please? Husband, I had the nanny make soup. Will you come home for dinner tonight? Husband, if you're staying at a hotel, please take good care of yourself. Husband, I bought you 2 shirts. Remember to try them on when you return tomorrow." Qin Huairong stared at the messages she had sent Lin Hongda that afternoon, her resentment growing with each passing moment. 3 messages and not a single reply. This had never happened before. Had she truly gone too far last night? At that moment Qin Huairong wanted to call Lin Hongda. But after much hesitation she simply could not bring herself to do it. With no other choice, she rose from bed and went to knock on Lin Lanlan's door once more. "Hey everyone, sorry, I'll be right back." The door opened to reveal Lin Lanfan's exasperated expression. "Mom, it's so late. Why aren't you resting yet? I was in the middle of singing on stream and you interrupted me." Rather than calming her, this complaint only made Qin Huairong more irritable. "You haven't slept either. Why are you live streaming at this hour? Lin Lanfan, are you really this idle at school?" Lin Lanfan rolled her eyes but dared not talk back. She sighed and asked, "Mom, what is it?" "Call your father," Qin Huairong commanded. "Mom, Dad is not a child. He hasn't come back this late, so he's surely staying at a hotel." At this Qin Huairong shot her an annoyed glare. "I told you to make the call, just make the call." Reluctantly Lin Lanfan dialed Lin Hongda's number. The phone rang for nearly 20 seconds before being answered. "Hello Lanfan. Dad, Mom wants to know if you're coming home tonight." "I already told you, I'll be back tomorrow noon." Lin Can was about to hang up when Qin Huirong spoke up. Old Lin, where are you sleeping tonight? There was a brief silence on the other end before Lin Hongda replied coolly, a hotel. Which hotel? The moment Qin Huirong asked, the call was already disconnected. Facing her daughter, she instantly felt humiliated and stripped of dignity. Back in the bedroom, the more she thought about it, the more wronged and furious she became. Unconsciously, tears blurred her vision. Eventually, Qin Huirong's gaze settled fixedly on the safe in the bedroom. A safe. Yes, the safe seems to hold. Qin Huirong suddenly remembered something, quickly dried her tears, a restless impulse stirring in her heart. Most of her grievances and anger stemmed from Lin Hongda freezing her bank card. Her husband had a successful career, she lived the dream life of a wealthy wife, their daughter and son were grown, and there was nothing to worry about. But who would have thought? Because of the clash in educational philosophy, her financial lifeline was severed. This disparity Qin Huirong could not accept. Lin Hongda, we were once husband and wife. Since you are not kind, do not blame me for acting without justice. Then she crouched in front of the safe, inserting the key into the lock. The safe requires both a password and a key. As Lin Hongda's wife, Qin Huirong knew both. Entering the password and turning the key, a metallic clang sounded from inside the safe. Opening the safe, the first sight Qin Huirong saw was a stack of cash and 10 gold bars. The cash totaled 200,000 yuan, neatly stacked, all fresh bills kept for emergencies. The gold bars stirred something in Qin Huirong. But she remained rational for now, knowing that such valuable things could not be moved yet. Moreover, this amount would last only a few months, not a long-term plan. As for documents and deeds, Qin Huirong found them troublesome. Was there nothing valuable that could be easily realized that Lin Hongda would not notice for a while? After taking out the cash, her eyes lit up at once. A Emperor green woosher plaque with gold inlays lay quietly in the safe. Qin Huirong took a breath, feeling excited. She remembered that this Emperor green woosher plaque had been bought at an auction 3 years ago with her husband for well over 10 million yuan. Quickly she drew out the documents and found the auction house receipt. A total of 18 million yuan. With this money she would not have to endure Lin Hongda's temper for at least 3 years. Inside her heart she grew excited. Yet in the next moment she hesitated. Should she secretly monetize this Emperor green plaque? If her husband found out, would he explode with anger? If so, Lin Hongda might replace the safe and not tell her the key or password. What would she do then? Anyway, she considered again. Reluctantly she put the plaque back and arranged the cash neatly. The bottom layer of the safe held a small drawer, the key left in its lock. When she noticed it, she turned the key and pulled the drawer open. 2 silver coins sealed in transparent small bags. Qin Huirong took out the coins, studied them for a moment, frowning. She did not remember Lin Hongda having such a hobby. Where did these coins come from? Are they valuable? She turned the coins over and saw that the bags bore the names Lin Can and Lin Hao, and suddenly she understood. Oh, these were given by Lin Hongda's father, that is her father-in-law, when they were in the countryside. Qin Huirong remembered that year the old man celebrated his birthday. They bought a few things and returned home. After dinner, the old man called the couple into that cramped bedroom and handed the 2 silver coins to them. And he instructed one to Lin Can and one to Lin Hao to be given to them when they turn 18. The couple were in the rising phase of their careers, had earned a lot of money, and thought 2 battered silver coins were worth only a few thousand yuan, so they paid no mind. Back home they tucked them back into the safe. Over the years Qin Huirong recalled that Lin Hongda never seemed to take them out. Qin Huirong sighed, deeply disappointed. She had thought there would be something valuable, instead it was 2 broken silver coins, probably not enough to buy a pair of shoes. She was about to discard the coins when she suddenly paused. Since Lin Can had already left the family, severed ties, would these coins not be at her disposal? Anyway, putting them in the safe took up space. If they were worth only that little, she might not need to pursue the Emperor green plaque any longer. Qin Huirong narrowed her eyes, made up her mind, and immediately stowed the 2 silver coins into her bag. Then she locked the safe and returned the key to its place. After turning off the lights and going to bed, she thought of a sister whose husband dealt in antiques. He would be more knowledgeable. So Qin Huirong messaged that sister. A few words later they arranged to meet tomorrow morning. Lin Hongda in the evening after work could not resist wanting a couple of drinks. So he phoned Mr. Chang, who readily agreed and drove Lin Hongda to his own hotel. He also brought along his cousin Tianru. Lin Hongda saw this gentle, meticulous, increasingly tasteful woman and his face lit up. During the meal Mr. Chang worked to bring the two closer. Ru, today I raised your salary by 3,000. You know whom you should thank most? That must be Lin Gu. Tianru looked at Lin Hongda shyly, smiling. Then why not toast Lin Gu a cup? Brother, I do not drink and I have to drive. Later you will not need to drive. Mr.
Chang waved his hand ready to dial. I will call a driver over.
But Lin Hongda stopped him. No need, tea will do as wine.
Tianru immediately stood, poured herself a cup of tea and raised a toast to Lin Hongda. Lin, you are truly my benefactor.
If there is any place where you need me, just speak. I will go through fire and water for you. Before she could finish, Mr.
Chang smiled and cut and stop.
What is all this nonsense? Then he turned to Lin Hongda, shook his head inside. Brother, my cousin is not well educated. She cannot speak well. Please forgive me for the embarrassment.
No. Lin Hongda waved his hand smiling. I actually think your cousin is very plain and sincere. Tianru was encouraged by this compliment and blushed. Lin Gu, you are overpraising me. Lin Hongda, hearing that, felt some surprise. I know many people who only speak flattery.
Chun, you just spoke about people being uncultured. Now you are eating your words. A cup is due.
Mr.
Chun laughed, lifting his cup and draining it. Then he looked at his cousin. Xiaoru, it seems my plan of having you read a book every month is paying off.
Brother.
Tianru touched her hair, smiling shyly. I am now reading 1 book a week.
Oh. Mr.
Chang seemed surprised. Really?
Tianru gave a soft nod. No wonder.
Lin Hongda looked on with a hint of approval. Not bad, really not bad. When I joined the company on my first day, my brother told me that the harder you work, the luckier you get. I did not expect to meet a benefactor so soon.
Tianru lifted the teacup, very courteous. Lin Gu, I toast you once more.
Yes. Lin Hongda looked at the woman before him, growing more approving and liking her, and could not help but think of his wife, a tinge of disdain rising in his heart. Jin Huirong had not worked for years and spent money lavishly buying flashy but hollow things. As for learning flower arrangement, tea art, yoga, none of it she persisted in. She is quite skilled at mahjong but often loses money. Yet even so she sometimes sulked at herself.
Lin Hongda grew more aggrieved as he thought about it. Xiaoru, you have indeed made great progress recently and achieved some results.
Chief Cheng assumed a brotherly demeanor and admonished, but you must never become complacent, keep learning to make yourself even better.
I'm considering assigning you a more important position. I understand, brother, Tianru replied earnestly, nodding.
Chief Cheng immediately seized the opportunity to say, in that case add Brother Lin as a friend. Brother Lin has achieved such success in his career that there must be much to learn from him. When you have time, seek his advice. With that he smiled at Lin Hongda.
Brother Lin, you don't mind, do you? Why would I mind?
Lin Hongda chuckled and quickly took out his phone to exchange contacts with Tianru.
The meal left all three of them delighted and satisfied.
Upon learning that Lin Hongda wouldn't be returning home that evening either, Chief Cheng's eyes lit up and he immediately suggested going to sing karaoke.
Lin Hongda glanced at Tianru and hesitated. With Xiaoru here, isn't it inappropriate?
Not like last night, Chief Cheng chuckled. Don't worry, I'll take care of it.
Xiaoru, go get the car.
So the three of them headed to the same commercial KTV as the previous night. This time, however, the entertainment was far more refined. They simply listened to the young vibrant girls singing and watched their dancing. Tianru sat beside Lin Hongda, attending to him gently and tenderly, yet never overstepping her bounds. This suited Lin Hongda perfectly. If Tianru had been too forward, he would have lost interest. As he stepped out of the KTV, Lin Hongda silently lamented to himself, as a respectable entrepreneur, what a bland and monotonous life I've been leading before. Xiaoru, take Brother Lin back to the hotel and be sure to drive safely, understand?
Chief Cheng instructed.
Don't worry, brother.
Tianru opened the car door for Lin Hongda first, then got into the driver's seat and started the engine.
Having grown more familiar with each other over the evening, the two were no longer as awkward as the previous night. Lin Hongda in particular felt a stirring restlessness, with flirtatious thoughts occasionally flashing through his mind. Xiaoru, why aren't you fastening my seatbelt this time?
Lin Hongda teased with a smile.
Hearing this, Tianru blushed and said softly, Brother Lin, you drank a lot last night but not much tonight.
Then I'll drink more next time. The two arrived at the hotel.
Tianru poured a cup of tea and then went to the bathroom to adjust the hot water. Lin Hongda sat in a chair pondering what excuse he could use to make this woman, who seemed so agreeable in every way, stay with him a little longer. Suddenly a sound rang out from the bathroom. Lin Hongda quickly set down his teacup, rose and walked over, asking with concern, what's wrong? He saw that Tianru's hair and the white blouse on her upper body were already soaked with water and her face was filled with helplessness and panic. I'm sorry, Brother Lin, the floor was a bit slippery and I accidentally. Tianru's eyes were shy and timid, her expression utterly endearing. For a moment Lin Hongda was stunned. Especially the wet blouse clinging tightly to her body with a few strands of hair hanging down slightly disheveled. Lin Hongda didn't understand what seduction was, he only knew he was a normal man and a certain part of his body seemed to be stirring restlessly.
Silly girl, don't apologize to me.
Lin Hongda smiled and asked, did you bring a change of clothes? Tianru wiped her hair gently with a towel, shaking her head helplessly.
No. Oh, that's quite troublesome then. Though he said that Lin Hongda felt a secret delight. You can't go out like this, that's for sure. Then what should I do? Xiao Ru, how about this?
Lin Hongda put on a serious expression. Take off your clothes and I'll take them to the hotel to be dried.
It should be done quickly. If you don't mind, you can wrap yourself in a towel and keep me company for a cup of tea. What do you think?
Tianru bit her lip, hesitated for a moment and then said softly, all right. She then closed the bathroom door. Less than a minute later she came out holding her clothes in her hands with a towel wrapped around her upper body.
Brother Lin, sorry to trouble you. Not at all.
Lin Hongda chuckled as he stood up, took the clothes and left the room. A few minutes later he returned and the two sat in chairs chatting intermittently. The night was deep and quiet, a lone man and a lone woman alone in a room. In such a setting one would think certain things would naturally follow. But, although Lin Hongda was very successful in his career, he had little experience in matters of the heart. When he hesitated for a long time trying to broach a more intimate topic, he found that Tianru had actually fallen asleep in her chair. How could this be? Lin Hongda took a deep breath, feeling that the two incidents tonight seemed like the heavens were trying to bring them together. With this thought, his psychological burden instantly lifted. He tiptoed over, turned off the room lights and then called the front desk, telling them not to deliver the dried clothes to the room. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lin Hongda saw that Tianru was breathing evenly, her face weary in sleep, and his heart ached with tenderness. He gazed at her quietly for a moment, then reached out and gently lifted her. After a few steps he laid her softly on the bed. The next moment Tianru groggily opened her eyes, glanced at Lin Hongda, and upon realizing she was lying on the bed, her face flushed with embarrassment.
Brother Lin, are my clothes dried yet?
As the head of Hongda Group, Lin Hongda had navigated the business world for many years, yet in such a situation he could not help but feel a trace of nervousness and guilt. She had simply fallen asleep in a chair, yet he had carried her to bed. His intentions were noble, but his actions clearly transcended the current boundaries between them. If she were still asleep it would have been fine, but now that she was awake the situation had become rather awkward. Bathed in the dim light of the room, Lin Hongda gazed at Tianru, who sat on the bed with her delicate features, and took a deep breath.
I
saw you had fallen asleep, so I called the hotel to send clothes tomorrow.
About that.
You can just rest here.
I'll go down and book another room. Despite his reluctance, Lin Hongda prepared to leave. Brother Lin.
Tianru suddenly spoke, her voice soft and gentle. It's so late, no trouble needed. I was the one who wasn't careful and kept you from resting.
If you don't mind.
She lowered her head, her cheeks flushing red as she took a thin blanket and covered herself, then shifted to yield more than half the bed.
Her meaning was clear as day.
Seeing this, Lin Hongda was overjoyed.
After a moment's hesitation he still feigned the air of a gentleman. Xiao Ru, this might not be appropriate, right? Brother Lin, I'm an unwanted old maid, I'm not that high maintenance or coy. Tianru suddenly broke into a smile.
Besides, I don't plan to marry in this life.
As for chastity and reputation. Oh, why bring that up?
With those words she lowered her head once more, her expression tinged with melancholy. Witnessing this, Lin Hongda felt his protective instincts stir and his psychological burdens eased.
Alright then, if you're sleepy, rest first.
I'll go take a shower.
MMH.
Tianru nodded obediently and closed her eyes. In an elegantly decorated tea room, Qin Huirong took out a silver dollar inscribed with the name Lin Can on the back from her bag and gently placed it on the table. A woman with voluminous waves in her hair seated opposite turned to the man beside her and said, "Honey, help Sister Qin appraise this." The man was slim, wore glasses, and appeared refined and scholarly. Upon seeing the silver dollar on the table he instinctively adjusted his glasses, his expression turning serious at once. In the next moment he picked up the silver dollar with both hands and narrowed his eyes slightly.
Oh. This is a warlord era coin, quite rare.
The woman chuckled and teasingly said to her husband, "Duh.
Anything Sister Qin produces could hardly be ordinary." That's true.
The man glanced at Qin Huirong, then continued to examine the silver dollar intently. The piece is genuine, with a well-preserved antique patina and excellent condition. Qin Huirong had no interest in silver dollars and couldn't be bothered to listen to all the jargon. She only cared about one thing.
Leaning forward with eager anticipation, Qin Huirong asked, "Then how much is this silver dollar worth?"
Hearing this, the man set down the silver dollar and slowly picked up his teacup, taking a sip as if pondering. The woman beside him rolled her eyes.
"Sister Qin, please don't mind me.
My husband is just like this, so tedious and never straight to the point."
"That's all right."
Qin Huirong smiled and picked up the teapot to pour tea for both of them.
"I'm not in a hurry." After a moment the man spoke up. Sister Qin, since we're all friends, I'll be straightforward. Qin Huarong nodded and perked up her ears attentively.
This Warlord era coin, given current market conditions, I'll give you a relatively conservative estimate, 600,000 yuan.
With those words falling, Qin Huarong was taken aback.
She had originally thought it might be worth 3 or 5,000 yuan. After hearing it was rare, she thought tens of thousands wouldn't be bad either. But she never expected. Could this tiny silver dollar really be worth so much? Though surprised, Qin Huarong was delighted deep down. An unexpected windfall indeed.
Would it be easy to sell? Qin Huarong asked. Immediately after asking, she regretted it.
After all, she was a wealthy lady. How could she possibly be so short of money that she'd sell family heirlooms? Such a thing spreading around would be embarrassing.
So she quickly added, I found this accidentally while tidying up at home yesterday.
Our family's old Lin has no collecting habits, so I figured keeping it at home might lead to losing it.
I might as well cash it in. That makes sense. The man smiled.
Sister Qin, 600,000 is a price at which you can sell any time. I recall an identical silver dollar auction last year for 790,000. Once you factor in the commission fees, the difference isn't significant.
Oh, I see. Qin Huarong nodded, lost in thought.
Sister Qin, if you're considering selling, I can introduce you to someone at an auction house, though it may require some time, the man said.
How long would it take?
Hard to say, 2 or 3 weeks if lucky, or a month or two otherwise.
Qin Huarong thought about it.
She didn't feel it was necessary to wait so long for a few 100,000 yuan.
Yet she worried about appearing desperate for money.
So she took out another silver dollar from her bag, this one inscribed with the name Lin Hao on the back, and placed it on the table.
There's one more here. Please take a look at this one too.
Oh. The man narrowed his eyes, picked up the second silver dollar and studied it carefully for a while. Sister Qin, this one is also genuine, quite clearly authentic, but the condition is slightly inferior.
I'd offer 400,000. Upon hearing this, Qin Huarong felt no joy, instead resentment bubbled up inside her. What did this mean? Favoritism, was it? He left the good one for that disobedient son and the inferior one for Xiao Hao. How could a grandfather be so unjust? Absolutely outrageous.
Qin Huarong couldn't help but silently curse her deceased father-in-law in her heart.
At least she had found both silver dollars herself.
So Sister Qin, what are your plans for these 2 silver dollars? The man asked with a smile.
Auctioning them off would be quite troublesome.
Qin Huarong felt that since this good sister's husband had offered to help contact an auction house, he surely wouldn't deceive her. So she said, if you're willing to take them, just have them.
Just? Could you raise the price a bit? Well. The man hesitated. Sister Qin, you may not be very familiar with the collecting industry.
Market prices for these items fluctuate and carry certain risks. The price I've offered is the maximum I can afford while keeping my loss within 10%.
Oh, I see.
Qin Huarong felt disappointed yet somewhat reassured. This good sister's husband seemed to be an honest man. He hadn't tried to lowball her and then slowly increase the price. Just as she was about to agree, her wavy-haired good sister suddenly spoke up.
Honey, given how close I am with Sister Qin, why not add a little more?
The man paused, turning to look at his wife with an expression of exasperation, as if to say, you're my wife and you're still taking the outsider's side. After a moment he shook his head and sighed.
All right then, Sister Qin.
I'll add another 50,000, totaling 1,005,000 yuan.
All right, no problem.
Qin Huarong nodded, casting a grateful glance toward her good sister. After the transaction was complete, she gazed at the deposit notification on her bank card, feeling a surge of confidence and security.
Old Lin is coming home at noon, so I'm truly sorry.
That's perfectly fine, Sister Qin.
We happen to have a lunch gathering too. Let's catch up another time. All right.
The moment Qin Huarong left the tea house, she received a message from Lin Hongda saying he had something to attend to at noon and would return in the evening. Her good mood was instantly ruined.
Oof. Whether he comes back or not, I don't care anymore.
Now that I have money in hand, do I still need to cater to his moods? Lin Hongda felt remarkably refreshed at the company that morning, as if he had shed a decade of his age. Everything had unfolded naturally at the hotel the previous night, and all that was meant to happen had indeed transpired.
As Tianru had said, they were both adults and there was no room for pretense or coyness. Did he feel any guilt?
Perhaps a sliver of it. Yet Lin Hongda harbored no regret. He had exhausted himself over his 2 sons' affairs recently. But what had come of it? The elder one, stubborn in character, was adamant about severing ties with him. The younger one put on one face at home and another at school.
As for his wife, Qin Huarong,
the more he thought about it, the more he felt he had been shortchanged. She did nothing at home and dared to quarrel with him. Who gave her the audacity? She simply couldn't tell who was in charge. As noon approached, Lin Hongda glanced at his phone, a flicker of disappointment in his heart. Not a single message the whole morning. What did she take him for? Sitting in the chairman's office, Lin Hongda savored the memory of last night's bliss and finally couldn't resist sending Tianru a message. Had lunch yet? Not yet, I'm about to order takeout. Why not go downstairs to eat? No energy, don't want to move, poor me. Seeing this, Lin Hongda smiled, a genuine heartfelt smile. I'll send you an address. Take a cab over. I'll treat you to something nice at noon. No need. Be good. All right then. Inside a private room of an upscale restaurant, Lin Hongda sat beside Tianru, meticulously placing food on her plate. Tianru's cheeks flushed and she ate in small bites, occasionally murmuring, "You ordered too much, we can't finish it." "I didn't know what you liked, so I just ordered a bit more over the phone." Lin Hongda chuckled. "It's fine, just eat what you like." After the meal, Lin Hongda took Tianru's hand, a hint of apology in his eyes. "Well, I was planning to take you shopping this afternoon, but there's still work at the company. How about this, I'll transfer you 100,000 yuan. Buy whatever you like." With that, he took out his phone and made the transfer. Tianru's eyes widened in surprise. "Ah. Are you planning to keep me?" The remark made Lin Hongda somewhat awkward, thinking that some unspoken understanding should remain unvoiced. But her next words left him caught between laughter and exasperation. "I'm over 30, not even pretty, not worth that much money." "What nonsense is that?" Lin Hongda smiled. "Just take it when it's given. This little money won't buy much." "Well. All right." When they parted, Tianru voluntarily hugged Lin Hongda, which pleased him greatly. "Keep up the good work at President Cheng's company. I'll have him give you a raise another day." Tianru nodded earnestly. I will." Lin Hongda's mood had been excellent until just before closing time, when he received a call from Lin Hao's homeroom teacher. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Teacher Zhou, right? What's the matter?" Lin Hongda's tone was polite, but a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. The last time he received such a call, he had gone to school and ended up paying 200,000 in compensation. Could Lin Hao be causing trouble again? "Well, Mr. Lin, I need to inform you of something." Teacher Zhou's voice was stern on the other end. "Please go ahead, Teacher Zhou." Lin Hongda frowned. Teacher Zhou paused for a few seconds, then said, "The mock exam results are out. Lin Hao's total score ranks third from the bottom in the class. So he has been reassigned to another class." Third from the bottom. Lin Hongda could hardly believe his ears. Throughout the entire second year of high school, Lin Hao had consistently ranked in the top 10 of the grade. How could he have fallen to third from the bottom so soon after starting senior year? The drastic drop was utterly inconceivable to Lin Hongda. How is that possible? The hand holding the phone trembled slightly. "Teacher Zhou, could there be a mistake?" "Mr. Lin, the exam results are absolutely fair and impartial." Teacher Zhou's tone carried a note of displeasure. "But Lin Hao previously." Lin Hongda was cut off. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye." With that, the call ended abruptly. Lin Hongda's blood pressure soared and he nearly smashed his phone in fury. Lin Hao's poor performance was one thing, but the way that Teacher Zhou had dismissed him was infuriating. He hadn't even been allowed to finish a sentence. Lin Hongda stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in his office, silent for a long time, then called his 3 daughters, asking them to come home that evening. Afterward, he went downstairs, got into his car, and ordered the driver to take him to school to pick up Lin Hao. Learning that Lin Hongda would be back for dinner, Qin Huirong personally cooked 2 of his favorite dishes. But when she saw father and son enter together, both with grim expressions, she hurried over, asking with concern, "Xiao Hao, it's not the weekend. Why did your father pick you up?" Lin Hao hung his head, his face full of shame, looking as if he might cry. "Mom, I'm sorry." "What's wrong?" Qin Huirong asked. Lin Hao remained silent. Just then the 3 daughters of the Lin family came down the stairs, each greeting Lin Hongda. "Xiao Hao's back. Why do you look unhappy?" Lin Shuyun walked over with a smile. Lin Yuechen, noting her father's stern expression, asked, "Dad, what happened?" Lin Hongda pointed at his youngest son, disappointment etched on his face. "Lin Hao, you tell them." "I did poorly on the exam," Lin Hao murmured, barely audible. "Speak up." Qin Huirong immediately shot Lin Hongda a glare. "Why are you shouting? You're scaring Xiao Hao." All eyes of the family were fixed upon him. Lin Hao silently cursed his father Lin Hongda in his heart, wishing for his early demise. It was merely one failed exam, was there really such a fuss over it? That so-called favoritism, it was all a damn lie. Remembering how Lin Hongda had carelessly given him tens of thousands in allowance before and now. A surge of grievances welled up within Lin Hao and tears instantly filled his eyes.
Mom, Dad, eldest sister, second sister, third sister, I'm sorry. I didn't do well on this exam. Oh dear little Hao, don't cry.
Qin Huairong, unable to bear seeing Lin Hao weep, immediately stepped forward to comfort him.
If you didn't do well this time, that's alright. Study hard in the coming days and you'll catch up next time.
Husband, you really shouldn't have frightened the child like that. At the same moment the three Lin sisters collectively exhaled in relief. They had feared that Lin Hao had gotten himself into trouble at school once again.
A single exam failure was nothing out of the ordinary. Father truly had a tendency to blow things out of proportion.
Lin Hao bowed his head and continued sobbing as Qin Huairong kept comforting him. Witnessing this scene, Lin Hongda felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, both disheartened and helpless. He let out a cold snort, his piercing gaze locking onto the mother and son.
Hold off on the coddling.
We're not finished here. Qin Huairong whirled around, her eyes filled with reprimand. Lin Hongda, are you never going to stop? Lin Hongda frowned and abruptly stood up. In an instant tension seized the living room, thick with hostility. The three sisters grew immediately alarmed and rushed to calm both parties. Lin Hongda sat down without expression, casting a cold glance at Lin Hao, who was still playing the victim. He spoke in a deep voice, if you lack the courage to say it yourself, then I shall finish what you started.
Third from the bottom in your entire class. Removed from the honors program.
Lin Hao, you've stripped away every shred of dignity your mother and I have left. As his words fell, even Qin Huairong, who always doted on Lin Hao along with the three Lin sisters, found themselves struggling to believe it. In the final exam of 11th grade he had placed among the top 10 in his entire grade. Senior year had only just begun, how had he fallen to third from the bottom in his class? The decline was almost incomprehensible. Even if he had neglected his studies entirely during this period, such a drastic fall was unreasonable. Furthermore, throughout the summer break Lin Hao had shown genuine initiative in his studies at home. After exchanging glances they turned their attention to Lin Hao's expression and realized Lin Hongda was telling the truth.
Little Hao.
Qin Huairong still found it hard to accept, asking earnestly, your father, is he telling the truth?
Wah.
Lin Hao sniffled and stammered, Mom.
I don't know. I really don't understand.
Ever since that head injury last time, my memory has become so poor in everything I had learned.
I've forgotten it all.
The moment those words left his lips, Qin Huairong and the three Lin sisters were struck with shock and horror.
What? How could this happen? He injured his head. There's no way.
It's all because of that bastard Lin Can.
But Lin Hongda could no longer contain himself.
With a sudden slam of his hand on the table he rose in fury and hurled a glass violently against the floor, sending everyone gasping in alarm. You still dare to make excuses? That day I personally took you to the hospital. All the tests were conducted and the doctor was explicit, it was merely a superficial injury. Lin Hongda recalled how in a blind rage that day he had nearly broken Lin Can's leg and cast him out of the house, a decision that now filled him with regret so deep it made his insides ache. Just 2 days prior he had attempted to mend their relationship as father and son.
But Lin Can's resolve had been absolute, leaving no room for reconciliation whatsoever.
Now Lin Hao was attempting to shift blame onto Lin Can yet again.
This was something Lin Hongda could never tolerate.
1 or 2 offenses might be overlooked. But did he truly believe himself to be so gullible that his own son would deceive him? Seeing the shattered glass scattered across the floor and realizing how close someone had come to injury, Qin Huairong finally lost her temper as well.
Lin Hongda, have you lost your mind? Could the hospital equipment have malfunctioned?
Do you blindly trust everything the doctor said? We're discussing a matter here, why are you throwing glasses around like some kind of bandit?
You're nothing short of a bandit. Challenged as the patriarch, Lin Hongda's fury twisted into a cold laugh.
Qin Huairong, the son you've coddled so obsessively, handle it yourself then. I'm the one who spoils him. Qin Huairong's brows furrowed as she retorted sharply, you're the one who provides the money.
Spare me your hypocritical pretense of being the good parent. I know exactly what sort of person you are. So what if little Hao didn't do well on his exam?
Is the world ending?
Have we ever lacked food or drink?
Even if he fails to enter university, I'll support my little Hao all the same. Seeing the situation escalating, Lin Shuyun immediately stepped forward to restrain the relentless Qin Huairong, urging, Mom, please just keep quiet for once. But to her surprise she was shoved aside.
Why don't you go persuade your father instead? Oh, he's the one with money, isn't he? He's been working outside for years and still expects to take from this family constantly.
Lin Shuyun's expression hardened, her face darkening instantly. With a bitter smile she simply departed from the Lin residence. Witnessing this, both Lin Yuechen and Lin Lanlan felt a sinking sensation in their hearts and dared not intervene. She's just harboring resentment because you refused to bring that rebellious son of yours back home, isn't she? Yes, he became class monitor and made money trading stocks, surely that brings you pride as a father. Believing she had intimidated Lin Hongda with her ferocity, Qin Huairong continued her relentless tirade like a machine gun.
Lin Hongda, I've seen through you all along, you're a two-faced opportunistic wretch. Take out your anger on someone else instead of targeting my little Hao. At this point Lin Hongda, who had remained silent for some time, suddenly laughed, a peculiar unsettling laugh. Ha ha ha.
Lin Yuechen and Lin Lanlan exchanged glances, each detecting a flicker of worry in the other's eyes. They knew their mother's temperament well. When she lost her temper she didn't hold back any words. In the past she had directed countless harsh words toward Lin Can within these walls. But because Lin Hongda himself disliked Lin Can, no one had paid much attention to it. Now that Lin Can was gone, her anger had shifted squarely onto her own husband. Their eldest sister, fearing the situation would escalate further, had attempted to mediate with good intentions, only to be scolded viciously and forced to leave in frustration. Lin Hongda regarded Qin Huairong with icy detachment, speaking slowly and deliberately. Qin Huairong, you are utterly beyond reason. With those words he turned and departed without looking back. Watching Lin Hongda's retreating figure, Qin Huairong's tears instantly welled up, her entire body trembling with rage. Lin Hao had also ceased his crying by now. He quickly pulled a tissue from his pocket and approached to gently wipe his mother's tears. I'm sorry, Mom. It's all my fault. Please don't let this upset you. Observing this display, the two sisters seemed to finally grasp the situation. This young Lin Hao certainly knew how to put on a performance. Even in such circumstances he was still attempting to use his head injury as an excuse to deflect blame for his poor exam results. His acting was quite convincing. Unfortunately his methods were far too clumsy. It was true that they favored Lin Hao, but they were not fools. To fabricate such nonsense about memory loss from a head injury suggested he was not as harmless as he appeared. Lin Yuechen exchanged a meaningful glance with Lanlan. Without drawing attention, the two sisters quietly made their way upstairs. Second sister, Lin Lanlan's voice carried palpable concern. What is it? Lin Yuechen narrowed her eyes. I have a bad feeling about this. Lin Lanlan sighed heavily, her face etched with worry, stripping away the usual pride and superiority she carried. This family. I fear it may soon fall apart. Ah. Lin Yuechen started in mouth. Could it really be that serious? Dad hasn't come home for 2 days. Lin Lanlan shook her head, forcing a wry smile. Seeing this, he won't be back tonight either. Sigh. Lin Yuechen sighed helplessly. Mom is really something. Dad was clearly furious just now, yet she defended Lin Hao and even said such things. Who can stand it? Second sister, if Mom and Dad divorce, what should we do? Lin Lanlan asked suddenly. What else can we do? We're all adults now and working. If they divorce, then let them, Lin Yuechen replied nonchalantly. But Lin Yuechen seemed to read her sister's thoughts. Lanlan, are you worried about our quality of life declining? What else would it be? What? Just marry a rich husband. Lin Yuechen smiled, noticing her sister's still pale face, and reassured her, don't worry. Even if Mom and Dad divorce, they won't abandon us. Lin Can's side has completely fallen apart and Lin Hao has disappointed Dad again. With Dad's vast wealth we will still get a share, and later we can marry a rich husband. Our quality of life won't be affected. Lin Lanlan finally showed a hint of a smile. That might be true. Then she asked, by the way, second sister, what about your simp? Zhou Liangjun. Lin Yuechen blinked, a sly gleam in her eye. Yes. Gave me a bit of a payoff. Now it's easy to have him in hand again. Did you sleep with him? Impossible. Lin Yuechen sniffed, looking quite pleased. If I didn't gain real benefits I wouldn't even kiss him. Come to my room. I will teach you a few tricks. Lin Yuechen pulled Lin Lanlan and headed toward her room. In a short time a week passed. During that week Lin Hongda never came home at night. Qin Huairong's temper changed drastically. She yelled at whomever at home and the maids all quit. During this period Lin Hongda hurried back once and opened the safe in the bedroom. Standing at the bedroom door, Qin Huairong wore a resentful look, about to speak when Lin Hongda spoke first. He frowned coldly, asking, where is the Emperor Green Badge? To cover her guilt Qin Huairong raised her voice a few decibels. What badge? Lin Hongda, you come home late every day and then frame me right. Do you still see this family? Do you still see me as your wife? She cried, her voice growing louder with each sob. Lin Hongda wore a look of disgust and irritation. He was too tired to pursue the Emperor Green matter, and he took a gold bar and a document before closing the safe. He casually slipped the safe key into his pocket. Reaching the door, Qin Huairong blocked him, frowning, and coldly said, "Move aside, please." "Hubby, I was wrong, I'm sorry," Qin Huairong cried, mustering all her courage. As the words fell, Lin Hongda's expression stiffened and softened slightly. But he still urged, "Let me buy first. We'll talk later, I'm in a hurry." "Woo woo." The aggrieved Qin Huairong flung herself into Lin Hongda's embrace. "Hubby, let's make up." Yet in the next moment his wife sniffed the air and instinctively pushed him away, her eyes widening. "Lin Hongda, why is there a woman's perfume on you?" Lin Hongda's face changed at once, then he hardened his expression and said coldly, "Are you crazy?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Me talking nonsense?" Qin Huairong nearly went mad with rage. In all these years of marriage she had never smelled perfume on Lin Hongda's clothes. But lately, he hasn't come home every night. Qin Huairong felt a chill wash through her body. "Lin Hongda, what have you done outside that you should be ashamed of? Tell me. At your age, aren't you shameless? This is simply irrational." Lin Hongda frowned and in a low voice commanded, "Move aside. A man who does the deed but won't take responsibility." Qin Huairong blocked at the door, furious. "Lin Hongda, I want a divorce." "Fine, do as you like." Lin Hongda sneered, pushed Qin Huairong away from the bedroom and strode downstairs to the first floor. "Lin Hongda, you bastard!" Qin Huairong's furious roar echoed through the vast villa. Zhangzhou University's freshman 10 days of military training was nearing its end. News of Lin Can filming short videos in the dorm spread quickly and many students downloaded the short video app. They hadn't expected much, but after watching they were surprised and acknowledged Lin Can's creative talent. Under the platform's push, the video views surged. In just 1 week Lin Can had accumulated nearly 50,000 followers. That might not be much in later times, but in 2017 it was quite remarkable. The backstage occasionally received messages from advertisers seeking collaborations. Lin Can didn't even bother asking for prices and rejected them all. Han Cohen could hardly understand it. He believed that income fuels creativity and covers costs. There was no need to leave money on the table. Lin Can's line about casting a long line to catch a big fish made Han Cohen chuckle. Su Xingjian sneered. Still casting long lines. This platform's future seemed uncertain. Would it survive until next year? You Can are too aloof. Earning money isn't something to be ashamed of. By the way, Can, do you have any good stock tips lately? These 5,000 yuan I have just holding on to it isn't a solution. I need to let money make money. Su Xingjian's gaze filled with anticipation. If I have more money, I'll have more confidence to pursue Su Ziying. I'll pass on the investment. Lin Can smiled. Keep your money and treat yourself to a few good meals. Damn, you won't even let me make money. Su Xingjian couldn't help complaining. You're just thinking about keeping it all to yourself. Just then Zhang Gaoyan walked over, wrapped an arm around Su Xingjian's shoulder and asked curiously, "How far have you gotten with Su Ziying?" "Feels like it's almost there," Su Xingjian said. He pulled out his phone and flashed the chat history with Su Ziying in front of Zhang Gaoyang. "Everything's under control." "Didn't even see it clearly," Zhang Gaoyang muttered, pouting. "What's the point of flashing it? Private chat content, can I let you see it?" Su Xingjian said with a smug air. Zhang Gaoyang shuffled away, disgruntled. A moment later he looked at his 3 roommates and suddenly declared, "I announce that from today I am officially pursuing Lu Yutong." Han Cohen paused, then grinned. "Asking for humiliation. Knew you wouldn't say anything good." Zhang Gaoyang snorted and turned to Su Xingjian. "Let's see who gets out of the single life first." Su Xingjian gave a contemptuous smile. "You're way behind me. Dream on. What do you know?" Zhang Gaoyang said confidently. "This is called striking after the opponent." Seeming to seek some validation and encouragement, he asked Lin Can to monitor, "Do you think I can do it?" "What? Me pursuing Lu Yutong?" "Oh." Lin Can snapped back to reality and nodded at him. "You can do it. Go for it." "Damn, so perfunctory." Zhang Gaoyang was very dissatisfied with his 3 roommates' attitudes and declared with conviction, "I will make you all eat your words." After drafting a plan for shooting videos in the coming days on his computer, Lin Can went to bed early. When he opened his phone, a message from Lu Yutong caught his eye. "Lu Yutong, Lin Can, Su Ziying hasn't talked to me for days." Lin Can was puzzled. "Weren't you 2 best friends not long ago?" Lu Yutong, she might have misunderstood. Lin Can, misunderstood what? Lu Yutong, she thinks I like you. Lin Can, oh. Then why don't you just explain it to her? Lu Yutong, do I have to explain to her? Lin Can, you don't actually like me, do you?
Lu Yutong, humph, don't flatter yourself. Lin Can smiled and didn't reply. A moment later Lu Yutong's message came again.
Lin Can, my dad called me today.
Lin Can found it a bit odd after reading it. Your dad calling you is normal, no need to tell me about it. He praised you as a stock trading genius.
What else did he say?
He asked me if you could recommend a promising stock. No. Lu Yutong sent a knock-on-head emoji. Sleep now, bye.
After typing and sending, Lin Can prepared to reply to other messages.
But Lu Yutong persisted. You definitely won't sleep this early. Who are you going to chat with? Yan Linga or Su Ziying?
Lin Can, can't I chat with both?
Lu Yutong, oh Lin Can, I never knew you were so fickle.
Lin Can, none of your business.
Lu Yutong sent 3 question marks in a row asking what it meant.
Lin Can told her to figure it out herself.
A moment later Lu Yutong sent another message. Why did Zhang Gaoyang from your dorm add me as a friend?
Lin Can paused, then told the truth.
Maybe he's trying to pursue you. Lu Yutong, don't talk nonsense, angry. Lin Can, what if I'm right? What's your impression of him? Lu Yutong, not familiar. I've only seen him a few times in your videos. Lin Can, how's his acting? Lu Yutong, worse than you, pout.
Lin Can, not thinking about giving him a chance.
Lu Yutong, Lin Can you stop playing matchmaker? Lin Can, I think you two are quite suited. Lu Yutong, say that again, angry.
Just as Lin Can exited the chat window, he caught a glimpse of Zhang Gaoyang, who was sitting on his bed holding his phone, suddenly slapping his thigh. The 3 roommates were startled.
Han Cohen glared at him irritably. What are you acting spooked about? She accepted. She accepted. Zhang Gaoyang's eyes sparkled and he seemed excited.
What did she accept?
Su Xingjian asked curiously. Lu Yutong accepted my friend request. Damn.
Su Xingjian curled his lips with a speechless expression.
Not even a single step and you're already this excited. What do you know? A good start is half the battle, right?
Zhang Gaoyang was full of confidence, his thumbs tapping away on the phone screen like a chicken pecking rice. Such behavior naturally drew the attention of the 3 roommates. Lin Can put down what he was doing and carefully observed his expression.
Su Xingjian even leaned in and asked enthusiastically, Brother Yang, do you know how to chat? I can teach you. Get lost, don't mess things up.
Zhang Gaoyang didn't even look up, waving his hand dismissively.
Damn, good intentions wasted. Su Xingjian was annoyed. A minute later, Lin Can noticed that the expression on Zhang Gaoyang's face visibly collapsed.
The light in his eyes also vanished miraculously.
What followed was embarrassment and anger. Damn.
This Lu Yutong is way too narcissistic. I just complimented her a few times, said she fulfilled all my imagination of a girlfriend, and she said she doesn't want a boyfriend during college.
Did I ever say I was going to pursue her? Ridiculous. Zhang Gaoyang's face alternated between pale and red and he angrily threw his phone onto the bed. Han Cohen couldn't hold it in and nearly burst out laughing.
Lin Can and Su Xingjian said in unison, you did say that.
Zhang Gaoyang's expression froze instantly and he was mortified.
But he still knew how to cover up, forcing a smile.
I was just joking, okay? You didn't take it seriously, did you? Brother Yang. Su Xingjian grinned. You sure are stubborn. Lin Can struck unexpectedly.
If it was a joke, why did you add her as a friend?
This time Zhang Gaoyang didn't argue.
He said, weekly monitor, that's too much.
I checked the time.
From the moment you announced your pursuit of Lu Yutong to being rejected, it hasn't even been 20 minutes.
Su Xingjian was gloating. Told you to listen to me.
You don't know anything, and you said she fulfilled all your imagination of a girlfriend.
Chasing girls isn't about compliments. Learn slowly. Shut up.
Zhang Gaoyang turned over and faced the wall. Su Xingjian got up, turned off the dorm light and climbed into bed, pulling out his phone. These past few days his chats with Su Ziying had not been going well either. He racked his brains to find topics, but all he got in return were 1- or 2-word replies, clearly perfunctory.
Sometimes she didn't even reply.
But when she was resting, he could clearly see that she was holding her phone.
Su Xingjian was frustrated. Yet he didn't plan to give up.
After a moment's thought, Su Xingjian sent a message to Su Ziying. Your double ponytails today were really beautiful.
Su Ziying didn't allow Su Xingjian to call her Ziying, so he simply omitted the address.
After all, calling her classmate Su Ziying would be too formal.
Su Ziying, did your dorm shoot a short video tonight? Su Xingjian perked up instantly. No, Lin Can said to take a day off. Su Ziying, oh.
Su Xinjian, I think this thing Lin Can is filming is like a game, no future. Su Ziying, didn't you say you could get ads? Su Xinjian, he's too stuck up, he turned down the advertisers. Then Su Ziying didn't reply. Su Xinjian read the chat contents several times wondering what he had said wrong. Why didn't she reply? He hadn't said anything offensive, had he? Su Xinjian hesitated for a long time before gathering the courage to send a message. Let me treat you to lunch tomorrow noon. I know a place with delicious food. After sending it, his heart raced with anxiety as he waited nervously. Su Ziying, no time tomorrow. Going to sleep. The rejection came swiftly, and just as quickly the conversation ended. The last shred of hope Su Xinjian held onto also shattered. Falling in love and losing it, what an agonizing feeling. In the darkness he wiped his eyes, his heart heavy with sorrow. Meanwhile, Su Ziying was chatting with Lin Can. Lin Can, what do you think of my twin tails today? I didn't notice. So blunt. Can't you say something nice to make me happy? You're not my girlfriend, so I don't have that obligation. Just because I'm not your girlfriend now doesn't mean I won't be in the future. I'm going to sleep. Wait. Lin Can, I've watched every short video you posted several times. I even got a lot of people I know to like and comment on them. You have tens of thousands of fans and I deserve some credit for that. Lin Can, thank you, classmate Su Ziying. Su Ziying, oh come on, don't be so formal. Just call me Ziying. Su Ziying, you're not embarrassed, are you? It's fine, I'm not upset. He. Lin Can was at a loss for words. Su Ziying, Lin Can, what do you think of Lu Yutong? Fair-skinned and pretty. Ah yes, she is pretty. But you have no chance with her. Why? Lin Can, do you actually like Lu Yutong? Let me tell you, she's very high maintenance. She said multiple times that she won't date anyone during college. Instead of wasting your feelings on someone meaningless, it's better to cherish the person right in front of you, understand? Who is the person right in front of me? Guess for yourself, fool. Lin Can read Su Ziying's message and reflected on how pitiful his past life had been. He had invested so much in her, yet she never once addressed him with such warmth. She enjoyed playing with other people's feelings, didn't she? Fine, don't cry when the time comes. Lin Can narrowed his eyes, a thought suddenly striking him, and he replied immediately, could you be referring to yourself? Shy. Lin Can, if you don't want to say, that's fine. Going to sleep. Su Ziying, oh you're so stupid. I get it. You're talking about Yang Linga, right? After sending this message, Su Ziying fell completely silent. After a long pause she finally typed back. Lin Can, do you like Yang Linga? Her legs are quite long. Ha! You like girls with long legs. My legs aren't short either. What kind of taste do you have? Is she prettier than me? Su Ziying seemed flustered, her message filled with multiple question marks. Lin Can, the two of you are about the same, right? Su Ziying, Lin Can, are you nearsighted? Lin Can, oh, I understand. When you said the person right in front of me, you meant yourself. You like me. Well, I do have some feelings for you. What about you? Lin Can, but I don't know you well enough. Su Ziying, there's nothing you can't ask me. I'll tell you anything. I'm sleepy. Let's talk another day. Su Ziying, wait Lin Can, one more thing. What? Tomorrow we're electing class committee members. Will you vote for me as the arts committee member? What's in it for me? What reward do you want? Winks. I haven't decided yet. Then help me become arts committee member first. Once you figure it out, let me know and I'll do my best to make it happen. Deal. Lin Can closed the chat and checked Yang Linga's messages. Lin Can, are there any roles suitable for me? I can act for free. I forgot you're filming in the dormitory. It's not convenient for me to go in. If you need voice recording again, think of me first. I've been practicing specifically for this. Why aren't you replying? Do you find me too annoying? Sticks out tongue. By the way, I want to run for vice class monitor tomorrow. You'll support me, right? Lin Can stared at the message momentarily, at a loss for how to respond. Why do you want to be vice class monitor? Guess. Another one asking him to guess. Lin Can then rest. I'll keep guessing. Yang Linga playing dumb again. I know you're smart. Lin Can, Lu Yutong might run too. Then who will you support? Lin Can, whoever gets on stage, I'll raise my hand. I'll support anyone. Yang Linga, well. That works too. Goodbye. Yang Linga, Lin Can, are you still running in the mornings tomorrow?
No. Why?
I switched to evening runs.
When did you change?
Just now.
Lin Can, are you avoiding me?
No.
Then it's fine.
Over the past few days Lin Can had been running in the mornings and Yang Linga had suddenly joined him. At first they could chat and laugh together.
But after 2 laps, even with Lin Can deliberately slowing down, Yang Linga couldn't keep up and would complain or give him dirty looks from behind. This left Lin Can feeling exasperated.
He was just trying to exercise, why was she adding pressure?
Besides, classes started tomorrow.
Running until he was drenched in sweat early in the morning felt uncomfortable.
The next day, Lin Can slept in for once.
After having breakfast with his 3 roommates at the cafeteria, he headed straight to the teaching building. With military training over, the boys and girls in class naturally took more care with their appearance, striving to present their best selves.
Some female classmates wore light makeup, making them look slightly more beautiful than before.